You were originally the esteemed prince of the great Southern Dynasty a millennium ago. Unexpectedly, I found myself transformed into the young master of a prestigious family in contemporary society. It is evident that, despite your current identity, you remain utterly unperturbed. You have never encountered defeat in the battles of 1,000 years. How could you possibly fear this counterfeit? Merely possessing the rank of Black Iron? The first day of returning to the esteemed family. You pay your respects to your grandmother, who bears an uncanny resemblance to the ancestral empress of a bygone dynasty, by performing the ritual of 3 prostrations and 9 calls. Upon witnessing this, the entire family was rendered speechless. Sister Mu Yulu could not help but sneer. How amusing! Where did you acquire such manners? Intentionally trying to please, are we? This child is quite calculating. I do not favor him. The second sister, Mu Yuye, disdainfully remained silent. What does a wild child raised in the countryside know about the nuances of period dramas? Truly, there is a complete absence of refinement. Upon entering, he made the floor filthy and unkempt. Soon enough, he knelt down to wipe the moisture from our feet. With an expression of indifference, you gazed at her. I am of the Shuamai lineage of the Mu family. As the eldest daughter of the Mu family, do you truly wish for me to kneel and scrub the floor? Do you seek to tarnish the dignity of the Mu family? Having spoken, I bowed respectfully to my grandmother and, with neither arrogance nor submission, proclaimed, the pastoral song's return today is entirely dependent on the blessings of our ancestors. However, time is not to be rushed. There remains ample opportunity to change one's attire. Thus, I humbly request that you chastise me for the state of the wooden floor in the main hall. Mu Yuye was initially taken aback, but once she regained her composure, she began to stomp her feet in anger. Grandmother Lin Wanxian gazed at the 6-year-old child before her, yet her heart was stirred by a tempest. The child's simple gesture of cupping his hands appeared remarkably refined, reminiscent of her own youth and the demeanor of her in-law's generation. But he is merely 16, how could he have acquired such poise? Nevertheless, she remains exceedingly content. Gon remarked, indeed, I am of the Mu family's snowy lineage. The essence within me is undeniably noble. Mu Ge, today you shall return to your roots, and pay homage to your grandfather with 3 incense sticks. Wait a moment, Mother Zhao Feng quickly intervened. Mom, Mu Ge has just returned. His entire body is covered in dirt. Allowing him to go to the ancestral hall in such a state would surely startle our ancestors. Lin Wanwen nodded upon hearing this. How about this? Mu Ge, you should take a shower first, and then put on a piece of clothing from Baichuan. After all, you are of similar age. No, Mu Jie instinctively interjected. How can the child's clothing be mixed? Doing so would strip Baichuan of his good fortune. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyue furrowed her brows and glanced at her son. Was he foolish? After all, a foster child is still a foster child. With her biological son returned, how could the blessings not reside with him? She could only respond with a sense of resignation. Then you should go and purchase a new outfit. Stay here for a moment, Mu Ge said. I will first go to the hall to inform grandfather. You nod gently, respectfully bidding farewell to your grandmother as she departs. As Lin Wanyue stepped away from the main hall, a disdainful voice resonated behind her. So, you're Mu Ge, are you? Let me enlighten you. Do not be under the delusion that you can win over the old matriarch so easily. Your brother, Mu Baichuan, is the true heir to the Mu family's legacy. I trust you will take the time to learn proper etiquette and refrain from bringing those unsavory habits from the countryside back to the Mu household. Upon hearing those words, you turned to face Mu Jie, your voice icy. You are indeed my father. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as flashes of lightning illuminated the sky outside. An intense, confrontational atmosphere enveloped the entire pastoral household. Mu Jie felt his entire body tense up, a cold sweat instantly creeping down his back. What a terrifying gaze. He actually dared to look at me like that. Such a mannerless creature, merely the gaze of a wild child. Mu Jie wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to his wife, Zhao Feng, saying, I shall take my leave now. The sight of this object incites my anger. Having spoken, he embraced Mu Baichuan and prepared to depart, while Mu Baichuan, with an air of triumph, bestowed upon you a smile befitting a victor. You slightly raised your chin, casting a disdainful glance at the father and son duo. How amusing it is that the contender for succession is merely a 6-year-old child. is truly laughable. Zhao Feng dan dan de suodao. Although you are my biological child, I shall not distribute my affections entirely to you. I am a person of fairness, striving to maintain balance. If you find yourself lacking in comparison to him, then perhaps it would be best for you to remain a quiet child. How can a mountain chicken ever aspire to compare with a phoenix? Upon finishing her words, she turned to leave, while you merely nodded in response. Yet you nodded in agreement, affirming, you are correct. How can a mere mountain chicken compare to a phoenix? However, I am a true dragon. Upon hearing those words, Zhao Feng paused momentarily, yet did not turn back. She then resumed her stride, leaving one to ponder the origins of such confidence. After the entire family departed, you began to scrutinize the Mu family with great care. Though modest in size, it is indeed a commendable beginning. I wonder, however, how the great Xia fares in my absence. How is the emperor? And what are the borderlands? Time passes second by second. After waiting for what feels like an eternity, the Mu family has yet to deliver the clothes. A cold laugh escapes your lips. With such trivial tactics, they dare to play tricks before me, the esteemed Tai Zi. If that is the case, then do not blame me. At this moment, Lin Wanyu's expression in the ancestral hall gradually grew increasingly displeased. What on earth is going on with Mu Ge? Why has he not yet arrived? Old Wang, please go and check. An elderly butler, upon receiving his orders, departed. Upon arriving in the drawing room, he discovered you still seated within. He promptly inquired, "Third young master, why have you not yet changed your attire?" You gradually open your eyes, for no one is prepared. At this moment, Lin Wanyue, feeling uneasy, followed closely behind. Furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Did your parents not make any preparations for you? They truly seem to disregard my words entirely." At that very moment, the couple Mu Ji and Mu Baichuan had just successfully lulled their child to sleep and emerged from the room. Noticing the displeasure etched on their mother's face, Mu Ji hastily remarked, "Please do not be upset. I was under the impression that Zhao Feng had arranged for someone to make the purchase. I just went upstairs." Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, he immediately panicked. He shot a fierce glare at Mu Jai. "Mother, I also believe that Jai had made arrangements. You two are truly commendable. Today has passed for Yi Chun. Let us speak of tomorrow in due time." Lin Wanyue cast a disappointed glance at them before turning to depart. You respectfully bid farewell with a clasped gesture, until your grandmother's figure fades from view. You then straighten up, turning to cast a fleeting glance at your parents. Mu Jia felt a flush of embarrassment. "What are you staring at? It's merely a piece of clothing. Had it not been for your grandmother, I would have never considered bringing back a wild child like you, even if I were aware of your whereabouts." You let out a cold laugh. "Do not elevate yourself so highly. It was my grandmother who summoned me back, not you." Having spoken, you turned and departed. Behind me, I heard the furious voice of Mu Jai. "Do you still regard me as your father? You ungrateful wretch. Indeed, you are a most disobedient child." On the other side, in Lin Wanyue's bedroom, the butler, Old Wang, spoke respectfully. "Elder sister, shortly after your departure, a conflict erupted between them. The third young master, with an air of composure and dignity, managed to provoke Master Ji quite significantly." Lin Wanyue sighed upon hearing this. "I am well aware of my son. His abilities are modest, yet his temperament is quite formidable. He has left the company in utter disarray, and his understanding of the world is equally muddled. I never anticipated that he could produce such a fine offspring, even if raised away from home. A pearl is still a pearl." Upon receiving the news, Old Wang inquired cautiously, "Should I perhaps inform my subordinates to take good care of the third young master?" Lin Wanyue waved her hand, expressing her thoughts. "This is quite agreeable. I too am curious about what a 6-year-old child possesses that enables them to face all of this with such tranquility." At this moment on the third floor, a female housekeeper pushed open the door to the storage room, her face contorted with disdain. "You will reside here from now on," she proclaimed. "The master and mistress have stated that you, a mere child, do not require a better room." With that, she turned to leave. "Wait a moment." You called out to him. "Remember this. The next time you see me, address me as third young master. Additionally, prepare some writing materials, ink, paper, and an inkstand in my room. Do you understand?" The visage of the female steward is exceedingly unappealing. I intended to retort. Yet upon meeting your gaze, a sudden sweat trickles down, An involuntary shiver courses through me, aware of the presence of the young master of the 7 threes. I shall prepare forthwith. After a while, a butler entered and placed several books upon the table. The master remarked that these books were for you, to be used for your studies tomorrow. He also cautioned you to uphold his reputation on your first day at school and not bring him any disgrace. You curiously picked up several books from the table. Language arts. Mathematics. What on earth are these? You sequentially turn the pages. Mathematics is merely arithmetic. You studied it in the palace when you were merely 3 years old. English is presumably a tongue from the western regions. As a prince, you have been well versed in various languages since childhood. The adage goes, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy. One can engage in 100 battles without peril. Yet, upon opening the language textbook, my pupils involuntarily constrict. I never anticipated that this very first piece would delve into the history of the great Xia. Chapter 3. Where did such feudal children come from? Mathematics is merely arithmetic. He had learned it at the palace by the age of 3. As for English, it is simply the language of the western regions. Being a prince, he had long mastered it. During the Southern Dynasties, the court engaged in trade with the western regions, and his father had mandated that all princes study the language of the West to know themselves and their enemies, ensuring victory in battle. As for the language textbook, he was unexpectedly confronted with a story from the Southern Dynasties as the first lesson, a historical narrative. In 1014 BC, the second prince of the Southern Dynasties ascended the throne. In the same year, the borders were breached, and the imperial city resisted for merely 3 days before the second prince was captured and taken to the north. Clad in sheepskin and residing in a sheepfold, could it be that the Southern Dynasties began their decline from this point? But why was there no conclusion regarding my fate? Nan Feng continued to peruse the language textbook, but found no other articles related to the Southern Dynasties. It seemed he would need to visit the library tomorrow. At that moment, the ink was also ready. Nan Feng picked up the brush and elegantly wrote a piece of calligraphy. After setting down the brush, he sat cross-legged on the bed, his hands resting at his sides, and began to practice breathing techniques. This secret technique of the royal family, the true dragon breathing method, could enhance his physical condition. Once he cultivated his internal strength, his physique would far surpass that of the average person. To be honest, by royal standards, his current constitution at this age was rather poor. Just earlier in the main hall, he had relied on this breathing technique to avoid catching a chill. The following morning, a hurried knocking echoed at his door. Nan Feng set down his brush, furrowed his brow, and said, "Come in." The housekeeper at the door was somewhat taken aback. She had assumed this young lad would still be asleep, yet he was already awake. "Young Master Nan-san, the old lady is up and waiting for you downstairs for breakfast. After breakfast, you must go to school. Do not waste time. I will be there shortly." Nan Feng laid down his brush, clasped his hands behind his back, and exited the room. The housekeeper glanced at him, feeling inexplicably pressured by the 6-year-old who appeared remarkably like an old man. Nan Feng remarked lightly, "As a servant, one should keep their hands by their sides while standing. Is it so difficult for the servants of the Nan family to adhere to propriety?" "Huh? Yes, of course." The housekeeper immediately adjusted her stance. Only then did Nan Feng nod in satisfaction. It dawned on the housekeeper that a servant? When did my legitimate position as a housekeeper become that of a servant? This child is indeed a little feudal lord. Upon entering the main hall, the family was gathered, each absorbed in their breakfast. Noticing Nan Feng's arrival, Nan Yue declared, "Mother and father, I've finished eating. The sight of country folk spoils my appetite." Nan Yaman quickly chimed in, "Sister, wait for me. I must go to school too. Dining with peasants is beneath me." Nan Feng ignored them and walked straight to Lin Wanyu. Bowing respectfully, "I pay my respects to grandmother." Lin Wanyu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into joyous laughter. "Ha ha ha! How delightful! You remind me so much of my younger self. In my day, I too would greet my elders like this every morning. Ah, how amusing! You two sisters resemble the young ladies of the Nan family, exhibiting such frivolous behavior. You lack even half of the decorum expected." Nan Yue and Nan Yameng were momentarily taken aback, their faces instantly betraying a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "Grandmother, you are being rather biased. We were merely jesting. Indeed, we were just running late for school." Lin Wanyua's expression soured. "You two apologize to the third brother. As the elder sisters, You display no sense of propriety. Nan Yue and Nan Yumeng exchanged glances, both of them speaking in unison. Why should we apologize? He's merely a wild child brought back from the countryside. Grandmother is biased. Exactly. We haven't said anything, so why should we apologize? Refusing to apologize is fine, but your living expenses will be suspended. Lin Wanyue remarked coolly. At her words, the two girls immediately softened. We sorry. Is that enough? With that, they turned and left the main hall. Nan Feng found the situation laughable. Had they been in the Nan Dynasty, their conduct would have led to their demise countless times over. Observing his mother's anger, Nan Jai dared not utter a word. Meanwhile, Nan Xiao, sitting nearby, rolled her eyes and placed a piece of chicken leg into Nan Feng's bowl. Brother Feng, come eat. I'm giving you my favorite chicken leg. Nan Jai quickly changed the subject, smiling broadly. Mother, look how considerate Xiao is sharing her chicken leg with Nan Feng. At that moment, Nan Feng glanced at the chicken leg on the table and pushed it away, showing no sign of gratitude. Zhao Feng, seizing the opportunity, chimed in, Mother, look at this child. He shows no warmth. What attitude is this towards his brother? With such a petty disposition, how can he possibly be the heir of the Nan family? Lin Wanyue cast a brief glance at the two children, wiping her mouth with a napkin. Your brother offered you his kindness. Why not accept it? Nan Feng replied matter-of-factly, Elders must initiate the meal. Only then may the younger ones serve themselves. If one is to serve the elders, it must be done with communal chopsticks or respectful utensils. Otherwise, it's a breach of etiquette. A chorus of gazes turned toward Nan Feng. Nan Xiao feigned grievance. I merely wanted to share something delicious with my brother. Zhao Feng frowned. You were just 6 years old. How did you come to learn such things? Is this custom prevalent in your countryside? Nan Jai scoffed. Nan Feng, do not bring your rural customs to the city. Indeed, a country bumpkin is simply a country bumpkin. Parading your self-righteous notions before our grandmother is nothing short of embarrassing. Zhao Feng was merciless. Enough. Lin Wanyue interjected coldly. Her expression softened as she looked at Nan Feng. At your tender age, where did you acquire such knowledge? You are a good child. How about this? You go to school now, and tonight, upon returning home, it is an auspicious time to pay respects to your grandfather and ancestors. Nan Feng bowed slightly. Understood. This child is truly a mirror image of your grandfather in his youth. He is undoubtedly his true grandson, Lin Wanyue observed, her demeanor growing increasingly gentle as she regarded Nan Feng. Call a driver to take the third young master to school. He has not received a proper education in the countryside, and this first day is of utmost importance. Air rose to her feet, addressing the old matriarch. Chapter 4. I am a girl. You cannot harm me. Nan Feng followed away. Gazing at Nan Feng's retreating figure, Zhao Feng exchanged a glance with her husband. I want to allow it. Xiao has been raised by me, and I cannot let him take away all of Mother's affection. Nanji nodded in agreement. I understand. Xiao has been beside me since childhood, and my heart aches for him. This child is not like a typical young one. His innocence is unmatched, and he stands no chance against him. At that moment, a housekeeper descended the stairs, clutching several sheets of rice paper. Lin Wanyue took notice. What are you carrying? It resembles calligraphy. Who among our younger generation can settle down to write such things? The housekeeper replied, I retrieved these from the third young master's room. They appear to be his calligraphy practice. What? He practices calligraphy? Nanji scoffed. When we found him, he was in tattered clothes. Where would he find the money to learn calligraphy? How absurd. It's merely an act to gain Mother's approval. Mother, please do not let this child deceive you. After 6 years away, who knows what tricks he has learned? Such a child should not inherit anything from a Nan family. Yes, Mother, do not look at it. It will tarnish your eyes. Zhao Feng stepped forward and snatched the calligraphy, tearing it into shreds with a swift motion. She scattered the fragments disdainfully, exclaiming, What a pretentious act. Wait. Lin Wanyue commanded the housekeeper. Pick up that torn piece at your feet. I wish to see it. Nanji interjected. What worth could there be in the work of a mere child? Mother, it would only offend your eyes. Ignoring her son entirely, Lin Wanyue awaited the housekeeper's return. Once the remnants were presented, the elderly lady donned her reading glasses and, upon a brief inspection, her eyes widened in astonishment. Zhao Feng approached. Mother, Do not gaze upon these. They are harmful to your sight. Allow me to dispose of them for you." At that moment, the elderly lady quivered as she set down the calligraphy, glancing at Zhao Feng before delivering a resounding slap. The sharp sound reverberated throughout the hall. Zhao Feng spun around in shock, utterly bewildered by her mother-in-law's unexpected hostility. "Zhao Feng, let me enlighten you. The calligraphy you just destroyed may one day be worth a fortune." Zhao Feng, in disbelief, responded, "Mother, how could a 6-year-old child from the countryside possibly produce calligraphy worth a fortune?" Nan Feng chimed in, "Indeed, Mother, you must be mistaken. The calligraphy we collect from esteemed masters is filled with elegance, some dating back to the Southern Dynasties. Why would you strike my wife over the torn work of a child?" Lin Wanyue narrowed her eyes in anger and raised her hand to summon the renowned calligrapher Lu Yu, declaring, "I wish to have a word with him." With that, Lin Wanyue rose and strode directly toward her chamber. Behind him, Nan Zhai wore a grim expression, utterly perplexed by the situation. His mother had become increasingly biased. They had invested countless millions in Xiao since childhood, yet she never spared a glance at his creations, demonstrating her evident favoritism. Indeed, how absurd to claim that a child's calligraphy is worth a fortune, Zhao Feng remarked coldly. And yet, she has even invited the esteemed Master Lu Yu, a grandmaster of calligraphy. When Xiao sought a calligraphy teacher, she refused to arrange for this master's visit. What has changed today? At this moment, on the 3rd floor in the calligraphy and painting room, a dazzling array of precious artworks from various dynasties adorned the walls. Lin Wanyue stood before the central wall, comparing her calligraphy with an authentic piece from the Southern Dynasty, created a millennium ago. The more she compared, the more astonished she became. The Southern calligraphy style was strikingly identical to that of the prince. The elderly lady displayed a look of confusion. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, at the aristocratic Aliston Primary School in Binhai City, Air was explaining the school's environment to Nan Feng from inside the car. "Third young master. Most of the children attending this school come from affluent families in Binhai. Those who study here are either rich or noble." Nan Feng stood up, grasping a plastic bag, and remarked, "I see. It's akin to the royal Wenhua Palace." At that moment, the female steward noticed the plastic bag in his hand. "Young Master Feng, do you not have a school bag?" Nan Feng then observed the backpacks slung over the shoulders of distant students. "No one prepared one for me. I find this bag quite practical." Air frowned. "I shall arrange for someone to purchase one immediately, so young Master Feng can use it by tomorrow." Nan Feng nodded slightly, then walked into the school with an upright posture and steady steps. Air marveled behind him, thinking, this child remains composed under such circumstances. No wonder the old lady dotes on young Master Feng. Although young Master Xiao has been nurtured by the Nan family for years, he still lacks the elegance that befits his lineage. It seems young Master Feng's future is boundless. As Nan Feng stepped into the school, he was greeted by a refreshing sight. Though it lacked the grandeur of the royal inner court, the exotic Western-style architecture offered a unique charm. Just then, a childish voice chimed in. "Nan Xiao, is this the country bumpkin your family retrieved? What a ridiculous hairstyle!" Realizing that his hair had not been groomed since his time in the countryside, Nan Feng took note. "Miss Shirya, indeed. This is our newly found young master from the Nan family. Quite the character." Another young boy interjected. "I am Gongsun Zan from the Gongsun family. And this is Zhao Xia from the Zhao family. We 3 form the trio of Aliston Primary School. You'll serve as our errand boy from now on." Nan Feng cast a mild glance at the trio, unfazed, and continued on his way. Zhao Xia's expression turned frosty. "You're being given face. Yet you refuse to take it. Someone, come here." Suddenly, a group of playful children from afar rushed over. "Aren't you the one who exaggerated my prowess? Strike him. He is bullying me." The surrounding boys clenched their small fists in response. "Who do you think you are, country bumpkin? Do you even know who Zhao Xia is? You dare provoke her? I see you are a mere pillar. Not just that, your defeat is imminent. Brothers, let us show him." The boys clad in their little suit uniforms charged towards Nan Feng. In the distance, a Mediterranean man holding a ruler watched the scene with great interest. A nearby security guard inquired, "Director, aren't you going to intervene?" The director replied, "Why should I interfere with these 3 privileged kids? It's merely a childish scuffle." "Oh dear, this child is truly unfortunate. On his first day of transferring, he has already drawn the ire of these three little tyrants. The director mused, "Let me observe. As long as they don't kill him, it will be manageable." However, in the next moment, a cacophony of chaos erupted. There were no children standing before Nan Feng. All those who had charged at him now lay groaning on the ground. What the heck? The director adjusted his glasses, astonished by the child's ferocity. At this moment, Nan Feng slowly approached the so-called Three Musketeers. "So, you are the three miscreants?" Nan Feng remarked nonchalantly. "Wait," Zhao Xia exclaimed with a hint of fear. "I'm a girl." Slap. Nan Feng had already delivered a resounding blow. Chapter 5. This is truly life. Nan Feng had already struck the young girl's delicate face, leaving it swollen. "What did you just say?" Zhao Xia, having never experienced such humiliation, cried out in disbelief. Big guy, where are you?" Suddenly, she shouted. With her voice echoing, the ground began to tremble. In the distance, a figure emerged from the woods. This person appeared to stand nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles rippling all over, causing the earth to shake with every step. At that moment, he was also cradling a snack in his hand. Despite Nan Feng being a prince and well-versed in various experiences, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of this girl. Is this really a child? The director of education, who was preparing to intervene, halted in his tracks, astonished. This so-called strongest elementary student, merely in the first grade, weighs over 200 pounds and stands close to 2 meters tall. On her very first day of school, she sent the 6th grade class leader flying over 10 meters with a single slap. Henceforth, she became the tyrant of the school, which explains why the trio of champions reigned supreme here. And she happens to be Zhao Xia's twin sister. How can two children from the same parents differ so greatly? Nearby, a security guard inquired, "Director, should we intervene?" "Intervene? What for? If you wish to die, don't drag me into it." The director pulled out a cigarette, offering one to the guard. "When you're out here, the most crucial thing is to remain unseen when necessary. Do you understand?" The guard nodded, and the two lit their cigarettes, retreating further. At that moment, Nan Feng remarked, "This is quite intriguing." The next instant, Zhao Xia pointed at her swollen cheek and exclaimed, "Did you see that? You just hit me. You are my sister, and now that I've been struck, why have you only just arrived? You made me very upset." Zhao Shiyun scratched her head, apologizing, "I didn't notice earlier, I'm sorry." "Enough talk. Make sure to defeat him." Zhao Xia's command had barely left her lips when Zhao Shiyun, without a moment's hesitation, launched a punch at Nan Feng. Everyone closed their eyes, and Zhao Xia had already envisioned Nan Feng being sent flying. However, in the next moment, Zhao Shiyun remained rooted to the spot, as did Nan Feng. He merely stood there, countering Zhao Shiyun's punch with one of his own, effortlessly neutralizing her entire force. In an instant, a wave of energy surged through Zhao Shiyun's arm, followed by a cacophony of sounds as her sleeve tore apart, scattering into the air like confetti. With a cry of distress, she collapsed to the ground, her arm trembling uncontrollably. Nan Feng slowly retracted his fist. With the second level of the true dragon breathing technique, he had already surpassed the explosive power of the vast majority of people. The onlookers, who had anticipated Nan Feng being knocked away, stood in stunned silence. The director, frightened, dropped his cigarette, unable to comprehend how a single punch could defeat the strongest elementary student. What kind of joke is this? It seems that a new prodigy is about to emerge in Elliston. A group of elementary school students in the distance began to murmur amongst themselves. Who is this child? Does anyone recognize him? To be so formidable in the first grade, one must pay respects to the elder brother. Indeed, to have defeated the strongest elementary school student on the planet, this individual is truly remarkable. I long to pay my respects. How extraordinary. We are saved. This fellow is incredible. At that moment, Nan Feng slowly approached Zhao Xia and casually remarked, "What if I hit you?" With that, he swiftly delivered another slap. Smack! Zhao Xia's head was yanked upward. Beside him, Nin Xiao swallowed hard and stammered, "Why you? You are my brother. You cannot hit me." "Oh, I cannot hit you?" Nan Feng chuckled at the absurdity of it. "You brought these people to besiege me, your elder brother, and that is a disgrace to the Nan family. Hitting you is, in fact, an act of kindness. Furthermore, now you acknowledge that I am your brother." With that, Nan Feng delivered another slap, sending Nan Xiao flying several meters away. As for Gongsun Zan, he immediately knelt on the ground. I was wrong. Please don't hit me. From now on, you are the leader of Elliston. Nan Feng smiled faintly. Where's my classroom? Why haven't you taken me there? Gongsun Zan promptly got to his feet and led the way. The other elementary students surged forward. Idol, our idol, how are you so strong? From now on, you will be the leader, and I will follow. You are my foster father. Do you eat spicy strips? Moments later, in class 3 of the first grade, Nan Feng followed the teacher into the classroom. The homeroom teacher, Lin Mei, smiled and announced everyone. Please welcome our transfer student, young Master Nan Feng from the Nan family. In the classroom, Nan Xiao, Gongsun Zan, and Zhao Xia all shrank back. The marks of slaps still fresh on their faces, the recent fear vividly etched in their memories. All right, little friend Nan Feng, please find a seat and sit down. Holding a plastic bag, Nan Feng leisurely made his way to the back row. Casting a glance at Nan Xiao, he said flatly, "Get lost." Nan Xiao gulped. Why should I let you? Oh, you won't let me? Nan Feng shot him a glance. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiao hurriedly gathered his belongings and moved to another seat. The other elementary students immediately began to chatter. He is the one who shattered Zhao Xia's dreams of being the leader. Zhao Shiyun is still in the infirmary. Goodness, are you kidding? Is he really that strong? Zhao Shiyun is the strongest elementary student on the planet. At this moment, the homeroom teacher clapped her hands and said, Children, listen up. Our school will participate in a Campus Life live streaming variety show, which will commence filming today. The production team will document your lives within the school, so please be mindful of your words and actions. Nan Feng had yet to comprehend what live streaming entailed when several large cameras crashed through the door. The homeroom teacher then smiled and said, Since we have a new student today, let us invite him to introduce himself. Come on, Nan Feng. Nan Feng stood boldly, unperturbed, and proclaimed, Greetings, everyone. I am Nan Feng, the young master of the Nan family. My name embodies the essence of Nan Pu Yun Shangu Yan Yuan, in a boat across the maple forest at dusk. My character is akin to bamboo, humble yet unyielding, while my aspirations soar high like the swan, yearning to ascend the heavens. At this moment, the school's live broadcast had commenced, and the audience began to engage in lively discussions. Goodness, is this child a primary school student? Or perhaps an ancient sage? His speech is so eloquently refined. I wonder, is the Nan family the distinguished aristocracy? This is indeed quite impressive. Chapter 6. Ancestors Roar to the Heavens. The homeroom teacher, Lin Mei, gazed in astonishment at the young boy before her. He was merely 6 years old, yet his manner of speaking resembled that of a venerable sage, effortlessly weaving poetry into his words. Classmate Nan Feng, the poem you just recited, does not refer to an ancient geographical location? I do not recall having encountered this verse before. Could it be that you composed it on the spot? This teacher is truly remarkable. Composed on the spot? How could that possibly be? Such a meticulously crafted poem could not have been created by a mere 6-year-old. Enough of that. He is not a child. I am. Abba. Nan Feng cast a fleeting glance at his homeroom teacher, his mind already formulating plans. The so-called teachers of this world were far inferior to his esteemed royal tutor. This was something that needed no further inquiry from him. Nanpu is indeed a place name from the Southern Dynasties. Yes, I just composed this poem spontaneously. Is that so difficult? As the crown prince, I had already perused countless tomes by the age of 3, and by 5, I could articulate verses with ease. Indeed, children of this era seem to lack significant talents. The homeroom teacher remained speechless, astonished for quite some time. Nan Xiao shot a sidelong glance at Nan Feng, muttering under his breath. What a show off the live stream was abuzz with excitement. Haha, this child is truly entertaining. I'm in love with this stream. He should have asked, Teacher, you cannot possibly be unable to compose poetry, can you? I doubt he could have penned this at such a young age. I certainly do not believe it. Lin Mei, the homeroom teacher, chuckled awkwardly. Classmate Nan Feng, perhaps you should compose something for us. Nan Feng slightly shook his head inwardly and straightened his posture. This action sent another wave of astonishment through the live stream. Haha, his sitting posture is exactly like my great-grandfather's. I'm dying of laughter. The teacher looks as though she is about to be overwhelmed by her own excitement. Compose for us, do. What kind of family has nurtured this child? He is remarkably gifted. What family can cultivate a child and is such a prodigy? He may be a prodigy, but my ancestor is the true sage. At this moment, Lin Mei had regained her composure. This transfer student from a Nan family appeared to be rather extraordinary. The first class of the day was indeed a language lesson, one that was also taught by her. With a cheerful smile, she instructed, "Everyone, please turn to the first lesson in your textbooks. We shall delve into the history of the Southern Dynasties." She proceeded to offer an explanation. Just then, the attentive Nan Feng suddenly raised his hand. "Teacher." Lin Mei was taken aback. Classmate Nan Feng, do you have something to say?" All the students turned their gaze towards Nan Feng, curious about what this newly crowned child king would articulate. Nan Feng replied, "Teacher, there are numerous inaccuracies in your recounting of Southern Dynasty's history. Firstly, Wei Ning was merely a drunkard and a glutton. His name endures in history due to his deputy, Jianyuan, not because of his own incompetence. Secondly, that second prince of the Southern Dynasties was the epitome of uselessness. Had the crown prince still been present, such a humiliating history would have never unfolded." Nan Feng cast a nonchalant glance at Nan Shao, who shivered in response and muttered, "What a show-off, making it seem as if you were on stage." Nan Feng continued, "Thirdly, the military of the Southern Dynasties did not operate under the concept of divisions. You have just erred. You made me laugh so hard. Yes, I was present at that moment, and it was exactly as this little ancestor described it. The person above is speaking nonsense. They might indeed be an ancestor from 1,000 years ago. How amusing. Wonderful. A history expert among us. We are saved." The homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin Mei, smiled awkwardly, her lips twitching. "Well, I shall pay more attention to such details in the future. As for military organization, that could be overlooked, but how do you know about these historical figures?" Coughing, she realized she had inadvertently addressed him with a respectful "you," which amused her. She had not expected to feel pressure before this young child. It was rather uncomfortable. Nan Feng understood he could not provide a clear explanation and could only vaguely state, "I have deduced it from ancient texts. I enjoy reading history. It is evident that this child is quite studious. How could he not be? He has just given the teacher a thorough lesson." At that moment, Nan Feng thought to himself that he would have to wait until noon to take advantage of the break to visit the school's library and thoroughly investigate his information. With this in mind, he refrained from saying anything further. After 2 morning classes, lunchtime arrived. Nan Feng followed the crowd to the cafeteria, where a volunteer promptly assisted him in getting his meal. He did not even remember the name of the boy who served him until he finished eating. Had he been in the Southern Dynasties, he would have rewarded him with a few taels of silver. During the lunch break, Nan Feng finally had the chance to be alone. He ventured to the library, which, to be fair, possessed a certain grandeur. The 3-story building was comparable to the book depositories of the Southern Dynasties. He made his way to the section housing historical texts and located the history books of the Southern Dynasties. Taking out an official history book, he began to feverishly peruse its contents. Why was there no information on the Southern Dynasty's crown prince? He frantically flipped through the pages of the historical tome, ultimately discovering his name in a small corner. In the 23rd year of the Nanyuan era, the crown prince Nan indulged in debauchery and drowned his palace from excessive drinking. The second prince, Nan Shao, took command in a time of crisis. Absurd. Truly absurd. Not a single piece of information here is accurate. History has been altered. It was Nan Shao who was the one indulging excessively. I rise at the hour of the tiger to study and dare to rest only at the hour of the rat. How could I possibly be debauched? He continued to scour the historical texts, thinking, I have the Grand Tutor and the Chancellor's support. How could this be? Yet, he soon realized that with his arrival in this world, the Chancellor had supported the second prince, and the Grand Tutor had retired to his hometown. Why has this happened? If I had not come to this world, would everything be different? With a dazed mind, Nan Feng exited the library. In simple terms, after my disappearance, the second prince ascended to the position of heir apparent, and shortly thereafter, the borders were breached, leading to the rapid decline of the Southern Dynasty. Had I remained alive, would the Southern Dynasty have fared much better? Contemplating this, he gazed upwards towards the heavens. The court's drums and horns urged the beacon fires. At night, he sighed at the starry river, lamenting the struggles of the constellations. The safety of countless lives hangs by a single thought, yet alas, the heavens do not heed our plans. A 6-year-old boy stood outside the library, howling towards the sky. This scene quickly captured the attention of the live broadcast crew. It is him, it is he indeed, the ancestor who speaks in poetry. Chapter 7, Is They Who Ought to Be Punished? As Nan Feng began his live broadcast, the viewers erupted in laughter. Between savoring spicy snacks and engaging in a game, I choose to be an ancestor. Are we composing poetry again? Why does it feel so melancholic? I've already shared the video of the child poet. It's utterly delightful. Haha. At this moment, Nan Feng noticed the camera and realized he had lost his composure. He promptly turned and made his exit. After a day at school, aside from the unsatisfactory conclusion concerning the crown prince Nan Xiao, he found little to distress him. The intensity of schooling in this realm paled in comparison to the royal expectations he had endured. He recalled the countless sleepless nights he had sacrificed in pursuit of becoming the heir apparent, often managing only 2 hours of rest. These children now were far too fortunate. Just then, he observed that no one had come to fetch him. His grandmother had instructed him to return home by 5 p.m., lest he miss the appointed time. Yet, without a carriage, how was he to make his way back? Their clumsy attempts at obstruction were truly laughable. Noticing a taxi at the roadside, his eyes flickered with understanding. He grasped the significance of such vehicles. He approached one and instructed, "Take me to the Nan family estate." The driver assessed Nan Feng, recognizing that he hardly appeared impoverished. After all, a child heading to the Nan estate was no ordinary child. "All right, kid, hop in," he replied. Once inside, the car roared to life and sped toward the Nan family estate. At the Nan estate, in the main hall, Nan Xiao was recounting the events of Nan Feng's day. He started by throwing a punch at me and even struck Zhao Xia. Upon hearing the latter part of the statement, Zhao Feng's composure faltered. Zhao Xia was a child of her maternal family. By kinship, she was to be addressed as aunt. Goodness, this child must be from the countryside. On his first day at school, he resorts to violence and leaves Xiao in such a state. Indeed, mother, this child lacks decorum. Perhaps it would be best for him to remain at home, living as an ordinary young master. After all, when Xiao inherits the Nan family, will he not provide for him? Lin Wanyue remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at her son before letting out a cold huff. What are you insinuating about Feng? Oh, a mere child. As for Nan Xiao, you brothers fought among yourselves. Why should he be at fault? And regarding whether he struck a girl from the Zhao family, that could be discussed later. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside. "Brother-in-law, sister, you must hear me out." A middle-aged man, somewhat portly, entered, leading a young girl, none other than Zhao Xia. Zhao Feng stepped forward. "Brother, you've come for this matter? It's all that country bumpkin's fault." "Xia, are you unharmed?" Zhao Xia immediately greeted with utmost respect. "Greetings, aunt, uncle, and grandmother." The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Feng's brother, Zhao Xiong, promptly interjected, "Old madam, I understand your concern for your grandson, but this child is equally dear to my heart. Look at how he has been beaten to such a state. A few minor injuries would be inconsequential, yet with so many witnesses at school, it brings shame upon both the Nan and Zhao families." Lin Wanyue, upon hearing this, calmly replied, "I maintain my stance. Once my grandson returns, I shall inquire about this matter personally. With all of you here, exhibiting such formidable presence, what exactly do you intend to achieve?" Nan Jai spoke up. "Mother, it's not that. On his very first day at school, he has already caused such a commotion. I believe it would be better for him to remain at home and hire a tutor, thereby sparing me the embarrassment of his antics." "Oh, Jai, if you are suggesting that, should I also confine you at home for the troubles you have caused me, which remain unresolved to this day? You truly possess remarkable talent." Upon hearing his mother mention this, Nan Jai quickly interrupted. "Ah, please refrain from discussing this in front of Zhao Xiong and the others. Now you understand the concept of shame?" Lin Wanyue continued. At that moment, Nan Feng entered, accompanied by another individual. Nan Jai seized the opportunity to vent his frustration. Pointing at Nan Feng, You still remember to come back? Do you have any idea what time it is? You almost missed the auspicious hour. And who is this person?" Zhao Feng let out a cold laugh. You are quite lacking in decorum, bringing strangers into our home so casually. Nan Feng replied with poise. This is my driver. I took a taxi back as I had no money to pay the fare. Lin Wanyue glanced at the female housekeeper beside her, who promptly stepped forward to handle the payment. Lin Wanyue surveyed the gathered individuals, stating coldly, How splendid! Is my Nan family's lineage to be left without a vehicle? Jai, who permitted you to economize on my behalf? Nan Jai, taken aback by her words, faltered momentarily before attempting to shift the blame. Zhao Feng, what is going on? Wasn't it your responsibility to arrange transportation for the children? Zhao Feng cast a glance at Lin Wanyue, responding, I simply forgot. It was his first day back. You can forget your own son's driver. Thankfully, Nan Feng knew how to hail a taxi. Otherwise, it would have delayed matters. Lin Wanyue looked at Nan Feng and added, As you can see, so many people are here waiting for you. Nan Feng bowed respectfully. Grandmother, may I inquire what these individuals wish to know? He merely glanced around and discerned that their presence was solely due to the earlier altercation he had with Zhao Xia. Observing that Nan Feng exhibited no signs of fear or panic, Zhao Xia became even more infuriated. Grandmother, he hit me. He slapped me, and my face is swollen. My sister was also struck by him. She dared not retaliate, and her hand was injured, wailing. Upon seeing her cry, Nan Xiao joined in her lament. Wah, yes. He hit me too. It was quite severe. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Xia's father felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. Madam, seeing the child in such a state is truly heartbreaking, he lamented. Nan Jai immediately intensified the situation, exclaiming, My Xiaoer is such a sensible child. It has been subjected to such violence. This child must be withdrawn from school and stay at home. Only when the wildness within is quelled shall he return to his studies. Hold on, Lin Wanyu interjected, furrowing her brow. You all chatter incessantly. Do you intend for this old woman to heed anyone in particular? Silence yourselves. Her words instantly hushed the two children who had been weeping inconsolably. Lin Wanyu gently urged. Now, speak to your grandmother. Tell her what transpired at school today. They claim you lack decorum, a notion I vehemently dispute. Nan Feng stood tall and replied resolutely, Indeed, I did strike them, but they deserved it. Chapter 8 Greetings to all. Apologize to my grandson. Arrogant. Presumptuous. These two words instantly surfaced in the minds of the onlookers. In this day and age, who does not cherish their child as if they were the most precious treasure, especially within the confines of a school? To witness a child being subjected to such violence is unconscionable. Generally, those who engage in such behavior would be filled with trepidation, never exhibiting such an air of entitlement. What manner of child is this? He is akin to the heartless rustic folk. Nan Jia spoke in a low, stern voice. Zhao Feng's tone also turned frosty, questioning, Child, how can you display such an attitude when you have done wrong? At that moment, Nan Xiaowei and Nan Yuma, two elder sisters returning home from school, entered the scene. Upon observing the situation and the evident handprint on their younger brother Nan Xiao's face, they expressed their concern. Nan Xiao, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? Tell your sisters, and we shall avenge you. Yet, Nan Xiao remained silent, wearing a look of grievance, unwilling to speak, thinking to himself that he was merely unfortunate to have angered his brother Nan Feng. Nan Feng, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smirk, reminiscent of the time a millennium ago when his younger brother, the second prince, often displayed a similar facade of innocence. Grandmother, how can you tolerate such a disrespectful and obstinate child as Nan Feng? Does he not deserve to be expelled from the Nan family? Lin Wanyue regarded Nan Feng with curiosity. Nan Feng, everyone speaks of you in this manner. Do you not have an explanation for your actions? Suddenly, Nan Feng bowed slightly, meeting Lin Wanyue's gaze with unwavering intensity, and proclaimed, Grandmother, I must assert that I acted to uphold the honor of the Nan family. What? All eyes turned sharply towards the 6-year-old boy. Are you suggesting that you struck someone for the sake of the Nan family? What kind of reasoning is this? Lin Wanyue's lips began to curl into a smile, proud of her grandson's composure amidst the collective scrutiny. If you were to utter any fallacious reasoning, I, as your grandmother, would still stand by you. Nan Jia exclaimed, Nonsense! You've initiated the violence and claim others deserve it? What kind of twisted logic is that? Nan Xiaowei added, Indeed, look at what you have done to my brother. You should kneel and apologize. Kneeling is not enough. Let me slap him. Then Yuma exclaimed. Zhao Feng was equally outraged, arguing, how dare you desire to pay homage to your ancestors? At this moment, Zhao Xiong delivered a scornful remark. Truly, the third young master of the Nan family is something else. So brazen to strike someone, yet maintain that the other party deserves it. What? Should my child apologize to you now? Nan Feng replied nonchalantly. She indeed should. You. It is not that I, Zhao Xiong, lack respect for your family, but rather your rural young master is exceedingly overbearing. Enough. Everyone quiet down. Nan Feng, please continue, Lin Wanyu instructed. Nan Feng promptly replied, Grandmother. It is as follows. Nan Xiao, Zhao Xia, and Gong Sun Zan formed a small team at school, operating under the banners of the Nan and Zhao families, calling themselves the Three Scoundrels, behaving as if they are the kings of the students, bullying their classmates, and committing numerous misdeeds. Witnessing my younger brother err without a hint of remorse, and alongside Zhao Xia and her companions obstructing my path and assaulting me, I found myself compelled to teach them a lesson. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. The Nan family, being a prominent clan, ought to place greater emphasis on propriety. Shouldn't Ti, as the eldest brother, guide the younger generation when they indulge in reckless behavior? Upon uttering these words, a palpable tension enveloped the room. Is this truly the case? Lin Wanyue's expression darkened gradually. Nan Jai, are you aware that the son you have nurtured for millions behaves so recklessly at school? At this moment, cold sweat dripped down Nan Jai's back. Naturally, the school faculty had reported this matter, but he had dismissed it, eventually forgetting it altogether. No, mother, this boy is arguing without reason. His words so meticulously crafted that it is evident he has rehearsed them beforehand. Zhao Feng unwaveringly believed in Nan Xiao, having raised him for 6 years, their bond unbreakable. Although Nan Feng shares blood ties, he had been estranged for many years. At this juncture, Nan Feng smiled slyly. Am I not speaking the truth? Since everyone is present, grandmother could simply inquire herself. Lin Wanyue regarded Nan Feng with a hint of admiration and nodded. Nan Xiao, is what your brother saying accurate? At this moment, Nan Xiao was visibly flustered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Lin Wanyue shook her head. I have no further inquiries for him. Zhao family girl, what is your perspective? Zhao Xia, somewhat steadier, replied. Old madam, even if I did strike him first, he is a male, and I am a female. He should yield to me. Zhao Xiong's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Having brought his daughter to seek an explanation, he found himself in a predicament, with his daughter entangled in the matter. Child, why do you bring such shame upon me? Zhao Xia, noticing her father's lack of support, immediately retorted, Dad, he is just a wild child. What do you expect from us? So what if he is a wild child? Enough. Lin Wanyue interjected coldly. Zhao Xiong, this is your Zhao family child. I cannot dictate what happens, but as your elder, I demand an apology for my grandson. What? Zhao Xiong's face darkened further. Surely I must apologize? What reasoning is this? Old madam, Lin Wanyue abruptly rose. What? I am Lin Wanyue, the wife of the former head of the Nan family. In your Zhao family, by kinship, you ought to address me as aunt. I demand an apology because, as the head of the Zhao family, you cannot discern the truth of a child's words. Yet you dare to pressure my grandson here. Zhao Xiong, how audacious you are. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiong's expression shifted, a mix of shame and anger overtaking him. Zhao Xia, however, remained smug. Dad, this old hag speaks to us this way. We can simply leave. This country bumpkin should kneel and let me strike him. Does he dare retaliate? Next time, I shall make him regret it. Silence. Zhao Xiong, truly infuriated, swiftly delivered a slap, sending Zhao Xia sprawling on the ground. You have driven me to the brink. The old madam is my elder. What are you saying? You have brought disgrace upon the Zhao family. At this moment, he turned around and clasped his hands together, addressing the elderly lady and the third young master. It is I who have failed in my guidance. This child has completely gone astray. Today's incident is a fault of the Zhao family, and in a few days, we shall send our apologies to the Nan residents. With that, he swiftly picked up his struggling daughter and fled the scene. At this juncture, all present fell into a profound silence, fully aware that Lin Wanyue was genuinely enraged. Lin Wanyue declared, "According to my husband's will, I possess the authority to allocate your shares at any time. From this day forth, Nanjia shares shall be reduced by 5%, while each of you will see a decrease of 1%. The deducted shares will be allocated to Nan Feng." Chapter 9. Meeting the Ancestors, a Fortunate Blessing? What? Mother, how can this be? Just like that. I've lost 5%. I initially had 30%, and now I'm left with only 25%? Nan Yue shook her head. "Grandmother, what have you done? We only had 5%, and now it's reduced to 4. In this countryside." Nan Feng suddenly realized, is it possible that I now possess 9%? Wouldn't that make me the highest among us? His gaze shifted. What? In this world, do women indeed have inheritance rights? Lin Wanyue asserted with conviction. Nan Feng is the eldest male of the Nong family, positioned at the forefront of the lineage. Is there any issue with that? Moreover, you all have disappointed me greatly. Prepare yourselves. There is a charity gala tonight, and everyone must attend, Lin Wanyue instructed. Noticing Nan Feng lost in thought, she added, "Come with me." Nan Feng promptly followed Lin Wanyue towards the ancestral hall, leaving the rest of the Nong family in a state of disarray. Lin Wanyue smiled brightly. "I will take you to pay respects to your grandfather, and, in doing so, help you acknowledge your roots." Nan Feng nodded. "Yes, grandmother." "Call me grandmother?" "You should say granny. You resemble your grandfather in his youth, possessing a straightforward character and a meticulous approach to matters. Truly a testament to the Nong lineage." A thought crossed Nan Feng's mind. "Granny, is our Nong family connected to the Southern Dynasty from a millennium ago?" Lin Wanyue paused briefly before continuing. "This is no secret. Our family is indeed a descendant of the imperial bloodline of the Southern Dynasty." Nan Feng's eyes glimmered with realization. "So that explains why Nong Shao bears such a striking resemblance to my useless brother from back then. But wait, Nong Shao is not of the Nong bloodline, is he?" Lin Wanyue chuckled. "You're quite astute. In truth, Nong Shao is indeed of our bloodline. However, your father orchestrated a ruse. He could deceive others, but not me. His mother's dubious status was unworthy of mention. Your father adopted him through an orphanage, while your mother, blissfully unaware, has showered affection on the son of a mistress for years. How foolish." Nan Feng nodded in understanding. "Now makes sense. Now that you are aware, do you intend to inform your mother? Let her align with your faction?" Lin Wanyue contemplated, considering that a 6-year-old orphan would benefit most from such a strategy, garnering more support in future family conflicts. Nan Feng replied calmly, "I do not plan to tell her." "Oh." Lin Wanyue found herself admiring the child even more. At that moment, they arrived at the ancestral hall, where the ancestral tablets were prominently displayed. Lin Wanyue glanced at Nan Feng. "Go pay homage to your grandfather with a stick of incense, and then offer another to the ancestors." Nan Feng nodded and approached the spirit tablets, placing 3 sticks of incense before the tablet of Nan Wanshan, performing a set of impeccably standard rituals. Lin Wanyue nodded in satisfaction, remarking on the child's depth of thought. "You are indeed quite cunning, contemplating the day when, at a crucial moment, Zhao Feng's past transgressions against you transform into guilt. You desire her to repay you more profoundly, do you not?" Nan Feng, with his small figure turned away from Lin Wanyue, recognized his grandmother's wisdom. After speaking, he lit 3 incense sticks and slowly approached the ancestral tablets. At that moment, the ancestral tablets suddenly trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, toppling one after another. Despite her extensive experience, Lin Wanyue had never witnessed such a phenomenon. How could this happen? Is it that the ancestors do not acknowledge you? Nan Feng's thoughts stirred slightly. After all, the descendants of the Nan family were all his kin, at least in spirit. Could it be that the ancestors of the Nan family could not endure the incense I offer? He turned to Lin Wanyue, smiling, and asked, "Grandmother, have you ever heard the saying that deep blessings cannot be squandered?" Lin Wanyue was taken aback. "What does that mean?" Nan Feng replied with a smile. "I once read an ancient text from the Southern Dynasties that stated if a person possesses profound blessings, their ancestors are unable to enjoy the incense offered to them. An old blind man once read my fortune and told me I harbored the aura of a purple dragon, indicating a source of great fortune. Thus, grandmother. It may simply be for this reason rather than anything else. Lin Wanyue felt a sense of disorientation. Before her stood not a mere 6-year-old child, but a sage with the profound thoughts of a centenarian. Memories of Nan Feng's calligraphy flashed through her mind, and she could not help but notice how his brushstrokes resembled those ancient characters on the wall from a millennium ago. Shaking off her thoughts, she continued, "By the way, come with me to the side hall. Master Lu, the renowned calligrapher, is waiting there for you." I exerted considerable effort to invite such an eminent figure. A calligraphy master? Nan Feng was unimpressed. After all, he was a prince and a prodigy of the Southern Dynasty, having already reached a high level of mastery in calligraphy by the age of 13. Meanwhile, in the side hall of the Nan family, an elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit was meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the door to the side hall was pushed open, and Nan Jai entered with his children in tow. "Behave yourselves. This gentleman is a master of calligraphy. Seize this opportunity." Stepping forward, he addressed Lu, Master Lu. Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes, smiling gently as he nodded. "Head of the Nan family, I hope all is well." Nan Jai responded, "I never anticipated that Master Lu would grace our humble abode. It truly brightens our day. I have brought my 3 unremarkable children to pay their respects." Lu Yu replied with a smile, "I was also invited by the old matriarch. She mentioned that there is a child in your family who, at a young age, possesses the demeanor of a master in his writing, which ignited my desire to take on a disciple." Upon hearing this, a look of joy spread across Nan Jai's face. If his 3 seemingly inept children could earn the recognition of Master Lu and be taken as disciples, it would bring honor to the Nan family externally and please the matriarch internally. As for Lu Yu's comment about a child with the aura of a master, he paid it little mind, thinking that since they were already there, he might as well spend a little money. What if he could take on another disciple? Furthermore, he certainly did not believe that the wayward son possessed any genuine talent. Who could say if the old lady had simply misjudged? With this thought, he waved his hand, and from Nan Shao to Nan Yue and Nan Yamong, each presented a brocade box. Within, of course, lay gifts of considerable worth. "This is merely a token of my respect as a disciple. I hope you will graciously accept it," Nan Ji remarked. Seeing this, Lu Yu immediately stood up to decline. "Master Nan, this is unacceptable. Taking on a disciple is no trivial matter. Do you think I, Lu, would be such a person?" Lu Yu's face turned slightly flushed. Realizing the strategy was ineffective, Nan Ji promptly suggested, "Well then, Mr. Lu, since you are here, perhaps you could offer some guidance to my somewhat inept children. If they show promise, we may reconsider the matter of discipleship." Lu Yu raised his hand and responded, "Master Nan, you flatter me. However, I wonder if the child capable of writing in the Nan style is among these few." He had come in haste and was not fully aware of which of the Nan family members possessed such remarkable abilities. Chapter 10. The Rise of the Southern Family. The prodigy Nanji promptly introduced Nan Shao, my 6-year-old son, who has been meticulously nurtured according to the family standards since childhood. He excels in calligraphy and painting. "Nan Shao, come and write a passage for Teacher Lu." Lu Yu was taken aback. A 6-year-old child? Could he be the prodigy the old matriarch spoke of? Does he truly possess the extraordinary talent she described? Very well, I shall observe. Since writing is to commence, let these children all participate. I shall assist in the appraisal. Upon hearing this, Nanji's face lit up with delight. "Excellent. You all, why aren't you writing for Teacher Lu to see?" Nan Yue and Nan Yuma exchanged glances. They had all studied calligraphy for a period, being scions of a prominent family, yet they found it tedious and never truly devoted themselves to mastering it. Thus, they only grasped the basics, and as for Nan Shao, he was utterly inexperienced. The 3 children could only muster the courage to approach the writing desk. Nanji thought to himself, if Nan Feng, also a 6-year-old, could astonish and please their grandmother, then surely my 3 children cannot be lacking by much. At that moment, the 3 began to put brush to paper. They hastily penned 2 characters each, then quickly set down their brushes, anticipating Teacher Lu's critique. Nanji gestured, "Teacher Lu, please." Lu nodded, "Very well. Let us assess the children's skills." The 2 approached the writing desk and the children's calligraphy was instantly apparent. Lu Yu's expression turned awkward. The characters written by 6-year-old Nan Xiao resembled the squiggles of a worm. Is this what you call education? Seriously, my friend, have you been led astray? As for the two older children, one could only describe their efforts as unimpressive, akin to a primary school level. He was at a loss for words and offering feedback. Nanji, oblivious to the quality of the calligraphy, smiled broadly and asked, "So, Teacher Lu, how do my 3 children fare?" Lu Yu, feeling deeply embarrassed, replied with a forced smile, "While these 3 have made commendable attempts, they do not meet my standards for apprenticeship. The Nan family, with such potential, could easily engage several suitable instructors. It is merely that my requirements for disciples are rather stringent. Do you not see my discomfort?" Lu Yu thought to himself, bemused. This head of the Nan family truly embodies the external rumors, lacking in literary merit, merely a vessel for food and drink. Before Nanji could fully grasp the situation, Lu Yu promptly stood up, declaring, "I shall take my leave. Teacher Lu has yet to witness the true calligraphy of my grandson. How can you leave without seeing it?" A voice interjected. Everyone turned to find Lin Wanyue arriving, accompanied by Nan Feng. Nanji replied dismissively, "Mother, my 3 children have already performed for the master, and he found them lacking. What can a rural child, even if he is 6 years old, possibly achieve? Surely he cannot surpass his elder sister, a university student." In Nanji's view, his eldest daughter, Nan Yue, having studied calligraphy since childhood, could not possibly be outdone by a mere 6-year-old. Lin Wanyue candidly stated, combined, they do not measure up to even a fingertip of Nan Feng. As soon as Nan Yue and Nan Yumeng heard this, they immediately felt indignant. "Grandma, Lu Dejia hasn't even seen it yet. How can you belittle us so?" Indeed, Lu Dejia just mentioned that he is very strict. If we do not meet his standards, he will not accept disciples. Yes, one must prove themselves, not rely on your favoritism to disparage us. Lin Wanyue, however, remained unfazed, merely casting a faint glance at Nan Feng. "My dear grandson, since they wish to see, then let them see, lest they claim that this old woman is biased." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu nodded. "Since the old lady has spoken, I too wish to see if this child is indeed as remarkable as you described over the phone, or if he is merely a product of your personal affection." At this moment, Nan Feng had approached the desk, casually brushing aside the calligraphy done by the 3, letting it fall to the ground. The 2 sisters, Nan Yue and Nan Yumeng, immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. "Is this not going too far? Regardless, those are our creations." "Yes, this is rather arrogant." Nan Feng slowly ground the ink, replying nonchalantly, "Creations? What you have written hardly qualifies for such a title. I would call it rubbish instead." "You," Nan Yue retorted coldly, "one impudent child. I shall see how you embarrass yourself in front of Master Lu." Nan Yumeng similarly scoffed, "Just based on you. I wonder whether you will produce a masterpiece or mere trash." Nan Feng chose not to respond further and focused intently on his task. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's eyes gleamed. The Nan calligraphy had specific requirements for ink, and to capture its essence, the ink must be sufficiently rich. "I now believe this child possesses genuine talent," he thought. Nan Jai felt a flush on his cheeks. Ultimately, it all depended on the outcome of the writing. At that moment, Nan Feng glanced at his grandmother, realizing that to gain her support, he must demonstrate extraordinary worth. Among the former princes of the Southern Dynasty, his exceptional talent had enabled him to stand out. The essence of this world lies in the exchange of interests, a truth he understood better than anyone else. With this in mind, Nan Feng began to write. Wu Lao once roost the 5-colored phoenix. Thunder shook the empty valley, shaking the crown. 10 years sharpening the sword, its cold light moves. One evening, the old residence rejoices. Under the momentum of Nan Feng's presence, everyone forgot to speak, as if the youthful boy before them had transformed into an ancient ancestor. Lin Wanyue, her aging eyes misty, seemed to glimpse her departed husband, tears welling in her eyes. After a long pause, Nan Feng halted his brush. Only then did Lin Wanyue speak. "Excellent. Truly, you are a son of the Nan family. Our clan shall flourish." Lu Yu, filled with astonishment, slowly approached. trembling as he picked up the calligraphy, murmuring, "The characters are neat yet free-spirited, akin to a runaway steed, yet they exude an overwhelming aura. This is simply unbelievable. This is something a 6-year-old could write. And this poetry implies the family's impending prosperity. Old lady, your Nan family has produced a prodigy. How can there be any doubt about your clan's success?" The term Chilan child and the flourishing of the Nan family resonated melodiously in Lin Wanyue's ears. However, to the others present, it was an utter cacophony. Nan Yue could not restrain herself and exclaimed, "How could a mere child from the countryside possess such prowess? To be chosen as a disciple by Master Lu? Truly, heaven must be blind." Chapter 11. Indeed, the bloodline of the Nan family boasts remarkable beauty. Just at that moment, Lu Yu suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment. When did I ever express the desire to accept a disciple? Not accepting a disciple?" Nan Jai breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Nan Feng still did not meet the standards for apprenticeship. Thus, his own shower did not fare too poorly in comparison. Contemplating this, he feigned comfort, saying, "Nan Feng, do not be disheartened. Lu's standards for discipleship are exceedingly high. His disregard for you merely attests to your abilities being rather ordinary." Nan Yue scoffed. "I thought this rustic fellow possessed some remarkable skills. Yet it turns out he is no different." Nan Shao, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, chimed in, "Please do not speak ill of brother Nan Feng. He is already quite impressive." Lin Wanyue furrowed her brows slightly, thinking it shouldn't be this way. Although Lu Yu had discerning tastes, in her eyes, her grandson's abilities surpassed those of an ordinary child. At that moment, Lu Yu smiled and said, "Everyone has misunderstood me. What I truly meant to convey is that Master Nan Feng's prowess is not significantly inferior to mine. In fact, he may even surpass me. How could I, no matter how brazen, accept such a person as my disciple? That would contradict my principles. Thus, I cannot take him as a disciple. But I hope to befriend Master Nan Feng, cultivating a relationship of mutual respect across generations. Master Nan Feng, would you consent?" Nan Feng regarded the calligrapher with a measure of admiration, acknowledging his discernment. "Very well." "Haha, that is splendid." Lu Yu laughed joyously. The onlookers were left speechless, dumbfounded. What did this mean? Becoming friends with the esteemed Lu Yu? Even Nan Jai, despite his lack of acumen, understood the significance of such a statement. This implied that within the realm of calligraphy, Nan Feng had already attained a status comparable to Lu Yu. What ist? Meanwhile, the Nan siblings cast envious glances at Nan Feng. This Nan Feng had returned from outside and first earned their grandmother's approval, and now even Lu Yu. Nan You's expression darkened as she whispered to her sister Nan Yuman, "This fellow clearly harbors intentions against us. He has come to the Nan family to settle a score." Lin Wanyue was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure, urging, "Nan Feng, you should promptly exchange contact information with Lu Yu. You both should keep in touch frequently." Nan Feng replied nonchalantly, "Grandmother, I do not possess a phone." "What? How can you not have a phone? You have been back for several days. What if there is a need to contact you?" Lin Wanyue's expression turned grim. "Is this the treatment that our family's calligraphy master receives?" The three Nan siblings felt a slight relief. This wild child returned, yet garnered no attention from his parents. It seemed they were still favored more by their parents. As for their grandmother's affection, Nan Feng was merely 6 years old. After their grandmother's passing, the Nan family's legacy would ultimately belong to the three of them. Nan Jai, with a grim countenance, remarked, "Mother, with so much happening these past few days, how could I possibly remember such matters? I will instruct the steward to attend to it immediately. Please bear with me." Lu Yu. Observing the unusual atmosphere within the family, Lu Dajia promptly remarked, "Madam, you have my number. Once you receive a call from young Nan Feng, kindly save it for him. I shall take my leave now." With that, Lu Yu turned and departed from the Nan residence, while the matriarch arranged for the steward to escort him out. When Lin Wanyue looked back, she shot a fierce glare at Nan Ji. "Have you all prepared? The Gongsun family is hosting a charity gala today, and as one of the prominent families of Binhai, we must attend." She then turned to Nan Feng, instructing, "I will have the steward arrange a new hairstyle for you and provide you with a formal attire to accompany your grandmother to the gala." Nan Feng nodded with a smile. "A gala?" He had experienced many such events a millennium ago during his time in the Southern Dynasty. It should be quite similar, he mused. Moments later, as Nan Feng emerged in the hall of the Nan residence, adorned in his new attire and hairstyle, the family was taken aback. The matriarch's eyes lit up at the sight of him. "Oh dear, my precious grandson. With your appearance, you're no longer a mere child. You resemble a distinguished young gentleman, a model even." Clad in a pristine white suit, Nan Feng walked forward, exuding the confidence of a prince from the Southern Dynasty. In contrast, Nan Shao, despite wearing an equally splendid outfit, lacked the commanding presence of a royal from 1,000 years past. The disparity was evident. Nan Yue swallowed hard. No matter how handsome he appeared, she thought her younger brother Shaoer was still more charming. Nan Yumeng shook her head, commenting, "This boy carries an air of arrogance. I fail to see what is so attractive about him. It's truly laughable." Zhao Feng cast a couple of glances at Nan Feng. "Indeed, my genes are exceptional. Even raised in the countryside, he remains quite handsome." Nanji's opinion of Nan Feng softened slightly. At least he would not bring shame upon them when presented to others. Lin Wanyue beckoned to Nan Feng. Come here, stand by your grandmother. What a noble young man you are. I told you, the bloodline of our Nan family cannot be anything less than distinguished. With every gesture, you're nothing short of a little prince." A subtle smile graced Nan Feng's lips as he replied, "Grandmother, you speak the truth. Very well, let us embark as a family." At the Binhai City Charity Gala hosted by the Gongsun family, amidst the vibrant revelry, elegantly dressed men and women mingled. "Have you heard? The Nan family has reclaimed the child they lost in the countryside. Indeed, I just heard Zhao Xiao mention that the boy struck his daughter. Country folk are truly unsophisticated. He must be terrified in such an environment. Furthermore, it seems the Gongsun family's eldest grandson has taken an interest in Miss Nan Yue, and they may be contemplating a union tonight. I've heard the Gongsun heir is quite handsome, having returned from studying abroad. He is an overseas returnee." As the guests conversed, the grand doors of the venue slowly opened, heralding the arrival of the Nan family. Gongsun Changfeng, the head of the Gongsun family, along with his wife, stepped forward to greet them. "Madam, you have graced us with your presence without prior notice to us younger generations. I would have been delighted to receive you." Lin Wanyue smiled as she introduced her grandson, Nan Feng, to Gongsun Changfeng. "This is my beloved grandson, returned from the Nan family." Gongsun Changfeng immediately praised him, exclaiming, "A remarkable young man, truly a testament to the Nan lineage." At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated. A young aristocrat approached, saying, "Sister Yue, I trust you have been well." Nan Yue smiled as she glanced at the young man. "Brother Gongsun Jin, I thought you were studying abroad. How do you still remember me?" Gongsun Jin replied with a smile, "Though I may be far from home for my studies, it does not mean I do not miss you." Chapter 12. Are you for the Shangwan family? You are still too naive. Gongsun Changfeng was quite pleased with his eldest son, Gongsun Jin, and with a smile he said, "Madam, this is my eldest son, Gongsun Jin. He has quite taken a liking to Nan Yue. I propose a union between our families. What do you think?" Lin Wanyue smiled back at Gongsun Changfeng and remarked, "I have heard that tonight's auction features a rare treasure, the 1,000 birds greeting the Phoenix Jade Ring. If the two children are destined for each other, perhaps we could use this as a betrothal gift." Gongsun Changfeng laughed heartily. "Madam, you are indeed straightforward, and I share your sentiments. The 1,000 birds greeting the Phoenix Ring?" Nan Feng sighed softly. This ring was a treasured relic of the Southern Dynasty, once his own adornment, gifted to the crown princess on the day of their marriage. A millennium apart, one wonders if the crown princess has been reborn. At that moment, a host took the stage and announced, "Good evening, esteemed guests. We are honored to have the renowned Shangwan family oversee this charitable auction. Please welcome Miss Shangwan Qingwan." A young girl gracefully ascended the stage. From the audience, several young gentlemen remarked, "This is Shangwan Qingwan, the talented and beautiful daughter of the Shangwan family. She is stunning, with her oval face and waist-length hair. I admire her greatly. Ah, but she's only 16, still quite young." At this moment, Nan Feng was struck with shock. Shangwan Qinxian? She was the crown princess from 1,000 years ago, and this woman bore an uncanny resemblance to her. The Shangwan family? It appears she is a descendant of the Shangwan lineage, meaning she is a descendant of Shangguan Qinxian. How wonderful! At least she did not remain a widow after my death. Lin Wanyuan noticed Nan Feng's unusual demeanor and playfully asked, "Grandson, do you fancy this young lady?" Nan Feng shook his head, "Not exactly." At that moment, an artifact was presented on stage, and the host declared, "This item is an antique from the Southern Dynasty. The thousand birds greeting the phoenix jade ring. It carries auspicious connotations and is said to have belonged to the crown princess a millennium ago." At this juncture, Shangguan Qinghuan took the microphone and stated, "This artifact was also once part of our ancestral collection in the Shangguan family. Therefore, we are determined to acquire it." The host laughed heartily indeed. With the assurance of the Shangguan family, everyone should feel more at ease. This item starts at 3 million. For the affluent attendees, 3 million was hardly a concern. Gongsun Chongfeng immediately called out, "Gongsun family, 5 million. Others quickly chimed in, 8 million, 10 million. Nanji glanced at his mother and asked, "Should we not make a bid as well?" Lin Wanyue scoffed softly, "Such impatience. The Gongsun family is seeking to marry one of our daughters. This is the perfect moment to gauge their sincerity." Nanjie swallowed hard, appreciating the exquisite item before him. Nan Feng, with piercing eyes, furrowed his brow upon noticing the jade ring displayed. Something felt amiss. Just then, Shangguan Qinghuan suddenly called out, 20 million. The crowd fell silent in astonishment. The Shangguan family was offering 20 million outright? Surely, no one would dare to contest. Indeed, with the Shangguan family stepping in, the matter seemed settled. However, at that moment, Gongsun Chongfeng interjected, 30 million. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qinghuan smiled and opted to withdraw. Ultimately, the Gongsun family acquired the coveted piece. At that moment, Gongsun Jin approached Nan Yue, presenting her with the ornate box. He gently placed the jade ring around her neck. But Nan Feng shook his head. "You placed it incorrectly." Nan Yue, lost in her own emotional reverie, frowned at his remark. "What do you know, you little brat?" Gongsun Jin also displayed displeasure. Nan Yue, her voice low, retorted, "Everyone is watching quietly, yet you're the only one who speaks, a boorish country bumpkin." Nearby, other distinguished guests began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, this child is quite rude. Even if she wore it wrong, does Gongsun young master not know? Exactly. Coming from the countryside, clearly lacking in manners, perhaps he should speak less. Hearing these remarks, Nanjie's face flushed crimson. "Silence. If you don't speak, no one will consider you a mute. If you had even half of your brother Nan Zhao's understanding, you wouldn't be causing such a ruckus here. Where is your upbringing?" Despite the criticisms directed at him, young Nan Feng stood with poise and replied coolly, "Your manners are impeccable. Yet you don't even know how to wear an ornament properly? Clearly, your esteemed selves are unaware that this Southern Dynasty jade ring is a counterfeit." Gasps of shock echoed through the crowd. Did he just claim this item is fake? What does he mean by that? Surely, he is mistaken. This is an item recognized by the Shangguan family. Is he suggesting he is more knowledgeable than Shangguan Qinghuan? How dare he speak in such a manner? What place does he have to voice such opinions? Meanwhile, Gongsun Jin's face turned red with indignation. "What do you mean? Are you implying that the several million I spent on this item was for a fake? How dare you? Child, do not speak recklessly. Is this the upbringing of your Nan family?" Nan Yue was seething with anger. Gongsun young master was a highly desirable match, handsome and well-educated. "So, as my brother, you choose to disrupt my romantic prospects, do you? Nan Feng, are you courting disaster? You are just creating chaos." Slowly, Gongsun Chongfeng approached. "Elder madam, what is happening here? This child must not speak so carelessly." Nan Feng cast a calm glance towards the flustered individuals. Initially, he had no desire to intervene. But as this was an artifact from the Southern Dynasty and a part of his past, the presence of a counterfeit was intolerable. Lin Wanyue cast a glance at Gongsun Chongfeng, the head of the Gongsun family. "My grandson is not a child prone to falsehoods. Since the offspring of the Shangguan family is present, why not allow her to take another look?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qinghuan smiled and responded, "Esteemed elders, please remain calm. All the treasures have been thoroughly examined by my uncles. If this young master from the Nan family harbors doubts, I shall take a closer look. However, I must emphasize that this matter pertains to the reputation of the Shangwan clan. If the Thousand Birds and Phoenix ring proves authentic, I shall require an apology from you. Young Master Nan, hearing this, Nan Feng's lips curled into a smirk. Very well. The audience buzzed with murmurs. Was the young master of the Nan family truly eager to offer an apology? How amusing it was to see a country bumpkin fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Shangwan Qingwan retrieved a magnifying glass and scrutinized the jade ring for a considerable time before declaring, according to ancient texts, its brilliance is subtle, and its surface is as pristine as snow on ice. It appears to be without flaw. Nan Feng shook his head and remarked, Shangwan Qingwan, you are still too naive. A wave of suppressed laughter rippled through the crowd. A mere 6-year-old child from the countryside dares to call others naive? What a farce. The Nan family had become the subject of ridicule. Chapter 13. This dagger of the Southern Dynasty prince belongs to my precious grandson. Lin Wanyue furrowed her brow and said, Fenger, do not seek the spotlight when it is not your time. Antiques are beyond your comprehension. Miss Shangwan, should my grandson have caused any offense, I ask for your forgiveness. Beside them, Zhao Feng felt her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Mother, this child has brought shame upon us. Perhaps we should let him wait outside at the entrance until we find him. Indeed, mother, this child has utterly disgraced the Nan family tonight. Nan Jai chimed in. Lin Wanyue's expression darkened further. You two should remain silent, especially in light of my grandson's actions. At that moment, Nan Feng suddenly stood with his hands clasped behind his back and spoke coolly. I, Nan Feng, assert that if I am mistaken in what I am about to say, there is no need for you to point it out. I will stand outside myself. However, if I am correct, should the Shangwan family, as the overseers, not owe everyone an apology? He then turned to Nanjai and Zhao Feng, saying, as my parents, while you may choose not to support me, please refrain from undermining me. You infuriate me. Nanjai clutched his chest and exclaimed, Mother, with this child around, I feel as though my years are being cut short. Lin Wanyue nodded. Very well, Nan Feng, speak your mind. Grandmother stand by your side. I have faith in you. Since the day you entered my home, you have continuously surprised me. Thus, trusting you seems a prudent choice. Nan Feng slowly stepped forward, stating, firstly, the Qian Niao Chao Feng ring belongs to the prince of the Southern Dynasty and was gifted to Shangwan Qinxian on their wedding night, thus belonging to your ancestral Shangwan family. Initially dismissive, Shangwan Qingwan found herself momentarily swayed by his words. This is a tale recorded in my Shangwan family genealogy. How do you know of it? Nan Feng chose not to answer directly and continued, this white jade ring is made of cold jade from the North Pole, inherently frigid in nature, yet you can see this white jade is evidently warm. Furthermore, the decorative fabric encasing the golden ring is pure gold, rather than exposing a bare gold ring like this. Additionally, this white jade ring bears 3-minute cracks. You may wish to inspect it closely. The cold jade of the Southern Dynasty, in its natural state, would not exhibit any imperfections upon the white jade, would it? Cracks? Shangwan Qingwan responded in astonishment. How could I have missed something like that? Wait, could it be? She retrieved a small flashlight and shone it upon the white jade. Moments later, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. This indeed, as he said, there's an issue with this white jade? Gasps of shock filled the room. No way. This child? What am I then? This is unbelievable. How could this child know so much? At this moment, Shangwan Qingwan's complexion paled slightly, her hand holding the jade ring trembling. Taking a deep breath, she declared, Young Master Nan speaks truthfully. While this white jade is indeed of high quality, it is not from the Southern Dynasty. It is merely a counterfeit. After speaking, she clasped her hands and said, I, Shangwan Qingwan, offer my sincerest apologies. Nan Feng waved his hand slightly, acknowledging it was not your intention. However, Gong Sun Chong Feng, having overheard, was not pleased. What is wrong with the Shangwan family? How can one misjudge a piece of jade? Shangwan Qingwan replied, According to the customs of my family, we shall compensate threefold for this white jade ring. The other distinguished guests began to shake their heads in disbelief. Ah, had I known, I would have purchased it regardless of the price, turning a profit threefold. Yet, the young master of the Nan family seemed perplexed. At this moment, the Nan siblings gazed incredulously at Nan Feng's retreating figure. Nan Yuming murmured, "I feel a sense of dread. Have you ever encountered such a remarkable child?" Nan Ji swallowed hard, his expression darkening. This boy truly possesses some genuine talent. The charity auction continued thereafter. The illustrious individuals who won the bids often approached Nan Feng to inquire, which brought considerable prestige to the Nan family. Lin Wanyue smiled brightly, saying, "So, how does it feel to know my dear grandson has brought honor to our family?" Nan Ji and the others felt a flush of warmth on their faces. Just then, the host on stage announced, "The final item for auction is the personal dagger of the Crown Prince of the Southern Dynasty." Nan Feng's eyes flickered. It was indeed his dagger. Lin Wanyuan noticed a shift in his demeanor and asked, "What? Do you fancy this dagger?" Nan Feng merely smiled in silence. Lin Wanyue raised her bidding card, declaring, "The Nan family offers 10 million. The host was taken aback, exclaiming, "The starting price for this dagger was 1 million. And the Nan family bids 10 million outright? It seems the old matriarch truly dotes on her grandson." Hearing this, Nan Zhao's expression dimmed slightly as she glanced at Nan Ji. "Father." Nan Ji felt a pang of sympathy, saying, "Mother, Nan Xiao also has an affinity for it. What if he knows nothing of the Southern Dynasty? Nan Feng is indeed worthy of the Crown Prince's dagger. Refrain from your meddling." Nan Ji's countenance soured immediately at the reprimand. Was the dagger truly destined for Nan Feng? Had their mother already chosen the next heir in her heart? The wariness in Nan Ji's gaze towards Nan Feng deepened. At this moment, due to Lin Wanyue's esteemed status, the other distinguished guests were reluctant to contend with the matriarch. Ultimately, the dagger of the Southern Dynasty was sold for 10 million, belonging to Nan Feng. He slightly inclined his body, saying, "Thank you, grandmother." With Lin Wanyue's support, the shares of the Nan family would inevitably be his in due time. As he contemplated this, Shangguan Qingwan approached him. "Child, your skill in appraising treasures is quite impressive." Nan Feng replied nonchalantly, "It is satisfactory." Lin Wanyue, with a beaming smile, invited Qingwan. "It has been quite some time since you visited our Nan residence. If you are free in the coming days, please come. I shall host you." Shangguan Qingwan smiled brightly, responding, "Certainly, if grandmother wishes it, I shall surely come." After Shangguan Qingwan departed, Lin Wanyue remarked, "The Nan family and the Shangguan family have been on amicable terms for generations, hence our familiarity." Nan Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Nan family belonged to the royal lineage of the Southern Dynasty, just as the Shangguan family was part of the aristocracy. Generational harmony is indeed a norm. "All right, grandmother, I wish to indulge in some solitude for a while." The charity gala proceeds uninterrupted. Nan Feng finds himself at the snack stall, where he helps himself to an assortment of delicacies, savoring their flavors which surpass those of the Southern Dynasty. During his time in the Southern Dynasty, he possessed an extraordinary memory, enabling him to learn various skills, including culinary arts. Though a gentleman typically steers clear of the kitchen, as a prince of the Southern Dynasty, he believes that possessing multiple talents is never a burden. At this moment, Nan Xiao saunters over to Nan Feng's side. "Nan Feng, I must concede your prowess, but heed my warning. Within the Nan family, the affection of our parents is directed toward me, and my sisters love me as well. I will ensure you are expelled. Everything belonging to the Nan family is mine." With that, he upends the contents of his bowl upon himself and shouts, "Mother, father, Nan Feng has spilled food on me." Upon hearing this, the surrounding elite begin to murmur amongst themselves. It appears that the brothers of the Nan family are in disharmony. This newly reclaimed young master certainly has a spirited temperament, yet it seems that within the grandeur of high society, familial bonds are tenuous at best. Chapter 14. Come, receive a gentle slap from me. Just when everyone anticipated that Nan Feng would offer an explanation, he unexpectedly raised his hand and remarked nonchalantly, "If I did not give you a slap, would it not be a disservice to your little performance?" With that, Nan Feng's hand came down. Smack! Nan Xiao was sent spinning around 2.5 times before collapsing onto the ground, bawling uncontrollably. This time, he was genuinely hurt. Nan Feng showed no mercy. Accompanying the cries was a furious outburst. "What are you doing? What have you done to your brother, you ungrateful child?" Nan Ji rushed to Nan Zhao's side and scooped him up. Zhao Feng also arrived at the scene. Incredulous, did you really hit him? Can you not tolerate your brother so much? I understand you are envious of him, but can you not harbor jealousy for a moment? At that moment, Nan Yue rushed forward, pointing at Nan Feng. You, get out. This is an upscale venue. You're not welcome here. Precisely. Who do you think you are? Hitting our brother? Nan Yuming's face was ashen. Their precious, delicate brother was usually so cherished that no one would dare to strike him. Yet since your arrival, it seemed he was being hit twice a day. What is the matter? Did you find a taste for it? Nan Feng, indifferent, stated. Nan Xiao lied and slandered his elder brother. What is wrong with me giving him a slap? Slander his elder brother? Nan Ji was infuriated. You little brat. Just because you exchanged a few harsh words does not mean it constitutes slandering your elder brother. Should he only comply with your whims? Nan Feng shook his head, adopting an air of superiority. Indeed, the elder brother is like a father. What fault have I committed? From a distance, a gathering of distinguished individuals began to stifle their laughter. How is it that I find this child's words utterly reasonable? Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. He truly embodies a little feudal spirit. Where did he learn such archaic views? Do not say that. Look at how red Nanji's face has become. At that moment, the matriarch, Lin Wanyue, approached slowly. Enough, children squabbling. What is your involvement? Moreover, my dear grandson is well versed in etiquette. This Nan Xiao has indeed been spoiled by all of you over the years. What harm is there in a little correction? Nan Ji was immediately dissatisfied. He is only 6 years old. What correction is warranted? Zhao Feng added, I raised this child with great care. I did not rear him to be beaten. Mother, you're being too biased. Lin Wanyue candidly replied, you all dote on Nan Xiao, while I, as an elderly matron, alone cherish Nan Feng. Is that not acceptable? Nan Ji replied solemnly, Mother, it is not as simple as that. Nan Xiao is quite sensible. This child from the countryside behaves wildly. Can you not see that? Lin Wanyue's lips curled slightly. A child from the countryside? Wild in character? I sense a regal aura about this child. Hiss. Nan Ji inhaled sharply. All right, Mother. You are resolutely biased, I see. Very well. Let today's incident pass, but should there be a next time? If this boy dares to mar Xiao's face again, I will not let him off easily. Lin Wanyue narrowed her brows. Oh, Nanji, how imposing you are. Shall I not spare you as well? Nanji immediately felt deflated. Oh, Mother, why are you doing this? Nan Feng observed the family dynamics closely. It was as he had surmised. The wishes of the grandmother held paramount importance in the Nanjia household. Nevertheless, he needed to seize the night to thoroughly acquire knowledge of this world. Better to be prepared than caught unawares. Soon, the evening banquet concluded, and the Nanjia family returned to their estate. Upon entering the house, Nan Feng made his way to the study, retrieving 2 historical tomes before retreating to his room. This scene did not escape Nan Yuming's notice. She raised a hand to her mouth, a slight smile gracing her lips. I should enlist my sister to deal with this fellow. Once in his room, Nan Feng began to peruse the historical texts. The history of the Southern Dynasty mirrored closely with what he had previously studied. As for the history of the Southern Dynasty, he had also encountered it in the school library. Nan Feng possessed an extraordinary memory, capable of recalling details from a millennium ago. As he swiftly flipped through the pages, the words surged into his mind, which he then categorized according to his memory palace. He focused particularly on modern history, especially that following the Southern Dynasty, Nanjia, Hong, and the modern conflicts. The logic of this world unfolded before him. However, to fully comprehend it, he realized he needed to delve into more texts. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. Brother, Nan Feng, my sisters would like to speak with you. Could you step out for a moment? Upon hearing this, Nan Feng closed his book and exited his room. What is it you seek? He asked nonchalantly. Having entered this family, Nan Feng understood he was destined to vie for shares and the position of head of the family. Thus, all heirs of the Nanjia were his rivals. Nan Yuming glanced at Nan Feng. Come, brother, the eldest sister wishes to speak with you. It's on the balcony. This woman is cunning, Nan Feng discerned. Yet he followed her to the balcony. Upon reaching the balcony, Nan Yuming regarded him coolly. All right, you may leave now. Nan Feng shot her a glance. A diversion? Are you attempting to frame me? Realizing he had grasped her intentions, Nan Meng ceased to feign. Indeed, you often say an elder brother is like a father. Does that not make an elder sister akin to a mother? Even if I cause you harm, so what? You bullied Nan Jiao today. He is my brother, closer to me. If we do not assist him, shall we aid you instead? Nan Feng smiled faintly. Yet, if we speak of blood relation, should we not be closer? Blood relation? She scoffed. How pedestrian of you. I value emotions far more. Is that not permissible? Nan Meng declared triumphantly. Nan Feng tightened his fists, replying coolly. Are you suggesting that poor emotional ties negate siblinghood? Exactly. Look at you, a country bumpkin, if not for your presence. My sister and I would not have been belittled by grandmother time and again. If not for you, my brother Nan Jiao would not have suffered so much. If it were not for you, would our shares have dwindled to this extent? Nan Yuming poured out all her pent-up emotions in one breath. Nan Feng replied nonchalantly. You are right, Nan Yuming. I have returned to seize the shares of you all, for there can only be one king in this realm. You admit it, Nan Yuming exclaimed, as if she had discovered a new continent. Nan Feng continued. Indeed, you just mentioned that if feeling sour, we are no longer siblings. You are absolutely correct, so. He beckoned to Nan Yuming with a flick of his finger. Observing this, a spark of curiosity ignited within Nan Yuming, and she thought to herself, what can you possibly do to me, an adult? Consequently, she lowered her head and leaned closer to Nan Feng. In the next moment, Nan Feng raised a small hand high, a smile playing on his lips, received this little slap. Chapter 15. Is this all you can do? How ridiculous! With a loud slap, Nan Yuma found herself sprawled on the ground of the balcony. It took her a moment to regain her composure as she clutched her swollen face, staring in disbelief at Nan Feng. You. Very well. I shall inform our parents that you lack manners and do not respect your elder sister. Nan Feng, observing his own small palm, replied nonchalantly. You said it yourself. Our relationship is poor, so we do not count as siblings. At this, Nan Yuma was momentarily stunned. You are being unreasonable. Nan Feng chuckled. Is there more to this performance? Just then, a voice echoed down the hallway. Nan Feng. This is the Nan family. How can you be in your room looking at such things? The voice was unmistakably that of Nan Ji. Nan Yuma seized the opportunity to cry out, Dad. Nan Feng hit me. Look at my swollen face. Nan Ji approached with others in tow, and upon witnessing the scene, his anger flared. His beloved daughter looked as if she had been transformed into a pig's head. What is going on here, Nan Feng? Not only are you reading such books at night, but you also dare to strike your sister? In Nan Yue's hand was a book about Lu Huangshu, which she waved as she declared, Nan Feng, what do you have to say for yourself? You consume our resources, yet you hit your elder sister and read this Lu Huangshu. Hearing the commotion, Lin Wanyue arrived, exclaiming, what is happening here? Why can't you all keep the peace? Nanji spoke in a low voice. Mother, you have no idea how outrageous this boy is. He previously struck his younger brother and now has turned on his sister. And on top of that, he is reading this Lu Huangshu in his room. Lin Wanyue glanced at the book, then quickly turned away, her expression darkening. Nan Feng, don't you think you should explain yourself? Nan Feng looked at the book with interest and replied, Oh, it turns out to be an erotic illustration. I do not possess such things. How could I be looking at them? Nan Yue retorted, You are still quibbling. I tell you, this book was found in your room. Nan Feng replied coolly, I remember when I arrived, I brought nothing with me. How could a book materialize out of thin air? How would I know? Perhaps you took it from someone at school. Nan Yue shot back. Nan Feng smiled, though. How did you know I had such a thing in my room? Nan Yue was taken aback. I was just concerned about whether you had enough blankets, so I want to check your room. And who would have known I would find this book under your covers? With a laugh, Nan Feng responded, First of all, you are not concerned for me. Secondly, I am merely a child, incapable of such things. If you wish to be concerned about me, perhaps wait until I am a teenager. Nan Yue had never had a boyfriend, so she was clueless about when boys begin to mature, leaving her momentarily speechless. Lin Wanyue had already discerned the underlying issues and shook her head. You truly do not act like a sister. Nan Yue, I feel embarrassed for you. Nan Yue quickly tucked the book away. Well, it is true that he hit Nan Yuma. Nan Yuma nodded vigorously in agreement. Lin Wanyue felt a throbbing headache. At the age of 20, she was struck by a first-grade elementary student. Can you imagine how humiliating that is? It is truly disgraceful. I shall take my leave now. You all can deal with this as you see fit. It was evident that Lin Wanyue was becoming increasingly disillusioned with her two daughters. Nanji spoke in a low voice. What useless beings you are. I feel embarrassed on your behalf. With such limited intellect. How can I trust you with the Nan family business? Sigh. Nan Yumong, fuming in place, thought, am I to be humiliated for no reason? Observing the escalating situation, Nan Yue swiftly clutched her books and fled back to her room. Nan Feng, with his hands behind his back, shook his head in exasperation. Despite appearing to have numerous rivals in this life for succession, these individuals before him lacked even half the cunning of the princes and princesses from a millennium ago. It seems I have been overly concerned. Dealing with them will be remarkably simple. The following morning, Nan Feng tidied himself up, donned the small backpack provided by the butler, and slipped into his polished shoes, transforming himself into a miniature adult. Descending to the first floor, he adhered to his customary practice of greeting his grandmother. He then took a seat at the dining table, grasped his bowl and chopsticks, and began to eat. With a bowl held like a dragon, cradling a pearl, his left hand supporting the bowl with his thumb securing the rim, and his four fingers cradling the base, he wielded his chopsticks with grace, reminiscent of a phoenix nodding its head. Lin Wanyue observed her eldest grandson's comportment, nodding in approval with each passing moment. Meanwhile, Nan Xiao was noisily slurping with his chopsticks, producing an incessant clattering sound. Bang! Lin Wanyue slammed her hand on the table. Instinctively, Nan Feng set down his bowl and chopsticks, adopting a listening posture. These were manners ingrained in him during his upbringing in the imperial palace, now reflexive. Lin Wanyue, however, surveyed her family, each one engrossed in their phones or devouring their meals with reckless abandon. Her expression darkened. You all are nowhere near Nan Feng's level. The family stared at Lin Wanyue in bewilderment, unable to grasp the reason for her sudden outburst so early in the morning. Nanji interjected, Mother, please refrain from getting so upset. Take care of your health. I must head to the office and cannot stay with you any longer. Upon seeing her father leave, Nan Yue promptly stood up and followed suit. Nan Yumong, too, rushed out, exclaiming that she would be late for school. Lin Wanyue shook her head at this chaotic family. At least my Fenger appears clean, comfortable, and refreshing. Nan Feng immediately rose, clasped his hands together, and announced, Grandmother, I'm off to school. Lin Wanyue nodded in response. Go on, my dear grandson. A smile graced Nan Feng's lips. Just as in his previous life, the Empress Dowager had favored him above all other princes, and now, in this life, his grandmother treated him with the same affection. Upon reaching the entrance, Nan Feng beheld the car assigned to him. While other children drove nothing less than a Mercedes S-Class, he found himself in a Mercedes C-Class. Even without a profound understanding of automobiles, he could discern the disparity in luxury. A subtle smile appeared on his lips as he settled into the back seat. His gaze grew increasingly menacing. During the Southern Dynasties, I too ascended to the position of crown prince step by step, and here I shall do the same. The vehicle roared to life, and his little head nearly collided with the front. After regaining his composure, Nan Feng awkwardly adjusted his attire. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of the school, Aliston Elementary. At this moment, the students had already gathered. As Nan Feng stepped out of the vehicle, several upper-grade students rushed forward. Brother Feng, would you like some AD calcium milk? Brother Feng, we also have those QQ candies for you. A token of our respect. Chapter 16. I am fully enrolled. Nan Feng, perplexed, furrowed his brow and inquired, Why are these items being given to me? The elementary school students eagerly responded, Brother Feng, don't you understand? Previously, the school's leaders were the 3 musketeers, and we had to offer them tributes, 3 portions, to be precise. Now that you are here, splendidly, we only need to present one. Nan Feng comprehended. It seemed this world mirrored his own, where these children were dutifully paying tribute to him. Apparently, the so-called democratic realm bore little distinction. Since these were indeed his subjects bestowing tributes, he acquiesced, instructing the steward to collect them and to have these offerings delivered daily to this vehicle. The steward, standing behind Nan Feng, was utterly astonished. Was the 3rd young master openly accepting favors from his classmates? This incident warranted a report to the matriarch. The drivers, in addition to their primary duties, served as the matriarch's eyes and ears, relaying the daily activities of the younger members of the Nan clan to aid her in evaluating them. At the Nan manor, Lin Wanyu smiled faintly upon learning of this. This child, it appeared, possessed an admirable competitive spirit, a trait I perceive as beneficial. I do not believe that being competitive would pose any issues. Lin Wanyu glanced at the housekeeper. Please check on the third floor, specifically my eldest grandson's room. A nodded in compliance. Yes, matriarch. Meanwhile, at Elliston Primary School, all the elementary students had gathered on the playground. The school leaders addressed the assembly, proclaiming, "At this verdant time of year, we at Elliston Primary School." Nan Feng, puzzled, asked, "Is there a gathering of sorts?" A fellow student replied, "Don't you know, boss, today is the sports meet." The sports meet? Nan Feng was momentarily taken aback, based on the original owner's understanding of this world. A sports meet entailed a gathering of individuals competing under established rules. It resembled the ancient games of Kuju or Tu, albeit with a broader array of events. At that moment, the homeroom teacher approached each class. Students could enroll in competitions based on their strengths. Nan Xiao and Zhao Xia eagerly stepped forward to register. Whispers circulated among the young students. Why are Master Nan Xiao and Zhao Xia so keen to sign up? It's understandable if you aren't aware. This sports meet offers scholarships that impact future secondary education. For these prominent families, the performance of their offspring enhances reputation, a matter of utmost significance, irrelevant to us commoners. As Nan Feng listened to these discussions, Nan Xiao, with a hint of mockery, remarked, "Brother Nan Feng, are you not going to enroll? Growing up in the countryside must have left you undernourished. It's no wonder signing up would only result in embarrassment." Zhao Xia chimed in, "Exactly. Those from the countryside are simply from the countryside. They can't compare to Brother Nan Xiao, who has been groomed as a successor." At that moment, however, Nan Feng stepped forward with determination, walking straight to the homeroom teacher. If this was a matter of vying for supremacy, he intended to take the lead in all endeavors. A mere sports meet was nothing he feared. The homeroom teacher, Lin Mei, inquired with curiosity, "Nan Feng, are you also signing up? Your brother mentioned that your health is not robust and that you would not participate." Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Nan Feng replied nonchalantly, "My brother is a fool. There is no need for the teacher to pay him any mind." In the school's live broadcast room, viewers erupted in laughter upon witnessing this exchange. "Haha, I can't breathe from laughing. This child has so many comedic moments. Does he think this is a period drama?" Standing with hands behind his back, "My brother is a fool. I never expected an educational program to be so humorous. I'm dying of laughter. This child is truly a character. This feels very relatable." The homeroom teacher had somewhat grown accustomed to this little rascal's peculiar manner of speech. "Well, I must remind you that the intervals between many events are rather brief. You may not have sufficient time to recover your stamina." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Nan Feng replied, "No worries. You may proceed as you wish." "Hahaha, this king will not allow you to hesitate." I'm dying of laughter. Does no one else think he resembles a little emperor? The corner of Lin Mei's mouth twitched. "Very well, you are registered for weightlifting, long-distance running, shot put, and javelin. Have you ever practiced any of these?" Nan Feng shook his head. "I am merely a child from the countryside. I have never encountered such activities." "Haha, I am pounding the floor with laughter. This is too funny. Is this a joke? Stop it. I signed up for everything, yet I know nothing about any of it." Meanwhile, Nan Xiao remarked to Zhao Xia, "My brother loves to be in the limelight. Let us see how he embarrasses the Nan family this time. Eventually, his shares will be given to me by grandmother. It's truly laughable." Zhao Xia nodded yes. "Brother Nan Xiao is wonderful. Here, a little flower for you." Soon, the events commenced, with the first being the standing long jump. This event was quite simple, as children lined up and leaped forward under the direction of the physical education teacher, with scores recorded based on distance. Standing beside Nan Xiao teased, "Brother Nan Feng, you surely have never practiced long jump, right? Just watch your brother's back. He. A wave of disgust washed over Nan Feng. Nan Xiao, the second prince from 1,000 years ago, had always enjoyed whining to the emperor and empress, lacking any semblance of masculinity. Surprisingly, Even in this reincarnation, he remained equally pathetic. Nan Feng coldly remarked, "A mere buffoon. If you embarrass yourself later, you'll have to face the consequences." Nan Xiao retorted icily. With no one else present, he felt no need to conceal his true self. Nan Feng replied, "We shall see." At that moment, the homeroom teacher made the final motivational push. With the school's live broadcast still ongoing, she urged everyone to perform well and avoid any abstract antics. Just then, the starting gun fired. Bang! All the children, like little frogs, leaped forward. Their performances varied in distance, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. "Look, Wang Hong jumped 7 meters. What an impressive feat. Indeed remarkable. And look at Nan Xiao 8 meters. Is he a frogman?" The Nan family truly exemplifies a distinguished lineage, with each child displaying remarkable talents. At this moment, Nan Xiao was eager to witness how far his elder brother could leap. Turning to the side, he discovered that Nan Feng remained rooted in place. A wave of laughter surged through him. "Have you been rendered speechless? You incompetent fool! How far can you possibly jump?" Observing from the sidelines, Zhao Xia chimed in, "Brother Nan Xiao, you must come in first." How wonderful! Some individuals, alas, remain provincial in their understanding. Do they even grasp the concept of standing long jump? He clearly does not. To shy away from even attempting a jump while still daring to claim kinship with the esteemed Nan family is quite absurd. What is wrong with this child? Is His Majesty truly afraid to jump? I find myself rather disappointed. Chapter 17. Breaking multiple world records. At this moment, Nan Feng suddenly began to move, slightly bending his waist as he settled into position. On the other side, Nan Xiao mocked, "This is laughable. He can't even get the basic stance right. How far can he jump? A mere few centimeters?" Yet, Nan Feng remained undeterred, his spirits soaring as he channeled the true dragon breathing technique, granting him the grace of a swallow, combined with his lightness skill. Leaping over 10 meters was but a trivial feat, however. The venue was insufficient for such a display, so he decided to take a casual jump instead. In the next instant, Nan Feng's body resembled a swift swallow. With a whoosh, he vanished from sight. Nan Xiao felt a rush of wind pass before him. Raising his gaze once more, he found Nan Feng had already appeared directly in front of him. What in the world? The physical education teacher responsible for recording the results was left dumbfounded. 4 meters. An astonishing 4 meters. This completely shatters the elementary school record. No, the world record is 73 meters. 4 meters? Is this a joke? The principal, who was watching the competition, sprang to his feet. What? 4 meters? A new world record? This is a child from the Nan family. My goodness. Teacher Lin, immediately report the results. Our school is about to become famous. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher remained in a daze, realizing the implications. A primary school student had just broken the standing long jump record. Those who had previously mocked Nan Feng were now left petrified. I can't believe it. 4 meters? What a ridiculous feat, far surpassing my own limits. Why is everyone who mocked him suddenly silent? Have they lost their tongues? This is fantastic. I knew His Majesty would not let us down. As the school was busy reporting the results at the Nan household, Nan Jai cheerfully made his way to the backyard where his mother was. "Mother, I just heard news from the school sports meet that my son, Nan Xiao, achieved a long jump of 8 meters. He must have secured first place." Lin Wanyue responded with a slight, "Oh, pleased to hear the family's glory. And what of my eldest grandson? Oh, mother, that country bumpkin was so frightened he didn't even move. What right does such a person have to be the heir of the Nan family? Mother, such a child is utterly unworthy. He merely puts on a fade every day, acting for your benefit. You must not be deceived by this child." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyue's expression gradually darkened. "Are you implying that I am growing senile? Moreover, Nan Feng's results have not yet been announced. Why are you so anxious?" At that moment, another steward entered. "Madam, Master, the results are in. The top long jumper in the school is none other than Master Nan Feng. I knew it would be my son Nan Xiao," Nan Jai exclaimed, jumping 3 feet in the air, but then suddenly realized incredulity washing over him. "How could you make such a mistake? It's Nan Xiao, not Nan Feng." The steward's expression grew awkward as he glanced at the elder matriarch. Lin Wanyuan's lips curled into a smile. Now please, speak freely. Which child indeed claimed the top spot? Seeing the elder matriarch's inquiry, the steward finally breathed a sigh of relief and stated, "It is Master Nan Feng." "What?" Nanji nearly exclaimed in disbelief. "Impossible. How could this be? Are you mocking me? I distinctly heard that my son achieved first place with a score of 1.8 meters. Among elementary school students, who could rival him?" The steward bowed respectfully. "Master, it is indeed true that Master Nan Feng secured first place. The school has already announced it prominently." Nanji waved dismissively. "Humph. Just good fortune. This rural child runs around the mountains every day. It is only natural for him to achieve slightly better results in the long jump. Shower simply a bad luck." Little did he know, the steward spoke again. "No, Master, it is not merely luck. Master Nan Feng has shattered the world record with a score of 4 meters, decisively claiming first in the school's long jump competition." "What?" Nanji's body trembled, his face etched with incredulity. "Do you take me for a fool? How could a mere 6-year-old surpass a world record, especially one set by professional athletes?" At that moment, Lin Wanyu could hardly contain her laughter. "Truly, my eldest grandson is remarkable. This world record can now be claimed as a triumph for our family." "Oomph. So what? Such a brawny child with a simple mind has merely stumbled upon good fortune in the long jump." "Mother, do not be deceived." Just then, another steward rushed in. "Master, old madam, the young master has also secured first place in the long-distance run." Nanji's eyes lit up. "But what about my son Nan Shao?" "Not at all, Master. It is Master Nan Feng." "What? Again him?" "And Master Nan Feng has also broken the world record in long-distance running." "What? This cannot be true. It must be a lie." At that moment, yet another steward entered. "Master, old madam, Master Nan Feng has won first place in shot put, shattering the world record." Lin Wanyu exclaimed, "My dear grandson. Oh, prepare the car. I must go see this child. I want to witness this in person." Nanji was left in shock, confusion, and disbelief, his face a cacophony of emotions, more bustling than a market. "Yes, let's go see. It must be false. What child could possibly excel in so many disciplines?" Meanwhile, numerous government vehicles were making their way to Aliston Noble Primary School in Binhai City. After all, a child effortlessly breaking multiple sports records could either indicate the school's exaggeration or the emergence of a prodigy in the city. Aliston Noble Primary, being a premier institution, would never engage in such frivolities. Consequently, in a flurry, television crews and government officials headed towards the school. At that moment, on the school's athletic field, Nan Feng was preparing to throw the javelin. All the students watching from afar were entranced. Nan Shao no longer dared to mock, for the sting of defeat was too fresh. "Ha! The Majesty has appeared again. Splendid. We are saved once more. I bet this time he will secure first place again. What is there left to wager? This individual truly defies expectations. I had assumed he was merely abstract in nature, yet his prowess in the realm of sports is astonishing." At this moment, Nan Feng inhaled deeply. This so-called javelin must be akin to the spear throwing of a millennium ago. In my military days, I could proficiently launch a spear from a chariot. So how difficult could this be? However, 1,000 years have elapsed, and the current generation seems increasingly frail, making a grand spectacle out of something so trivial. The next instant, Nan Feng took a deep breath. With a gentle push and release of the javelin in his hand, it soared forth with a whoosh. Chapter 18. I seem to have caught a glimpse of my ancestors. In an instant, the javelin vanished into thin air. Everyone strained to locate its trajectory. Where did the javelin go? Who knows? What did it fly off to? At this moment, Nan Shao jeered, without a target. "This score shall be deemed null and void, 0 points. Let the spear soar for a while." Nan Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coolly stating, "Such a trivial act of throwing a javelin hardly poses any challenge." The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted as the school's high wall, thousands of meters away, was pierced through. The javelin lodged itself within the wall, trembling violently. Observing this, Nan Feng mused, "The true dragon-breathing technique is only at its second layer. My strength has yet to reach its former prowess." However, there is no need for haste. This world seems remarkably secure, devoid of turmoil. I can gradually reclaim my pinnacle. At that moment, the onlookers appeared as though stricken by aphasia. Astounding. Is this not a special effect? Ziqiao, come see. Is this even human? Stop calling him Ziqiao. He is already scared to death. I will call Bureau 749 right away, who awakened the Emperor of Combat from a millennium ago. This is indeed abnormal. Meanwhile, in the distance, a group of men clad in administrative jackets began to whisper among themselves. Is that the child who continuously shattered world records? If true, it signifies the emergence of a prodigy. This child hails from the Nan family, named Nan Feng. The Nan family, the esteemed lineage from the coastal region? At that moment, Lin Wanyue arrived at the entrance of the school playground, accompanied by a contingent from the Nan family. Instantly, someone recognized her. Is that not the matriarch of the Nan family? Indeed, the old matriarch has come. The Nan family has truly struck gold with such an exceptional child. Fortunate to have found him. As Lin Wanyue and her entourage approached the spectator area, she beamed at Nan Feng and remarked, truly, he is the bloodline of the Nan family. Remarkable, simply extraordinary. Nanji sighed. Mother, this child is rather uncanny. Who knows how he achieved this? Perhaps he has consumed some performance-enhancing substance. Oomph. Nanji, you seem to be regressing. Must you not wish well for your own son? Why cast shadows upon this child? Lin Wanyue retorted. At that moment, several middle-aged men in administrative jackets stepped forward. Matriarch, I am Director Su from the Education Bureau. Do you still remember me? A man with a leadership demeanor inquired. Lin Wanyue nodded. Director Su, what brings you here today? Director Su replied. We received word that students here have been consecutively breaking world records. A momentous event indeed. I never anticipated that upon my arrival. I would learn that it was the young master of the Nan family who set these records. Matriarch, it is no surprise that a child of the Nan family displays such exceptional lineage. Lin Wanyue's countenance brightened, her voice brimming with confidence. Indeed, this child has truly made us proud. Director Su continued, we are prepared to include these young gentlemen from the South in our observation program, with the intention of recommending them for admission to Tsinghua and Peking University in the future. What do you think? Lin Wanyue replied with a smile. That sounds wonderful. Young Nan Feng is indeed a remarkable child. He will be nurtured as a student with athletic prowess and, as he matures, will undoubtedly bring honor to our nation. Director Su affirmed. At that moment, Nanji interjected, Director Su, I have another son who is equally exceptional. He has achieved an impressive long jump of 1.8 meters. Director Su felt somewhat awkward as he replied, indeed, he is quite remarkable. The Nan family's children are all commendable. Unperturbed by Su's discomfort, Nanji pressed on, really? Then why not also recommend Nshao? This. Do you think Director Su's recommendations are as plentiful as cabbages? Lin Wanyue's expression soured. Had it not been for her son being the only male heir of this generation, would he have inherited the family headship? Nanji, not grasping his mother's implication, continued. Director Su, I assure you, we will not let your assistance go unrewarded. The Nan family is willing to contribute financially. Nanji, silence. Lin Wanyue felt her family's reputation was being tarnished by her foolish son. Go sit over there properly. Nanji glanced at his mother, but could only sulkily comply. Lin Wanyue sighed. As for my grandson, I would appreciate Director Su's guidance for young Nan Feng in the future. You flatter me. This child is a prodigy. Even without your recommendation, I shall support him wholeheartedly, for he has the potential to bring glory to our coastal city. Lin Wanyue nodded, rising to gaze at the athletic field, confident that her grandson was more than capable of being the heir to the Nan legacy. At that moment on the field, Nan Feng had claimed nearly all the championships for his school and even shattered world records, though he was unaware of his accomplishments. The homeroom teacher was beaming with pride. Teacher Lin Mei led the school leaders closer. The principal regarded Nan Feng with the eyes of a proud parent. Excellent. The Nan family has a remarkable child. His future achievements are boundless. Nan Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, humbly responding, Thank you for your kind words, Principal. This is hilarious. I'm tagging my brother to see this. Crazy licking brother guard. This child is so old-fashioned. Wait if this continues. We'll have to address this child as our ancestor in the future. With such athletic achievements, he is already capable of bringing glory to our dragon nation. I have a feeling we will frequently see this young gentleman online in the future. After the principal offered a few encouraging words, he departed. Next came the school's awards ceremony. As the first-place winner of this sports event, Nan Feng was naturally invited to speak on stage. Slowly, he ascended the platform, standing with his hands behind his back, casting a calm gaze over the audience. Here he comes, it's our ancestor. We are saved. Oh my. This child has provided me with laughter for an entire year. At that moment, Nan Feng spoke clearly. Today, I am fortunate to have received the generous support of my teachers and the encouragement of my classmates, and I am humbled to have emerged victorious. In reminiscence, Confucius practiced archery in the garden of Chaoxiang, where Zilu, bow in hand, greeted him with deference. The gentlemanly contest was characterized by grace and decorum. Though the youth lacked the skills of the 6 arts, as the Book of Right states, one must recognize one's inadequacies before summoning courage, understand one's difficulties before gaining strength. Although he has temporarily attained accolades, knowledge is akin to navigating upstream. Nan Feng, a voracious reader of poetry and prose for a millennium, must have spoken countless words on various royal occasions. Thus, this moment is trivial to him. At this juncture, the audience is enveloped in profound silence. Teacher Lin Mei, the homeroom teacher and a language instructor, reflects, perhaps I should relinquish my position as a language teacher. It would be better to let him take over. Nan Xiao muttered, how pretentious. At this moment, Zhao Xi's expression began to blossom with intrigue. This young master Nan Feng, whom she once deemed a mere country bumpkin, now appeared to possess remarkable qualities, proving to be quite exceptional. Chapter 19. The Gathering, Southern Dynasty Calligraphy and Painting. At this moment, the school's program team focused entirely on Nan Feng. His speech had transformed the online audience into a source of amusement. This speech is more articulate than my great-grandfather. I do not comprehend Fenghua accent. I cannot express such sentiments. In summary, I am inferior to a 6-year-old. My head aches. He must have stolen my wisdom. On stage, Lin Wanyue's eyes brimmed with admiration as she observed her grandson, whose demeanor and comportment evoked the elegance of ancient scholars, much like his grandfather. Zhao Feng tugged at her husband, exclaiming, I am not concerned. If Nan Xiao continues this way, he will find no standing in the Nan family. You must devise a solution. Nan Ji sighed, saying, this child has just garnered numerous awards, significantly enhancing our family's reputation. The matriarch is quite pleased. Your words would surely dampen her spirits. Zhao Feng's face darkened as she retorted, I do not care. You must find a way to bring this child some embarrassment, or else he will be the only capable one in the family. Nan Ji understood her concerns. Since their son's return, his mother seemed increasingly inclined to criticize him. This was unacceptable. A plan was indeed necessary. Rest assured, I shall think of a solution. After the speech concluded, the school presented medals. Nan Feng, holding a collection of brightly colored awards, perused them with interest, lamenting the world's poverty as the so-called gold medals turned out to be mere imitations. At that moment, the principal happened to pass by. Principal, Nan Feng stepped forward. As a teacher, I did not wish to voice this. The principal, in high spirits, replied, Nan Feng, if you have something to say, please do. Nan Feng nodded. Since this is meant for encouragement, I believe it would be better to use pure gold materials. Only then can the dignity of our school be truly reflected. Excuse me? Are you suggesting that our elementary school sports event should utilize pure gold? Do you have any idea how much pure gold costs nowadays? The principal responded awkwardly. I have noted your opinion, Nan Feng, and we shall discuss it moving forward. The principal concluded. Nan Feng nodded, hands behind his back, adopting a posture of rightful expectation. Ha! I cannot breathe. Even my corpse is laughing. Principal, heed my words. Ha! This child must be a remnant of feudalism. What more could be said? This child is truly reminiscent of my grandmother's generation. The homeroom teacher pulled Nan Feng aside, raising a hand to signal silence. Nan Feng, how could you speak to the principal in such a manner? Confused, Nan Feng thought. Isn't the principal merely a position akin to the head of the Imperial Academy? Yet he realized that he was merely a young master of the Nan family, and the royal lineage had long since perished. I understand now. The homeroom teacher nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Nan Feng noticed that the teacher's skirt was rather short, revealing her fair legs. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "Teacher, your short skirt is rather indecorous, considering your role as an educator." Homeroom teacher Lin Mei. Following the conclusion of the sports event, the school day was dismissed early for a break. At the entrance of the school, Lin Wanyue awaited Nan Feng. Upon seeing him emerge, she immediately waved, "Come here, my dear grandson." Nearby, Nan Xiao rolled her eyes. Nan Feng approached his grandmother and greeted her. Lin Wanyue chuckled, "You, my child, are sometimes overly rigid. Come to your grandmother's side. By the way, tomorrow, guests from the Su family will be visiting. Fortunately, you have no school on Saturday, so you can stay home and accompany me." Nan Feng nodded, "Of course, Grandma." Nan Ji cast a glance at his mother, inquiring about the theme for the reception with the Su family. Lin Wanyue looked at Nan Feng and replied, "Our family possesses numerous calligraphies and paintings from the Southern Dynasty, so we shall make that the theme. We'll prepare some delicacies and display the artworks in the courtyard for everyone to appreciate together." Nan Feng nodded, contemplating how even the aristocrats in this world hosted themed tea gatherings, akin to the garden poetry events of the Southern Dynasty. He was acutely aware that countless ordinary individuals toiled for a living, rendering their participation in such gatherings impossible. In the Southern Dynasty, the societal structure was even more pronounced. Only noble families could host poetry gatherings or garden events. The Nan family returned to the Nan estate. Lin Wanyue enthusiastically praised Nan Feng's performance that day. "Having this child in our family is indeed our honor." Nan Ji shook his head. "He merely excels in sports. Being athletic is not crucial for inheriting the Nan family legacy." Lin Wanyue retaliated with a smirk. "My dear grandson is also proficient in calligraphy and well-versed in culture and history. Among the younger generation, even those 2 university students cannot compare to him, let alone other children." She cast a significant glance at Nan Xiao, her meaning unmistakable. After greeting Lin Wanyue, Nan Feng ascended to the study on the 3rd floor. He needed to seize the opportunity to acquire more knowledge about this world. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng pulled her husband into a room, speaking in a serious tone. "I don't care. Our Nan Xiao cannot appear too ordinary at tomorrow's tea gathering." Nan Ji shook his head. "What can we do? Nan Feng has acquired so much knowledge from who knows where, and in many aspects, Nan Xiao indeed falls short. I am unconcerned. Nan Xiao was raised by me. I do not wish to see her grandmother look down upon her." Nan Ji replied, "You know our mother's preferences. She favors the exceptional. When I was young, due to my mediocrity, she nearly cast me aside." He added, "Let us do this. I will hire 2 tutors tonight to give these 3 children some intensive lessons, hoping they can present themselves more appropriately tomorrow and win their grandmother's favor." Zhao Feng nodded. "Then that is the only course of action." In the study, Nan Feng was engrossed in a book on continental law. The legal system in this world appeared more refined. Inheritance law? Just as I had presumed in this world, heirs from noble families enjoy equal rights, regardless of gender. With 2 adult sisters, their potential threat should not be underestimated. To claim the inheritance of the Nan family, he still had a long journey ahead. Nan Feng secretly resolved to assert his identity as a prince, now that he was a member of the Nan family. He could not afford to falter in the struggle for succession. Fortunately, the youth of this world were rather careless, and with such inept contenders, they dared to contest with me for the throne. Nan Feng set aside the continental law and picked up a tome on computer hacking, immersing himself in its pages. The following morning, Nan Feng awoke in his study, absorbed in reading, having surprisingly spent the night there. At that moment, a steward approached him and said, "Third young master, the matriarch is waiting for you downstairs." Nan Feng nodded, and at that time, the other members of the Nan family had also gathered. Nan Yue and the others yawned one after another, appearing quite listless, having been reprimanded late into the night. Chapter 20. What? Do you look down upon the treasures of the Nan family? At this moment, the matriarch, Lin Wanyue, approached slowly. Casting a glance at the children present, she declared, "Since you are all here, I shall announce something." Young Nan Feng, despite his tender age, has repeatedly brought glory to our Nan family, and I have decided to grant him the west wing of the house for his own use. What? Nanji was the first to object. Mother, wasn't he agreed that this space would be given to Nan Xiao after some time? Nan Yue immediately chimed in. Grandmother, how can you be so biased? My sister and I are no longer children. We still share a single building. Why should Nan Feng have a separate courtyard? Nan Yumeng outright opposed. He is merely a country bumpkin. What right does he have to such a fine place? We will not accept this. Nan Xiao, however, exhibited an unusual demeanor. Congratulations, Brother Nan Feng. Sisters, do not be upset. Brother Nan Feng surely wishes to move away because he does not want to live with us. Nan Feng felt disdain in his heart. It's still you, Nan Xiao, with your insipid charm. Lin Wanyue furrowed her brow slightly. Yesterday, while you were at school, I had someone check on Nan Feng's room. This child is still residing in a dilapidated storage room. He is the legitimate eldest grandson of the Nan family. Zhao Feng, as his mother, what is the matter with you? Have you lost your senses? Allowing your son to live in a storage room? This, mother, I merely thought that since he's just a country boy, this storage room is far better than where he used to live, so. Zhao Feng had not finished speaking when Lin Wanyue interjected. Silence. From this moment forth, Nan Feng will reside in the West Wing. Does anyone have any objections? Zhao Feng's expression darkened considerably. She initially thought this boy, having just returned, would not require a good room. Who could have anticipated that he would endear himself to his mother so well that she directly granted him a better one? At that moment, a steward approached. Madam, the master and young ladies and gentlemen, guests from a Shangwan family have arrived. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyue immediately stood. Shangwan Qingwan has come? Splendid. As two figures slowly approached the door, the young man donned a casual suit, a faint smile gracing his lips, while the young woman, whom Nan Feng recognized as Shangwan Qingwan, who had previously apologized to him, followed. The young man cheerfully exclaimed, Grandma Lin, I have missed you so. Shangwan Qingwan awkwardly added, Please excuse us, my brother's not quite right in the head. Shangwan Qingshan, feeling embarrassed, responded, Sister, what are you saying? Grandma Lin has watched me grow up. It's been so long since I've seen her. What is wrong with that? Lin Wanyue chuckled. This is Shangwan Qingwan's brother, Shangwan Qingshan, who I've also seen grow up. He has always been a bit unruly, as everyone knows. Shangwan Qingshan glanced at Nan Feng and exclaimed, Oh my, you are the little genius my sister always talks about. Truly, the reality does not match the reputation. Seeing you in person is hardly impressive, as I have no interest in antiques anyway. Nan Feng smiled and replied, The Shangwan family has inherited the art of appraisal for generations, yet you claim to lack interest? He only indulges in feasting and merriment, Shangwan Qingwan remarked. With a light-hearted laugh, Shangwan Qingshan ceased her teasing of her younger sister. Lin Wanyue raised her hand in invitation, saying, Everyone, follow me to the back garden, where a plethora of Southern Dynasty calligraphy and paintings await us. We can sip tea while appreciating them. Shangwan Qingshan, holding her forehead, lamented, Oh no, not more calligraphy and paintings. That is truly not my forte. Shangwan Qingshuang stepped forward, linking her arm with Lin Wanyue's and chimed, Grandmother, my brother is a fool. Let us not mind him. I shall accompany you. At that moment, Nan Jai interjected, I must head to the company. Enjoy yourselves. He cast a glance at his children, silently urging them to maintain their dignity. Nan Yue and the others nodded in agreement, following Lin Wanyue to the back garden. Upon arrival, they were greeted by an abundance of Southern Dynasty art scattered throughout the garden. The Nan family, true to their affluent lineage, boasted an impressive collection. Nan Feng observed everything with a smirk. He recognized that most of these had once belonged to the imperial collection. Just then, Nan Yumeng remarked, Miss Shangwan, these are our family's treasures. Impressive, aren't they? Shangwan Qingshuang nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the Nan family possesses a remarkable collection. At that moment, Nan Feng suddenly spoke. While these artworks are commendable, they are not without flaws. Lin Wanyue and Shangwan Qingshuang turned to him in unison, surprised. Nan Yue, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, What is wrong with you, Nan Feng? These are the Nan family's treasures. If you do not appreciate them, you may leave. Nan Yumeng seemed to seize the opportunity to vent her frustration, adding, "Yes, if you disdain our family's collection, you need not look at it. Just a country bumpkin. How dare you criticize the Nan family's treasures? Grandmother, he is slandering us." At this point, Nan Shao quickly grasped the hands of her two elder sisters, saying, "Sisters, Brother Nan Feng surely did not mean it. He did not intend to speak ill of our family's collection." Just then, Lin Wanyue, with a smile, asked Qing Shuang, "What is your opinion?" Shangguan Qing Shuang replied, "Among this vast array of collectibles, there are indeed a few that are merely copies. Thus, Nan Feng is not entirely wrong." What? Nan Yue and the others were taken aback, having never heard in their time with the Nan family that there were fakes among their treasures. Nan Yumeng incredulously exclaimed, "Grandmother, how come we have never been informed of this?" Lin Wanyue responded, "When have you all ever shown interest in these collectibles? Why would I take the time to discuss them with you?" Upon hearing this, the faces of several young members of the Nan family turned crimson with embarrassment. "Grandmother, with Miss Shangguan present today, why do you speak of us this way? You are growing increasingly biased." At this moment, Lin Wanyue chuckled and said, "Ah, it is my clever grandson Nan Feng who is well informed. Perfect. Our tea gathering could use a bit of entertainment. Here, I have a piece of white jade." As she spoke, she produced a piece of white jade suspended from a red cord. Although it was not an antique, it was indeed a rare and fine jade. "You young ones, whoever can identify which of the paintings are later imitations shall receive this piece of jade as a prize." Upon hearing these words, Shangguan Qingshan immediately gave up, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it is evident that this is meant as a gift for my sister. I refuse to partake. I resolutely decline. This game is decidedly unfair to me." Lin Wanyue chuckled softly. "Of course it is fair. After all, you are the eldest son of the Shangguan family. If you claim it is unfair, then what could possibly be deemed fair?" Meanwhile, Nan Yue and Nan Yumeng exchanged glances. "Grandmother, we wish to participate as well. It is unreasonable for us, as members of the Nan family, to be unaware of the authenticity of our own collection." Nan Shao also raised his hand, declaring, "I too wish to join." Lin Wanyue nodded affirmatively, stating, "Very well, you may all participate. Once answers are obtained, simply return here." Chapter 21. How could you push your brother into the river? Upon hearing this, the younger generation promptly dispersed, each absorbed in discerning the authenticity of the paintings and calligraphy. Nan Feng strolled leisurely, taking in the sights. For him, there was no need for a deeper examination of these artworks. They were as familiar as treasured heirlooms. He had scrutinized all the calligraphy and paintings from the Southern Dynasty in his youth. Nan Yue approached Nan Feng and said, "Nan Feng, I am unsure how you discern the authenticity of these pieces, but I dislike you. No matter your talents, you remain merely a country bumpkin." Nan Feng cast a sidelong glance at her, replying, "Nan Yue, do not overestimate yourself. In my eyes, you are no match for me." You. We shall see about that," Nan Yue retorted angrily as she walked away. As Nan Feng strolled along the edge of the pond, he noticed a poem penned by the top scholar Xie Shiyong of the Southern Dynasty. The imitation was so masterful that it could easily deceive the unwary. A short distance away, Nan Shao, observing Nan Feng by the pond, seized what he believed was an opportunity. "Nan Feng, I'll drown you," he exclaimed as he tiptoed towards him. Nan Feng's ears twitched slightly, and he sensed mischief lurking behind him. He glanced at the goldfish in the ancestral hall with a faint smile. Just as Nan Shao was about to make contact, Nan Feng suddenly sidestepped, causing Nan Shao to lose his balance and tumble into the pond. "Help! Save me!" His cries immediately drew the attention of the other stewards nearby. One by one, the stewards of the Nan family leapt into the chilly water of the pond, still cold despite it being April. Consequently, even a brief immersion left Nan Shao shivering uncontrollably. At that moment, the Nan sisters and their mother, Zhao Feng, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. "Nan Shao, how could this happen? Was it Nan Feng's doing? Nan Feng, you are truly despicable. Why must you always behave this way? If Nan Shao catches a cold, we will not let you off easily." Nan Feng glanced coolly at the gathering crowd and replied, "He fell in by himself. It has nothing to do with me." Instantly, Nan Shao blinked his large, innocent eyes and said, "Mother, sister, it's not Nan Feng Gij's fault. He didn't do it on purpose." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng's anger flared. "You child, how can you be so envious? Are you jealous that Nan Xiao is more sensible and superior to you, leading you to push him in the pond? You are truly terrifying." The ruckus naturally caught Lin Wanyue's attention, and she approached slowly, inquiring from a distance, "What is going on? Why do I hear such a commotion from afar?" Zhao Feng immediately interjected. "Just now, Nan Feng pushed Nan Xiao into the pond. Mother, such a child must be severely punished. We cannot be lenient. Our Nan family is a prominent clan. If we allow such behavior to go unchecked, how will other families perceive us in the future?" Lin Wanyue, unfazed, responded, "How others perceive us is of little importance. I care only for the truth of what transpired. Nan Feng, speak up. Mother, you are biased. How could a child who has done wrong possibly admit to it?" Zhao Feng insisted relentlessly. Upon hearing this, Nan Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back and calmly stated, "If it was indeed I who pushed, a simple inquiry with the butler would clarify the matter. Even though the place we were in was rather secluded, the butler should have seen it." Nan Xiao immediately grew anxious, realizing that he could not ascertain whether anyone had witnessed the incident. Nan Feng suddenly turned to face Nan Xiao, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued, "However, I wish to request a decree from grandmother. Should anyone maliciously slander the lineage of the Nan family and spread falsehoods, I hope grandmother would not show leniency and would expel such a child, especially if they are an adopted son." Upon hearing this, both sisters instantly protested. "Nan Feng, you need not resort to alarmist rhetoric. It is clear you are the one who pushed, so why implicate your brother? Your insinuation that Nan Xiao is merely an adopted son reveals your cunning nature. Indeed, grandmother, he is deliberately stating this to intimidate Nan Xiao. Such a person, with the narrow-mindedness of a country bumpkin, has no right to be the legitimate heir of the Nan family." Lin Wanyu glanced at Nan Feng with a subtle smile, her lips curving upward. "Since the truth will ultimately prevail, why are you two elder sisters so agitated? Nan Xiao, before I investigate further, you must tell me, did Nan Feng push you? If anyone is spreading rumors, regardless of whether they share the Nan bloodline, I will ensure they are expelled today." Upon hearing this, Nan Zhao's small hands trembled slightly. Nothing was more distressing than uncertainty, particularly not knowing if anyone had seen the incident. If it came down to a gamble, what if he lost? Moreover, Nan Feng exuded such confidence. Contemplating this, Nan Xiao spoke in a hushed tone, "Grandmother, in truth, it was not Nan Feng's doing. I accidentally fell in." Lin Wanyu chuckled at this. "You see, the truth is now evident. What more is there to discuss?" Nan Yue's expression turned sour as she scoffed. "This is merely a testament to Nan Zhao's good heart. Yes, Nan Xiao possesses an admirable character. Harmony in the family fosters prosperity," Nan Yumeng remarked lightly. Nan Feng cast a glance at Nan Xiao, who was trembling with cold. "Shouldn't someone fetch a doctor for him?" A butler promptly approached, guiding Nan Xiao away from the scene. Lin Wanyu regarded Nan Feng with a profound gaze, her heart pounding with astonishment at the child's perceptiveness. Truly a remarkable ability. Was this child inherently so astute? Well then, since it was merely an accident, let us proceed. As for the two children of the Shangwan family, what do you have to say? Have you found the imitated calligraphy and paintings? In the distance, Shangwan Qingshan reclined on a chair, exclaiming, "What do I know about calligraphy and painting, grandmother? I think it's best to let them have their fun." Lin Wanyu laughed at this. "And what about the rest of you?" She glanced at Nan Yue and Nan Yumeng, then shifted her gaze to Shangwan Qingwan. Nan Yue immediately broke into a cold sweat, casually pointing to two paintings. "These two are forgeries." Shangwan Qingwan chuckled. "These pieces are authentic works by the Southern Dynasty scholar Su Feng. Miss Nan, perhaps you should take a closer look." Nan Yue glanced at her grandmother, who shook her head. Embarrassed, she flushed a bright red. "No need. I am not skilled in identifying calligraphy and paintings. Let my sister handle it." Upon hearing this, Nan Yumeng shot a glare at Nan Yue, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing, putting the blame on me?" Goodness, she had no comprehension of art, and, with a forced bravado, pointed at two paintings in a random direction, declaring, These two are forgeries. Lin Wanyue shook her head, embarrassed, and said, You too? Do you think evaluating paintings is merely a matter of guesswork? Grandma, neither my sister nor I possess any skill in this area. Nan Yuming's face turned as red as a liver. Meanwhile, on the side, Guanshan Qingfan exclaimed, If you can't do it, just admit it. Don't hinder my enjoyment of this masterful duel. Chapter 22 What? Another forgery? Nan Yuming stomped her foot, exclaiming, So what if I can't tell? It's not a big deal. Lin Wanyue shook her head, responding, Well, it seems you too can tell. Shangguan Qinghuan nodded, saying, My brother Nan Feng and I will reveal our answers together. What do you think, old lady? Lin Wanyue replied, That sounds splendid. You both may speak simultaneously. I trust that you two are proud children and won't resort to copying each other. Shangguan Qinghuan stated, 3 of the paintings are imitations from later generations. Nan Feng immediately shook his head, declaring, Wrong. It is 4 paintings that contain issues. Huh, this is truly amusing. You two are indeed skilled. So one of you must be mistaken. Shangguan Qingshan laughed heartily, seemingly carefree. Nearby, Nan Yumeng and Nan Yue wasted no time in disparaging Nan Feng. What is there to discuss? It must be Nan Feng who is wrong. After all, Sister Shangguan is from the Shangguan family. Exactly. A country bumpkin remains a country bumpkin. Once fooled, can one be fooled repeatedly? Do you really think you are an ancestor from 1,000 years ago? Lin Wanyue frowned, admonishing you two be quiet. Then, her expression softened as she remarked, It appears your answers differ. Shangguan Qinghuan promptly said, Since my brother Nan Feng has considered more than I have, I shall reveal my answer. The 2 characters by Mr. Qin Hu Run, as well as the painting by the Crown Prince of the Southern Dynasty. Nan Feng nodded, glancing at the painting by the Southern Dynasty's Crown Prince. Indeed, that painting was a forgery. The portrait he had painted for the Crown Princess had likely been lost over a millennium of lineage, leaving only this imitation behind. Yet, it was fortunate that someone had copied it, preventing his original work from vanishing into the annals of time. At that moment, Shangguan Qingshan stood up, Grandma Lin. Now I am curious. You must know the answer. Is my sister correct? Lin Wanyue nodded. Your sister is indeed correct. Among the treasures of the Nan family. Although these 3 are not originals, they are nonetheless imitations by ancient masters, holding considerable market value. Nan Yue exclaimed, Haha, so, does that mean this young expert, Nan Feng, was mistaken, just like us? Nan Yuming said, What a letdown. I thought you were something special. But it turns out you were just the same. Lin Wanyue shook her head. You children are merely 6 years old. How can you compare yourselves to a 6-year-old? Suddenly, Shangguan Qinghuan asked, Nan Feng, which painting do you say is the 4th one with issues? All eyes turned to Nan Feng, standing with his hands clasped behind him. He replied calmly, The poem of the Southern Dynasty's top scholar, Xie Shiyong. It is an imitation. Nan Yue scoffed. Just because you say it's an imitation makes it so? You are truly impressive. One might think you were the Southern Dynasty's crown prince. Nan Feng glanced at her. This time, you are indeed correct. Nan Yumeng interjected, Grandma. How can this be? Nan Feng must be talking nonsense. At that moment, Shangguan Qinghuan approached the poem by Xie Shiyong, examining it thoroughly before stating, This piece of calligraphy is indeed in Xie Shiyong's hand. Nan Feng remarked softly, The handwriting appears correct. However, there are indeed discernible signs to consider. Xie Shiyong, a master of poetry, typically places his seals in the upper left corner of his calligraphy, which is a personal habit of his. Shangguan Qinghuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. Nevertheless, we cannot solely rely on this to conclude that this piece is not by Xie Shiyong. Shangguan Qingshan added, Exactly. What if he suddenly altered his habits? Nan Feng chuckled lightly before continuing. Pay close attention to the final character bien. Everyone's gaze shifted towards it. It appears correct. Is there an issue? They questioned. Indeed, they echoed. What are you getting at, Nan Feng? We don't understand. Nan Feng replied calmly, in the Southern Dynasties, many characters still retain their archaic forms. For instance, the character bien was modified to include 3 dots of water, yet Xie Shiyong favored the antiquated form, which has 2 dots. If you possess other manuscripts by Xie Shiyong, a comparison would clarify this. Lin Wanyue's expression changed as she inquired, Are you suggesting that this piece is a later imitation? Nan Feng nodded. Moreover, The most crucial point is that when Xie Shiyong penned this piece, he stamped his seal upon it to express his admiration. Yet, there is no seal present on this artwork. Could not be a forgery? Nan Yue retorted coldly, "Your story is compelling, but why should we believe you?" "Exactly. Do you possess greater expertise in appraisal than the Shangwan family?" Nan Yuming chimed in. At that moment, Shangwan Qingwan swiftly pulled out her phone, capturing a photo of the specific area of the artwork and sending it to her grandfather. "Grandfather, this is a piece by the Southern Dynasty Xie Shiyong. The young master of the Nan family claims it is a forgery," she stated. "Could you please take another look?" Lin Wanyue chuckled. "Is your grandfather still recuperating in the capital? Must he be troubled with such matters?" Shangwan Qingshan interjected, "Grandmother, do not hinder her. She won't rest until she gets to the bottom of this." Lin Wanyue laughed. "You and your sister truly are two extremes." "Haha, well, if I had to study these appraisals daily, I would find it unbearable." At that moment, Shangwan Qingwan, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "What? There truly is an issue." Just then, her phone rang. Shangwan Qingwan answered the call, switching to speaker mode. On the other end, an excited elderly voice inquired, "Is Lin Wanyue there?" "Why are you looking for me?" Lin Wanyue responded, "Your grandson is truly a treasure. I suspect he may be a lost descendant of our Shangwan lineage." Lin Wanyue replied coldly, "Dream on. He is a direct descendant of the Nan family." The voice continued, "What this child said is correct. The calligraphy of Xie Shiyong is indeed an imitation. However, the one who imitated it is also a master in their own right, and this piece holds considerable value." Upon the utterance of these words, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards Nan Feng. Could it be that this 6-year-old child was indeed merely 6 years of age? Where had he acquired such profound knowledge in the appreciation of antique calligraphy and paintings? An overwhelming sense of disbelief permeated the hearts of everyone present. Chapter 23. As a scion of the Nan family, you have not a single penny? Lin Wanyue exclaimed in astonishment. "Old man, do not deceive me. Are you truly serious?" "Absolutely true. How could I possibly lie about such a matter?" he replied earnestly. "I must tell you, I am now gravely suspicious that this 6-year-old child is a descendant of the Shangwan family left out in the world. I shall return from the capital post-haste to meet this child. He may well be my grandson." Shangwan Qingwan, incredulous, responded, "Grandfather, surely you jest. How could Nan Feng possibly be a child of the Shangwan family? This is utterly unbelievable." The voice on the other end insisted, "Why is it impossible? Even a university student can become pregnant from a mere bath, and some have claimed to conceive while having a tooth extracted. Besides, what is the harm in having another grandson? Based on your description, this child possesses the innate constitution of a treasure. If he is not of the Shangwan family, then from whence does he hail?" Shangwan Qingwan, speechless, ended the call, then sighed, "Please do not take offense. My grandfather is simply this way, quite eccentric." Lin Wanyue, well aware of Shangwan Feiyang's character, recognized that he was indeed as whimsical as his name suggested. She glanced at Nan Feng and thought, as her grandson had asserted, that the issue indeed lay with the 4 paintings. This jade should rightfully belong to him. Lin Wanyue handed the jade to Nan Feng, who accepted it with both hands and skillfully hung it at his waist. Lin Wanyue nodded, remarking, "They say you come from the countryside. I would say you're more akin to someone from ancient times." Nan Feng, slightly taken aback, chuckled, "How could that be? One must believe in science, dear grandmother." Meanwhile, Shangwan Qingwan observed every movement of Nan Feng with keen interest, contemplating that this boy must have learned many manners while in the countryside. Otherwise, he could not possibly possess such grace. The tea gathering continued in a relaxed atmosphere, with an array of snacks being served. Nan Feng sat beside Lin Wanyue, appearing like a little adult, contributing remarks from time to time, which left Shangwan Qingwan utterly astonished. In the evening, Lin Wanyue personally accompanied Shangwan Qingwan to the entrance of the estate. "Grandmother, you need not see us off. We can return by ourselves," Shangwan Qingwan insisted. Lin Wanyue nodded. "Very well, do drive safely on your way." After bidding farewell to the Shangwan brothers, Lin Wanyue turned and took her grandson's hand. "You, my dear child, are indeed a treasure. With a descendant like you, how could the Nan family not flourish for generations to come?" Suddenly, Nan Feng spoke up. Grandmother, may I have some money? Money? Lin Wanyue was taken aback. Do you lack funds? Not to mention your 9% share. Every child of the Nan family receives a handsome allowance each month. How is it that you have no money on you? What are your parents doing? It is utterly disgraceful for a Nan family boy to venture out without funds. Someone, fetch Xiao Feng to answer for this. How is she managing in my Nan household? The housekeeper, A, stepped forward. Yes, madam. At that moment, Xiao Feng was in her room, tending to her other son. Rest assured, dear, your mother will take good care of you and will never allow Nan Feng to bully you. Xiao Feng gently caressed Nan Zhao's forehead, letting out a sigh. Nan Xiao clung to Xiao Feng, lamenting, they say no one will ever love me, the adopted child, while everyone adores Nan Feng because he is the biological son. Such nonsense. Your mother has raised you for 6 years. How could she not cherish you? Do not take to heart what others say, for it would only bring sorrow to your mother, Lin Wanyue interjected. Nan Xiao nodded. Yes, mother is the best to me. At that moment, the butler, A.E., approached, saying, Madam, the old lady is looking for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng set Nan Xiao down. Shower, be a good child and lie down for a while. Your mother needs to attend to grandmother. Nan Xiao obediently nodded and added, Mother, please be quick. I am afraid being alone. As Xiao Feng exited the room and closed the door, a smile crept onto Nan Zhao's lips. Nan Feng, what do you have to compete with me? All the love of our parents belongs to me. You will eventually be cast aside. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng arrived before Lin Wanyue. Mother, you called for me? Lin Wanyue scoffed. Do you even consider me your mother? If I hadn't had someone investigate, I would still be unaware that my dear grandson, Nan Feng, has not a single penny for pocket money. Xiao Feng's heart sank, and she quickly forced a smile. He is still young. Why would he need so much pocket money? I only wish to save a bit for the family. Nan Feng sat a short distance away, observing the exchange with a detached expression. Lin Wanyue, her face devoid of emotion, continued, Do not speak. I've already had the accounts examined. In the past few days, you requested 300,000 for pocket money, supposedly in Nan Feng's name, yet it was transferred to Nan Zhao's account, was it not? Xiao Feng grew anxious. She had believed that Nan Feng, being a country bumpkin, would not understand the value of money, let alone be deserving of such a substantial allowance. Nan Xiao, however, had been nurtured as an heir from a young age, deserving of such expenditure. Thus she had unilaterally decided to allocate the entirety of that sum to him. Mother, I made a mistake. It was an error on my part. Lin Wanyue wasted no time, stating, Nan Feng is the true bloodline of the Nan family. Does a mere adopted child deserve such privileges? From now on, all household expenses must be requested through AE, and AE will instruct the accountants to pack their belongings. The Nan family will no longer employ them. Yes, madam, AE replied, preparing to carry out the instructions. Xiao Feng instantly panicked. Mother, please, it was unintentional. I made a mistake. Grant me one more chance. Lin Wanyue stood up and exited the living room without a word. Nan Feng remained seated, savoring a sip of the pre-rain Longjing tea from a table. Xiao Feng glared at him. You little rascal. Did you speak ill of me to your grandmother? We should have never brought you back. You are a scheming little monster. Nan Feng slowly rose, smiling as he replied, Xiao Feng, you are merely bringing misfortune upon yourselves and blaming me? How utterly ridiculous. He then left the living room and retreated to his courtyard, where a female steward, specially brought in by Lin Wanyue, awaited him. Nan Feng inquired, What is your name? Young Master Nan Feng, I am Zhang Wanting, a graduate in home economics. Lady Lin Wanyue has instructed me that you will be my superior from now on. Nan Feng glanced at her and nodded, You shall not regret this decision. Tomorrow is the weekend. Ensure you have arranged transportation to accompany me in the morning. If there are no pressing matters, you may leave work early. I intend to spend my evening engrossed in literature with no other obligations. Zhang Wanting promptly affirmed, Yes, young master. As she observed Nan Feng's retreating figure, she couldn't help but express her astonishment. I had heard that young Master Nan Feng returned from the countryside. I anticipated a mere mischievous child. Yet he appears to be quite the mature young man. Chapter 24. Has someone come to visit us? To bestow us with wealth. On the other side, Nan Feng returned to his chamber, aware of his fondness for literature. Lin Wanyue had transformed a corner of his room into a personal library. Sitting upon the sofa with his legs crossed, Nan Feng commenced an accelerated mental journey through the vast realms of knowledge. At that moment, he held a contemporary tome on traditional Chinese medicine, shaking his head in bemusement. How novel, he mused, yet when compared to the medical practices of a millennium ago, I cannot help but feel that modern medicine possesses certain deficiencies. In his past life, he had been tutored in the healing arts by the esteemed Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince, who was revered as a miraculous healer. He had studied diligently until one day, the Grand Tutor proclaimed that there was naught left to teach him. In that instant, Nan Feng comprehended that he had mastered his craft. Since his arrival in this world, he had refrained from showcasing his medical prowess, as he still harbored his own ambitions. The skills he had revealed thus far were ample to garner the respect of Lin Wanyue. There was no rush. He had more pressing matters to attend to. According to the memories of his original self, his survival until the age of 6 had not been due to the care of his foster parents. The original child had been forced to toil on the farm and resided in a meager, transformed pigsty. This family had never regarded him as a human being. At the time of his transmigration, the child was afflicted with a high fever. Had it not been for his use of the true dragon breathing technique, he might have perished on the very first day of his arrival. Yet, the original self survived thanks to a kind neighbor. A widow with a 5-year-old daughter residing in the countryside, embodying the adage that a drop of kindness begets a fountain of gratitude. Now that Nan Feng had been granted a second chance at life, it was time to reciprocate. The following day, he would bring gifts and cash to this neighbor, ensuring that her future might be a touch more comfortable. With these thoughts in mind, Nan Feng set aside the book and succumbed to a deep slumber. The next morning, Nan Feng awoke and, as was customary, exchanged pleasantries with Lin Wanyue before departing the Nan household. This morning was particularly tranquil, as the other members of the Nan family had yet to rise. Observing his retreating figure, Lin Wanyue inquired with curiosity, "Where is Nan Feng headed?" Elle replied, "It seems that young Master Nan Feng intends to revisit his previous residence in the outskirts. Perhaps he seeks to reminisce on bygone days." Lin Wanyue nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see." It was curious what Nan Feng might seek at his former dwelling, especially since his foster parents had not treated him well. There should be little sentiment to hold on to. In the suburbs of Binhai City, within the Wang family's courtyard, 8 households resided. Nan Feng's former foster father, Wang Dali, and foster mother, Wang Lady, had 2 children of their own, a 12-year-old daughter named Wang Hongwan and a 17-year-old son named Wang Yoshue. This family exemplified peculiarities. After being adopted, the original child had commenced labor at the Wang household from the age of 3, enduring beatings and scoldings for the slightest missteps. The Nan family had chosen to exercise restraint towards this peculiar clan. Likewise, Nan Feng would extend his own mercy. However, should they dare to provoke him, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, within the Wang courtyard, Nan Feng's foster parents were seated with their 2 children, partaking of breakfast. Wang Hongwan lamented, "Mother, why must we endure sweet potato porridge again? I can hardly stomach it any longer. Oh dear, having something to eat is already quite fortunate. Cooking is not within my capabilities." However, that little rascal was taken away by someone, and we received nothing in return, Wang Hongwan lamented. Wang Dali concurred indeed. Although we used to have him rise early to prepare breakfast and do some farm work during the day, it was hardly mistreatment. Why, then, should we not receive compensation? These large families are truly stingy. Wang Yoshue, having taken a few bites, lost his appetite and remarked, "Oh, he is merely an ingrateful wretch. Is that not expected? Today, I shall commence my work and earn a handsome sum, so that I may treat you all to delightful indulgences. Wait for you? That's laughable. It would be quite enough if you didn't rely on us." Wang Dali scoffed. At that moment, a relative from the courtyard approached, saying, "Oh dear, I must tell you. A grand Mercedes just arrived at the village entrance. I wonder if it is your adopted son come a visit." Wang Lady immediately sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Really? My son has come to see me? How wonderful. He must have had a change of heart and is here to bring us some money. Hongwan, go fetch my makeup box and my red coat from the room. It seems today is a fortuitous day." Wang Dali rubbed his hands together. "What if my son gives me a Mercedes? How splendid. It It truly seems that choices outweigh hard work in life. Wang Yoshua added, then why should I seek employment? I could simply work in my brother's place, earning several tens of thousands a month as a junior executive. Surely that is not unreasonable. Wang Lady responded, not unreasonable at all. I've heard your brother belongs to a wealthy family, not just any affluent individual. Our family is bound to ascend. Second uncle, please check outside for me and see if my son has gotten out of the car. If he has, let me know so I can greet him. I want to wait at the door to appear more humble, Wang Dali instructed. Yes, indeed. We must maintain a sense of dignity and not indulge him too much. He must know who his father is. Wang Hongwan added, Mother, is it too much to ask for my brother to buy me a vanity table? Not at all. How could that be excessive? Here's what we shall do. You and your brother will discuss what you desire together. All right. Thank you, Mother. Meanwhile, Nan Feng had entered the courtyard accompanied by his steward. Several families in the distance began whispering amongst themselves. Oh my, look at those gifts. How extravagant. Indeed, the Wang Dali family is quite fortunate. Their adopted son is actually a young master from a wealthy family. This means Wang Dali will never go hungry again. This boy seems to be quite honest. Considering how Wang Dali treated him before, it could be described as servitude, someone murmured. Shoo, keep your voice down. At this moment, the second uncle stepped forward, saying, Oh, you're back, my lad. The female steward, Zhang Wanting, interjected, Sir, my young master is Nan Feng of the Nan family. Not just any lad. Nan Feng remarked coolly, Wang Shower, what brings you here? Huh? What do you mean? Were you not invited into Dali's home? They requested that I escort you inside, the second uncle replied. Nan Feng smiled and instructed them to wait patiently. At that moment, he continued forward and suddenly took a turn, heading towards the widow's house. Instantly, gasps of surprise filled the air. What on earth is happening? Why has this clay boy suddenly gone to the widow's home? Do you remember how the widow, feeling pity for the clay boy, would often share food with him? Could it be that this clay boy is returning to express his gratitude? Chapter 25. Have you given our belongings to others? The widow's name is Lu Shaoling, yet the villagers simply refer to her as the widow, seldom using her name. Nan Feng approached the entrance of Lu Shaoling's home and gently knocked on the door. Aunt Lu, it's me, I'm back. Who is it? Came a reply. It's me, the mud boy. Nan Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment as he recalled how, in his youth, he was often clad in tattered clothes, his body caked in dirt, earning him the nickname Mud Boy. Inside, there was a rustling sound. Just a moment. Let me get dressed, Lu Shaoling called out. After a brief pause, the old wooden door creaked open. A graceful woman appeared before Nan Feng, momentarily taken aback, struggling to recognize him. It was worth noting that Nan Feng had once donned a shabby cotton coat, a relic from his childhood, while now he stood before her in an exquisite Italian-tailored suit, his hair styled by a professional, exuding the aura of a wealthy young gentleman. Aunt Lu, it's me, Nan Feng, the former mud boy, he stated. Lu Shaoling's face brightened with warmth. Ah, it's the mud boy. You found your way home. You look so dashing now. Xiaomei, your mud boy brother has come, she called out, and soon a small girl in a tattered coat rushed out, nearly leaping into Nan Feng's arms, only to suddenly halt, her face flushing crimson. Mud boy brother, how have you become so handsome? She asked, scratching her head, two smudges of dirt adorning her nose. Come in quickly. Annie will make you some tea, Lu Shaoling urged. Noticing Nan Feng's attire, she felt a pang of discomfort, as though every item in her home paled in comparison to his splendid appearance. This child had truly transformed. Once she prepared the tea, they exchanged some awkward small talk. Aunt Lu, if you feel you cannot continue at the clothing factory by the village entrance, you are welcome to come to the city and find me. Moreover, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call me, Nan Feng offered, producing a smartphone and placing it before her. Truth be told, he was still clumsy with the device. Please save my number. I'm not very adept at using this. Lu Shaoling chuckled, remarking, Now, this is more reminiscent of the old mud boy. Indeed, during his time here, Nan Feng had been known for his simplicity. After leaving his phone number, Nan Feng retrieved a check for 100,000 yuan from his pocket. Aunt Lu, this is not a large sum, and it does not even begin to repay your kindness. I merely hope this money enables Xiaomei to enjoy better meals. Lu Shaoling immediately stood, refusing. My boy, I cannot accept this money. You should save it for yourself. I am your elder. How could I possibly take this from you? With a smile, Nan Feng replied, "If you do not accept it, I shall carry a sense of indebtedness for life. Please take a portion, it will ease my heart." Hearing this, Lu Shaoling hesitated, but after much deliberation, she ultimately accepted it, resolving to repay him when the opportunity arose in the future. Upon reflecting on this, she could only take it for now. "All right, let me help you with that. Nan Feng can stay at Annie's house for a meal." Nan Feng shook his head. "Grandma is still waiting for me to return." The widow Lu's face flushed immediately. "All right, in this dilapidated house of mine, how could anyone still be interested?" Sensing her thoughts, Nan Feng quickly reassured her, "Annie, you are overthinking it. My family upbringing is strict. It wouldn't be good for Grandma to wait at home." Lu Guafu smiled. "Well then, be careful on your way. Xiaomei, let us see off your brother Nan Feng." Lu Xiaomei timidly gazed at Nan Feng, puzzled as to why the brother she once found so familiar now seemed like a stranger. After bidding farewell to Lu Shaoling, Nan Feng reached the door. In the distance, neighbors were whispering among themselves. "Oh dear, this boy only goes to see the widow and neglects his foster parents. Seems he holds a grudge." Holding a grudge is good. I just can't stand that Wang Dali family treating a fine child like a fool, using him like livestock. Isn't that excessive? Indeed, he has improved. It's only right that he acts this way. Meanwhile, Nan Feng had already boarded the vehicle. Simultaneously, the Wang Dali family was busy changing clothes and applying makeup. Wang Dali pondered whether to choose a Mercedes or a BMW. Wang Yoshua was contacting his classmates. "I want to buy an iPhone too. I have a foster brother. Our family is wealthy. What a phone. I want one a foldable model." Inside the room, Wang Lady emerged. "Dear, has our son returned? Is he taking too long?" Wang Dali nodded. "Shall we go check?" Eager for money, Wang Lady immediately stood up. "All right, I'll go take a look." Leading her family to the entrance of the courtyard, they saw several people pointing at the widow's door. "Oh, everyone is here. I wonder what interesting things they are discussing," Wang Lady remarked. The hushed whispers startled her. The previous second uncle immediately said, "Ah, you arrived just in time. Lady, your foster son just came by." "What?" Wang Lady exclaimed in shock. "What do you mean he's already come by? Don't joke with me. My son is the most filial and hasn't even returned to me yet. How could he leave?" Wang Dali added, "Exactly. You people just love to talk nonsense. The main person from our family hasn't even come out. How could he possibly leave?" The second uncle insisted, "No, really. Just moments ago, a whole cart of items was moved into the widow's house, and it seems there is quite a bit of money involved." "What?" Wang Lady immediately became furious. "Did you really see that, second uncle? That little rascal gave all my things to the widow?" The second uncle nodded without a doubt. "The bond between them seems quite extraordinary. I believe this boy harbors resentment toward your family." Wang Lady instantly smiled, pondering the concept of harboring resentment. "After all, our family once faced such dire circumstances, yet we managed to raise him with unwavering dedication. Is this what one might call mistreatment? Why not label him a thankless wretch?" Wang Yoshua immediately interjected, "Mother, what more is there to say? All these possessions rightfully belong to our family. He owes us a debt of gratitude that he can never repay. Why should he not show filial piety towards our family?" Wang Hongwu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he has consumed all our rice. He ought to return what is rightfully ours." Just then, Widow Lu pushed open the door. Everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance. Inside Widow Lu's home, the floor was cluttered with countless treasures, various appliances, washing machines, robotic vacuums, and even computers. As for food, it was an abundance of imported fruits piled high. "Mother, look, our belongings," Wang Yoshua exclaimed, pointing at the items within the room. Chapter 26. Are you confused about who your family is? Wang Lady fixed her gaze, and in an instant, rage surged through her. She exclaimed, "Indeed, there are so many splendid items. That scoundrel Lu, how could she possess such treasures? That ingrate, doesn't she even recognize who her mother is?" Wang Dali remarked, "Indeed, that child has never been particularly bright, and now he must certainly have mistaken Lu for his mother. It must be so." Wang Yoshua urged, "What are we waiting for? Bring them here." With that, he charged inside, seizing the large television, intent on carrying it away. Lu stepped forward to block Wang Yoshua, asking, "What do you think you're doing? This was a gift from Nan Feng." "What nonsense! This was a gift from my foolish brother. who can't distinguish who his true father is. You shamelessly deceived him into thinking it was yours. Lu, well aware of the family's unscrupulous nature, recognized that the items from Nan Feng had caught their greedy eyes. At that moment, Wang Dali pushed Lu aside, causing her to crash against the wall. A check fell from her grasp. Wang Lady swiftly moved forward, snatching it up. Upon inspection, her eyes widened in disbelief. This was a check for 100,000. This is my son's tribute to me. How dare you attempt to steal it? Lu's eyes reddened. No. This was given to me by Nan Feng. I intended to save it for him until he is older. Wang Lady scolded Lu, you shameless seductress, taking my son's belongings. And yet you have the audacity to claim you'll return it later? Who are you putting on the charade for? Do you have any dignity left? How disgusting. She continued. So, take all those imported fruits as well. Oh, so many delightful treats. I haven't even had a taste. Wang Yoshua nodded. Of course, mother. These were meant for us. At that moment, Lu Xiaomei clutched 2 cherries in her hands. Wang Yoshua rushed over, snatching them away. You little wretch, who are you to eat cherries? Hand them over. Mom, these are given to me by my brother. Wang Hongwan overheard. What brother? He is my brother, not yours. Don't be so shameless. Lu stepped forward, grasping Wang Lady's wrist. You can take everything else, but I must return this check. Wang Lady responded with a sharp slap. This belongs to my son. If you desire it so much, then kneel and call yourself a whore, and I shall return it to you. Meanwhile, Nan Feng sat in the back seat of the car, glancing at the rearview mirror, realizing Aunt Lu had not come out to bid farewell. He clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. This time returning home, he had not encountered the vile Wang family. Could it be that they were too ashamed to show their faces? No. Zhang Wanning, we are going back. The car took a sharp turn on the suburban road, heading towards Wangjia village. Zhang Wanning inquired, Young Master Nan Feng, why are we returning? Nan Feng replied, I suspect that someone, not quite human, may be bullying Aunt Lu. A few minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt outside the courtyard of Wangjia village. Nan Feng alighted, and suddenly his expression shifted, his ears tinged with a subtle movement as he discerned the sound of weeping and wailing. Within the courtyard, Widow Lu implored, Is it only by kneeling that you will spare me and return my check? If you call out, sure, I'll give it back, Wang Lady retorted. Lu Xiaomei rushed in front of her mother, embracing her and crying, Please don't bully my mother. She is a good person. Why are you treating her this way? You little brat, get away from me. Be careful not to get hurt yourself. At that moment, Lu Xiaomei, fueled by a sudden surge of courage, stood up and lunged at Wang Lady, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Wang Lady's temper flared instantly. I'll kick the life out of you, you wretched child. She had donned a pair of red leather shoes in anticipation of Nan Feng's arrival, and aimed a kick at the girl's head. If it connected, it would surely leave a mark, if not worse. Just then, Nan Feng burst through the door. Stop! What are you doing? Wang Lady immediately halted, casting a glance at Nan Feng, her eyes lighting up. Why, isn't this my son? Indeed, you've taken on an air of nobility. Let me see. Your outfit looks quite expensive. Nan Feng wore a stern expression as he pulled Lu Xiaomei aside, speaking coldly. Aunt Lu, where is the item? Widow Lu replied, Nan Feng, why are you back? This has nothing to do with you. We villagers are merely having a bit of fun. Who is having fun with a widow? Wang Yoshua interjected with a sniffle. This shameless widow received our delivery, and it was snatched away. Do you think it's a joke? Does she think she is a big shot? Wang Lady added, and that check for 100,000. What right does a widow have to such things? Isn't that right? Madal? Nan Feng chuckled, yet a fire ignited within him. If this were a millennium ago, mere words like these would have resulted in heads rolling. He stated coolly, So, it was you who took the items? You have the money, and you beat up Aunt Lu? Wang Yoshua retorted, What do you mean by that? What connection does this widow have with you? I am your brother, and they are your adoptive parents. Have you lost your mind since entering high society? Giving money and items to unrelated people? Wang Dali nodded in agreement. Your brother is right. You are, after all, our adopted son. It's commendable that you show filial piety, but you've been deceived by this widow. What qualifications does a woman like her have to claim such things? Nan Feng raised his hand, pointing at them, his voice trembling slightly. Very well. Since you are all here, let me clarify this matter. I tell you, These items and the money are indeed for Aunt Lu. Astonishment rippled through the crowd outside, who overheard every word. This mud doll had changed indeed, daring to defy the Wang family. Clearly, his status had shifted, and he was emboldened. Wang Lady's facade of superiority crumbled. What did he mean by giving a widow Lu? What has possessed you, you little scoundrel? She is not your adoptive mother. Have you lost your senses to utter such words? Wang Dali, indeed. You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? Have a few days of good fortune muddled your mind? Kneel down and apologize to your mother. Wang Yoshue was even more direct. You little brat. Do you truly believe you are a young master just because I haven't disciplined you for a few days? Can you not discern between the big and the small Wang? Are you incapable of recognizing your own family? If you do not clarify your thoughts today, you shall not pass through this door. Chapter 27. This thing has crashed. Why should I give you my belongings? Upon hearing this, Widow Lu was incensed and stepped forward to shield Nan Feng, proclaiming, he is a good child. Even if he has departed, he wishes to return and check on me. You cannot treat him this way. This statement only served to further ignite the ire of the Wang family. What do you think you are, a benevolent soul? He is my adopted son, and he has no connection to you. Wang Lady retorted coldly. Nan Feng, kneel down now and hand over these items to us. Also, buy your father a car. That Mercedes at your doorstep looks splendid. Leave the keys with us. Nan Feng let out a cold laugh, incredulous at the shamelessness of such individuals. How can there be people as unrepentant as you in this world? Back when I lived in your pigsty of a home, I was forced to drink well water when I fell ill. If it weren't for my tenacity, I would have perished long ago. Even so, I rose at 5 every morning to wash your clothes and prepare your meals. Given the kindness I've shown, considering you raised me without pursuing any grievances, you still expect me to repay you? You are being utterly presumptuous. Wang Lady and her companions momentarily faltered, their expressions betraying discomfort. Yet, Wang Lady quickly recovered, chuckling derisively. How amusing! We were poor back then, yet we still managed to raise you on rice. Did you think you were nourished by the grains of another family? Nan Feng's face was aflame with rage. Yes, I was indeed fed by the rice of others. When did your family ever allow me a full meal? The neighbors outside began to murmur in agreement. Indeed, the Wang family has been excessively cruel. I witnessed that child, clad in a tattered cotton coat, kneeling in the snow simply for an additional bowl of rice. What a travesty! How did that child survive such hardships? Have you forgotten? Widow Lu consistently offered steaming buns to that child, even sharing her precious pork and cured meats. She truly cared for him. Oh, no wonder the child wishes to repay her kindness. In comparison, the Wang family is nothing but a den of beasts. And let us not forget, the Wang family consumed all the relief supplies meant for that child. Goodness, this is beyond inhumane. The Wang family, hearing these remarks, retorted, what does this have to do with you? You nosy onlookers. You weren't around when we treated him well. Widow Lu, realizing the gravity of the situation, rose and pointed to the Wang family, declaring, if it were not for my assistance, that child would have perished long ago. You have all acted inhumanely. I offered to adopt him, but you refused, and now you neglect his care. You treat him as though he were livestock. Shut your mouth, you wretched woman. You stir trouble and slander us. Wang Lady feigned a smile, addressing Nan Feng. Child, the past was not as you remember. We were only looking out for your best interests. What nonsense is this? Oh, the head of the household, do say something. Wang Dali hesitated for a moment before uttering. There is an ancient saying, we labor the mind and starve the body for your own good. Oh, have you not read any books, resorting to excuses that flow like poetry? Nan Feng replied. He then stood with his hands clasped behind his back, declaring, a man devoid of virtue cannot be trusted. Your unjust actions will surely invite retribution. These items are for Aunt Lu and have nothing to do with you. Now put them down and leave. You. I am your father. Indeed, I am your adoptive mother. How dare you speak to us in such a manner? Alas, I cannot endure this. You ungrateful wretch. Wang Yoshua clutched the television, exclaiming, does she deserve such fine things? A few meals exchanged for such wealth? Where in the world does such fortune exist? Nan Feng replied coldly. Providing timely assistance is far nobler than your attempts to add insult to injury. Release it. I will not. I refuse to let go. At this moment, Wang Hongwan was also holding a box of cherries, stuffing them into her mouth with abandon. Nan Feng, weary of further dialogue, approached and forcefully pressed down on the television, delivering a sharp slap to Wang Yoshue. Though only 17, Wang Yoshue was no match for Nan Feng's martial prowess. The blow sent him reeling, eyes swirling, as he fell to the ground, clutching his face and wailing. Upon witnessing his son being struck, Wang Dali rushed forward. "You little brat, what do you intend to do?" As he charged, Nan Feng leapt and delivered a kick. The burly man, over 50, was sent tumbling like a rolling gourd. "If you wish to seize my belongings, you must first ascertain your worthiness." Seeing her husband and son being assaulted, Wang Lady, in a fit of rage, seized a shovel from the wall and began smashing the television, air conditioner, and washing machine. "I'll show you, widow. I'll show you what it means to be cheap." Zhang Wanting, standing behind Nan Feng, attempted to intervene as these items were purchased by the Nan family. Nan Feng raised his hand, saying, "Let her destroy them. We will call the police and let them handle it. Destruction of property will land her in jail." Upon hearing Nan Feng's command, Zhang Wanting promptly retrieved her phone. "Hello, we would like to report crime. The location is..." The Wang family, sprawled on the ground in a dramatic display, heard that Nan Feng had indeed called the police and immediately rose to confront him. "You little brat, are you even human? We are your adoptive parents. That is your brother. You publicly assaulted us, and now you wish to call the police over a few damaged items?" Wang Lady coldly responded, "Let him call. These are my belongings. My son bought them for me, and I can do as I please. When the police arrive, I will countersue that widow for deceiving my son. She is no decent person." Outside, the villagers whispered among themselves, sensing that Wang Lady had lost her sanity. What connection did these items have to the Wang family? These belonged to the family that supported the boy. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Today, the boy was merely repaying a kindness to the widow, which had nothing to do with the Wang family. Minutes later, the sound of sirens echoed, and 2 police cars arrived at the scene, with 4 officers disembarking. Upon hearing of a gathering that had escalated into chaos, with numerous items vandalized, the police took the situation seriously and promptly dispatched 2 units. A middle-aged officer stepped forward and inquired, "What seems to be the trouble here?" In the next moment, Wang Lady, tearful and distressed, approached and exclaimed, "Officer, it is as follows. My foster son returned today with a plethora of delightful gifts intended for me, his adoptive mother, but they were seized by Widow Liu." The officer nodded, acknowledging the domestic dispute. Widow Liu, however, was quick to defend herself, stating, "Officer, that is not the case. The items were purchased for me by the clay figurine upon his return, and the neighbors can attest to this." Chapter 28. To show leniency towards people is commendable, yet to indulge in the misdeeds of beasts is utterly reprehensible. The officer turned to face the crowd. "Elder uncle," he said, "this lad may indeed be an adopted son, but there is nothing wrong with him purchasing goods for Widow Liu today." The others chimed in, "Indeed, this boy is grateful and remembers kindness. Widow Liu has cared for him in the past, hence his generous purchases for her." However, the Wang family displayed a savage demeanor, brazenly attempting to seize the goods and even threatening to strike Widow Liu, demanding she kneel before them. But that is not all. They sought to inflict harm. As Wang Lady observed the crowd turning against her, she rose defiantly, hands on her hips, and pointed accusingly at the villagers. "You know nothing. My adopted son came to see me, only to be duped by Widow Liu. You are all uncouth and ignorant." The officer felt his patience wearing thin, questioning the true ownership of the items in dispute. Nan Feng stepped forward, declaring, "These belong to the Nan family." The police officers exchanged glances, startled. The Nan family? The esteemed Nan family of Binhai? Is this gentleman truly from the Nan family? The leading officer's tone softened, addressing Nan Feng with newfound respect. "Sir, are these items indeed yours?" Zhang Wanting promptly produced a list of purchases. "This is the gift list from our Nan family." After reviewing it, the officer nodded, stating, "The situation is clear. These items indeed belong to the Nan family." "Wang Lady, on what grounds do you claim them as yours?" Wang Dali interjected, "Officers, you cannot say that. These items were brought by our adopted son for our benefit. As his guardians, If he does not give them to us, who else would he give them to? They must have been deceitfully acquired by Widow Lu. The officer glanced at Nan Feng, seeking clarification. Young Master Nan, what do you say? With an air of calm, Nan Feng replied, I am grateful for Widow Lu's previous kindness towards me. Thus, I purchased these items for her. The Wang family is entirely unrelated to this matter, especially since they have vandalized all the appliances I bought. I intend to hold Wang lady accountable. The officer paused, realizing the implications. Wang lady, how can you claim young Master Nan's possessions as your own? In an act of petulance, Wang lady threw herself to the ground, wailing, You are bullying me. The items bought by my adopted son are mine. It matters not who challenges me. Even if the King of Heaven were to arrive, they would still belong to me. Such irrationality was astounding. Wang lady, we are not here to witness your tantrums. As an adult, you will face imprisonment for destroying another's property. Upon hearing this, Wang lady ceased her tears, standing defiantly, and shouted at the officers, You worthless lot. This is my adopted son, and I am entitled to damage his possessions. So what if I did? You have insulted a police officer. That will be noted. You may be detained. Several officers moved to apprehend her. A flicker of panic crossed Wang lady's face. Wait, I can compensate him. It's merely a television and some trifles. Do we lack the funds? Nan Feng smiled slyly. Compensation, you say? Very well. He turned to Zhang Wanting. Please show the officers the receipt for these unopened appliances and their total cost. Zhang Wanting promptly presented the invoice. The officers scrutinized it, exclaiming, Over 90,000? These appliances are indeed quite expensive. Of course, they're all top-tier brands, hence the price. Wang lady, pay attention to this. The total amount is over 90,000, and the invoices are all here. Please compensate young Master Nan for his losses. 90,000? Wang lady was utterly astonished. How could this be possible? A few broken appliances, and it demands nearly 100,000. This is simply outrageous. Wang lady was visibly shaken. Wang Dali was equally disturbed, exclaiming, You must be joking. What appliances could possibly cost nearly 100,000? I have no money. Do as you wish. The leading officer nodded and replied, If you lack funds, we could take you in. Destruction of property. Wait a moment. Wang lady panicked. Son, Wang Yoshua, don't you have the 5,000 I gave you? Take it out. And Dali, we still have 30,000 at home. Wang Yoshua immediately responded, What? Mom, that was last month. I have no money left. Wang Dali grumbled. I need to pay tuition soon. The family has no funds. Upon hearing her husband's words, Wang lady anxiously pleaded, Dear villagers, can anyone lend me some money? I beg you. Lend you money? Will it ever be repaid? Last year you borrowed 3 kilograms of rice and never returned it. How can I trust you? Exactly. If you want to borrow money, wait until your next life. Seeing no one willing to assist her, Wang lady quickly turned her gaze to Nan Feng. Young man, I was wrong. Please let this go this time, and I assure you I won Tier again. Nan Feng glanced at her coolly and said, My check for 100,000 is still in your possession. Are you attempting to add robbery to your list of offenses? Upon hearing this, Wang lady hastily retrieved the check from her person and handed it to Nan Feng. I was wrong. Here is your check back. Young Master Nan, could you show some leniency? Receiving the check, Nan Feng remarked coldly, Leniency? Such consideration is reserved for people, not for you beasts. If you dare to pay even a single cent less, I will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. Wang lady was taken aback. What do you want? Nan Feng surveyed the room belonging to the Wang family and replied indifferently, Doesn't your family have a property deed? Those 3 rooms must hold some value. You're talking nonsense. Oh, so it turns out you are after my property. Wang lady pointed at Nan Feng. What exactly do you want? All this time, you've just been after my house. Officer, I suspect he is committing fraud. The 4 policemen exchanged glances, speechless at the woman's antics. Miss Wang, we'll remind you one last time. This constitutes intentional property damage. If you cannot resolve this on the spot, you will face imprisonment. The Wang family was on the brink of despair. Wang Yoshua spoke sternly, Mom. If you give away the property deed, where will we live? Wang Dali added gravely, No, absolutely not. You might as well serve some time. Wang lady was stunned, staring incredulously at her husband. What kind of talk is that? Are you saying you won't go to jail? Who permitted you to destroy things? I am doing this for the sake of our family. Regardless, This is unacceptable. If so, then let us divorce. You mad woman. Ultimately, the property deed was handed over to the police, and after thorough examination, the officer presented it to Nan Feng. With a calm glance, Nan Feng proclaimed, I request that your family vacate my residence immediately. What? What did you say? You are my adopted son. What is wrong with us residing in your house? Indeed, we, as a family, shall not leave. Go ahead, bite me. Chapter 29, Then if we do not leave, it will still belong to us. Nan Feng disregarded the comment and turned to glance at Widow Lu. Aunt Lu, I will arrange for someone to bring back these broken items. If you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I am at the Nan residence. Widow Lu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Nan Feng, you are leaving already? Next time, Annie will come and visit you. Be careful on your way, she added. For the first time in her life, Widow Lu felt a sense of support behind her, a most comforting sensation. Little did she know, this feeling was simply delightful. At that moment, seeing Nan Feng about to depart, Wang Dali's family exchanged glances. Shall we leave? What do you mean by leaving? If you ask me, we should continue staying here. Does he intend to watch us every day? Exactly. Yes, yes. Wang lady turned around and said, what are you all staring at? Even if this is my adopted son's house, what is wrong with me living here? Meanwhile, Nan Feng sat in the car, tapping his fingers on the window ledge. His father once remarked that a ruler must be adept at weighing options, utilizing different individuals for governance. Corrupt officials, tyrants, and virtuous ministers all have their respective roles. Nan Feng rubbed his forehead and instructed Zhang Wanting, have the driver stop at the market ahead. Nan Feng recalled that at the village entrance, there were a few local ruffians, led by someone known as Di Longzai, the local bully. Although the market had mostly dispersed, these ruffians still gathered in small groups, smoking and chatting. Naturally, Nan Feng's luxurious car caught their attention. Di Longzai curiously inquired, oh, where did this wealthy person come from? Lowering the car window, Nan Feng beckoned Di Longzai with a gesture. I have some business. Are you interested? Di Longzai approached immediately, asking, which young master is this, looking so affluent? Zhang Wanting, sitting in the passenger seat, stepped out and replied, our young master is the third son of the esteemed Nan family. The Nan family? The pinnacle of high society. Di Longzai's demeanor shifted to one of much greater respect. So, you're a young master, Nan? But why do you look so familiar? Nan Feng replied, I used to be the clay boy from the Wang family. We have met before. The clay boy. It's you. I heard you were found by your parents. You certainly look different now. Everyone look, it's the clay boy. Several ruffians stepped forward, displaying expressions of envy. However, Di Longzai asked, but what brings you to us? Nan Feng produced a land deed from his pocket. This is the land deed for Wang Dali's property, which could sell for at least 100,000 according to village prices. I will sell it to you for 50,000. What do you think? Di Longzai was taken aback. Is this for real? You're selling this land deed for such a low price? Indeed, this deed was compensated to me by their family. But you know what kind of person Wang lady is. I am disinclined to entangle myself with her, so I'm selling it to you. You can handle the house. By the way, Widow Lu is my aunt, and I, Nan Feng, will protect her. In the future, your people should look after her in the village. Di Longzai was no fool. Such a substantial piece of land was practically a gift to him. It seemed that Nan Feng truly intended to safeguard Widow Lu. Such a business would only be pursued by a fool. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The true significance lies in the opportunity to connect with a prestigious family like the Nans. Very well, young Master Nan, I, Di Longzai, owe you a debt of gratitude. I shall certainly take care of Widow Lu from now on. Should the Wang family dare to cause trouble, I shall demand their lives. Nan Feng smiled, stating, I shall take my leave now. Simply provide Widow Lu with the 50,000. The Mercedes-Benz slowly began to drive away from the market. The other subordinates marveled, incredible. Diwa, who used to struggle with his words, now speaks as if transformed into a different person. I dared not even breathe in his presence. It appears that the meals of wealthy families truly have the power to reshape one's demeanor. Di Longzai held the land deed in his hands, a smile gracing his lips. What a fortunate windfall this is. Should the Wang family village undergo demolition in the future, I would suddenly become affluent. Congratulations, Brother D. Long. On the vehicle, Zhang Wanning was astonished. This young master, Nan, is indeed meticulous and remarkably capable at such a young age. Is he really only 6 years old? Truly frightening. Young Master Nan, should we find someone to follow him? Can we really trust this D. Long? Nan Feng replied, though D. Longzi is a small-time thug, he is quite loyal and possesses a strong sense of protectiveness. When Widow Lu was nearly bullied by 2 men from the neighboring village, he witnessed the incident and led a group to pursue them several kilometers into the neighboring village. Though they ultimately lost the fight, those ruffians never dared to cause trouble again. Just because he lacks education doesn't mean he lacks passion. Who wishes to be a thug if they have better opportunities? Lest apart, grandmother must be waiting anxiously. Meanwhile, at the Nan estate, Lin Wanyue was enjoying tea when Age hurriedly entered, saying, Old madam, we've clarified what young master did today. He visited Widow Lu's home, the one who once provided him with food, and gifted her quite a number of items. Lin Wanyue nodded approvingly. He is indeed a child who knows how to be grateful, a true descendant of the Nan family. Old madam, that is not all. Later, the Wang family. If it weren't for our young master, Widow Lu would have been forced to kneel today. A huff escaped Lin Wanyue's lips, her anger flaring. That Wang family. If it weren't for their assistance in raising my grandson, I would have sought retribution long ago. Otherwise, allowing the bloodline of the Nan family to wash dishes and do laundry would cost them their lives. Surely, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. What happened to Widow Lu? The steward replied excitedly. The most thrilling part follows. The items given by the young master were seized by the Wang family, and when the young master calmly provoked them, they smashed their belongings in a fit of rage. Guess what happened next? The young master called the police, and the Wang family was thrown into a panic. Lin Wanyue nodded. This child possesses both cunning and strategy. I wonder how it will unfold from here. The steward added. The other party claimed they had no money for compensation, and the young master instructed them to bring their property deed as collateral. Oh, this child truly is clever, Lin Wanyue remarked. By exploiting the Wang family's own greed, he has turned the tables on them. However, the Wang family is not one to easily acquiesce. Meanwhile, Wang Dali's family decided to slaughter a chicken that night to alleviate their shock. As they were enjoying the chicken, their second uncle arrived at Wang Dali's home and inquired, Dali, aren't you moving? Moving? Over my dead body, retorted Dali. That little brat hasn't even grown his hair yet and thinks he can swindle my money? Just ignore him, and that will suffice. Wang Yoshua added, that little rascal dares to strike me. If I encounter him in the city, I shall ensure his demise. Wang Lady sneered. When I, Wang Lady, was navigating the underbelly of society, that kid wasn't he even a glimmer in his mother's eye. Compete with us? He is far too green. Chapter 30. Let us move out. We're moving out right now. Uncle Air shook his head, saying, No, I sense this child is not to be underestimated. You ought to be more cautious. Wang Lady replied, What do you mean by cautious, Uncle Air? We were simply careless today. If that boy dares to approach again, we shall deal with him decisively. Uncle Air sighed, realizing the truth in his words. The Wang family was indeed overbearing. Even if they handed over the land deed to that child, what could they do if he refused to leave? At that moment, Widow Lu was passing by with water in hand. Wang Dali exclaimed, You are forbidden to pass in front of my house again. If it weren't for you, would we be in such dire straits today? Lu, accustomed to taking a detour, felt an unusual confidence today. Oh, what gave you the right to ask me to take a different route? Are you the master of this house? Wang Dali stood abruptly. Yes. What of it? You shameless hussy. What are you pretending to be here for? Get lost. Lu retorted, Don't forget, this house belongs to Nan Feng now. What does this have to do with you? You are occupying someone else's property. Damn it. You don't understand human language, do you? Today, I will teach you a lesson, you wretched woman. Wang Dali rose, stepping forward to raise his hand, ready to strike her. Just then a figure rushed in, delivering a kick that sent Wang Dali sprawling against the wall. Impressive, Wang Dali, living in my home and bullying Aunt Lu. Are you even a man? The crowd gasped in unison. D. Longzi, what brings you here? Oncle exclaimed. Wang Lady rushed forward, embracing her husband. D. Longzi, why are you resorting to violence? Wang Yoshua immediately attempted to ingratiate himself. D. Long, what a surprise. I just happened to have roast chicken at home. Why not join us for a bite? Slap. Without a word, Di Longzi retaliated with a swift slap, sending Wang Yoshua's head reeling. Eat it next door. Di Longzi bellowed at the gathered crowd. Get out. This is my home now. The Wang family exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily forgetting their pain. Di Longzi, what are you talking about? This is clearly my home. When did it become yours? Exactly, Di Longzi. What do you intend to do? Di Longzi smirked, waving his hand as 10 or so followers rushed in. You lot, listen up. Throw this entire family out. At that moment, other neighbors from the courtyard rushed in, exclaiming in shock, Di Longzi, what are you doing? We're all from the same village. There is no need for this. Di Longzi surveyed the crowd, coldly declaring, I, Di Longzi, do not neglect any of you. But this family has crossed me. An elder with a white beard stepped forward. Di Long, what is going on? You're not one to bully the weak. Wang lady, gripping her son, expressed her distress. Look, you've swollen my son's face. Di Long, you must clarify your words. We shall not play today. Di Long glanced at the Wang family, then retrieved a land certificate from his pocket, stating coldly, Everyone, I have purchased these 2 houses from Mudwa with 50,000 yuan today. What? Mudwa sold a house to you? A neighbor exclaimed in disbelief. Oh dear, then this house truly belongs to Di Long. Wang Dali, covering his face, stepped forward, exclaiming, Di Long, this house is mine. When did it become yours? I will fight you. Yet in the next moment, Di Long swiftly struck him. Slap. Wang Dali fell to the ground. Wang Dali, I warn you for the last time, this land certificate is in my possession. It was purchased with my hard-earned money. If you disagree, the village committee or the police can be involved. Either way, I am justified. Who am I afraid of? Anyone who entangles with me, Di Long, will pay dearly. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Wang lady realized the logic was on Di Long's side. Rolling her eyes, she collapsed onto the ground, throwing a tantrum. My house has been taken. I am wronged. Di Long, not an ordinary villager, anticipated Wang lady's reaction. He coldly commanded, Come, beat her. She can accuse me of assault. But I can also hold her accountable for occupying my property. Who's afraid of whom? And you all, while I am but a solitary figure. Do you think I fear you? Come, let us see how this plays out. Wang Dali, pulling his wife, cried, Don't hit us, Di Long. We will move. We will move. Wang Hongwan and Wang Yoshua hid behind their parents, trembling in fear. At that moment, Di Long's subordinates surged inside, throwing out the worthless belongings from the house. Get out. Wang Dali, your family is forbidden from approaching this courtyard in the future. Whenever my brother Di Long sees you, he will strike. Indeed, look at yourselves. How dare you come here to cause trouble? Wang Dali's family rushed forward to clutch their possessions, wailing in despair. Let us go. Don't lose anything. We'll gather our things and leave. Yes, please have mercy. We understand our mistakes. Meanwhile, the other members of the Wang family pointed and whispered amongst themselves. This family was finally leaving. Alas, it seems that the wicked must be dealt with harshly. Indeed, Wang Dali had been excessively cruel in the past, especially to Mudwa, who, fortunately, has now returned to a wealthy family. Good, they are leaving. This will bring peace to our area. Widow Lu cast a glance at these people, reflecting on how, when Mudwa was merely Mudwa, none of them ever spoke kindly of him. Now that he possesses wealth and power, their attitudes have shifted dramatically. Widow Lu pondered this thought. Suddenly, Di Longzi stepped forward, producing a black paper bag and extending it towards Aunt Lu. The clay figurine has instructed me to purchase the house, and this money is for you to keep. Naturally, Widow Lu refused, exclaiming, How can that be? He should keep the money for himself. Di Longzi let out a cold snort. Aunt Lu, are you denying me the courtesy? How dare you refuse what I offer? Affectedly feigning anger, Di Longzi left Widow Lu with no choice but to accept the money. With a hearty laugh, he declared, Excellent. From now on, rest assured, Aunt Lu, should you or Xiao Mei encounter any troubles in the village, just let me know. I, Di Long, will certainly protect you. In the distance, other villagers murmured among themselves. Is Di Longzi interested in Widow Lu? Nonsense. What a significant age gap. Di Longzi turned and retorted. What are you babbling about? This is a command from my clay figurine brother. Chapter 31. When did teaching become a nightmare? The crowd suddenly realized that it was the clay figurine, which made perfect sense. Those unaware might have thought that Aunt Lu was about to bloom again. In the South family estate, the backyard, Lin Wanyue had just finished listening to her grandson's tale when another individual, resembling a steward, approached her and whispered a few words in her ear. Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, my grandson is truly worthy of the South bloodline, possessing both literary and martial prowess, and demonstrating remarkable foresight and adaptability. It is impressive that he could anticipate the Wang family's maneuvers and orchestrate the ruffians to confront the oppressive household. Truly, he is a descendant of the South family. At that moment, a servant approached, announcing, "Old madam, young master Nan Feng has returned." "Excellent, excellent. Let him come to his grandmother," Lin Wanyue responded. Just then, Nan Feng strolled through the main gate, hands clasped behind his back, resembling a little old man. Lin Wanyue couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of him. As Nan Feng drew closer, he respectfully greeted his grandmother. "Excellent, excellent. You ventured alone to the countryside without even bringing a few bodyguards," Lin Wanyue remarked, her concern genuine. Thankfully, the Wang family had not engaged in any extreme actions. Otherwise, she would have ensured their ruin. While Nan Feng conversed with Lin Wanyue, Nan Ji returned from outside. Still on the phone. "Yes, Teacher Lin, I understand." "Haha. Right, right. Nan Xiao is quite exceptional as well." "Understood. I'll see you Monday afternoon after school." At that moment, Zhao Feng descended from the second floor. "Darling, what is the matter? Is there something going on?" Nan Ji replied, "It's nothing major, just that on Monday, there is a parent-teacher meeting at school. Let us attend together." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyue naturally inquired, "For this meeting, will each of you be responsible for one child?" Nan Ji nodded. "Indeed, fortunately, they attend the same school, so we won't have to rush to two places." After speaking, he glanced at his mother. "Mother, what is you so joyous?" Lin Wanyue feigned a stern expression and shook her head. "It's none of your concern. How is the matter with the company progressing?" "Rest assured, Mother, I have already begun discussions with the He family of the aristocracy in the capital. This collaboration, if successful, will sufficiently compensate for our previous losses." Nan Ji replied. Lin Wanyue snorted disdainfully. "The South family is indeed a noble lineage. One or two missteps will not significantly affect us. However, if you repeatedly cause trouble, I may have to consider your premature withdrawal from your position." "Mother, I've told you, with the younger generation present, must you speak so? It's quite embarrassing for me," Nan Ji protested. Zhao Feng interjected, "Mother, please grant Ji a little time. He has only recently taken over the South family business." Nan Feng listened intently, pondering the implications of such dynamics. This emperor seemed unable to extricate himself from the regency of the Empress Dowager, and he was not performing particularly well. Does this imply that I might have the opportunity to ascend to power ahead of schedule? At that moment, the two young ladies of the South family returned. One after the other, Nan Yue entered with an array of bags in tow, having taken advantage of the sales at the mall, where luxury items were remarkably affordable. Nan Yumeng was similarly burdened with numerous acquisitions. Indeed, the prices are so low, I ended up purchasing quite a bit as well. Suddenly, Lin Wanyue's voice rang out, causing both young women to freeze in surprise. "Grandma, what are you doing? You nearly scare me to death." Nan Yumeng added, "Yes, it's our day off. What's wrong with us going shopping?" Lin Wanyue scoffed, "Every week, you only know how to spend your pocket money on luxury goods. What kind of behavior is that?" In contrast, Nan Feng devoted her resources to understanding social dynamics and crafting strategies, a skill that placed her far ahead of her sisters. She cast a glance at Nan Feng, her admiration evident. Nan Feng maintained a composed demeanor, feigning ignorance. Nan Yue suddenly huffed. "No need to say anything. It must be you little brat, who has been speaking ill of me in front of Grandma. Before you arrived, Grandma doted on me. Now, she only cares for you." Nan Yumeng nodded in agreement. Nan Feng found it amusing. Such a superficial princess, had she lived in the Southern Dynasty, would have met her downfall on the very first day. Truly lacking in depth and strategy. "Both of you, I have only just returned myself." Lin Wanyue's voice was cold, "And upon your return, you place all the blame on your younger brother? Two college students bullying a 6-year-old child?" Nan Yue's expression soured as she clutched her belongings and ascended the stairs. "Sister, wait for me. Nan Yuming also turned to leave. Seeing his mother fuming, Nanji dared not speak further. Zhao Feng exchanged a glance with her husband and remarked, "I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." As Nan Feng realized there was little entertainment left to behold, she rose to take her leave and returned to her courtyard. She resumed her pursuit of modern literature, diligently perusing the texts with remarkable speed. Within just 2 days, she had read several books on computer science, feeling increasingly confident in her knowledge, surpassing many in the field. As for the other literature, she resolved to address it the following day. Was there a parent-teacher meeting in this world? The next day, at a Liston Noble Elementary School, Nan Feng stood with her hands clasped behind her back in the classroom. "Ms. Lin Mei, in your recent lesson, there were 3 minor errors and 2 major ones. Which would you like to hear first?" Hahaha. This school is truly amusing. I have never encountered a student quite like this in my lifetime. Teacher, please spare me. I am thoroughly entertained. Regarding education, I can only say this child understands the essence of learning. At that moment, the homeroom teacher's face flushed crimson. Throughout the morning, this boy had interrupted her every 3 minutes. Who was the teacher here? Really? Beads of cold sweat adorned her forehead as her demeanor lost its initial brightness. Ahaha. Shall we return to self-study, everyone? At this moment, the mathematics teacher, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, cautiously approached the edge of the classroom, hesitating to enter. With only 10 minutes remaining until my lesson commenced, I was acutely aware that Nan Feng was inside. Last class, he had managed to present me with over 30 questions, leaving me utterly disheartened about returning to work. This child is simply terrifying. His intellect is nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 32. The Parent-Teacher Meeting? Why is no one accompanying me? What should I do if my child is too traditional? It feels like being lectured by an ancestor in class. Is that not a good thing? It is simply marvelous. Do not speak of ancestors. Perhaps this lad is a true progenitor. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Lin Mei, hurriedly emerged, declaring, "Mathematics teacher, I leave this child in your capable hands. He is truly exceptional." Nan Feng furrowed his brow within the confines of the school, lamenting the inadequacy of the teachers in this era, as their minds seemed solely occupied with the scant knowledge contained within textbooks. A mere expansion of thought appeared to be beyond their capabilities. Time swiftly passed, and the parent-teacher meeting officially commenced. Within the classroom, a multitude of parents arrived. Among them Zhao Xia and Zhao Shiwen, the couple Zhao Xiong. Nan Feng sat alone at his desk, remaining solitary until the arrival of Nan Ji and his spouse. The other parents present began to murmur among themselves. Why is it that Nan Feng, as the young master of the Nan family, has no one by his side at the meeting? I do not know. Nin Xiao has the company of Nan Ji and his wife, but Nan Feng is all alone, which is quite intriguing. Are you not aware? The Nan family is not particularly united. Nan Feng naturally perceived all of this, but remained indifferent, as it was evident that Nan Ji favored Nan Xiao. At that moment, Zhao Feng suddenly exclaimed, "Nan Xiao, how did you acquire that wound on your face? Was it Nan Feng who did this?" Upon hearing this, Nan Feng's expression turned slightly cold. "Here we go again." Nan Xiao immediately interjected, "Mother, it's all right. Nan Feng did not do it on purpose. Is it always an accident? How could it be so coincidental every time? Shower, do not fear. I will advocate for you." Just then, the homeroom teacher entered and addressed the assembly. "Dear parents and students, welcome to this semester's parent-teacher meeting." At this juncture, Nan Ji stood, asserting, "Teacher, my son Nan Xiao has been injured on his face. It must have been Nan Feng's doing. Why is this matter not being addressed?" I have not heard of such a thing," Lin Mei responded, attempting to calm the situation. "The children have not interacted today, and Nan Feng has been quite proactive in class. Teacher, I do not care. My son has been harmed by Nan Feng, and this matter must be reported and dealt with." Zhao Feng insisted relentlessly. "This is outrageous. Having observed the school life for so long, these parents are truly extraordinary. My little progenitor is actually being targeted by family members? Heavens, my heart aches for my little progenitor for just a moment." Nan Feng spoke calmly. "Homeroom teacher, I believe you must handle this matter impartially. If any student has wronged me within the school, I trust you will be able to discern the truth." He cast a glance at Zhao Xia, who sat in the front row. Prior to the commencement of the parent-teacher meeting, Zhao Xia had approached him and shared her thoughts. The gist of her message was that Nan Xiao had injured his own face, but sought to place the blame on him. Furthermore, this incident was witnessed not only by her, but also by Zhao Sherwin. Zhao Sherwin's straightforward nature meant that should Nan Feng inquire, Nan Xiao would have no means to refute. Nan Jai stood up and said, "I apologize for the laughter, but Nan Feng's jealousy is excessive. Since he entered the Nan family, he has consistently targeted my youngest son, which is quite amusing." Upon hearing this, Nan Feng smirked inwardly. "I can understand your defense of the illegitimate child, but your blatant hostility towards me is rather laughable." The other parents felt a sense of awkwardness. Either they held a lower status than the Nan family and were reluctant to speak up, or they were related to the Nan family, making their involvement quite uncomfortable. Thus, they remained silent. However, the homeroom teacher, Lin Mei, smiled and remarked, "Mr. Nan, based on my observations, both of these children are good kids. There's no need to take such trivial matters so seriously." Immediately, Nan Xiao chimed in, "Yes, the teacher is right. My parents have nothing to do with Brother Nan Feng, and I am fine." Seeing his child's pitiful demeanor, Nan Jai felt a deep pang of compassion and insisted, "No, my son must not be wronged. Teacher Lin, you must come to a resolution." Lin Mei, feeling helpless, turned to Nan Xiao and asked, "Nan Xiao, did your brother do this to your face?" Nan Xiao turned away, remaining silent. "You see, this is impossible to ascertain," Lin Mei said, somewhat protectively. "Children can be rough with one another. Sometimes, injuries occur even among friends." She wished to offer some defense for Nan Feng, who was truly a rare talent. At that moment, Nan Feng suddenly asked, "Nan Xiao, did I really do it?" Nan Xiao glanced at him, feigning fear. "Brother, please don't say that. I won't dare next time." Zhao Feng, witnessing the scene, grew increasingly irate. "Teacher, can't you see? Nan Feng is threatening Nan Xiao. It was definitely Nan Feng who did it." The homeroom teacher, Lin Mei, sighed and asked, "Nan Xiao, was it truly your brother who did this?" Nan Xiao looked at her and nodded slightly. Upon seeing this, Nan Feng suddenly chuckled. He then turned to the large elementary student, Zhao Shuwen, and asked, "Sister Zhao Shuwen, may I ask you a question? Did you see who caused the injury on my face?" Hearing this, Nan Jai immediately jumped up. "You brat. Why are you dragging Zhao Shuwen into this? If you did it, you did it. Do you think others will help you lie?" The homeroom teacher promptly reassured Mr. Nan. "Zhao Shuwen is quite honest and would never lie." "Zhao Shuwen, regarding what Nan Feng just asked you, did you see anything?" Zhao Shuwen nodded and replied, "I saw it. It was Nan Xiao. He hurt his own face." "What?" Nan Jai and Zhao Feng exchanged incredulous glances. "Zhao Shuwen, you wouldn't be helping Nan Feng, would you?" The homeroom teacher, Lin Mei, shook her head and said, "Zhao Shuwen has always been honest. She speaks directly about what she knows. I believe there may be a misunderstanding here." Upon hearing this, Nan Jai looked down at his youngest son and asked, "Nan Xiao, what happened to your face?" Nan Xiao shook his head. "I have mentioned that this has nothing to do with Brother Nan Feng. I might have just woken up from a dream where I saw him hitting me, which startled me awake and caused me to fall." The entire assembly could hardly contain their laughter. What a startling awakening. Such matters among children are best left to the young, for adults should not interfere. Indeed. A startling awakening, dreaming of my brother hitting me. This class has so many amusing anecdotes. You cannot deny, the school chosen by the production team is truly excellent. This class certainly garners a lot of attention. It must be from your ancestors. Honestly, one must wonder if the parents are handling this situation a bit excessively. Nan Ji exclaimed in astonishment. "So that is the case. In that event, let's put this matter to rest." Chapter 33. Are my people also under your control? At this moment, Nan Feng interjected, "How can we let this slide? Of course, it cannot be overlooked. I have just stated that those who slander me must be held accountable. For instance, South Xiao should be disciplined." "What did you say? Are you still considering yourself his brother?" Zhao Feng shouted in response. "Moreover, let me tell you this. If you weren't so aggressive, you wouldn't resemble a kind-hearted child. Otherwise, would your brother truly be afraid of you?" At that moment, Nan Xiao immediately clung to Zhao Feng, exclaiming, "Mom, I'm scared." Nan Feng smiled faintly. "I have not wronged him in any way. nor have I pushed him into the pond. Why is he still frightened? Zhao Feng, you are being quite unreasonable. Nan Jai scoffed. Mr. Lin, there's no need to argue with this boy. Since it's a parent-teacher meeting, let us commence. Nan Feng, we shall not act as your parents. You are quite capable of handling this alone. The homeroom teacher, Lin Mei, was taken aback. Mr. Nan, this cannot be allowed. Such actions would greatly harm the child. He's capable enough. What need has he for parents? He is sufficient on his own. Nan Jai replied. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. This is enough. One is a father, the other a mother, and here you are spouting nonsense. A silver-haired woman appeared at the classroom door. Nan Feng immediately rose. Grandma. Lin Wanqing walked directly to Nan Feng's side and calmly said, I am Nan Feng's guardian. Teacher, the parent-teacher meeting may now begin. Nan Jai was taken aback by his mother's unexpected arrival and said solemnly, Mom, what brings you here? Zhao Feng also panicked momentarily. Mom, do not both call me Mom. I have no children like you two. You are both fools, and I can hardly be bothered to engage in conversation with you. You no longer recognize Nan Feng, and now your mother has disowned you. This is hilarious. What a beautiful grandmother, full of vitality. She compliments her little grandson perfectly. Thank goodness this little ancestor has a loving grandmother. Otherwise, it would be too tragic. Nan Feng clasped his hands in gratitude towards his grandmother. Thank you, Grandma, for coming to my rescue. Oh dear, you are such a thoughtful child, Lin Wanqing said, her eyes filled with affection. The elderly and the young sat together, and Lin Wanqing quietly remarked, Alas, my dear child, I'm growing old, and you are still so young. The days when I can protect you will not last much longer. I only hope you can mature swiftly and inherit the Nan family legacy. Nan Feng shook his head. Grandma, you are in good health. You will surely live a long life. You, my child, truly know how to speak. Nan Feng's eyes couldn't help but glisten with moisture. His grandmother had once lavished him with such affection, yet during the struggle for succession, she had succumbed to a terrible poison, leaving her unable to recover. It was after that event that Nan Feng became a disciple of the Grand Tutor, mastering unparalleled medical skills, hoping that his life would not be marred by such regrets again. Fortunately, in this life, there were not so many dangers. The homeroom teacher continued with the parent-teacher meeting, which primarily addressed issues related to the children's education and the school's upcoming educational policies, along with filling out some forms. It concluded rather swiftly. At this moment, the homeroom teacher said, Next, the school will host a computer competition for elementary students. Interested parents may enroll their children, and I encourage everyone to participate enthusiastically, as the results will be beneficial for future academic pursuits. Nanji immediately responded, We will enroll. Our child has had 3 different computer teachers over the years due to his innate talent. He has been programming since childhood. The homeroom teacher, Lin Mei, nodded and remarked, All right. Nan Xiao registered for the computer competition. Computer? Nan Feng raised his hand and said, Teacher, I would like to try as well. I have been reading recently, and it is time to assess my skills. Nanji sneered, How absurd. You, a child from the countryside, have you ever seen a computer? Do you even know what a computer is? In response to this remark, Nan Feng calmly replied, I know a bit about computers. Zhao Feng tugged at her husband's hand and said, Oh, dear, let him embarrass himself. We should not interfere. I have already had someone investigate, and this boy has never learned about computers. Living in the countryside, he claims to be knowledgeable due to his reading, but computers are different. They require hands-on experience and dedicated study. Hearing his wife's words, Nanji nodded and said, Indeed, in his mother's eyes, he is perfect. It's time to shatter that myth. Zhao Feng agreed. It must be so. Lin Wanyu looked at her grandson quizzically and thought, Dear grandson, this is a computer competition. Can you truly handle it? Nan Feng himself was uncertain, but having read numerous books on the subject, he thought he should be capable. I should be able to, the homeroom teacher announced. There are still a few days to prepare for the computer competition. Before that, with the new semester comes a new leadership team. Tomorrow morning, we will hold elections for class monitor. I encourage everyone to participate. Otherwise, I will have to appoint someone myself. This statement sparked discussions among the parents present. Nanji glanced at Nan Xiao and urged, Son, you must make a strong effort to compete for the position tomorrow and outshine Nan Feng. Furthermore, as you will inherit the Nan Corporation, you must develop your leadership skills from a young age. The students of A-Liston Primary School are predominantly from affluent families. So many parents are naturally interested in this position. Zhao Xiong also advised his daughter, Zhao Xia, you should also compete for class monitor tomorrow. If that doesn't work out, aim for vice monitor, understood? At this moment, Nan Feng pondered, the class monitor is the leader of the class, second only to the teacher, the foremost among the officials. Very well, I shall start my journey from the position of class monitor in this lifetime, and in the future, I will sweep across the entire continent. The ambition that had lingered since 1,000 years ago still burned brightly. A slight smile graced Nan Feng's lips. Lin Wanyue looked at him and asked, Dear grandson, what are you thinking? Nan Feng immediately stood up and said, It's nothing. I was just thinking that during class tomorrow, I will also run for class monitor to bring honor to the Nan family and my grandmother. Lin Wanyue smiled kindly. You are such a diligent child, far better than your father was at your age. At her words, Nan Feng merely smiled faintly. The parent-teacher meeting concluded, and everyone returned home. At this moment, within the confines of the living room, Nan Yue pointed at a female housekeeper and exclaimed, Do you have any idea how much this item of mine costs? A mere apology won't suffice. The housekeeper stammered, I didn't notice the lipstick on the sofa. Mississippi, huh? Kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, I will have you dismissed immediately. Please, miss. I truly did not mean to. The woman's voice caught Nan Feng's attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Zhang Wanting from his own courtyard. In the next instant, Nan Yue raised her hand, intending to teach the housekeeper a lesson. Just as her palm was about to descend, Nan Feng appeared before Zhang Wanting, leaping forward to deliver a swift slap that sent Nan Yue's hand flying. Is she someone you can touch? Chapter 34. Have you heard of the peach blossoms of the Southern Dynasty a millennium ago? Upon seeing Nan Feng return, Zhang Wanting felt as if she had found her anchor. Young master, you have returned. Nan Yue scoffed. You, today, even though you are here, it remains a fact that your subordinate has ruined my lipstick. Nan Feng cast a calm glance at Nan Yue and said, Wanting, please explain what transpired. Zhang Wanting recounted the events succinctly. After Nan Feng had departed earlier in the day, Zhang Wanting, having nothing to occupy her time, took it upon herself to tidy up Nan Feng's courtyard. While seated in the chair of Nan Feng's study, she inadvertently overlooked a lipstick placed there. Fatigue led her to rest, and with a sudden crack, the precious lipstick broke. Upon hearing this, Nan Feng grasped the situation. This had originally been a trap laid for him, yet it was Zhang Wanting who had inadvertently fallen into it. How could such a lipstick be in my study? Nan Yue sneered, How would I know? Perhaps you pilfered it, only for it to be broken by your incompetent subordinate. She was aware that it would be challenging to falsely accuse Nan Feng unless she had irrefutable evidence. Now, it was clear that her own possession had indeed been damaged by Nan Feng's subordinate, and she spoke no lies. Moreover, her ire was directed at the female steward, not at Nan Feng. Her grandmother could do nothing to her. Lin Wanyue slightly furrowed her brow, then directly seated herself on the sofa, choosing not to involve herself in such trivial matters. Nan Feng understood. Those in higher positions are adept at observing others. Clearly, his grandmother wished to see how he would handle the situation. At that moment, Zhao Feng stepped forward, exclaiming, Oh dear, this is a limited edition from Gerlin, worth 400,000. The casing is pure gold, and now it has been ruined. Nan Yumeng added fuel to the fire. I had desired this item back then. It was the limited edition color of that year, which I adored. My sister managed to acquire it, and I couldn't even get a chance to snatch it. I never expected it would be ruined by a female steward. Hearing the price of 400,000, Zhang Wanting trembled in fear. She had just graduated and was accustomed to using discounted lipsticks for budget stores. How could she possibly afford to compensate? No, it was not intentional. I truly did not know there was lipstick on the sofa. Nan Yue, with an air of satisfaction, remarked, Well, I shall consider that you did not act with intent. However, you shall pay me 40,000 and be grateful that I do not have you thrown out. Nan Yue was aware that her mother had been reprimanded by her grandmother over the matter of Nan Feng's allowance, and she sought to impart a lesson to him. This little steward belonged to him, and if he wished to protect her, he would have to bear the financial burden. Although the limited edition was indeed precious, she had used it for 2 years, rendering it inconsequential to her. Yet, she knew Nan Feng possessed only 300,000. Compensating her would not even suffice. Thus, all eyes turned expectantly to Nan Feng. Lin Wanyue contemplated several potential outcomes. Either he would dutifully pay the sum, resulting in his downfall, or he would dismiss the young woman, causing her to regard him with disdain. The unfortunate incident concerning the lipstick is indeed a reality. Even if Nan Yue intentionally placed it on the sofa, it is imperative for a steward to be vigilant and attentive. Carelessness while performing one's duties, resulting in damage to a master's possessions, can have grave implications. Zhang Wanting, sensing the predicament of Nan Feng, promptly declared, "Young Master Nan, you are a good person. I do not wish to burden you further. I shall resign immediately to spare you any discomfort." A smirk of triumph crossed Nan Yue's face. "You wish to leave? It is not so simple. Had you prostrated yourself and begged for forgiveness, I might have let you go. However, since you chose not to kneel, you must compensate for the damages and depart on your own 2 feet. The choice was yours, young lady." Zhang Wanting, now aflame with indignation, retorted, "Miss Nan, young Master Nan is a genius. How can you treat him this way? One day, you will surely regret it." "Impudent," came Nan Feng's stern voice. "As a steward, how dare you speak ill of the family matters?" After this proclamation, he respectfully addressed Lin Wanyue. "Grandmother, this young person simply lacks understanding. I can teach her gradually." At this moment, all eyes turned towards Nan Feng, pondering if he intended to resolve the matter with money. Zhang Wanting was taken aback. "Young master, I do not deserve such treatment." Lin Wanyue chuckled. "Have you made your decision? If funds are insufficient, grandmother can lend you some." Yet Nan Feng replied with a smile, "Grandmother, while this item must indeed be compensated for, I do not wish to settle this matter with money." Nan Yue had initially believed victory was hers, only to find Nan Feng's unexpected remark leave her in shock. "What do you mean you do not wish to pay? Do you intend to buy a new one? This is a limited edition from Guerlain." Nan Feng responded with a smile. "Such foreign brands are hardly valuable. The so-called Guerlain does not even compare to half the worth of lipsticks from our own nation. Do not speak carelessly about matters you do not comprehend. You country bumpkin, what do you know of lipsticks?" "Grandmother, I believe this boy is simply attempting to evade his responsibilities." "How petty," Nan Yue retorted coldly. Nan Yumeng added, "Our family has a lipstick business, and the finest lipsticks cost no more than 5,000. This one is worth 400,000. How dare you label it as worthless?" Even Lin Wanyue could not refrain from interjecting. "In truth, our family's product cannot compete with these international brands." Nan Feng, "Guerlain is indeed a luxury." Nan Ji chuckled. "What naive child you are. Not understanding the value of Guerlain is simply a reflection of your rural upbringing." However, Nan Feng merely smiled faintly. "Grandmother, are you familiar with the Southern Dynasty Frostfall Peach Red?" The assembly exchanged bewildered glances, while Lin Wanyue's expression shifted. "My dear grandson, what do you mean by that?" "Well, peach red. It is a dark red. I could be a black ace for all that matters." "Indeed, he simply does not want to pay." Nan Feng replied calmly. "I presume grandmother has heard of the Southern Dynasty Frostfall Peach Red, the court lipstick from a millennium ago. Since we engage in this business, we are naturally aware of it." Lin Wanyue added, "However, over a millennium, such exquisite craftsmanship has been lost, and no one remains capable of recreating it. Our family faced numerous challenges in attempting to replicate this lipstick, yet all endeavors ended in failure. Consequently, our attempts to penetrate the high-end market also faltered." Zhao Feng mocked. "We are certainly aware of this story, but how does it relate to the matter at hand?" "Indeed, Nan Feng, you should pay up and leave." Zhang Wanting interjected, "Young Master Nan, perhaps it would be best to let this go. You needn't concern yourself with me." At this moment, however, Nan Feng stood with his hands clasped behind him, calmly declaring, "The Nan dynasty's frost descends upon the peach blossoms. I shall accomplish it. Its worth, moreover, far surpasses your so-called limited edition from Guerlain. Are you satisfied now?" Chapter 35. Grandmother gives you money, and you compensate your sister? Upon uttering these words, everyone present stood in stunned silence. The mention of Nan Chao's frosty peach red, a legendary item, rendered Lin Wanyue's face flushed with a deep crimson. The sound of her heart resonated powerfully within her. How could her grandson possibly possess knowledge of Nan Chao's frosty peach red? It seemed implausible, not only due to the ancient technique being lost to time, but also because her grandson was far too young for such an accomplishment. Nan Feng, this is no jest, she stated firmly. How could he possibly know how to create frosty peach red? He must be a fraud. Zhao Feng interjected. This reaction was understandable, as Nan Feng was indeed exceedingly young. It was akin to unearthing an artifact from the reign of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Simply unfathomable. Impossible, Nan Feng. What you claim has been lost for a millennium. How could you possibly know? Nan Yue scoffed. Are you merely fabricating excuses to evade compensation? Or do you intend to deceive both me and grandmother? Nan Ji chimed in, his voice dripping with disdain. Mother, Nan Chao's frosty peach red is a mythical lipstick. Even if the formula were still in existence, how could a 6-year-old child possibly grasp such knowledge? Clearly, he does not wish to pay up and is merely trying to bamboozle us, Nan Yuming added. Lin Wanyue, though somewhat calmed, reflected on how ever since Nan Feng had returned, he had always been polite and well-mannered. How could he possibly deceive her? Yet, should he truly possess the formula, it could elevate the Nan family's lipstick business to unprecedented heights. Nan Feng, this is not a time for jest. Do you genuinely know how to create Nan Chao's frosty peach? Lin Wanyue inquired earnestly. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, Nan Feng replied calmly, of course I do. That is precisely why I spoke of it. Lin Wanyue, filled with excitement, asked, then can you provide proof? This matter is of utmost importance. With a gentle smile, Nan Feng reassured her, rest assured, grandmother. As long as the materials are available, I can produce a simplified version right now. Excellent. The Nan family's cosmetic business is esteemed among the elite. We have ample materials in our storeroom. Just tell them what you need, and they shall retrieve it. Lin Wanyue exclaimed. Mother, you truly believe this child? Zhao Feng questioned incredulously. Nan Ji retorted with a mocking laugh. If he can indeed create it, not only will I forgive him for Nan Yue's lipstick, but I shall also hand over the entirety of the lipstick business to him. Conversely, if he is merely a boastful liar, I will ensure he is expelled from our home. Upon hearing this, Nan Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. Grandmother, you heard that, didn't you? Lin Wanyue affirmed. Very well, I shall vouch for you. If you can produce this lipstick, the business shall be yours. With a disdainful snort, Nan Yue remarked. How could you possibly know anything about Nan Chao's creations? Have you even seen them? Nan Yumeng smiled mischievously. Sister, this is truly amusing. I am eager to see how he gets expelled. At that moment, Nan Feng summoned Zhang Wanting and instructed her accordingly. You are to retrieve superior beeswax, exotic myrrh, pearl powder, and most importantly, vermilion essence from a storeroom. Logically, snow water cream would be required, but alas, it is undoubtedly unavailable. You may use poria and spring water to concoct a substitute. As for the Paramount Mountain peach sap, it can be freshly prepared. Send someone to procure the blood-red wild mountain peaches, and this version of Southern Dynasty Frostfall Peach Red can be replicated. The crowd listened, utterly bewildered, wearing expressions of confusion. Lin Wanyue inquired, what exactly is this snow sap cream? Nan Feng, with a respectful gesture, elucidated. The so-called snow water cream is made from collecting plum blossom snow in the 12th lunar month and boiling it with poria to create the cream. I see. So it is merely poria boiled in water? Such excessive verbiage, Nan Yue thought, snorting coldly. What a charade you put on. Your tricks are merely a ruse to buy time. At that moment, Zhang Wanting approached, accompanied by several young maids, carrying the items Nan Feng required. Young master, we just happened to encounter a vendor selling wild mountain peaches outside, and we chose some brilliantly red ones for you, Zhang Wanting stated. Nan Yue immediately scoffed. You two truly excel at theatrics. You merely wish to delay. Let me tell you, it won't work on me. I have nothing pressing today, so I might as well indulge in your antics. Nan Feng chuckled. Excellent. Today, the Southern Dynasty Frostfall Peach Red shall be resurrected. Prepare the stove. Soon after, several stoves were brought forth before Nan Feng, and with flames rising, the stoves began to heat up. All eyes in the household were fixated on Nan Feng. Could he truly replicate the Southern Dynasty Frostfall Peach Red? It seemed implausible. How could a 6-year-old child possess such knowledge? I too find it inconceivable. Surely this child is fabricating tales to evade scrutiny. At that moment, Nan Feng added the chopped wild mountain peaches, refining the peach gum sap. In truth, he had merely glimpsed the method for creating Southern Dynasty Frostfall Peach Red a millennium ago, and his prodigious memory had retained it until now. Little did he expect it would prove useful today. However, Nan Feng had never utilized modern cooking utensils, and the flames beneath the skillet were too fierce. In an instant, the peach gum was scorched. It was evident that this batch of ingredients had been rendered unusable. Zhang Wanting's eyes dimmed. Young master, if this is futile, perhaps you should send me away. I do not wish to be a burden. Nan Yue sighed in relief, thinking what an ancient arcane art this was supposed to be. It turns out to be a pot of charred paste. Is blackening one's lips a trend in antiquity? How absurd. Mother, this child is simply making a mockery of things. Nanji added. Zhao Feng shook her head. What a pity for those fine peaches. What wrong had they committed? Lin Wanyue furrowed her brow slightly, realizing her grandson could indeed exaggerate at times. Unfazed, Nan Feng picked up the skillet to clean it thoroughly. I have a second batch. What? You intend to proceed again? Please do not waste our stoves and peaches. Perhaps it would be wiser to compensate us instead. Nanji and others scoffed in disdain, subsequently reclining on the sofa, engrossed in their mobile devices. Only Lin Wanyue remained standing in place. My dear grandson, if all else fails, I shall provide you with the funds to compensate your sister. Nan Feng shook his head and replied, Grandma, I am confident in the second batch. At this moment, the frying pan had been thoroughly cleaned, and Nan Feng once again placed wild mountain peaches inside, commencing the simmering of the crimson peach gum. This time, he meticulously regulated the heat before adding the snow water syrup. He began to stir with silver chopsticks. As the stirring progressed, the colors of the peach gum within the pot intertwined in shades of red and silver, creating a visually stunning spectacle. Nan Feng remarked, as soon as one observes the sunset clouds tinged with frost, it signifies the success of this step. Lin Wanyue was utterly astonished. Sunset clouds tinged with frost? What a beautiful verse. Splendid, splendid. Nan Feng, my dear grandson, your grandmother now believes in you. Meanwhile, Nan Yue, in disbelief, interjected, Grandma, there is no need to console yourself. We have already witnessed the outcome. Chapter 36. A mysterious book? It is imperative to locate this tome. Nan Feng refrained from engaging in debate, for there were more pressing matters at hand. He extinguished the flame and poured in beeswax and frankincense, subsequently transferring the mixture into the pre-prepared mold to set. Now we simply await cooling, and it will be ready for use. However, if you desire a more supple texture for this lipstick, it must be buried amidst osmanthus for 3 days to absorb moisture and enhance its softness, Nan Feng explained. Lin Wanyue exclaimed in astonishment, Goodness, are you truly crafting the Frostfall Peach Red? Hearing the commotion, the others in the vicinity stood up and approached with curiosity. How is that possible? There is no such thing as Frostfall Peach Red. It's all a deception, Zhao Feng remarked. Nan Yue chimed in, Indeed. What could a 6-year-old child possibly know about ancient methods of lipstick production? Nan Yumeng shook her head, asserting, if he indeed possesses such knowledge, I would gladly let him use my head as a ball. Nanji interjected, Mother, I understand that you are concerned about the company's recent downturn, but we cannot resort to desperate measures. This child knows nothing of the Frostfall Peach Red. At that moment, as the mixture cooled and set, Nan Feng held out a lipstick to Lin Wanting. Grandmother, please take a look. This is Nan Dynasty Frostfall Peach Red. Lin Wanting trembled as she extended her hand to accept the lipstick, then instructed, Bring me a silver hairpin for testing. The housekeeper, promptly fetched a silver pin. Amidst the skeptical gazes surrounding her, Lin Wanting dipped the pin into the lipstick. The next moment, her eyes widened at the hue. Zhao Feng cautioned, Mother, is this truly wise? What could this child know about lipstick? Be careful. We don't even know if it's safe. Exactly, Grandmother. He is just a country bumpkin. What does he know about cosmetics? Nan Yue added. Then, Nan Feng spoke up. Nan Dynasty Frostfall Peach Red begins as a watery pink, gradually transforming into a deep peach. And over time, it evolves into a cherry hue. This is what one might call the 3 descents of peach color. What 3 descents of peach color? With our laboratory's capabilities, we could produce numerous batches of this for mere pennies. Nanji scoffed. At that moment, Lin Wanyue suddenly interjected with a cold huff. Silence. What my dear grandson says is correct. The texture is exquisite and the color resplendent. This is no ordinary product. I guarantee, based on 60 years of expertise, that this is indeed the Frostfall Peach Red from ancient texts. The Nan family collectively turned to Lin Wanyue, their expressions filled with astonishment. Grandmother, how can this be? Has the Frostfall Peach Red truly been produced? Grandmother, you must be mistaken. He is merely a rural child. What do you mean it has been created? What the tens of millions we invested in researching Frostfall Peach Red in previous years? Nan Feng could not restrain himself. Consider it a testament to your wealth. You. Nanji's expression soured. Mother, this is impossible. Lin Wanting chuckled coldly. I know you are anxious, but do not rush. Nan Yue, did not Nan Feng promise to compensate you with a lipstick? Take this. It surpasses your girl by far. Though Nan Yue outwardly denied it, her curiosity was piqued. I shall have a look first. If it does not meet expectations, he will still owe me. Speaking thus, she took the lipstick and applied it to her lips, pressing them together for a moment. In the presence of Nan Yuma, Zhao Feng fell silent. Even Nan Jia, a man, slowly widened his mouth in astonishment. After a considerable pause, he exclaimed, such vibrant colors. Is this truly the Nan Dynasty Frostfall Peach Blossom? Unable to restrain herself, Zhao Feng reached out to grab the lipstick, saying, let me try this, my dear daughter. Mom, what are you doing? This is for me. If you want one, just ask. Nan Yue replied. Without hesitation, Nan Yuma rushed forward, insisting, let me use it first, sister. The 3 women soon found themselves in a playful scuffle. Nan Feng exchanged glances with Lin Wanyue, recalling the ancient wisdom of the Nan Dynasty that warned against the proximity of peach blossom to bitter herbs, lest the color fade. Suddenly, Lin Wanyue grasped Nan Feng's small hand, saying, my dear grandson, do not be so dismissive. Since this formula is yours, the high-end lipstick business shall naturally be your responsibility. Nan Feng smiled. Very well, Grandma. His aim was achieved. To secure an indelible position in Lin Wanyue's heart, he needed to demonstrate his commercial prowess. The Nan Dynasty Frostfall Peach Blossom was merely the first step in his quest for supremacy in this world. Later that evening at the Nan estate, in Nan Jia's room, he and his wife were engaged in conversation. Zhao Feng insisted, you must tell him that I absolutely need the first batch of Frostfall Peach Blossom. Oh, he is your son. Can't you simply ask him for it? Nan Jia replied. Zhao Feng huffed. This child is truly extraordinary to have created the Nan Dynasty Frostfall Peach Blossom. I suppose your mother is now entirely enamored with this grandson. Nan Jia shook his head. What has the concern? At least the company is still under my control. He cannot bully Nan Shao. Once they grow older, things will certainly change. Meanwhile, in Nan Feng's courtyard, Lin Wanyue entered his study, where he was engrossed in reading. She noticed he was flipping through the pages every 2 or 3 seconds. Nan Feng, are you reading? She inquired. Nan Feng set down his book and immediately stood to greet her. Lin Wanyue waved her hand. Sit down, dear. I just saw you flipping through those pages almost every few minutes. Yes, Nan Feng replied. I have had a photographic memory since childhood, which allows me to read exceptionally quickly. Lin Wanyue nodded. I see. No wonder you possess such knowledge at a young age. It is indeed a remarkable trait of the Nan family. How did you come by the method for creating the Nan Dynasty Frostfall Peach Blossom? Nan Feng explained. When I was little, I discovered an ancient text in a dilapidated house, which contained many accounts of ancient matters. No wonder you know so much about the Nan Dynasty. That book must have been extraordinary. What happened to it? Lin Wanyue asked, not doubting Nan Feng, for if he had not acquired such knowledge through these ancient abilities, how else could he explain it? When I intended to retrieve the book after mastering its contents, it was nowhere to be found, which puzzled me greatly, Nan Feng responded. Lin Wanyue exchanged glances with Ai, both intrigued by the unfolding story. Lin Wanyue nodded and said, all right, I understand. Nan Feng, make sure to rest early. You have school tomorrow, and you also need to run for class officer. Nan Feng nodded and bid farewell to his grandmother. After Lin Wanyue left, Nan Feng read for a while, before retiring to bed. Lin Wanyue turned to her companion, Air, and remarked, "Although I do not believe in the supernatural, strange occurrences are unfolding before our very eyes. Air, I need you to immediately arrange for someone to inquire in Wangjia village about an old house that existed a few years ago. If it still stands, be sure to search thoroughly for this extraordinary book." Chapter 37. The Campaign for Class Monitor, One Above All. Early the next morning, Nan Feng donned a tailored suit and polished shoes, carrying a small backpack as he boarded a Mercedes en route to school. He had perused his phone to gain a slight understanding of the class election, marveling at the ease with which knowledge could now be acquired. How abstract it is. The youth of today squander their time on trivial pursuits online rather than dedicating themselves to earnest study. Had I possessed such tools a millennium ago, my elder siblings would have stood no chance against me. At that moment, he stumbled upon a video featuring a bald man posing a curious question. What if you traveled back to ancient times without bombs? Would you not fashion one with your bare hands? This left Nan Feng bemused yet intrigued, contemplating the idea of creating one himself. Upon arriving at the school entrance, he encountered several upperclassmen who awaited him, offering snacks as a means of seeking his protection. "Brother Feng, we've heard that Nan Xiao and Zhao Xia from your class are both vying for the position of class monitor. Would you like us to issue them a warning?" One inquired. "Indeed, Brother Feng. In our eyes, you are the most formidable. You must take this role." Nan Feng rose leisurely, exhaling softly. "No need for concern. I shall handle it. Since we are to compete, let it be a fair contest." The upperclassmen murmured their admiration, as expected of Brother Feng. Truly impressive. They were captivated by his charisma and eloquence, feeling inspired to emulate him. Meanwhile, a film crew arrived at the school, tasked with documenting campus life. Initially, they anticipated their program would be mundane and short-lived, only to find that every time Nan Feng appeared on screen, the viewership surged. This realization prompted them to wait daily for his arrival, nearly elevating him to the status of the show's protagonist. As Nan Feng made his way to the classroom, several gazes immediately fell upon him. Nan Xiao spoke to his close companions. This Nan Feng dares to contend for the position of class monitor without considering his own capabilities. Rest assured, Brother Xiao, Nan Feng is merely treading a path of smooth cement, devoid of any obstacles. You have our votes, his friends reassured him. Your support is but one facet. The role of class monitor is subordinate to the opinion of our homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin, Nan Xiao replied. So, Brother Xiao, do you have any clever strategies? Nan Xiao responded, My father has advised that at critical moments, gifts must be presented. Provide me cover while I make a quick visit. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Lin Mei, approached the classroom door, her heart slightly unsettled. Due to Nan Feng's presence, she often found herself reflecting on her performance at work, pondering whether she had erred or lacked diligence in recent days. Each day, she held herself to a standard of self-examination, wary of making mistakes in front of Nan Feng. This child, I truly cannot fathom how he has come to be. Just then, a figure caught her attention. It was Nan Xiao, arriving with gifts. Nan Xiao, what brings you to see the teacher? Lin Mei inquired. With a slight smile, Nan Xiao addressed the homeroom teacher. Surely, you wouldn't want the position of class monitor to fall into Nan Feng's hands. As he spoke, he presented a small box, opening it to reveal a stunning diamond within. A natural blue diamond, a birthday gift from my father last year, though it's not particularly valuable, around $1 million or so. Lin Mei raised her eyebrows in surprise. I shall compete with you affluent individuals. How could this be? She exclaimed. Oh dear, Nan Xiao, if you truly wish to be class monitor, you must speak well when you take the stage. If the class finds your speech commendable, you will surely be elected. Nan Xiao smiled, yet replied, However, Teacher Lin, your opinion carries significant weight. Understanding his intent, Lin Mei chuckled softly. I appreciate your thoughts, and your sentiment has been noted. However, I cannot accept this gift. Please take it back. Thus, Nan Xiao quietly retreated to the office. Meanwhile, seated at his desk, Nan Feng was approached by Zhao Xia, who abruptly dropped a note beside him before departing. He picked it up to find the message. Nan Xiao is attempting to bribe the teacher for the class monitor position. Nan Feng, I shall vote for you. If you win, do remember to appoint me as your vice monitor. Hee hee. Nan Feng tucked the note away, pondering. This woman aspires to be the queen. Though it may seem merely a contest for class monitor, to him, it represented a grand display of power. The atmosphere in the class was thick with ulterior motives, and it was not difficult for Nan Feng to comprehend Zhao Xia's repeated assistance. She likely wished to pledge her allegiance to him, perhaps even to become his queen, or simply because the girl harbored an interest in him. Rising slowly, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the homeroom teacher. Lin Mei, flustered, quickly checked her attire, concerned she might be reprimanded by Nan Feng. But I am dressed appropriately today, she thought. Nan Feng, do you have something to say? He shook his head, replying, Teacher, you mentioned that today we would be electing class officers. I would like to inquire when that will commence. Lin Mei shook her head, chuckling nervously. Oh, look at how eager you all are. In the live-stream classroom, comments began to flood in. I can even see the panic on the teacher's face. This little ancestor is truly formidable. Indeed, our little ancestor has frightened the teacher. Report, Commander. We have discovered an ancestral figure from another time. I suggest we capture and dissect them. Hahaha. Embarrassed, Teacher Lin declared. In that case, those wishing to run for class monitor may come up one by one to speak. Nan Feng, if you wish to run, you may be the first. Raising his hand, he said nonchalantly, Ah, true champions make their entrance last. Allow the weaker candidates to take the stage first. The teacher was left bewildered, thinking, wait, are you provoking me? Nan Xiao, unable to contain himself, stood up and exclaimed, You are truly arrogant. I detest people like you. Teacher, I shall go first. Just watch, I will frighten him. As Nan Xiao ascended the stage, he addressed the audience. Hello everyone, I am Nan Xiao, and I am vying for the position of class monitor for the first grade class 3. Should I be elected? I pledge to provide snacks every Friday. Nan Feng's expression shifted slightly. It seemed that Nan Xiao was attempting to bribe everyone, resorting to such tactics to secure victory. One could only remark that Nan Xiao's approach was rather unworthy. After Nan Xiao concluded his speech, the students below erupted into applause. Next was Zhao Xia. Her speech was equally unremarkable, accompanied by a few assurances of her own. She then cast a glance at Nan Feng, implying, It's your turn now. Slowly, Nan Feng made his way to the stage, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his gait reminiscent of an elderly gentleman. Chapter 38, Power in Hand. The class leader ascends. In the live broadcast room, the audience began to express their thoughts. Why is everyone silent? Do you not enjoy conversing? Haha. The way this child walks remains as amusing as ever. However, I firmly believe that the class leader will undoubtedly be his, for I have faith in his majesty. At that moment, Nan Feng spoke up, addressing the teachers and fellow students. Please be at ease. No, I mean greetings to everyone. I, Nan Feng, am here to run for the position of class leader. Should I be elected, I shall lead you all to elevate the prestige of our great nation and vanquish all barbaric foes. The homeroom teacher, growing increasingly perplexed, remarked, My friend, we are merely electing a class leader, not crowning a monarch. Haha, I'm recording this on my phone. Is our little ancestor truly about to ascend? I believe he is the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang. Haha, send me 300 via WeChat, and I shall bestow upon you the title of General of the Great Qin. Upon finishing his declaration, Nan Feng grew somewhat carried away, casually stating, All my esteemed subjects rise. Suddenly, he was taken aback. The entire class was equally stunned. Finally, an abstract-minded student exclaimed, Thank you for your grace, your majesty. Nan Feng panicked, wondering if his true identity was about to be revealed. Did they discover his secret? The homeroom teacher, exasperated, remarked, You all should refrain from engaging in abstract play within my classroom. Truly, what are you doing? Everyone, please rise. My esteemed Minister of Rights is now watching a video. Haha, this guy is hilarious. Let him be class leader. I wish to see how he manages the class. I am laughing to the point of no return. The homeroom teacher calmly interjected, Now that everyone has delivered their campaign speeches, we shall proceed to the final tallying of votes. You may anonymously write your selections on paper. I will arrange for someone to count the votes. Upon hearing this, the students bowed their heads, diligently preparing their ballots. The teacher then designated 2 students to commence the counting. Zhao Xia, Nan Feng, Nan Xiao, Nan Feng, Nan Feng. The homeroom teacher observed the rapid increase in votes for Nan Feng and thought it reasonable for him to become class leader, given the number of students to manage. Surely, he could not oversee them all himself. At this moment, the vote counting reached a crucial point. Nan Feng, 15 votes. Nan Xiao, 15 votes. Zhao Xia, 10 votes. The students began to murmur among themselves. How coincidental. Did this not mean Nan Xiao and Nan Feng were tied? What shall we do now? Should they face off once more? The homeroom teacher, realizing the absurdity of allowing these two to continue their antics, quickly stated, as the homeroom teacher, I have yet to cast my vote. All eyes turned towards teacher Lin. A moment later, Lin Mei declared, everyone, I cast my vote for Nan Feng, due to his maturity and composure demonstrated during the previous sports event. Congratulations, Nan Feng, on becoming this term's class leader. The classroom erupted in applause. Congratulations to our king on his ascension. Long live our emperor. Honestly, this child possesses remarkable abilities. It is truly a disservice to confine him to the role of a mere class monitor. I share the same sentiment. This child is fit for leadership. After all, he is my sovereign, and I believe he is deserving. At this moment, the class teacher said, Nan Feng, you are to assign the other class officers. Identify which students are suitable and provide me with a list for review. Nan Feng replied with a smile, certainly. He then cast a glance at the dejected Nan Xiao, who was slated to be the vice monitor. What? Nan Xiao stared in disbelief at Nan Feng. What exactly are you plotting? You think I would owe you a favor by being your vice monitor? Nan Feng merely smiled faintly. I am not asking you to owe me. I simply believe you are the right fit. Sensing a gaze from the side, he noticed Zhao Xia, who huffed, Nan Feng, what about me? Nan Feng glanced at her, feeling a bit anxious. Zhao Xia was perfectly balanced with Nan Xiao. Zhao Xia, you are also the vice monitor. I recall our class can have a maximum of 2 vice monitors, correct? Zhao Xia's expression brightened. That seems fair. Being vice monitor shows your discernment. Nan Xiao shot a glance at Zhao Xia, realizing she was on his side. Nan Feng, you foolish child, you've just handed over 2 critical positions to me. Just watch how I undermine you. One must understand that his father had invested heavily in his upbringing, specifically in management studies. Nan Feng, you're just a country bumpkin. What makes you think you can contend with me? At home, you merely have your grandmother's support. As for the 6 major committees, academics, discipline, hygiene, sports, life, and publicity, Nan Feng casually selected some relatively mature children to fill those roles. For the other group leaders, anyone interested could come to him, as Nan Feng was quite generous in offering them opportunities. By afternoon, Zhao Xia had prepared the list of class officers and submitted it to teacher Lin Mei, who had no objections, thus finalizing all appointments. A smile graced Nan Feng's lips. He was now akin to the chancellor within the class. The 6 committees represented 6 departments, and he effectively held significant power. Moreover, all the other students throughout the school were his subordinates. During the 10-minute break, Vice Monitor Nan Xiao approached Zhao Xia. Sister Zhao Xia, with Nan Feng currently wielding substantial authority at school, let us unite to overthrow him. Zhao Xia's expression shifted at the suggestion. Are you truly contemplating rebellion? What rebellion? It is a coup. How could someone like him serve as class monitor? Nan Xiao's face darkened. Without his grandmother's support at school, let us see how he fares. With this thought, a cold smile spread across Nan Xiao's face. Zhao Xia nodded. So, Brother Nan Xiao, what do you propose we do? Shall we call him out and demand his resignation? Nan Xiao replied, I remember you know many seniors, right? We cannot allow the entire school to recognize him as their leader. Gather more people. Let's confront him and force him to relinquish his position. Zhao Xia nodded and said, I have a cousin in 6th grade, a member of our family, who will assist you. Nan Xiao acknowledged with a nod, I understand. After school, I leave the task of bringing him to the rooftop to you. With that, Nan Xiao walked away joyfully. Zhao Xia gazed faintly at Nan Zhao's retreating figure, thinking, a useless person remains a useless person, consumed with thoughts of how to compete with Brother Nan Feng. Currently, Brother Nan Feng is the class monitor and demonstrated considerable prowess in the last fight. Nan Xiao, what do you possess that could possibly rival Brother Nan Feng? At this age, girls are quite straightforward in their admiration for strength. Nan Feng's fighting ability, coupled with his numerous followers and status as class monitor, makes him impressive in her eyes, garnering her affection. Chapter 39. He is our leader. A moment later, Nan Feng gazed at the girl before him and remarked nonchalantly, "Your relationship with Nan Xiao seems quite amicable. After all, you were once part of the Three Musketeers. What is your intention?" With a cheerful smile, Zhao Xia replied, "You surpass Nan Xiao in skill. Henceforth, I shall assist you instead of him." Nan Feng chuckled, as this was an anticipated development. This was precisely why he had promoted these two individuals to vice-class leaders. A woman's jealousy could effectively counterbalance Nan Xiao, regardless of how many years pass. This trait in women remains unchanged. "Let us proceed with this scheme. Take me to see what this fellow is truly up to," he instructed. Zhao Xia nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall escort you to the rooftop." Shortly thereafter, Nan Feng followed Zhao Xia directly to the rooftop, where he was immediately surrounded by a dozen sixth-grade students. Nan Xiao emerged, grinning, and said, "Nan Feng, if you wish to have a smooth experience at school, you should resign as class leader and let me take over." Zhao Xia merely smiled in silence, while the other sixth-grade boys approached Nan Feng with playful grins. A rather fierce-looking student stepped forward and declared, "Are you the student king? I, Wang Haoran, challenge you to a duel." Zhao Xia shot him a knowing glance. Wang Haoran nodded, his eagerness palpable. After all, it was rather humiliating for a sixth grader to accept a first grader as their superior, unless he truly could not prevail. With a loud shout, Wang Haoran charged and swung a punch at Nan Feng. Nan Feng slightly sidestepped, executing a deft capture maneuver, pushing and redirecting him. Wang Haoran was instantly sent flying. Crash! He collided against the metal door. Nan Feng had employed a gentle force, ensuring no harm came to his opponent's bones. Seeing Wang Haoran falter, Nan Xiao promptly shouted, "What are you all doing? Overwhelm him. What are you waiting for?" The group slowly approached Nan Feng. Yet, in the next moment, they all exclaimed, "We salute you, Leader Nan Feng. We salute you, Leader Nan Feng." Nan Xiao stepped back in astonishment. What is the meaning of this? Wang Haoran, now rising with a cold smirk, announced, "This individual is our leader. Let me tell you, Nan Xiao, we only recognize those with strength as our leader. You should step aside." At this moment, Nan Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said coolly, "Nan Xiao has shown disrespect to our leader at school. You all know what to do. Long live the leader." Zhao Xia clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Brother Nan Feng, you are incredible, truly remarkable." Nan Xiao, in shock, realized, "So you all betrayed me?" At this juncture, several unruly sixth graders advanced toward him. "Nan Xiao, our leader has instructed us to teach you a lesson. What do you intend to do? You can't do this." Nan Xiao protested. In the next moment, a swarm of children surged forward, delivering punches and kicks. By this time, Nan Feng had already departed from the school. As for Nan Xiao, Nan Feng did not believe he would report the incident, unless he wished to forfeit his place in the school. The sixth graders had been quite measured in their approach, ensuring that their blows resulted only in superficial injuries. Nan Feng arrived at the school gate and boarded a Mercedes-Benz to return home. By the time he got home, most of the family had already returned and were waiting for dinner. As was customary, Nan Feng exchanged pleasantries with Lin Wan. "Nan Feng, when you have some free time, Grandma will take you to the Shangwan family. Shangwan Feiyang's old man has returned and holds you in high regard. He wishes to meet you," Lin Wan remarked. "Shangwan Feiyang? The grandfather of Shangwan Qingwan?" At that moment, Nan Xiao suddenly returned home in tears, drawing the attention of the other members of the Nan family. Nan Yue exclaimed, "Little brother, what happened? Why are you so dirty? Were you bullied?" Zhao Feng immediately rushed out and embraced Nan Xiao. "Shower, you have always been well-behaved. How did you end up in a fight? Was it Nan Feng's doing?" "Enough. It's definitely Nan Feng's fault. No need to even ask," Nan Yuma scoffed. "Grandma, this country bumpkin has become increasingly spoiled by you. You should discipline him properly." Nan Yue stepped forward, taking out a wet tissue to wipe the dust off Nan Zhao's face. Nan Ji slammed the table, declaring, "You are also a child of the Nan family. Who dares to treat you this way?" Nan Xiao shook his head, saying, "Dad, Mom's sister, it has nothing to do with Brother Nan Feng. He didn't hit me." Upon hearing this, Nan Ji grew even angrier. Previously, Lin Wan had entrusted a high-end lipstick business to an elementary school student, and now he found a suitable outlet for his frustrations. Nan Feng, I ask you, did you hit him or not? Nan Feng glanced indifferently at Nan Ji and replied, No, you. What kind of attitude is that? Is this how you speak to your parents? Where has your decorum gone? Did you not value etiquette above all else? Are you merely feigning it? Zhao Feng added, Indeed. You little country bumpkin. I tell you, Nan Xiao is my child, even if you have won your grandmother's favor. You cannot treat him carelessly. Otherwise, we can expel you from this family. Suddenly, Nan Feng set down his chopsticks and slowly rose to his feet. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke eloquently. If a father disputes with his son, the son must not be ensnared in injustice. Therefore, if faced with injustice, the son cannot remain silent against the father. Do you not comprehend this principle? Everyone was taken aback. Hey man, starting off with classical Chinese? Who can compete with that? Nan Ji stammered, What are you saying? I can't even understand your words. Exactly. You spend all day learning ancient sayings. Are you from the past? Zhao Feng, lacking any scholarly background, was also unable to comprehend classical Chinese. Nan Yue glanced at her phone and quickly searched for keywords. Finding herself utterly perplexed, Lin Wan scoffed. You all cannot even grasp such basic concepts, yet you dare to blame Nan Feng? Nan Yuma, you study Chinese literature. Why don't you explain what Nan Feng meant? Nan Yuma, who spent her school days either playing on her phone or shopping for luxury items, hesitated and replied, This, should mean that we should not wrong him. Uneducated, Lin Wan said coldly. Nan Feng, please clarify. This family is giving me a headache. Nan Feng nodded and declared, If the father's actions are unjust, the son may choose not to heed his words. You slander me, so why should I show you any respect? You. If it's not you, then it's not you. What is there to flaunt with your classical Chinese? Nan Ji said in a deep voice. So, who is responsible for Nan Xiao? Nan Xiao shook his head and replied, It was the seniors. You child, why are you associating with the seniors? Nan Ji, feeling continuously frustrated and unable to vent his anger, questioned, When you were bullied, why didn't you promptly seek the teacher as help? Nan Xiao hesitated and said, If I tell, I might be bullied again next time. So Lin Wanyue shook her head, commenting on the child of a woman of lowly birth, expressing that their bloodline is impure. As a descendant of the Nan family, how timid and cringing he is. What a disgrace. I've had enough. I'm leaving. Lin Wanyue stood up and departed. Chapter 40. The Shangwan family and the Frost descent. Pricing a smile graced Nan Feng's lips as he observed that Nan Zhao's current trajectory would only lead to a gradual loss of their grandmother's attention, ultimately resulting in her growing disdain. As the farce concluded, Nan Feng summoned Zhang Wanting. Present me with the financial reports of the Nan Group from the past 20 years, as well as the details regarding the high-end lipstick line, Nan Feng instructed. Young master, 20 years' worth of data would indeed amount to a mountain of documents. Zhang Wanting exclaimed in astonishment. Moreover, you are but an elementary student. Are you jesting? Such an extensive archive would surely overwhelm you. Nan Feng chuckled softly, responding, My grandmother assigned me this task. If I do not execute it diligently, my influence will inevitably wane. Therefore, I must excel in this business endeavor. Young Master Nan, you are truly impressive. In comparison, we university students seem insignificant, Zhang Wanting remarked. Nan Feng merely smiled, choosing not to engage further. In your generation, what you learn is far too inefficient. Meanwhile, in Nan Jiye's room, he was taken aback. What? This boy has instructed his subordinates to retrieve documents? Zhao Feng laughed, commenting, A first-grade elementary student pretending to be something he is not. Business is not so simple. Does he truly believe that winning grandmother's affection will enable him to take over the company early? This boy is particularly cunning. If I hadn't thoroughly verified his identity, I would suspect he was sent by another family. Nan Ji mused, shaking his head. Is there truly someone so gifted? Is there really a person born with all knowledge? I will not allow this child, who constantly opposes us, to inherit the Nan family fortune, Zhao Feng asserted. Of course, Nan Ji agreed. Simultaneously, Lin Wenyu set her book aside in disbelief. Is this child truly intent on reviewing 20 years' worth of archives? Indeed, madam. This child is exceptional. What average child possesses such perseverance? Aga replied. Lin Wanyu instructed, have the kitchen prepare some nourishing supplements for this child. My grandson demonstrates such maturity at a tender age, while my son, even in his 40s, lacks such understanding. Aga proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the supplements. Shortly thereafter, she arrived at Nan Feng's courtyard. Young Master Nan, the matriarch has instructed the kitchen to prepare some nourishing supplements for you. While your efforts are commendable, do take care of your health, Aga advised. Nan Feng smiled. Auntie Aga, please set it aside. I shall consume it later. Aga felt a genuine fondness for the boy, smiling as she remarked, very well, you truly are a thoughtful child. Nan Feng chuckled. The accounts of the Nan family are riddled with discrepancies. However, given the convoluted mess from over 20 years, it is unnecessary to raise an alarm just yet. This information could be leveraged against Nan Ji. With his temperament, he will undoubtedly perceive me as a threat. When I launch the high-end lipstick line, he will certainly seek to obstruct my efforts. Nevertheless, I fear not. I have never been intimidated by anyone. After perusing the documents for a while, Nan Feng reclined on his bed to commence his practice of the true dragon breathing technique. The following evening, Nan Feng returned home after school. Lin Wenyu was already waiting in the main hall. Nan Feng, go change into a formal outfit. We are to attend a banquet at the Jianyuan family. Nan Feng nodded and returned to his courtyard to change into the formal attire he had worn previously. Upon entering the living room, Lin Wanyue furrowed her brow and remarked, why are you still in that outfit? Nan Yue replied with a cold smile, this countryside fellow thinks having one set of formal wear suffices. Wearing more would simply be wasteful. At this, Nan Yuma could not help but chuckle. Why don't you just stay home instead? Lin Wanyue scoffed. You may choose not to attend, but he cannot. Old Master Shangwan wishes to see his obedient grandson. Zhao Feng, haven't you made him a few more outfits? Zhao Feng replied, Mom, he has only been back for a few days. How many can I possibly make? I have already instructed to prepare a few more. Lin Wanyue glanced at Nan Xiao with indifference. What is this? Nan Xiao has had no less than 10 new outfits made during this time. Yet Nan Feng has only one. And you tell me there is no time? Forget it. I'll have a follow-up. You need not concern yourself. Nan Feng was to accompany his grandmother in the car. Nan Feng nodded, and the two boarded a luxurious Maybach. In the back seat, Lin Wanyue smiled and asked, tell me about your Nanchao Shuangjiang peach blossom. How do you plan to launch it, and what will be the pricing? Nan Feng looked at Lin Wanyue and said, Grandma, I intend to introduce a high-end brand, Nanchao Shuangjiang. As for the product, the standard items will be priced below $1 million, with variations based on the different quality of materials. Additionally, there will be an exquisite version of Nanchao Shuangjiang peach blossom, which will be released in limited quantities and crafted by me personally. Regarding the formula, our family must apply for a patent. Lin Wanyue smiled. You possess both commercial acumen and legal awareness. I am quite pleased, my dear. I will ensure that you alone benefit from the patent. Grandma, it's fine to share this with the Nan family, Nan Feng replied. Listen to your grandmother, Lin Wanyue advised. Nan Feng refrained from further discussion, as indeed, if the patent beneficiary were to be himself, it would grant him a distinct advantage in future succession disputes. At that moment, the vehicle slowly arrived at the Shangwan Manor, where a butler awaited to guide them. The car came to stop at the roadside parking. In the distance, at the entrance of a Shangwan residence, Shangwan Feiyong was already waiting. Upon spotting Nan Feng, who was being led by Lin Wanyue, he exclaimed, my grandson has arrived. My grandson is here. Ah, indeed, he is a fine-looking child of the Shangwan family. Shangwan Qingwan covered her mouth and laughed, Grandfather. How can you claim someone else's grandson as your own? Nonsense. With his innate treasure-gathering physique, how could he not belong to the Shangwan family? As for your brother, I would gladly trade him for Lin Wanyue. Behind them, Shangwan Qingshan protested. How can this be? Grandfather, I am your biological grandson. How could you say such a thing? Alas, I suppose I must go and become siblings with my sisters Yue and Yumeng instead. I shall go pack my things now. Stop. You good for nothing. Shangwan Feiyong was exasperated by his grandson's antics. At that moment, Lin Wanyue had approached them. Shangwan Feiyong immediately changed his demeanor. Sister Wanyue, your brother has missed you dearly. Lin Wanyue, rendered speechless, remarked, It has been decades, yet you remain unchanged. What exactly do you intend to do? Sighing, she added, with the passing of the old ghost, is it not time for me to take the reins? Meanwhile, Shangguan Feiyong, in a whimsical tone, interjected. At that moment, a voice echoed from within the room. You old ghost, are you still fixated on Wanyue? Soon after, a graceful woman emerged. Lin Wanyue greeted her with a smile. Sister Xiao Shuangxue. Oh dear, Wanyue, this old ghost has harbored feelings for you throughout his life. Why not I divorce him and you take my place? Xiao Shuangxue suggested. Lin Wanyue shook her head, saying, we silver-haired folks should not engage in such banter. It would only amuse the younger ones. You youngsters should not hide behind and laugh. Come forth. Chapter 41. Do you understand Western cuisine? Perhaps you should dine on earthen delicacies in the countryside. Nan Yuwei and Nan Yumeng called out to their grandparents in unison. Nan Xiao also chirped a greeting. When it came to Nan Feng, he stepped forward slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he declared, Nan Jianyuan Hongwu. I pay my respects to Grandfather Shangguan and Grandmother Zai Shuangshu. Shangguan Feiyong's eyes immediately sparkled with interest as he circled around Nan Feng, exclaiming, behold, this is proof. This child resembles me in my youth. Zai Shuangshu shook her head, cautioning, do not frighten the boy. You have your quirks, after all. Child, come over here to Grandmother Zai Shuangshu. Your grandfather Shangguan has spent his life immersed in antiquities, and his character mirrors that of his unfilial grandson, Shangguan Qingshan. Let's all enter, she said. Upon stepping into the banquet hall, they were greeted by a multitude of guests. A couple approached warmly. Aunt Lin and everyone else, you have all arrived. Lin Wanyu introduced as she walked. These are the parents of Shangguan Qingshan and Qingshan, Shangguan Yinzhan and Xiaoshua. You must address them as uncle and aunt. Nan Feng nodded, as he greeted them with the reverence of a feudal ancestor. The gaze of the entire assembly gravitated toward him once more. Shangguan Qingshan remarked, I truly fear this child. He is even more traditional than my grandparents. Zai Shuangshu scoffed, what do you know, lad? He is simply well-mannered and educated, unlike you. Shangguan Feiyong chimed in, indeed. You resemble a child who was misplaced at birth. You bear no resemblance to me at all. Shangguan Qingshan shook his head. Grandfather, that is not quite accurate. Within this household, we are the most alike. Nonsense. You are not my grandson. Nan Feng is the grandson I desire, though regrettably, he was claimed by Lin Wanyu first. Utterly dumbfounded, Shangguan Qingshan thought, my dear grandfather, you are being overly harsh. It feels as though I have been cast aside in this world. Zai Shuangshu sighed. You two should cease your banter. You are scaring Nan Feng. Come, let's take our seats and enjoy our meal. I prepared some fine wines for everyone. As the group settled down, Nan Feng noticed the table was adorned with knives and forks, alongside a bottle of wine that had been uncorked to breathe. Western cuisine? He mused. Observing Nan Feng's subtle change in expression, Nan Xiao promptly remarked, Brother, you've surely never had Western food before. You must be unfamiliar with these utensils. Shall I teach you? Before Nan Feng could respond, Nan Yue laughed, saying, he is just a country boy, accustomed to earthy meals. What does he know of Western dining? Huh, sister, you make me laugh. Nan Yumeng chimed in. Oh, truly, but there is no shame in it. Everyone is aware you hail from the countryside. What does it matter? You are adapting quite well, aren't you? As the host, Zai Shuangshu smiled and suggested, I propose we replace all these knives and forks with chopsticks. No need, Nan Feng replied calmly. Hold the knife in the right hand and the fork in the left, with the blade facing the plate and the tines pointing upwards. Am I not correct? At this moment, Nan Xiao realized that he was holding the knife incorrectly, and he awkwardly turned the blade toward the plate. His two sisters were also flustered, hastily correcting their postures. I wonder where they learned such things. Nan Yue tucked a napkin into her collar, followed suit by Nan Yumeng. Nan Feng remarked casually, according to etiquette, the napkin should be neatly folded and placed on one's lap, rather than stuffed into the collar. Grandmother, am I right? Lin Wanyue chuckled broadly. Oh, you clever child. Indeed, you are correct. Over there, Nan Yue, Nan Yumeng, Nan Xiao, and Nan Ji hastily removed the napkins from their collars. Nan Ji felt a flush of embarrassment. Why should we adhere so strictly to the customs of these foreigners? Isn't it sufficient to just be decent? The elders couldn't help but chuckle. It is you who ought to uphold etiquette, having failed to do so. You are now feeling defensive. Shangguan Qingshan clattered the cutlery loudly, exclaiming, "Oh, it doesn't matter. We are all family. Who cares about table manners? Haha, let us eat. This sausage is truly delicious." After Nan Feng's display, the group felt collectively embarrassed. They hadn't even eaten yet they had already consumed 3 pounds of humiliation. Nanji shot a cold glance at Nan Feng. "You little rascal, why must you put on a facade when everyone knows the truth? This grand house is hardly enough for your theatrics." At that moment, the butlers began pouring wine for everyone. Nan Yue smiled and said, "Brother Nan Feng, children shouldn't drink too much alcohol, especially since you wouldn't appreciate this fine wine. It would be better for the butler to bring you some cola." In an attempt to showcase his prowess, Nan Shao seized the tall glass in front of him and gulped it down in one go. Delicious. Nan Ji promptly praised. "It's no wonder you are my son. You have quite the capacity for liquor." The other elders joined in the compliments as well. Shangguan Qingshan, too, drank heartily, exclaiming, "This wine is quite good, very enjoyable." Nan Yue laughed and remarked, "Tasting wine is not done in such a manner." With that, she grabbed a glass, took a sip, and promptly spat it out, declaring, "What a fine wine. Nan Feng, why aren't you drinking? If you want tea, shall we get you some cola instead? After all, such an expensive bottle of wine is hardly suitable for someone from the countryside like you." "Exactly. Nan Feng, don't drink, otherwise you'll complain about it being bitter and embarrass us. The Nan family has no room for such disgrace." Nan Ji snorted coldly. Zhao Feng laughed. "Those who can't hold their own are simply beneath notice." Upon hearing this, Nan Feng replied coolly, "It is you who are beneath notice." What did you say? Have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to us like that? If I teach you a lesson, you dare to curse back?" Nan Feng smiled faintly, then lifted his glass, examining the wine's color. It was a brick red with amber edges. This was a vintage red wine. Next, he swirled it to release its aroma. Furthermore, he inhaled deeply, detecting fruity notes along with hints of violet, accompanied by a faint cedar scent, befitting the description of aged wine. Subsequently, Nan Feng gently brought the wine glass to his lips, savoring a sip that allowed the liquid to caress the entirety of his palate. Finally, he swallowed, the aroma lingering in his mouth, likely a vintage Burgundy Pinot Noir. The entire gathering stood in stunned silence. Nan Feng executed the entire process with elegance and finesse, a sight to behold, entirely devoid of pretense. Nan Ji, dumbfounded, exclaimed in astonishment, "You claim it's not an act, yet how could you possibly know all this?" "It is undoubtedly an act." "Indeed," added Zhao Feng. "Grandfather Shangguan, please forgive us. We, the children from the countryside, tend to speak nonsense." Chapter 42. How could he engage in the lipstick business at this moment? Upon hearing Nan Feng's words, Shangguan Feiyong furrowed his brows slightly. "Oh, indeed, Grandfather Shangguan. You are a master of appraising treasures and a connoisseur of wine. What do you think? Is he merely pretending?" Nan Yumeng remarked. Suddenly, Shangguan Feiyong clapped his hands and, with a serious expression, replied, "Yes." The members of the Nan family were elated. "I knew he was just pretending. It's truly amusing," they chimed in. "Indeed, thankfully, we are all family. Otherwise, who knows how embarrassing it would be." "Exactly. Grandmother, you must impose a heavy punishment on him." Unexpectedly, Shangguan Feiyong changed his tone, saying, "No, please do not misunderstand. I was responding to Nan Feng. Did he not just mention whether this wine is a Burgundy Pinot Noir? That was my assertion." "What?" Nan Yue and Nan Yumeng nearly leaped to their feet. Nan Ji, in shock, exclaimed, "How is that possible? How could he possibly know about wine? He truly knows about wine?" Zhao Feng awkwardly swallowed. "But how could a country bumpkin understand red wine?" The members of the Nan family exchanged incredulous glances. Nan Ji was nearly in disbelief. Lin Wanyue had never worried about Nan Feng's etiquette. After all, the child possessed an exceptional memory. Learning manners should be effortless for him. "You lot are truly embarrassing. A whole family targeting just one child. And thankfully the Shangguan family is close to us. Imagine the disgrace if outsiders were to witness this." Lin Wanyue remarked. Shangguan Feiyong was now animated. "Wanyue, let us do this. I'll give you 50 million. Just let me adopt him as my grandson. Rest assured, I shall treat him as my own. Xiao Shuangxue scoffed. Have you lost your senses? Is that a statement to be taken lightly? Nan Feng, do not let your grandfather's words frighten you, she added. The other members of the Nan family were filled with envy. The way Nan Feng garnered affection wherever he went was simply hard for them to accept. Zhao Feng pinched her husband discreetly. You are utterly useless. Every time, the spotlight is on this Nan Feng. At this rate, do you think Mother might consider letting you step down early and appoint this boy in your place? What? A primary school student as the chairman? Is such a thing even conceivable? Enough, do not overthink it. This child is still just a child. Even if he has won my mother's favor, he knows nothing of business. He merely enjoys charming the elders with trivialities. Just then, Nan Feng suddenly produced several boxes, vibrant and eye-catching, instantly capturing the attention of the elders. With a smile, he announced, with my grandmother's support, I have established my own high-end lipstick brand. Wow, you have your own business at such a young age? Shangguan Qingshan exclaimed dramatically. Shangguan Qingwan, on the other hand, seemed intrigued. High-end lipstick? The Nan family's high-end lipstick is called Nanyun, right? The one priced around 5,000 to 6,000? I buy it every time a new version is released. Meanwhile, Nanji's expression darkened. A brand concocted by a mere child could hardly be anything of quality, he scoffed. In the Southern Dynasty, as the frost ascended, the peach blossoms bloomed, and he was envious beyond measure. Yet he could not afford to lose his composure. Qingwan, if you fancy them, just inform your uncle, and I shall have someone deliver them to you, declared Nanji generously. Thank you, uncle, responded Shangguan Qingwan politely, but the Nan family is in business. I believe it would be more appropriate for me to purchase them myself. At that moment, Nan Feng had already presented the metallic boxes. Last time, Nan Yue had received a basic prototype crafted by Nan Feng, and though she did not voice it, she cherished it dearly. Upon hearing that Nan Feng was to present more, she craned her neck eagerly, anticipating the lipstick's arrival. Zhao Feng and Nan Yumeng were equally expectant. However, when Nan Feng distributed all the boxes, even Shangguan Qingshan received one, but they were left empty-handed. Nan Yue felt her face flush, as if she had been soundly slapped. She had waited in anticipation only to find herself forgotten. Zhao Feng's expression darkened further. Particularly with so many elders present, she refrained from expressing her frustration. The younger Nan Yumeng, being comparatively naive, exclaimed, Nan Feng, how could you do this? Everyone else has one. Why should your own family be left out? Nan Xiao chimed in, indeed, brother Nan Feng, our sisters are so lovely. A lipstick from you would only enhance their beauty. Nan Feng replied coolly, I apologize, but I have produced only this many. If you wish for more, you may place an order after they are released. What? As your sisters, we must purchase them ourselves? Nan Yue was incensed. Nan Yumeng scoffed. Grandmother, look at him. Why don't you intervene? Nan Ji's expression soured, yet he refrained from further comment. At that moment, Shangguan Qingwan exclaimed, wow, this is a pure gold box. And is that a white jade shell? How exquisite! How beautiful! Is there a serpent subtly hidden within the white jade? Shangguan Qingshan concurred. Indeed, it truly is. Xiao Shuangxue could hardly contain her delight. Lin Wanyue. I find myself wanting your grandson now. Lin Wanyue smiled. Please do not misunderstand. Our Nan Feng is merely playing around. This is the limited edition of Southern Dynasty Frost Descent Peach, and Nan Feng mentioned it would be released according to the zodiac. As for the pricing, I am yet unaware. Nan Yumeng retorted with a cold laugh. What? Grandmother, are you worried we cannot afford it? It's just a lipstick. I could certainly contribute a bit to support our family's business. Nan Yue nodded in agreement. Yes, as elder sisters, it would not be a burden to lend our support. How high could the pricing be for a country girl? Shangguan Qingwan suggested. Nan Feng, with materials like this, I would recommend a price of at least 100,000. Shangguan Feiyang shook his head. Too low. In my estimation, it is worth at least 200,000. Your knowledge is still quite limited. Xiao Shuangxue, with a smile, added, I believe a price above 500,000 would be most fitting. What do you think, Nan Feng? 500,000? Grandmother, even as an international brand, Guerlain's pricing is only around 400,000. To suggest a price exceeding 500,000 seems excessively steep. Nan Yue has a particular affinity for luxury goods, making her acutely aware of their pricing. She maintains that domestic brands lack the prestige of their international counterparts. Xiao Shuangxue finds this somewhat awkward. Lin Wanyue, unabashedly, interjects, questioning why foreign brands command exorbitant prices in the hundreds of thousands, while our own local brands are deemed expensive. Oh dear, am I not concerned about our family business? Nan Yue replies. Indeed, mother, our Yue is also worried about our family's enterprise. The production costs are substantial, and if we fail to sell, it will be quite the embarrassment, Zhao Feng adds. Upon hearing this, Nan Feng's eyelids flicker, and he declares, I shall set the price at 5 million. Chapter 43. The unaffordable lipstick at the Shangwan family's treasure pavilion. All eyes turn toward Nan Feng. Their expressions a blend of astonishment and disbelief. Did I hear correctly? Did he just say 5 million? Goodness. Has he even considered that an international brand like Guerlain sells for merely 450,000? How can he dare to price as at 5 million? Is he unclear about his own positioning? Who on earth would purchase a lipstick for such an exorbitant sum? As the crowd murmured, Nanji immediately interjected, Mother, how can you allow a primary school student to meddle in business? What kind of lipstick demands a price of 5 million? This is absurd. Lin Wanyuan merely smiled serenely at his words, stating, I've entrusted my dear grandson with a high-end lipstick line. He is responsible for pricing and design. There is no need for further discussion. Nan Yue and Nan Yumeng were not pleased. Grandmother, he knows we want it and is deliberately pricing it so high. This exceeds our entire yearly allowance. Are we to spend a year's worth of money on a single lipstick? Indeed, grandmother, this child is clearly targeting us. He has intentionally inflated the price just to irritate us. A petty-minded individual. The Nan family's business will inevitably falter in his hands. Lin Wanyue glanced at her two granddaughters. You could also purchase the basic version. Must you insist on the exquisite edition? Upon hearing their grandmother's words, Nan Yue and Nan Yumeng exchanged glances. As members of the Nan family, how could they possibly use the basic version without inviting ridicule? We cannot afford to lose face. At that moment, Shangwan Qingwan picked up the lipstick and applied a touch to her lips. She gazed into the mirror and instantly broke into a smile. This is truly beautiful. The color is vibrant yet not vulgar. It is so lively, and it even has a natural fragrance. Nan Feng nodded. Miss Shangwan has an eye for quality. The Nan Chao Frost Peach Pink will transform over time, yet each hue remains exceptionally enchanting. Shangwan Qingshan grinned. I could use this to charm someone. Nan Yue and Nan Yuming's eyes lit up. Shangwan Qingshan, please give it to us. Yes, we implore you. You have no use for it. Indeed, we are begging. Shangwan Qingshan promptly tucked away the lipstick. If it were any other item, I would gladly gift it to you both. But this lipstick was a gift from young Master Nan. Out of respect and propriety, I must value it. How could I part with it? Besides, this is originally a product of the Nan family, and you will have ample opportunities to acquire it in the future. The elders chuckled at this exchange. Shangwan Feiyang remarked, All right, enough about the lipstick. We must acknowledge that our young master Nan Feng is truly remarkable. Let us enjoy our meal, and afterward, I plan to take Nan Feng to my treasure pavilion for some enlightening discussions. Grandfather Shangwan, you are being unreasonable. There are so many wonderful items in your treasure pavilion that we have yet to see. Nan Yumeng protested. Nan Yue added playfully, Grandfather Shangwan, you are so biased. You want to let us see anything. We want to see too. Shangwan Feiyang, evidently in high spirits, immediately suggested, How about this? You all come with me to have a look. Lin Wanyue, you don't mind, do you? Lin Wanyue shot him a glance of exasperation. You old fool are quite amusing. What objections could I possibly have regarding the treasure vault of the Shangwan family? If you wish to broaden the children's horizons, by all means take them. Very well. After we eat, I shall lead the children inside, Shangwan Feiyang declared. Lin Wanyue nodded. Let us eat then, children. After the meal, they approached the Shangwan family treasure vault. The vault was housed within a standalone building, fortified with layers of security. It took a while for everyone to completely lift the restrictions before they could enter. Upon stepping inside, they were greeted by an enchanting array of lights and an overwhelming collection of rare and unique treasures, dazzling to behold. Shangguan Feiyong cheerfully proclaimed, "Welcome to my Shangguan family treasure vault. Can you discern what makes it special?" Nan Yue eagerly interjected, "It's exceptionally lavish. Each piece is a treasure of the era. Haha, these items are remarkably exquisite. Grandfather Shangguan, you truly are impressive. For a common family, possessing even one would be enough to achieve great success. Yet you have so many," Nan Yumeng remarked. Shangguan Feiyong replied with a smile, "Your Nan family is not lacking either. However, as my Shangguan family engages in the antique trade, our collection is naturally more abundant. What are your thoughts, Nan Feng?" Nan Feng slowly advanced, captivated by the ambience, his gaze falling upon a moonlit pen wash, a relic steeped in history. This pen wash belongs to the crown prince of the Southern Dynasty, an artifact used a millennium ago. He was then drawn to a painting depicting a handsome man and a charming woman, the latter bearing a resemblance to Shangguan Qingwan. Shangguan Qingshan, Shangguan Feiyong confirmed. Indeed, this painting is the only known portrayal of the crown prince and his consort together. Nan Feng nodded. "I have never come across any accounts of the crown prince's consort in historical texts. Might I inquire what became of Shangguan Qingshan?" "Nan Feng, have you no sense of decorum? Addressing our ancestor so casually is quite ludicrous," Nan Yue interjected. Nan Feng cast a fleeting glance at Nan Yue, retorting, "You ought to be silent. You, such a disrespectful brat." Nan Yue faltered under Nan Feng's admonition, falling silent. Shangguan Feiyong interjected, "It's quite all right. This isn't particularly obscure. Shangguan Qingshan is one of our esteemed ancestors. After the death of the crown prince, she became a nun and never remarried, dedicating her life to his memory. Given her remarkable talent, one wonders why she chose to remain devoted to him for a lifetime. We speculate that the historical accounts of the crown prince's deeds are slanderous. After all, if he were truly a scoundrel, how could Shangguan Qingshan have mourned him for eternity?" Nan Feng could not help but glance at Shangguan Qingwan, feeling a twinge of sorrow. How tragic it is that such thoughts linger. Alas, the news of you reached us only a millennium later. You could have lived a splendid life. A sense of melancholy weighed heavily upon Nan Feng's heart. At that moment, Shangguan Feiyong inquired, "I wonder, Master Nan Feng, can you discern whether there are any fakes among my collection?" Young Wei Nan immediately interjected. "Grandfather Shangguan is an esteemed expert in appraisal. How could Nan Feng possibly compare to you? Surely, all the treasures in your vault are authentic." Chapter 44. How could he have truly witnessed something from millennium ago? Indeed, I believe one can ascertain without needing to see, given that Grandpa Shangguan is so discerning. How could he possibly tolerate a counterfeit? Nan Yumeng remarked. Upon hearing this, Nan Feng chuckled. "Let me take a look. Do you really think you're the big bad wolf? Do you dare to inspect Grandpa Shangguan's treasury?" Nan Yumeng scoffed coldly. "What? Do you genuinely wish to challenge Grandpa Shangguan's authority?" Shangguan Feiyong promptly intervened. Let us refrain from such remarks. I am quite curious about your younger brother. Allow him to take a look for me." Nan Feng responded with a smile. "I will take a glance first." As Nan Feng wandered among the various artifacts, Nan Yue derisively commented, "How laughable. He seems to believe himself to be something grand, daring to assist Grandpa Shangguan in discerning authenticity. He clearly does not know his own limitations. Haha. Sister, why are there such children who do not respect their elders?" Nan Yumeng expressed. However, the members of the Shangguan family held a different perspective. Shangguan Qingwan inquired, "Grandpa, are there truly any fakes among these treasures?" Shangguan Feiyong shook his head. "There is one artifact that I cannot comprehend, and thus, I wish to see if this child possesses the capability. A treasure that even Grandpa cannot identify?" Shangguan Qingwan was slightly taken aback. At that moment, Nan Feng arrived at a display stand where a crystal pillow was placed. He furrowed his brow and said, "The crystal pillow of dreaming stars? This item seems somewhat different from those of a millennium ago." As he reached for the crystal pillow, he felt around in the hidden compartment beneath it. "Where is my letter?" At that moment, Shangguan Feiyong was taken aback. "Nan Feng, is there a problem with this pillow?" Nan Feng glanced at Jianyuan, and according to logic, there should be a letter within this crystal pillow. What are you pretending for? How could there possibly be a letter inside this pillow? Nan Feng, do not feign ignorance. It is not shameful to not understand. Indeed, if your skills are lacking, let it be. The two young ladies from the Nan family taunted. Suddenly, Shangguan Feiyang interjected. Nan Feng is correct. There was originally a letter within. As he spoke, he gestured towards the wall nearby, where a letter was displayed. This is the letter written by the crown prince of the Southern Dynasty. Nan Feng raised his gaze. Memories from millennium ago flooding back. The letter the crown prince had penned to Shangguan Qinxian. Shangguan Feiyang nodded. Your grandmother mentioned that you had read a remarkable book and learned many things. I was initially skeptical, but now I cannot help but believe. This letter is indeed written by the crown prince of the Southern Dynasty to Shangguan Qinxian, but I remain dubious about the authenticity of this jade pillow. Nan Feng nodded. You suspect that this jade pillow is a later imitation by ancient artisans. Shangguan Feiyang's expression faltered. Nan Yue scoffed. Even if it is an imitation by ancient artisans, how could you discern its authenticity? Have you truly seen the original? Nan Yuming added. Haha, indeed. Nan Feng, you enjoy posturing in front of your elders. Do you genuinely claim to have seen it? Surely, you cannot assert that you have encountered the original work. Can you? Indeed, I have encountered it before, and I even rest my head upon it daily. However, Nan Feng cannot express such sentiments. The individuals of this era, though abstract in thought, are not devoid of reason, and uttering such claims would elicit disbelief. Shangguan Feiyang exclaimed in astonishment. What? Nan Feng, do you also believe that this item is a mere imitation? Nan Feng raised the crystal pillow, which was indeed difficult to discern. Hey, be careful. This is a cherished treasure of grandfather Shangguan. Can you afford to compensate for its damage? Nan Yumring interjected. Nan Yue added, exactly, do take care. Shangguan Feiyang promptly urged. Come now, Nan Feng, just speak plainly, I am all ears. With a smile, Nan Feng replied, Grandfather Shangguan, even if it is not authentic, this pillow holds significant meaning. Why must we seek clarity on its authenticity? Shangguan Qingyuan shook her head. Just relay your thoughts to my grandfather. He has been engrossed in researching this pillow, to the point of nearly sleeping with it. For the sake of harmony in my grandparents' relationship, I implore you to assist. Upon hearing this, Nan Feng lifted the crystal pillow and stated calmly, the crystal pillow of the crown prince of the Southern Dynasty is sculpted from the cold jade crystal discovered atop Kunlun Mountain, featuring natural phoenix feather patterns within. And the bottom conceals the royal emblem of the Southern Dynasty, the double dragon coiling cloud motif. The carving employs a technique known as fine hair carving, which emits a fragrant aroma of dragon's brain when warmed by body heat. However, I am affirming that this is an authentic piece. Shangguan Feiyang, filled with excitement, remarked, such intricate details. Even I was unaware of them. Do not believe him, grandfather. He is merely fabricating tales. Nan Yue scoffed. Indeed, grandfather Shangguan, this fellow is clearly spinning a yarn. Nan Yuming echoed. Shangguan Feiyang raised his hand, yet Nan Feng. The elements you describe appear to align closely with this jade pillow upon closer inspection. The two sisters from the Nan family continue their chatter. Yes, Nan Feng. If grandfather can discern these basic alignments, must you insist on labeling it as counterfeit? Precisely. Do you not consider your own standing? A mere elementary school child from the countryside. Do you truly believe yourself to be impressive? In response, Nan Feng merely stated, in truth, I have already concluded that this is a forgery. What? Shangguan Feiyang, with decades of experience in treasure appraisal, is renowned as the foremost authority in the Dragon Nation's Treasure Appraisal Association. How could he, after years of observation and extensive research, arrive at no conclusion? While this 6-year-old child claims to know that this artifact is a replica, Shangguan Qingyuan could not contain herself. Nan Feng, if both grandfather and I cannot determine its authenticity, how did you uncover its discrepancies? Nan Feng glanced at Shangguan Qingyuan before elucidating. In fact, it is not entirely false. What? I had thought you were genuinely remarkable. So, you were merely toying with us. Nan Yue scoffed, concluding that Nan Feng was indeed fabricating nonsense. Nan Yumeng chimed in with a laugh. Grandfather Shangguan, Perhaps this Nan Feng is not as formidable as you envisioned? At this point, Jianyuan Hongwu interjected, allowing Nan Feng to finish. I am on the edge of my seat. It is simply a matter of a single statement, yet it remains unspoken. Nan Feng, please explain to grandfather what exactly is wrong with this crystal pillow. Otherwise, I shall find it impossible to sleep tonight. Nan Feng continued. In comparison to the prince's crystal pillow, although this one is nearly an exact replica, the phoenix feather pattern is merely an etched design, exhibiting a rigid symmetry that lacks any semblance of vitality. Jianyuan Hongwu inquired with perplexity. Could it be that the passage of a millennium has dulled the clarity of the pattern? Very well, let us assume that is the case, Nan Feng replied. However, the emblem at the base reveals the true crystal pillow bears a concealed mark, whereas this one is all too conspicuous. While the material is indeed of the highest quality, the fragrance emanating from this pillow differs from the original, possessing an aroma of fruitwood. Aroma? Surely, the fragrance must have altered over time, exclaimed Nan Yue. Who can say whether it has changed with the passage of years? Chapter 45. Accepting the heirloom. You have shamed yourself? Indeed, Nan Feng. If these details were all there were, it would not suffice to conclude that the crystal pillow harbors any issues, remarked Jianyuan Hongwu. Naturally, Nan Feng was aware that these particulars alone would not persuade the others. His unwavering conviction stemmed from an incident a millennium ago when he quarreled with the crown princess and shattered a corner of this very pillow. As for this piece, it was likely a reproduction crafted by later generations. I understand that these details are insufficient to prove anything, Nan Feng continued. But the original crystal pillow contained a soul-consolidating stone that utilized magnetic fields to facilitate quicker slumber for its user. The group exchanged glances, bewildered. A soul-consolidating stone? I have never heard of such a thing. Does the Southern Dynasty's crystal pillow truly possess one? Jianyuan Hongwu's confusion deepened. At that moment, Jianyuan Hongwu interjected, Grandfather, did not the miscellanea of the Southern Dynasty mention that this crown prince suffered from migraines and found it difficult to sleep, always requiring that crystal pillow? Could this be the very effect of the soul-consolidating stone that Nan Feng speaks of? Jianyuan Hongwu's eyes flickered with realization. Indeed, that is quite possible. I had just forgotten that passage. Little Nan Feng, are you asserting that this pillow is a later imitation? Nan Feng nodded. I have come across ancient texts that reference this pillow, thus I can ascertain that it is a forgery. Excellent, excellent. Nan Feng, I was not mistaken in my judgment of you. Your remarkable memory, coupled with your childhood adventures, is akin to a natural talent for discerning treasures. I'm quite curious. Would you entertain the idea of becoming my grandson? I would gladly bestow my granddaughter, Jianyuan Hongwu, upon you as well. Nan Feng was momentarily taken aback. Jianyuan Hongwu was 16, while he was but 6 years old. In 12 years, he would be 18, and she would be approaching 30. According to the customs of the Southern Dynasty, 30 was an age at which one could become a grandmother. Are you truly attempting to match me with your granddaughter, who is nearly of grandmotherly age? Nan Feng smiled in silence, recognizing that any remarks he made at this juncture would be most impolite. Jianyuan Hongwu's face flushed a deep crimson. Nan Yue and Nan Yuming chimed in with playful sarcasm. Oh, Nan Feng, you are something else. Sister Jianyuan is a prodigious talent. Congratulations. Though there is quite an age difference, fear not. For a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. But he is still just a child, grandfather. What are you doing? I will tell grandma, protested Jianyuan Hongwu. Jianyuan Hongwu shook his head with a sigh. All right, come here, child. Our Jianyuan family possesses a pair of Inyang white jade, a matching set passed down from our ancestor, Jianyuan Qinxian, a millennium ago. As he spoke, he walked towards the innermost chamber. Nan Feng's heart raced. The Inyang white jade of the Southern Dynasty? Oh, Nan Feng, you are familiar with the Inyang white jade? Jianyuan Hongwu inquired, puzzled. Nan Feng nodded in affirmation, well aware that this Inyang white jade was a closely guarded royal secret of the Southern Dynasty. It was a valuable aid in the practice of the true dragon breathing technique. Jianyuan Qinxian? Could it be that Jianyuan Qinxian took the Inyang white jade? And after the downfall of the Southern Dynasty, the Jianyuan family preserved this set as their heirloom? Thus, the explanation unfolds. At this moment, Jianyuan Hongwu produced a delicate brocade box and presented it to Nan Feng. Within this box lay the yang jade from the Yinyang white jade. The yin jade remained in the possession of Jianyuan, who promptly removed a jade pendant from around her neck. This crescent-shaped white jade emanated a gentle, luminous glow. Nan Feng immediately recognized it as the yin jade of the Yinyang white jade. The yin jade bestows a refreshing coolness upon its wearer throughout the 4 seasons, ensuring they remain in an optimal state for learning. Nan Feng remarked casually. Jianyuan nodded, stating, "This is why I am regarded as a talented woman. This piece of yin jade has greatly aided me." At this juncture, Nan Feng slightly inclined his hands in a gesture of respect, declaring, "This yang jade holds a value exceeding 100 million. How could I, Nan Feng, accept such a precious item from grandfather Jianyuan without merit? Indeed, you possess a sense of self-awareness. A treasure worth over 100 million. What right do you have to claim it? Grandfather Jianyuan offers it to you. You do not genuinely wish to accept it, do you?" Jianyuan scoffed. "Or do you truly aspire to marry Jianyuan? Remarkable. At merely 6 years of age, you already contemplate your future so thoroughly. If grandfather gives it to you, then accept it. What do you 2 elder sisters have to say?" Jianyuan retorted coldly. He then turned to Nan Feng, his tone softening. "Little Nan Feng, pay no heed to your 2 elder sisters. They cannot bear to see you excel beyond them." "How can you speak like that, grandfather?" Jianyuan's face flushed. "As a university student, why would I feel jealousy toward him?" Jianyuan interrupted the conversation, saying, "Nan Feng, please accept it. My grandfather has taken a particular liking to you after meeting you. He truly considers you as part of the family. As for the jesting, do not take it to heart." Seeing that refusal was futile, Nan Feng raised his hand to accept the gift. In any case, he genuinely needed the Yinyang white jade. There was no point in declining, so he graciously accepted it. The 2 sisters rolled their eyes, for this treasured heirloom of the Jianyuan family was indeed priceless. And the fact that it was bestowed upon a mere country boy like Nan Feng was hard for them to swallow. Jianyuan gestured for everyone to return to the living room. Jianyuan immediately added fuel to the fire, saying, "Mom and Dad, as the eldest sister, I can no longer stand by. This child, Nan Feng, is truly bringing disgrace to our Nan family." All eyes turned to Nan Feng. Nan Jai snorted in response. "What? How has Nan Feng, while visiting the Jianyuan family, caused you to act so unseemly? Jianyuan, explain what he has done to bring shame upon the Nan family." He glanced at his wife, who raised an eyebrow in agreement. "Indeed, this is not our Nan family. You cannot bring shame upon us here," Lin Wanyu remarked. Her curiosity piqued. What is all this fuss about? "If we are discussing disgrace tonight, none of you can escape unscathed." The adults of the Nan family suddenly felt a burning embarrassment, recalling everything from dining etiquette to wine tasting. It seemed as though their entire family had been schooled by Nan Feng, appearing as if they were the rustic ones. "Mother, do not be biased towards this young man. He has merely prepared in advance to curry your favor," Nan Jie remarked. "Nan Yumeng, please continue. What exactly transpired? Your father will adjudicate this matter." Only then did Nan Yue proceed. "Mom and Dad, just moments ago in the storeroom, while we were appraising the treasures, Nan Feng shamelessly took advantage of the situation. Grandfather Shang merely offered a courteous remark, yet this fellow actually absconded with someone else's heirloom. This item is worth billions. Can be taken so casually? Indeed, I too witnessed it and can attest to the truth," Nan Yumeng added. All eyes turned in unison towards Nan Feng. "How could you, Nan Feng? You have brought disgrace upon our family." Chapter 46. Go to class. A bunch of worthless individuals. Are you simply going to accept what others give you? How can you be so lacking in decorum? This is something worth billions. Nan Jai pointed at Nan Feng. Indeed, Nan Feng, what is it that your mother has shown you? If it is too precious, you ought to return it immediately, Nan Jai and Zhao Feng mocked coldly. Lin Wanyue inquired with appropriate concern, Jianyuan Hongwu, what is going on? Upon hearing this, Jianyuan Hongwu immediately replied, Hey, let us not blame the children. This is entirely my fault. Nan Jai, astonished, asked Uncle Jianyuan, what is the meaning of this? The children say you have given a treasure of the Jianyuan family to Nan Feng. What treasure could that possibly be? Jianyuan directly explained. My grandfather gave him the Yang Jade of the Inyang White Jade of the Southern Dynasty. What? You would part with that? Isn't that the heirloom of the Shangwan family? Nan Jai exclaimed. Nan Feng, return that to them. How dare you take their family heirloom? Zhao Feng immediately chimed in. Yes, Nan Feng. On what grounds do you claim their family treasure? Return it to me at once. Otherwise, you will tarnish the reputation of the Nan family. Nan Feng replied with a cold smile. Oh, I neither stole nor robbed it. How could I possibly tarnish the family's reputation? Shangwan Feiyong quickly interjected. Do not blow this out of proportion. I have stated it was my intention to give it to him. If he dares to refuse, I will not let him leave this house. What? You wouldn't dare blame me, would you? At this, Nan Jai and Zhao Feng fell silent, unable to continue their accusations. Lin Wanyue furrowed her brow and said, Enough, all of you. Old Shangwan, what exactly is happening? How did you come to give my grandson such a precious heirloom? Did you not previously say it was for your granddaughter as husband? She glanced at Nan Feng, then at Shangwan. You cannot be meddling in matters of romance, can you? Ah, Wanyue, do not concern yourself with this. I merely believe that your grandson will undoubtedly be my grandson as well. So let us not speak of such things. And what is wrong with matchmaking? My granddaughter is not lacking. What is wrong with a childhood engagement? Wait, my friend, is this a childhood engagement? This is more like a child bride. Nan Feng thought to himself. Nan Jai looked utterly bewildered. No way, Uncle Shangwan. There is quite an age difference. You must be mistaken. Not at all. Do you think I am senile? It is decided. Even if they do not end up together when they grow up, I can't afford to bestow this Yang Jade. Shangwan Feiyong declared whimsically. Meanwhile, Shangwan Qingshan shook his head. Oh dear, my grandfather genuinely likes this boy. Several times I have asked for the Yang Jade, but he has refused to part with it, saying it is meant for my sister's dowry. Now, he is willing to give both my sister and the Yang Jade to the Nan family. If my grandfather does not love me, then there is little point in my existence. I might as well run away from home. Shangwan Feiyong shot a glare at his grandson. Do not embarrass me. You need to spend more time studying. What will you do to inherit the Shangwan family? I do not wish to inherit. My sister can take care of it. What need have I for such responsibilities? Eventually, I shall seek a union, and the family affairs shall be entrusted to my sister. Shangwan Qingshan winked at her sister. Shangwan Qingwan's face flushed a deep crimson. Lin Wanyue shook her head and remarked, Since it is meant for Nan Feng, let him have it. Shangwan, my grandson must not weep if he marries someone from another family. Oh dear, I accept my losses. Why fuss over such trivialities? Shangwan Feiyong said. Lin Wanyue smiled and replied, Do remember your own words. It is not a loss, and besides, today Nan Feng has gifted us with something, a red peach lipstick from Nanchao Shuangjiang. This lipstick is rather costly as well. By the way, when will it be released? I shall encourage those in my circle to purchase it, Shangwan Feiyong remarked. With a smile, Nan Feng responded, Once the second batch of lipsticks has dried among the osmanthus, it will be ready for market. I will be sure to inform everyone. Excellent. At such a young age, not only is he a connoisseur of treasures, but also a commercial prodigy. Lin Wanyue, I am almost envious. Why is this child not from the Shangwan family? Shangwan Feiyong said. Lin Wanyue beamed with pride, while the other members of the Nan family sat silently like mutes. Later that evening, at the Nan estate, dismay filled the air. What embarrassment! How can these children lack even the most basic dining etiquette and fall short in wine tasting compared to that country boy? Shangwan's uncle was particularly pleased to bestow family heirlooms. Upon returning home, Nan Ji was furious, feeling as though Nan Feng had dealt him a sharp blow. It was commendable for children to excel, yet Nan Feng's excellence was extreme, causing the Nan family to face humiliation one after another. His superiority incited envy and fear. Most troubling was that Nan Ji sensed this boy was already threatening his position as head of the family. From tomorrow onwards, Nan Yue, Nan Yumeng, Nan Shao, you three shall attend evening tutoring sessions to brush up on your etiquette. I do not wish to appear as if our other children lack education, especially when his manners are so impeccable, Nan Ji declared. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. His little schemes are not as clever as he thinks. Etiquette can easily be taught with a few lessons, and then his advantage will diminish. Let us see how mother continues to protect him. Precisely. Let's proceed. In the Nan household, within Nan You's room, both Nan Yumeng and Nan Shao were present, lounging on the sofa, sipping drinks and snacking. Nan Yue held a cigarette. Sister, that Nan Feng truly loves to show off. It makes us seem quite inadequate, Nan Yumeng remarked. Nan Yue smiled and nodded. Indeed, I am aware. Yet he always manages to shine at the right moment. That is his cleverness. Nan Shao added, yes, he often bullies me at school. Indeed, this fellow is exceedingly domineering. If he were to become the heir in the future, what prospects would we have? Nan Yuma remarked. At that moment, Nan Yue's phone began to ring. She answered, hello, Mom? What? Why? On what grounds? Why must we attend remedial classes? I refuse to accept this. I'm already a university student. Why should I partake in etiquette lessons? Nan Yuma was taken aback. Wait, sister, what remedial classes? Nan Yue set down her phone, exclaiming, our parents have lost their minds. They expect us to attend evening tutorials at home. Etiquette lessons. What? Why? Are we not already well-versed in propriety and decorum? Chapter 47. The contempt from a department Nan Yumeng was immediately flustered. Etiquette classes were not unfamiliar to her, having attended them for several months in her youth. She would rise at dawn and often study late into the night. Although the current situation seemed manageable with only evening classes, it had robbed them of their time to wander the streets at night, which was undeniably disheartening. Why should this be the case? He was merely seeking to curry favor with their grandmother. Must we follow suit? Nan Yuming's face fell in despair. Nan Yue snorted dismissively, ladies. We must unite and drive this country bumpkin away. I refuse to believe that we cannot handle him with our numbers. Meanwhile, at Nan Feng's residence, Zhang Wanning entered his study. Young master, I have just received news that the head of the family seems to be preparing to invite an etiquette teacher to conduct training for the young lady and young master Xiao. Oh, in that case, will my siblings despise me? Nan Feng remarked. That is likely, but I cannot ascertain specifics. Young master, do we really intend to create such an expensive lipstick? Zhang Wanning inquired. Nan Feng nodded affirmatively. Of course. After school, I plan to take you to meet the head of the high-end lipstick line at the Nan Group to discuss the details of its launch. Understood, young Master Nan. In the Lin Wanyue's room within the Nan family, Ai was serving tea to Lin Wanyue. With a smile, Lin Wanyue said, although Shangwan Feiyang may seem frivolous, he is actually quite astute. The long-standing friendship between the Nan and Shangwan families has led him to perceive the emergence of a prodigy in our family, prompting him to seek to further solidify our ties. A nodded in agreement. It is indeed because young Master Nan is exceptional that many wish to cultivate favorable relations with him. Indeed, I cannot fathom how my grandson has grown so gifted. By the way, have you investigated the old house in Wangjia village that we discussed last time? Lin Wanyue asked. I have arranged for someone to look into it. Upon investigation, it was discovered that there was indeed an old house in Wangjia village a few years ago, but it has since been repurposed into farmland, A replied. Is that so? Well, never mind. It is ultimately advantageous for our family, Lin Wanyue mused, not dwelling further on the matter. On another note, after Zhang Wanning departed from Nan Feng's room, he retrieved the yang jade hanging around his neck. The yin jade aids in concentration, while the yang jade accelerates the royal family's cultivation. Although the merging of yin and yang yields the best results, I currently possess only the yang jade, which suffices. As the true dragon breathing technique progresses, it becomes increasingly challenging to maintain focus, necessitating the assistance of the yin jade. The yang jade harnesses the purest energy of heaven and earth, aiding the practitioner in cleansing their meridians. Presently, I am at the second level of the true dragon breathing technique, having broken through the yang channels, while the yin channels remain in nurturing. The essence of the true dragon breathing technique lies in the nurturing of the 12 acupoints, culminating in the breaking of the channels. In my previous life, I had already reached the 9th level at a young age, breaking through 8 acupoints. According to the legends of the Southern Dynasty's martial world, this marks one as a master of the 9th rank, with the next step leading to mastery. Regrettably, upon awakening, I found myself in this unfamiliar realm. In this life, my physical condition is not particularly commendable, yet I possess experience, which suggests that breaking through the second meridian should not take too long. Once I achieve this, I shall proceed to the third level of my breathing technique. However, what perplexes me is that a millennium ago, martial arts flourished, even though it later waned. It should not have been relegated to mere legend and television in the modern era. Clearly, there exists a significant gap in continuity. In my previous life, Nan Feng was no stranger to martial arts, having memorized numerous techniques. Yet now, as I search the internet, I find no trace of them. Only an array of online novels. What on earth has transpired in this world? Nan Feng pondered. Gradually, he entered a state of cultivation, his inner strength slowly elevating, and his meridians being gently nourished. The following day at the Nan Group, within the high-end lipstick division, director Lin Hongwu, clad in a striking red professional outfit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, was left astounded upon receiving directives from her superiors. How could it be that the high-end lipstick line of the Nan Group was entrusted to a mere 6-year-old child? What a ludicrous notion. Where's President Nan? I must seek him out. Department head Shang Yusin furrowed her brow and remarked, I heard that this young president, Nan, has recently returned to the Nan family and is favored by the matriarch. Hence the direct assignment of the high-end lipstick division to his management. How can this be permissible? A child from the countryside, still a primary school student. What does he know of business? This is tantamount to abandoning our division entirely. Lin Hongwu exclaimed. Given that this is a cosmetics division, the majority of employees are female, now expressing concerns over the potential dissolution of their department, especially as high-end products have been losing money year after year. With a sudden change in leadership, and to a mere 6-year-old? Oh dear, what shall I do? I just purchased a spacious apartment. Am I destined for unemployment? I might as well jump off a building. Who told you to listen to that ridiculous jumping off the building machine every day? Now it seems you truly wish to leap. No one calls you a primary school student anymore. From now on, you shall be referred to as young President Nan. At that moment, a female employee burst in, exclaiming, It's terrible. Young President Nan has arrived. He is here. Lin Hongwu shook her head, saying, It must be after school. Indeed, he is just a primary student. Let us continue with our tasks. Department head Shang Yusin inquired, Sister Hongwu, shall we not go to welcome him? Welcome him? I have no interest in greeting a child, Lin Hongwu retorted. Meanwhile, Nan Feng had already arrived at the company's entrance. As the car door swung open, accompanied by Zhang Wanting, he stepped out. Young master, you have 3 primary subordinates in the high-end product division. Director Lin Hongwu, aged 32, a graduate of Columbia University with a master's in finance. Department head Shang Yusin, 29, a graduate of a prestigious domestic university, and a vice director of modest academic standing named Zhao Shan, a cousin of Zhao Xiong from the Zhao family. High achievers? A smirk graced Nan Feng's lips. Just how accomplished are these so-called high achievers in this world? High achievers allowing the high-end product line to incur continuous losses? What nonsense! Nan Feng remarked coolly, if they lack competence, there is no need for them to remain. Moreover, the absence of anyone to welcome the superior who has arrived at the company's entrance speaks volumes of their arrogance. During the Southern Dynasties, it was customary for local officials to greet their superiors upon arrival, a fundamental etiquette not merely rooted in flattery, but in a basic sense of reverence. One can only imagine the arrogance of a person who shows no respect even for the imperial envoy. As for Zhao Shan, being a relative of the Zhao family, he is hardly worth mentioning. At this moment, Nan Feng accompanied Zhang Wanting into the office building. Indeed, the high-end lipstick department of the Nan family occupies an entire edifice. Upon reaching the first floor, Zhang Wanting addressed the receptionist, saying, This is young Master Nan, here to see Minister Lin Hongwu. The receptionist, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Nan Feng, noting his commendable appearance. However, he appeared quite young to be assuming leadership of their division. This does not bode well for the department. I apologize, but Minister Lin is currently in a meeting. Please wait a moment. Chapter 48. Disturbing my bliss? Are you seeking your doom? Zhang Wanting furrowed her brow, displaying her displeasure. This gentleman is your young General Nan, the leader of your company, and you treat him with such disdain, making him wait, playing such games? It seems you are deliberately creating obstacles, perhaps due to your youth. Nan Feng responded with a cold smile. Zhang Wanting, she has been dismissed. We shall handle this ourselves. Several security guards immediately stepped forward. Upon seeing this, Nan Feng quipped, "Oh, are you calling for guards? I may not know who has not stepped forward, but I certainly know who has." With his words, the guards all recoiled in fear. Nan Feng chuckled. The dismissed receptionist, in a panic, reached for her phone and dialed Lin Hongyue's number. "This is bad. Young General Nan has come directly, and I've been fired. Sister Hongyue, you must help me. I was only following your instructions. Moreover, the way this child speaks, he hardly resembles a mere child. I've never felt such an oppressive presence from the elder General Nan." Lin Hongyue paused, taken aback by his decisiveness. She immediately rose and rushed to the office area, glancing at the employees who were snacking and chatting. "Get yourselves organized at once. Young General Nan has arrived." At that moment, Deputy Minister Zhao Shan emerged from his office. "Hey, what with all the tension?" Lin Hongyue replied, "Zhao Shan, young General Nan is here. You better take this seriously. He seems quite different from what we imagined." "Huh? A 6-year-old has you all so frightened? He still needs to call me uncle. Don't worry, come on, 3 of you. Let us go to the office and play cards." Lin Hongyue glared at him. "You, it is still work hours. Your behavior is rather excessive. Lin Hongyue, while you are the minister, I am a relative of the Nan family. Be careful, or I might just tell the elder General Nan to have you dismissed." Zhao Shan said with a grin. Lin Hongyue felt anger, but could not voice it. "You, fine. I want to concern myself with you." Zhao Shan, smiling, turned away, placing his hands on his hips. He pointed at several female employees. "Shan Shan, Lin Lin, Lulu, you 3 come here. I enjoy playing cards with you because you're easy to get along with." "Oh, Brother Shan, how could you do this?" "Let us go. Brother Shan is right. Who cares about the young General Nan? He is just a little brat." "Exactly. Let us go play cards." Zhao Shan led the 3 female employees away. Department head Shang Yusen approached. "Minister, should we not at least welcome him?" Lin Hongyue nodded. "All right. Let us have everyone stand up. We will greet him at the elevator." At this moment, Lin Hongyue began to take the situation more seriously. Moments later, the elevator dinged, and Nan Feng stepped out. The female employees all smiled brightly. "Hello, young General Nan." With curious, bright eyes, they examined him. "So this is the young General Nan? Quite a handsome boy, but why does he seem so mature?" At that moment, Nan Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying his subordinates. Lin Hongyue stepped forward and said, "The high-end lipstick division of Nan Corporation greets you, young General Nan. I am Minister Lin Hongyue. This is Director Shang Yusen." Nan Feng remarked nonchalantly, "I recall there is another deputy minister, Zhao Shan. Where is he?" His voice rang with authority, projecting the inherent arrogance of someone in a position of power. Could this truly be regarded as a mere country bumpkin? Lin Hongyue felt beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, acutely aware of the mounting pressure. The deputy minister is still in his office. I will call him right away. Lin Hongyue frantically gestured to the employees behind her, urging them to warn Zhao Shan once more. Nan Feng shook his head, stating, "The old lady appointed me to lead the high-end division. Do you think my youth renders me easily deceived? I possess my own discernment." "Zhang Wanting, lead the way," Nan Feng declared, stepping forward. Lin Hongyue swiftly interjected, "Young Master Nan, let us first proceed to the conference room. Once the deputy minister has completed his paperwork, we can discuss matters there." Nan Feng slightly sidestepped, brushing past Lin Hongyue. "This is the second time, Lin Hongyue. My tolerance for you shall not exceed 3 instances. Be wary of your position." Lin Hongyue's heart sank. Had he seen through her intentions to delay? Yet, how could a mere child, barely 6 years old, possess such acumen? Could he truly be considered a child? Zhang Wanting interjected coolly, "Minister Lin Hongyue, if you underestimate our young master, you will surely face dire consequences." At this moment, Nan Feng remained steadfast, advancing directly towards the deputy minister's office. Upon reaching the door, he perked up, clearly hearing the voices within. "Oh dear, Lulu, you lost again. Take off your jacket. Oh, deputy minister, you are so infuriating. Why must you do this? Let us swiftly commence the next round." Nan Feng's fists clenched in indignation. The department he had taken charge of was a realm for his grand ambitions, yet such frivolity transpired within his domain. This was akin to draining the blood of the Nan family, undermining the very foundation of the nation. The emperor had proclaimed a millennium ago that the corrupt official is like a woodworm, contributing nothing of value while feasting on the empire's resources without effort. Whereas a capable official, after creating value, may rightfully claim a portion of it, the former deserving of execution without mercy. Zhang Wanting, activate the recording on your phone. We shall enter. Zhang Wanting nodded in compliance as the employees of the department broke into cold sweats. Director Shang Yusin remarked, Minister, this young master, Nan, does not appear to be an ordinary elementary school student. Do not speak, observe quietly. If young Master Nan is indeed different from the others in the Nan family, our division may very well experience a remarkable transformation, Lin Hongwu replied. At that moment, Zhang Wanting reached for the doorknob. It is locked, young master. Nan Feng's expression turned frigid as he raised his foot and forcefully kicked the door open. Empowered by the true dragon breathing technique, his body surged with strength, surpassing that of an average young adult. Boom! The office door burst open, startling the 4 individuals inside, who turned in alarm towards the entrance. Nan Feng's gaze fell upon Zhao Shan, who was currently holding a female employee, his hand resting on her thigh. The 2 female employees had also shed their outer garments to a considerable extent. Nan Feng scoffed, what a deputy minister, enjoying the generous salary and benefits from the Nan family while engaging in such disgraceful conduct. Zhang Wanting, I demand the dismissal of all 4 individuals in this room. Upon hearing the word dismissal, Zhao Shan immediately shoved the woman aside, rising to confront Nan Feng, exclaiming, Who the hell are you? How dare you disturb my enjoyment? Are you seeking death? At that moment, Lin Hongwu stepped forward and declared, Zhao Shan, silence yourself. Before you stands the esteemed General Manager Nan. Chapter 49. The country bumpkin has arrived. On the very first day, he resorts to violence? What a presumptuous little brat. Is he not just that country bumpkin from the Nan family? Young man, you ought to show some respect and address me as uncle. Zhao Shan let out a sigh of relief. So it is you, you wretched scoundrel. I am an adult. Why should I fear a mere child like you? Nan Feng coldly retorted. You're a relative of Zhao Feng? Zhao Shan nodded. Indeed, I am your mother's cousin. It was your mother, Zhao Feng, who arranged for me to work in this company. If you intend to dismiss me, you ought to consult your mother or father first. What qualifications do you, a mere country bumpkin, have to expel me, your elder? Zhao Shan stood arrogantly, unyielding. Nan Feng smiled and slowly approached. Zhao Shan, mistaking his composure for fear, pointed at him and proclaimed, Do you see? A country child is just a country child. I speak a few words to him, and he dares not retort. Little Nan, only a blind person would appoint you as the leader. A smirk crept across Nan Feng's lips. Well, Zhao Shan, you are dismissed. I speak the truth. Zhao Shan was taken aback. What did you just say? Nan Feng repeated calmly. You may leave now. Zhao Shan, fuming, raised his hand, ready to slap the insolent child. However, in the next moment, Nan Feng leapt up, his hand striking out. Slap! Zhao Shan's spirit seemed to leave his body as he was sent flying, crashing to the ground. 3 female employees rushed forward. Deputy Director, are you all right? Should we call the police? The Deputy Director has fainted. Behind them, Lin Hongwu exclaimed in disbelief, This child. No, little Nan dares to directly dismiss Zhao Shan and even strike him? Nan Feng turned, casting a cool glance at Lin Hongwu. Your Deputy Director has seriously violated company regulations. Why do you not intervene? Lin Hongwu stepped forward. Little Nan, I understand that as the minister, I bear an inescapable responsibility. However, I must express that the Nan Corporation is steeped in interpersonal dynamics. He is a relative of the president, the brother of the president's wife. I dare not intervene, for I fear losing the position I have worked so hard to attain. Nan Feng regarded her with a newfound appreciation. You are quite forthright. Do you not fear that I might dismiss you? In the Nan family, when issues arise, the responsibility often falls on those at the top, suggesting that Lin Hongwu should also be dismissed. I am not afraid, Lin Hongwu replied suddenly. Nan Feng's curiosity was piqued as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Why are you not afraid? You know I possess the authority to dismiss you. Because I believe I am of value to you, Lin Hongwu stated. Nan Feng's interest was further ignited. Very well, we shall discuss this matter later. First, I must deal with the trash at hand. At that moment, Zhao Shan finally regained consciousness, feeling as though half of his face had vanished. He fumbled for his phone, exclaiming, "Don't you dare leave. You. If you have the guts, don't walk away." He found Zhao Feng's number and, with a quavering voice, called out, "Cousin, I've been attacked. It is indeed that country boy, Nan Feng, who has struck me. He even intends to expel me. How outrageous! Cousin, your son is utterly disrespectful, showing no regard for his elders. You must come and discipline him properly." Having said that, he put down his phone and pointed at Nan Feng, declaring, "Your time is up. I will ensure that today, your very first day at the company, shall also be your last. Nan Feng, you shall pay the price for your actions." Lin Hongwu immediately stepped forward, saying, "Young Master Nan, on your very first day, you have struck a veteran employee. This individual may speak against you shortly, and I suggest you return and seek the protection of the old matriarch." Nan Feng raised his hand dismissively, signaling Lin Hongwu to be silent. "No need for that. If such a trivial matter requires my grandmother's intervention, do you truly believe I can maintain my position in the future?" He recalled the words of his father from millennium ago, "Crown Prince, only when you ascend to the throne will you understand the chilling solitude at such heights, with the world awaiting your missteps, eager to expose your flaws and attack you. Remember, at all times, remain as unyielding as a mountain, while harboring the spirit to shake the very mountains." With that, Nan Feng closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again. "Father, in this lifetime, I am still the Crown Prince. Your teachings shall not be in vain. Bring me a chair. I shall await their arrival." All the employees in the company looked up at this child. Strangely, despite being merely 6 years old, he exuded an air of reliability. Lin Hongwu promptly exclaimed, "Come, fetch a chair for young Master Nan." Shang Yusin, coming back to her senses, hurried to get chair. The female employees began to murmur among themselves. "What is this? He's a child, yet he makes us feel this way. What does that make us? You're a baby." "Ah, truly, young Master Nan is remarkable, sent by the old matriarch. He is indeed extraordinary. Is he planning to confront his parents? Who knows? Generally, when children hear that their parents are coming, they would be frightened, yet he remains so composed." At this moment, Nan Feng settled into the chair. Beside him, Lin Hongwu asked, "What would young Master Nan like to drink? Milk or AD calcium milk?" Nan Feng smiled slightly. "I desire rain preceding Longjing tea." "Huh?" Lin Hongwu was taken aback. This child speaks as if he were an ancient sage. "Preferring tea? We don't have that kind of tea in the company. I shall brew you a cup of green tea." Nan Feng nodded. "Go ahead." As Lin Hongwu made her way to the tea room, Shang Yusin dashed over, exclaiming, Minister, I feel so tense. It seems like a battle is about to commence." The Nan family is quite prominent, and this young master is engaging with the family business at such a tender age. It is evident that the old matriarch has plans. Yet the senior Nan must surely be displeased, Lin Hongwu remarked. "However, the specifics of this situation do not concern us. Since young Master Nan is now our superior, we must focus on our duties." With that, she simply brewed a cup of tea and delivered it to Nan Feng. Shang Yusin gazed at Lin Hongwu's retreating figure, chuckling. This is the first time the minister has personally brewed tea for someone. At this moment within the office, Zhao Shan continued to wail, his face swollen on one side. "Oh, I am doomed. Nan Feng, I shall have you accompany me to the grave." The 3 female employees were increasingly anxious, their gazes flitting towards Nan Feng, contemplating whether to beseech him not to dismiss them. At that moment, Lin Hongwu stepped forward. "Young Master Nan, please have some tea." As she spoke, she placed a cup of tea before Nan Feng with one hand. Frowning, Nan Feng remarked, "A top student who cannot even brew tea? When serving tea, one must hold the cup with both hands. The handle should be on the right." Lin Hongwu was taken aback, a flush of embarrassment creeping on her face. How could a graduate student be schooled by someone so much younger? "Why, you don't go too far. I usually don't brew tea, and yet you are so particular." Nan Feng paused, realizing that in this era, the relationship between superiors and subordinates was not an absolute hierarchy. Sigh, had this been in the Southern Dynasty, such words would have cost one their head. Just then, a loud voice erupted from outside. Nan Feng, on your very first day at the company, you resort to violence? Coming from the countryside, you exhibit no refinement whatsoever. Chapter 50. Thunder strikes, you demand the ancestor to kneel? Everyone simultaneously looked up, and there stood Nan Ji and Zhao Feng. Lin Hongyue and the others immediately expressed their respect. Mr. Nan. Nan Ji cast a glance at Lin Hongyue and said, Minister Lin, what on earth is happening? On his first day here, Nan Feng has caused such a commotion. Did you not inform him of Zhao Shan's connection to the Nan family? At this moment, Zhao Feng hurriedly approached her cousin. Zhao Shan feigned grievance, saying, Cousin, this brat is nothing short of a monster. Today, I was busy in the office and did not welcome him. He bore a grudge and struck me with a slap. Sister, my face is swollen. Have you forgotten that my parents entrusted you to look after me before they left? Woe is me. Zhao Feng stood up, glaring at Nan Feng. You truly wield an impressive authority. Just because your grandmother granted you a modicum of power, you abuse it so? You even resort to violence? Zhao Feng, do not raise sons like you. Nan Feng merely glanced at her, replying coolly, Well, I do not have a mother like you. You. What kind of attitude is that? Gee, this brat shows no recognition of his mistakes. About that high-end lipstick business, it should be handled by adults. Zhao Feng's eyes flickered slightly. You have been involved in such significant ventures since the age of 6. Surely, mother wishes to support you in ascending the ranks. But she has become quite muddled. A lifetime spent disparaging her own son and daughter-in-law, only to take a liking to a rural grandson in her old age. How laughable. You are but an elementary school child. Nan Ji pointed at Nan Feng, declaring, Nan Feng, leave this place immediately and do not set foot here again. To strike someone without cause and act so arrogantly, I will inform mother to revoke your business qualifications. Suddenly, Nan Feng stood up, stating calmly, how utterly lacking in discernment. You have already concocted a narrative without inquiring into the facts, focusing solely on targeting me. Nan Ji, I now question how chaotic the Nan business empire has become under your governance. As a ruler, one must be as clear as a mirror. Yet you are merely a befuddled fool. You infuriate me. What sort of insolent child dares to lecture his father? Nan Ji trembled with rage and lunged at Nan Feng with a slap. Nan Feng, seated, raised his hand to grasp Nan Ji's wrist. With a sudden twist, a sharp crack echoed. My hand. Nan Ji gasped in shock and pain. What strength does this child possess? A monster. Simply a monster. Zhao Feng rushed forward to examine Nan Ji's wrist, discovering it was dislocated. What have you done? This is your father. How would you treat him this way? You little monster. Where did you acquire such strength? Nan Ji trembled in agony, commanding Nan Feng, Kneel. You shall kneel before me. Nan Feng coolly regarded Nan Ji, responding, Kneel? I'm afraid you lack the qualification for that. Boom! The previously clear sky suddenly erupted with thunder. The atmosphere darkened swiftly. Nan Ji glanced at the weather outside and coldly remarked, Look, you, young man, will eventually face divine retribution. Nan Feng merely smiled faintly. If such retribution were to strike, it would be upon you, forcing this old ancestor to kneel before you. You truly are an unfilial descendant. Nan Ji, your misconduct during working hours is scandalous. Should I allow such a person to remain here, or shall I keep him around for the festivities? Both Nan Ji and Zhao Feng were taken aback. What nonsense are you uttering? What do you mean by scandalous conduct? Are you slandering me to justify your own behavior? Zhao Shan, who had been lying on the ground, struggled to stand and interjected, Cousin, I would never. How could I possibly engage in such actions? He is slandering me. One cannot trust the words of child. Nan Feng cast a glance at Zhang Wanting and instructed, Let us show the video for everyone's appreciation. Zhang Wanting nodded, understood, young master. The video was promptly opened, showcasing Zhao Shan and several female subordinates playing cards during work hours in the office. Zhao Shan appeared exceedingly arrogant, groping female employees while urging them to undress. Is this what you call work, Zhao Shan? Is your job merely an exploration of women's bodies? Nan Feng stated bluntly. Zhao Shan was taken aback, realizing that his rival had been prepared, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Nan Jie's expression darkened. Zhao Feng stepped forward, asserting, "Even so, he is your elder. You should have come to us for resolution." Nan Feng scoffed, "This is my territory. As my grandmother stated, the management of high-end personnel is my sole responsibility. Given Zhao Shan's outrageous behavior here, I must naturally dismiss him. He not only shows defiance, but also insults me. What of it if I struck him?" Zhang Wanting nodded in agreement. "The young master is right. My young master is merely seeking justice." Nan Jiye's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "You young man. Well, you have truly opened my eyes." "Mr. Nan, I shall take my leave," Nan Feng replied flatly, before sitting down to leisurely sip his tea. Lin Hongwu witnessed the scene unfold, her heart turbulent. At merely 6 years of age, Nan Feng displayed no timidity in the face of elders and handled matters with remarkable firmness. What would happen as he matured? You. Nanjia, he found himself at a loss for words, stifled by frustration. "Fine, we are leaving. Zhao Feng, we must seek mother. She truly has a remarkable grandson." Zhao Feng nodded. "Indeed, let us seek mother. This young man cannot escape this time." Once Nanji Yi and the others departed, Nan Feng turned to Lin Hongwu and commanded, "Dismiss all those individuals today." "Understood, young Master Nan." Lin Hongwu unconsciously positioned herself in a subordinate role. Meanwhile, downstairs at the company, Zhao Shan covered his face and lamented, "Sister, brother-in-law, I cannot be without work. What shall I do if he dismisses me?" Zhao Feng sighed and comforted him. "Do not worry. Your sister will not abandon you. For now, come work under your brother-in-law, and once we have dealt with this child, we will arrange for your return." Zhao Shan felt a little reassured. "All right, when I return, I shall become a department head. I desire to see Lin Hongwu and those wretches kneel before me." "Very well." Zhao Feng nodded. "Jie, let us first head to the hospital for your hand." Nan Jie shook his head, saying, "No need. Although my hand is injured, it is worth it if it means this brat is expelled. I had my doubts before, as this child is, after all, my son. Yet, it seems he is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Did you not witness, just now, a son striking his father? Such a thing is unheard of." Chapter 51. What am I? Merely a fool. Moments later, at the Nan Manor, in the main hall, the matriarch Lin Wanyu sat gracefully, sipping her tea. Before her, Nan Jai knelt, raising his hand. "Mother, I too am your son born after 10 months of gestation. Look at my hand. This wayward child has reduced it to this state. Mother, you cannot treat me this way." Lin Wanyu cast a disdainful glance at her ineffectual son. "Nan Jai, it seems you are regressing with age. A man in his 40s, yet bested by a mere child. Are you not ashamed to admit this?" Zhao Feng chimed in with embellishments. "Mother, we do not wish to quarrel with the child, but he has gone too far. At just 6 years old, he not only struck an elder in the company, but when we approached him, he broke Jai's hand. The sky was clear, and yet it thundered, as if the heavens themselves were enraged." Lin Wanyu lifted her teacup, savoring the beverage, before placing it down. "Yet I have heard rumors of licentious behavior within the company, and of individuals shielding such absurdity." Both Nan Jai and Zhao Feng trembled. "Mother, how can this be?" "Surely, you must be mistaken," exclaimed Jai. "Indeed, mother, this is all that boy's slander against me." Lin Wanyu turned her gaze to Air. "Air, you explain. I am weary." Air nodded and stepped forward. The young master arrived at the company after school and caught Zhao Shan inappropriately engaging with a female employee, leading to Zhao Shan's dismissal. When confronted, Zhao Shan spoke disrespectfully and was met with a slap from the young master. When the head of the family and his wife arrived, they sought to punish the young master, prompting him to retaliate, having not been properly informed of the circumstances beforehand, yet they only blamed him. Lin Wanyu smiled. "Nan Jai, you are quite the character. Do you think I regard the Nan Group as a den of iniquity? How long has the company been in your hands? And already scandalous executives are emerging. If I were you, I would bury this incident deep and keep it to myself. Yet here you are, spreading it far and wide." Nan Jai turned pale with fear. "Mother, I only learned of this today. Had Nan Feng approached me properly, I would have certainly handled it justly upon discovering the truth. But he took matters into his own hands and struck me. Surely, he is in the wrong." Lin Wanyu rose, declaring enough. "Nan Feng possesses absolute authority over his department. You have no right to interfere. Furthermore, you..." as a father, have failed to fulfill your role. I cannot fault him for defending himself, if blame is to be assigned. Let fall upon your own foolishness. Mother, how can you treat me thus? I am your own son. Nan Jai trembled in despair. Lin Wanyu, furious, turned and departed. Zhao Feng approached and embraced her husband. Calm down, Jai. Since mother is so biased, we must not lose our composure. She holds 50% of the company's shares. We cannot afford to oppose her at this critical juncture. She values strength above all. Once Nan Feng's product falters, we shall surely reclaim our position. What do you think? Indeed, the young lad's lipstick fails to sell, and in due time his mother will surely know. Children are indeed children. At this moment, within the company, Nan Feng occupies the principal seat, while Lin Hongwu and others are seated in 2 rows. Lin Hongwu remarked, "Young Master Nan, I have no objections regarding the pricing of the standard version of the Nan Chao Frost Red Peach, but the limited premium version priced at 3.5 million. Might that not be excessively high?" Other employees nodded in agreement. Shang Yusin added, "Young Master Nan, there are currently no lipsticks of such high-end quality in the domestic market. We harbor concerns." Nan Feng shook his head. "Precisely because there is none. I aim to be the pioneer. However, young Master Nan, the Nan Chao Frost Red Peach lacks a foundational fan base. Hasty pricing will certainly lead to losses." Lin Hongwu countered. Nan Feng cast a glance at Lin Hongwu. "You needn't worry about that. The Nan Chao Frost Red Peach will undoubtedly be in high demand. Young Master Nan, I have cultivated this market for many years. I understand it better than you do, and you must heed my advice." Lin Hongwu insisted. Nan Feng nodded. Acknowledging her opinion, "I have received your counsel, but I shall not adopt it." Although Lin Hongwu admired Nan Feng's character, she ever felt her experience surpassed that of Nan Feng in a professional context. Nan Feng replied calmly, "Let us make a wager, shall we? The first batch of orders will surely exceed 300, and thereafter, demand will only intensify. If I lose, I shall heed your advice in the future. Otherwise, you must comply with mine." Nan Feng's expression was exceptionally grave. Several female employees stifled laughter. "See, young Master Nan is simply a little tyrant." "What tyrant? He is a deity. I wish to call him father." "Shoo, we're in a meeting." Lin Hongwu nodded. "Very well. Young Master Nan, should you lose, you must listen to your elder sister's advice." Nan Feng slightly nodded. The girls began to chatter amongst themselves. A lipstick priced at 3.5 million. Poverty has indeed limited my imagination. With only 300 limited editions, selling them all would yield over 1 billion. Who would spend millions on lipstick? Just then, Lin Hongwu received a phone call. "I'll take this call, young Master Nan." Nan Feng nodded. "Hello, Miss Fu. How may I assist you?" Lin Hongwu inquired. Shang Yusin quietly explained, "The Fu family is also a prominent family in Binhai, and Miss Fu is one of our clients. This Nan Chao Frost Red Peach. We have yet to officially launch, perhaps. Miss Shangwan received it as a private gift. Once we officially release it, we will certainly notify you," Lin Hongwu stated. On the other end, Miss Fu's voice was filled with agitation. "What is going on with your Nan family? Such an excellent product. Why give it to Shangwan Qingwan and not to me? Do you think I lack wealth?" "Miss Fu, that is certainly not the case. Please understand." "All right, I comprehend. I will inform you at the earliest opportunity once it is released." Lin Hongwu awkwardly concluded the call. Everyone in the room turned their gaze toward Lin Hongwu in unison. Nan Feng smiled and said, "What do you have to say, Minister Lin?" Lin Hongwu scoffed. "Humph. This hasn't even been officially launched. It doesn't signify anything." Nan Feng chuckled. In his perspective, the combination of limited releases and premium pricing serves as a definitive allure for affluent women, especially with the incorporation of the zodiac concept, which evokes a sense of collectible charm. For these elite ladies, it is undeniably intriguing. He provided an advanced sample to the Shangwan family, allowing this item to circulate within noble circles in a limited manner, thus laying the groundwork for the initial batch. "Well, that settles it for now," Nan Feng declared as he rose. "I must take my leave, for I have assignments to complete." The young women present could hardly contain their amusement. "Take care, Xiao Nan," they called out as they watched Nan Feng's departing figure. Lin Hongwu shook her head, pondering, could he truly succeed? "What does that make me?" Shang Yusin muttered nearby. "A mere jester." Chapter 52. "Ah, indeed, you are quite uncouth." Nan Feng sat in the car, returning to the Nan family estate. Upon entering the house, he discovered the entire family was waiting for him. Nan Ji had evidently just had a heated argument with their grandmother, his face flushed and neck taut. Zhao Feng wore a grim and rigid expression. Nan Feng found the scene rather amusing as he approached with measured steps. As customary, he greeted Lin Wanyue with respect. The family was poised to chastise Nan Feng for returning late, causing everyone to wait for an extended period when dinner was nearly ready. To their surprise, Nan Feng suddenly interjected, saying, "Grandmother, please punish me." All eyes turned to him in unison. Lin Yue muttered, "This little feudal lord has truly emerged from the West. He actually asked for his grandmother's punishment? What is he up to? It cannot be that simple." Nan Yameng remarked to her sister, "This fellow's tactics could extend our evening etiquette lessons. Whatever he says is bound to be anything but straightforward." Nan Xiao gazed at Nan Feng with astonishment, uncertain of what scheme he was concocting this time. Nan Ji scoffed. "Now you realize your false pretense of remorse? Where was this acknowledgement before? Mother, you must not be lenient. This rascal now knows he has erred. Why do you still defend him?" "Indeed, mother," they chimed in. "At such a young age, he disregards his elders. You cannot let this go unpunished." Lin Wanyue, treating their remarks as mere background noise, asked curiously, "Nan Feng, why do you speak in such a manner?" Nan Feng explained, "Today at the company, without consultation, I dismissed an elder who was engaging in debauchery. While my actions were intended for the company's benefit, they were ethically improper, hence I request grandmother's reprimand." Lin Wanyue looked at Nan Feng with deep compassion, reaching out to grasp his small hand. "It is the elders who have erred. Why should you, a junior, bear the consequences? This generation of the Zhao family boasts few virtuous members, and to have one placed as a senior executive in our company only to engage in such misconduct is unacceptable. Grandmother shall not only punish him, I shall ensure Zhao Shan is blacklisted throughout the industry. I supported him, and yet he repays kindness with enmity. Such a person cannot be punished lightly." Upon hearing of Zhao Shan's impending industry-wide ban, Zhao Feng grew anxious. Originally, Zhao Shan could have continued as a senior executive in another department, but with Lin Wanyue's decision to blacklist him, it would sever all his avenues for retreat. What nonsense is this? Mother, regardless of his faults, Zhao Shan is still a member of the Zhao family, my maternal kin. How can you allow him to lose all prospects? Lin Wanyue glanced coldly at Zhao Feng, stating, "Zhao Feng, first and foremost, you are the daughter-in-law of the Nan family, and only secondarily a child of the Zhao family. Zhao Shan was brought in by you. Now that he has committed such disgraceful acts, should you not impose strict punishment? Bargaining with me here is tantamount to aiding him. No, you are harming him." Hearing this, Zhao Feng felt utterly humiliated, especially before so many juniors. She rose abruptly and retreated to the second floor. Nanji sighed, "Wife, what are you doing? Dinner is ready. Can these matters not wait until later?" In contemporary society, it appears that many men indulge in romantic escapades, even within the confines of their workplaces, where consensual relationships between colleagues may occur. What does it matter? How outrageous it is for such words to escape the lips of one who claims to be the patriarch of our family. Are we a mere ordinary clan? We are a prestigious lineage. Lin Wanyue was truly incensed at this moment. "Go kneel before the ancestral shrine," she commanded. "You shall not sleep tonight. Reflect on your actions thoroughly." Nanji's eyes widened in disbelief. "Mother, surely you jest. I am in my 40s with 4 children of my own. You wish for me to be punished by kneeling? Where is my dignity? What dignity can you claim when you utter such words? Off you go." Lin Wanyue retorted before summoning Nan Feng to join her for dinner, seemingly disregarding the presence of others. Nan Ji, fuming with rage, could only storm off, his face flushed, to the ancestral shrine. After the meal, Nan Feng retreated to his study to read. That night, many members of the Nan family lay awake, attributing the turmoil to Nan Feng. The following day marked the school's computer competition. Nan Feng rose early, donned his backpack and a smart suit, and made his way to the dining room for breakfast, where the butler informed him that his grandmother had departed for the temple. Nodding in acknowledgement, he noted that with his grandmother absent, the younger members of the Nan family began to mock him. "Nan Feng, today is the computer competition, right? You should try to befriend Nan Xiao. Otherwise, he'll make a fool of you, suggested Nan Yue. Meanwhile, Nan Yuma, munching on a fried dough stick, sneered, thanks to you. We endured 3 hours of etiquette lessons last night. Do you know what is most distasteful? And now, we must attend these lessons daily. Nan Feng merely smiled faintly. Indeed, you lack refinement. How dare you? What did you say, you country bumpkin? Nan Yuma shouted in anger. Enough. Nan Yue interjected. Stop the clamor. Nan Xiao added. Rising from the table, Nan Feng grabbed a steamed bun and exited the dining room. The chaos at breakfast, with food splattered everywhere, was appalling to him. So he decided to eat on the way to school instead. Upon arriving at school, he noticed the Zhao family's car pulling up at the same time. Zhao Xia approached him. Nan Feng, today is the CTF group competition. Have you found a partner? Partner? Nan Feng replied, genuinely unaware, as he was still uncertain about the specifics of the competition. I can't assist you this time, Zhao Xia responded, shaking her head. I have my own team, and we won't include you. As for Nan Xiao, he has been studying computers for a long time, and his partners are all talented students from the school. You're a bit of bind. However, the prize for this competition is 100,000 yuan. You might consider teaming up with someone from the regular students. Regular students? Nan Feng asked, puzzled. Do you mean in the literal sense? Upon your arrival at the school, you may be unaware that there are indeed some children from ordinary families enrolled here. These students are often recruited during the school's promotional activities as free participants. With 1 or 2 such individuals each year, their primary requirement is to excel academically irrespective of their family background, and they span various grade levels. As for us, we have mostly already formed our teams. With that, Zhao Xia turned and walked away. Nan Feng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering where he might find a computer-savvy commoner. Outside the venue of the computer competition at Alistan Primary School, 3 students clad in worn-out uniforms, their demeanor markedly different from that of their peers, were gathered in distress. They clearly belonged to the less privileged segment of the student body. Li Jingjing, what shall we do now? The wealthy kids refuse to team up with us, and we are still 1 member short, lamented one of the boys. The girl named Li Jingjing appeared to be the eldest among them, possessing a delicate appearance and refined features, embodying the essence of youthful beauty. Let's search a bit more. Who could have anticipated that the timeline for this computer competition would be so tight? Where can I possibly find someone in such a short time? Perhaps we should give up, suggested the boy named Zhang Xiao, who wore glasses and exhibited a distinctly introverted demeanor. Those affluent children have honed their computer skills through daily tutoring. We might not stand much of a chance. This'll not do. Li Jingjing firmly shook her head. The prize of 100,000 is precisely what my mother needs for her medical treatment. At that moment, a voice interjected. Since you are in need of 1 more member, allow me to join your team. Chapter 53. What do you mean you can't? Why won't you participate in the competition? Nan Feng remarked from a distance. In truth, he had been observing this group for quite some time. It appeared that they were lacking teammates. Li Jingjing looked up, momentarily taken aback. I am Li Jingjing from the 6th grade. This is Zhang Xiao from the 3rd grade. And here is Chun Jiankong from the 4th grade. Nan Feng smiled. I am Nan Feng from the 1st grade. What? Student King, Zhang Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. You are challenging the notorious 6th graders single-handedly. Chun Jiankong's expression was equally exaggerated. You are the one who defeated Zhao Sherwing. Nan Feng. We can't afford such a formidable Buddha. Li Jingjing patted the shoulders of the two. We have no choice. Welcome aboard, Nan Feng. Meanwhile, Zhao Xia and Nan Xiao approached with their respective teams. Nan Feng, I thought you were impressive, yet you've only gathered a few commoners as partners? Nan Xiao taunted. Zhao Sherwing smiled silently. Although Nan Feng was indeed formidable, having just returned from the countryside, he probably had not even touched a computer, so how could he possibly understand it? He was likely to face a setback this time. The other students joined in the mockery. Is this what we call Student King? Teaming up with a few commoners, what strength can that possibly yield? Indeed, we are all 6th graders, older than you, and have had more tutoring and training. How can you compare with us? Nan Xiao had gathered computer experts from the 6th grade. After all, the computer competition at Alistan Primary School did not impose grade restrictions. From the school's perspective, these affluent students received extensive tutoring daily, making them incomparable to typical schools. In an average primary school, any student here would be considered prodigy. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Lin Mei, approached. Today, she wore white stockings, as the weather was relatively warm, paired with a light apricot-colored dress. Nan Feng's gaze immediately darted over. Teacher Lin tensed up and quickly explained, "I don't have classes today. I merely want to dress a bit more refreshingly. Nothing inappropriate, haha." Nan Feng sighed. "I respect the aesthetics of this era." "Hey, buddy, does it matter what our homeroom teacher wears? Should it appeal to you? What is the matter? Are you some kind of emperor?" From a distance, the program team had already focused on Nan Feng. The livestream audience began commenting. "Shocking. A little emperor appears at a primary school in Binhai. The homeroom teacher begged for His Majesty's understanding. Haha, come to my shock department for a report." With just a glance, the homeroom teacher panicked. A little emperor is indeed a little emperor. Even the teacher must express gratitude. Little emperor. JPG. As the audience flooded the internet with comments, the competition time was drawing near. Lin Mei addressed her students. "Everyone, please head inside. The competition is about to commence." They entered the computer competition venue, which resembled an internet cafe, with rows of high-spec computers that would delight any gaming enthusiast. After the group, led by Nan Feng, settled down, Li Jingjing stated, "Dear juniors, according to the logic of the CTF cybersecurity competition, the first task should be cryptography. We merely need to crack the codes. This round is an elimination phase, and a mid-range performance will suffice." At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Lin Mei, explained the competition rules. "Within half an hour, we will eliminate half of the groups. Go, go, go. My students, the competition begins now." As Lin Mei elaborated, all the students swiftly began their tasks. Lin Mei nodded, acknowledging their diligence. However, she noticed that Nan Feng seemed to be sitting idly, showing no intention of participating. What is Nan Feng doing? Why isn't he taking action? Li Jingjing, as the team leader, also perceived the issue. "Nan Feng, why aren't you participating?" Nan Feng looked up at Li Jingjing and sheepishly replied, "I forgot something. I've never touched a keyboard." "What?" This statement caused a momentary pause among all the participants in the computer hall. Who is this? Someone who has never used a keyboard is here to compete? Sure, it's Student Wang. Be careful. That young master from an Nan family? The one who just returned from the countryside? No wonder. It's understandable for him to be inexperienced. But then, why are you participating in the CTF? The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. How wonderful. We have a comedian. We're doomed. Did someone just say they've never used a keyboard but are competing in a cybersecurity contest? I've never dated, but I'm married. Please, don't be so ridiculous. At that moment, the judges on stage shook their heads in disbelief. Was he attempting to leverage other competitors to achieve his own victory? A child who couldn't even use a keyboard dared to aspire to win a computer network security competition, although it was merely an elementary school contest. Such a spirit of competition was truly lamentable. Sigh, how could a morally deficient child be allowed to compete? Meanwhile, a smug smile crept onto Nan Zhao's lips. Everyone, let's put in more effort. We must win this competition. Zhao Xia glanced at Nan Feng in confusion. Brother Nan Feng, is this all you're capable of? Have I misjudged you? Zhao Xia admired strong individuals. Previously, she was drawn to Nan Xiao because he was groomed as the next heir, and now she found Nan Feng even more formidable. However, if Nan Feng were merely here to muddle through the rankings, she would scorn such a person. At this moment, Nan Feng calmly reassured, "You all focus on the competition. I can learn just by observing, and I will catch up later." What? Nan Feng, do you even realize what you're saying? Li Jingjing shook her head in exasperation. This competition is very important to me. Sigh, if we can decode a bit faster. Perhaps we can salvage our rankings. The other two could only nod in silence, suppressing their frustration. Meanwhile, teams were already being eliminated one after another. After all, with only half an hour, some would fall behind no matter how hard they tried. An increasing number of individuals are choosing to give up. Fortunately, Nan Feng has observed that Li Jingjing's speed is indeed remarkable. She is, after all, a master. It is also a stroke of luck that she is holding her ground, allowing her team to maintain a position in the middle of the rankings. At this moment, Lin Mei clapped her hands and announced, "Everyone halt. The competition has concluded. 50% of the teams will be eliminated, while the remaining will advance to the next round. The teams that are advancing let out a collective sigh of relief. Nan Xiao, accompanied by his teammates, strides toward Nan Feng, bearing the weight of long-held grievances and frustrations. At last, he feels he can turn the tide. Soon, his parents will praise him, his grandmother will regard him with newfound respect, and you, Nan Feng, shall return to your previous existence as a mere clay figurine. Chapter 54. What? He is actually a master? Nan Feng, you cannot be serious. You wouldn't dare withdraw from the competition, would you? Nan Xiao mocked. If you do, when our parents inquire, I can easily explain that it wasn't to your fault, but rather the incompetence of those commoners that hindered you. These words instantly darkened the expressions of Li Jingjing and her companions. Should Nan Feng withdraw, their group would be eliminated, and in Li Jingjing's eyes, there was no compelling reason for Nan Feng to persist. Thus, the possibility of his withdrawal loomed large. At this moment, Li Jingjing cast a glance at Nan Feng and said, I sincerely hope that junior Nan Feng can persevere. If you choose to exit, we will all face immediate failure. I have mentioned before how crucial this competition is for me. Please, don't withdraw. Her face was etched with desperation. Chen Jiankong and Zhang Xiao also looked on with helplessness. If you are struggling, please admit it sooner rather than later. Exiting now would only jeopardize us. Indeed, how can someone like you even exist? Nan Xiao chuckled. Oh, dear brother, aren't you usually quite formidable at home? Who would have imagined that now it is you who is dragging down these commoners? But then again, you are of the same ilk, are you not? With a swift motion, Nan Feng struck back. Nan Zhao's face was instantly swollen. You, what was that for? Standing with his hands behind his back, Nan Feng sneered. Outside, you refer to me as a commoner. Such words tarnished the reputation of the Nan family. This slap was a retribution for my grandmother. Fuming with rage, Nan Xiao trembled. I will report this to the teacher. With another swift slap, Nan Feng stunned everyone present. What are you doing, my friend? Are you trying to spin a top here? Nan Xiao covered his face. With indifference, Nan Feng replied, This slap was for your parents. I am a commoner. What are they? Next time you speak, it would be wise to engage your brain first. Fear gripped Nan Xiao. He was terrified of Nan Feng, especially as the implications of this incident could spell trouble for him should his parents find out, given the unsavory connotations of the term commoner. Let us go. We shall not stoop to the level of such rustic individuals. Engaging in further discourse would only diminish our worth. Nan Xiao, still covering his face, led his team back to their seats. At this moment, Lin Mei stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand, announcing, Next up, we have web security. In this round, each group will be provided with a basic website, and you will need to encrypt it swiftly to defend against our assaults. In this round, our esteemed professors will employ hacking techniques to launch indiscriminate attacks. Teams that are breached will be eliminated immediately. Now, let the competition commence. With Lin Mei's command, students below and professors above began to move their fingers with lightning speed, simultaneously bolstering their defenses while launching relentless attacks. Among the judges, the notably youthful professor known as Yun is a genuine hacker who, due to his exceptional academic achievements, was specially recruited by Tsinghua and Peking University. Despite being in his 20s, he has already attained the position of a professor in computer information security. Flanking him are two elder professors, both esteemed experts in the same field. At this moment, the trio's collaborative assault is nothing short of a full-fledged bombardment akin to that of a revered sex patriarch. The contestants below are lamenting their plight, finding themselves utterly unprepared to erect a firewall before the onslaught began. They have already resigned to defeat, exclaiming, We cannot win. Professor Yun hails from a hacking background and has now ascended to professorship. We are doomed. As the screens display the word defeat, in succession, many competitors are swiftly eliminated. On stage, Professor Yun stifles a yawn, clearly finding the current level of web security rather mundane. One of the professors beside him remarks, Not so, Professor Yun. This is merely an elementary competition, and the level of skill is understandably limited. However, I believe these students are quite impressive. Another professor adds, Indeed, only the offspring of affluent families can attend such prestigious institutions. Professor Yun declares, Enough of this. Let us break through all defenses and conclude this swiftly. In an instant, The pressure on the students escalates dramatically. I can't take it anymore. Our group concedes. We forfeit. Following these cries, numerous teams withdraw. Meanwhile, Nan Zhao's team continues to persevere, as does Zhao Xi's. Nan Xiao glances towards Nan Feng's direction, scoffing. You haven't been eliminated yet? It seems the skills of those commoners are quite formidable. We must hold on. Victory is within our grasp. Nan Xiao envisions triumph beckoning him, imagining the bragging rights he will possess upon returning home that evening. At this moment, Zhao Xi's team's website is breached, forcing them to withdraw and ending their journey in third place. The trio of Li Jingjing, who have performed exceptionally, also find themselves nearing their limit. What a pity. If we had 4 members, we might truly have secured victory. Zhang Xiao laments. Chun Jiankong is on the verge of tears, exclaiming, just a little longer, please. Li Jingjing sighs. This is fate. Let us concede. We can no longer hold out. With that, Li Jingjing relinquishes her keyboard and mouse, prompting the other 2 to follow suit. Lin Mei observes this scene, sensing that a champion is about to emerge. However, at that moment, everyone notices that despite Li Jingjing and her teammates' withdrawal, their website remains unscathed. Professor Yin furrows his brow, questioning, what is happening? A system bug? Lin Mei looks towards Nan Feng's position, realizing that at some point, his small hand have found their way to the keyboard, displaying an uncanny proficiency that continues to accelerate. Nan Feng recites to himself, finding the keyboard techniques to be trivial, far simpler than the military strategies he learned centuries ago. Half an hour is more than sufficient to master them. With his adaptation, his speed naturally increases. Li Jingjing sat beside Nan Feng, and at this moment, she finally realized the dilemma. Have you optimized your algorithm? Your speed? Nan Feng was taken aback to discover that you are quite the expert. Did you not claim to be a novice? Chun Jiankong and Zhang Xiao were left utterly astonished. Is it possible that the expert is Nan Feng? How could this be? Was he not a rural newcomer, unfamiliar with computers? Meanwhile, Nan Xiao, who believed victory was within his grasp, suddenly noticed that the opposing team had not yet been eliminated. What could be the reason? Are the judges being lenient? Nan Xiao turned around, bewildered for a moment. I must have seen it incorrectly. Nan Feng's speed? Has he been equipped with a miniature electric motor? Chapter 55. His military tactics. The audience of the school live broadcast program exclaimed, how wonderful! It's the little emperor. We are saved. Indeed, true masters only reveal themselves at the last moment. I thought the little emperor was bound to be eliminated. What audacity! Let's drag them all out and execute them. His majesty will surely prevail. It was inconceivable. His speed was impossible. Nan Zhao's countenance darkened. We must exert more effort. It could be a system glitch. Let's hold on a little longer. At that moment, Li Jingjing and the others finally grasped the situation. We will assist you, Nan Feng. We will help you optimize further. You take the lead. The group, seemingly on the brink of despair, found renewed hope and rallied their spirits once more. Meanwhile, on stage, Professor Yun's expression shifted slightly. What a remarkable lad. The map scan is astonishingly swift, and his DOS attack diverges from the conventional. It is as if he employs military strategy. I must take this seriously. With that, he removed his ice sleeves and began to furiously strike the keyboard. Lin Mai gasped. Professor Yin has taken off his ice sleeves. My goodness, the last time he did, that was during the previous competition. This newfound intensity from Professor Yin significantly amplified the pressure on Nan Xiao and the others in the audience. Young Master Nan Xiao, we cannot hold on any longer. Our attacks have exhausted all resources. I can't manage here. I am also on the verge of collapse. Nan Zhao's eyes widened in fury. Victory was within reach. He was about to surpass Nan Feng, but why? Why could Nan Feng always defy expectations? Why was he so formidable? No, I refuse to be the adopted son. I want to be the heir of the Nan family. I wish to impress my grandmother and prove that this country bumpkin is unworthy. Suddenly, the screen in front of him went black, and smoke billowed from the chassis. The screens of his teammates displayed defeat. Lost. I have lost again. Nan Xiao sprang to his feet. Teacher, something is amiss. Nan Feng must have used cheat codes. How could he withstand Professor Yun's onslaught? Lin Mei frowned slightly. If you truly suspect that, you may check behind Nan Feng. In an instant, Other students rushed to observe Nan Feng from behind. Nan Xiao trembled. It was impossible. Such a skillful technique. Was he not merely proficient with computers? Nan Feng replied nonchalantly, if one cannot do it, one can learn. Is a few minutes not sufficient? Quite enough indeed. But is that even a reasonable assertion? Other students marveled. Nan Feng had successfully defended against Professor Yun's attacks several times and expended minimal resources. Incredible. Professor Yun even faced minor setbacks. But how could this be? Professor Yun was a deity in this realm. At this moment, Nan Feng's mind was filled with calculations. The art of war in the Southern Dynasty states, deceiving the heavens to cross the sea, disguise the traffic, bypass WAF-IDS detection, and obfuscate characteristic attacks. The golden cicada sheds its shell, forge a false system appearance to mislead the opponent. And my true objective is... A smile crept across Nan Feng's lips. Counterattack. As the crown prince of the Southern Dynasty, how could one be subjected to such indignities? At this moment, Professor Yun's inner turmoil mirrored the tempestuous waves. What is this elementary school student attempting? A strategy of warfare? Does he intend to launch a counterattack on my computer? Nan Feng, what you do not realize is that I am about to execute a feigned attack. I am fabricating a multitude of explosive requests in AWD, while launching an assault elsewhere. Professor Yun, could it be that this lad is planning something? Suddenly, a fellow professor interjected. This is disastrous. He is counterattacking us. Is this still an elementary school cybersecurity competition? Nan Feng, I have entirely consumed your left flank. How far can your central army be? If your right wing wishes to rescue it, I shall ensnare you effortlessly. Professor Yun shouted to the professor on the right. Cease at once. We have been deceived. This is dire. I have been compromised, my code utterly altered. I cannot believe I have lost. The professor on the right was left speechless. At this moment, Professor Yun regained his composure. Even if I am left alone, you cannot seize me. It was as if the two had returned to 1,000 years prior. Nan Feng, clad in battle armor, wore a mocking expression, declaring, Who says the youth cannot slay dragons? General Yun, dismount and surrender. Professor Yun smirked coldly. Then let us fight to the death. Moments later, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. The homeroom teacher, Lin Mei, stood up in shock to announce, the team led by Nan Feng has successfully secured the championship of this cybersecurity competition. The other students were bewildered. What has transpired? How did it suddenly conclude? Indeed, were they not at the most critical juncture? Who emerged victorious, Nan Feng or Professor Yun? Nan Feng stood up and addressed everyone calmly. It ended in a draw. Shock, dread, and disbelief enveloped all present. Li Jingjing stammered. After all this, he was not weak. Rather, he had feigned disinterest from the outset to heighten our challenge. That must be the explanation. True experts, indeed, think differently from us. Chun Jiankong exclaimed, Master, my heavens, you are astonishing. Zhang Xiao approached Nan Feng, extending his hand for a high five. Nan Feng regarded him with mild indifference, causing Zhang Xiao to feel somewhat embarrassed, retracting his hand. Yet, Nan Feng raised his hand and gently clapped it. This era is indeed naive, Nan Feng thought, a smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, Nan Xiao clenched his teeth, emitting a crackling sound as if attempting to crush something. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, with Nan Feng triumphing before all. He had no means to slander him. Homeroom teacher Lin Mei approached, encouragingly stating, Nan Feng, you are extraordinary. That was Professor Yun. You truly excelled. She leaped with joy, her straps slipping down, which she casually adjusted. Suddenly, Nan Feng turned serious. Teacher, as an educator, one must be mindful of words and actions. As the Book of Rights states, Teacher Nan, I acknowledge my mistake. Could you please refrain from lecturing me? Lin Mei replied, exasperated. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained. The collapse of propriety in music. This is a true breakdown of decorum. Teacher, why aren't you kneeling? Before our little emperor, one must be cautious with their words and actions. I shall annihilate your entire clan. Such a waste, indeed. It is meant for the fans. At this moment, Professor Yin descended from the stage and approached Nan Feng. You are quite impressive, young man. Would you be interested in joining my elite class at Qingbei? Nan Feng glanced at him and thought, if the quality of Qingbei's instructors is merely at your level, attending would be futile. Professor Yin raised his finger, pointing at Nan Feng. Well done, you have some guts. He then took out his WeChat. Nan Feng retrieved his phone, and within moments, Professor Yin entered his WeChat ID. If you ever change your mind, do reach out. I truly owe you one. A talent like yours should not be overlooked. It would be a loss not to recruit you. Yet, he could not appear too eager, as it would diminish his own stature. As a master, he certainly could not beg for his favor. Chapter 56, Refusing the Youth Class, What You Desire, I Disdain. Nan Feng nodded, acknowledging the statement. Suddenly, Professor Yin leaned in close to Nan Feng's ear and whispered, I was careless just now. It was not that I was defeated by you, but rather that my teammates depleted my resources early on. If we were to compete again, I assure you I would emerge victorious. Do you understand? Nan Feng cast him a sidelong glance. Then I hope you will not be careless next time. In truth, Nan Feng had indeed won. Ultimately, the opponent had sought a truce using encrypted language, aiming to preserve his esteemed status. He expressed his willingness to assist Nan Feng with all his resources in the future should any need arise. A university professor specializing in cybersecurity would undoubtedly prove advantageous later on. Thus, Nan Feng chose to grant a favor and settle for a draw with this esteemed professor from Qingbei University. It is worth noting that he was merely 6 years old. Such an achievement was already sufficient to be deemed a genius, more than enough to please his grandmother. In the office of the president of Qingbei University, President Lin Qingyan received a phone call. What? Professor Yin has drawn with a primary school student? Which family does this child belong to? Soon after, Lin Qingyan made a call to Lin Wanyue, who was far away in Binhai. Aunt, I heard that Nan Feng won the school's cybersecurity competition, and he drew with our university's cybersecurity professor? Lin Wanyue was momentarily taken aback. Qingyan, is that true? This child has surprised me once again. Aunt, listen to me. Such a talented child should come directly to our Qingbei to study in the youth class, Lin Qingyan suggested. Hesitating for a moment, Lin Wanyue replied, he is still young. Childhood should be cherished as childhood. He can pursue further studies at your Qingbei later. Lin Qingyan shook his head, insisting, Aunt, that is not the case. Such a promising talent should be nurtured from a young age. There is no need to rush. I will handle it with discretion. Rest assured, I will convey the same to other universities that reach out. Lin Wanyue acquiesced. Indeed, after hanging up the phone, several universities called, all of which were politely declined by Lin Wanyue. Heir, standing nearby, remarked, Madam, this is a good opportunity. Why not let young Master Nan Feng attend? Lin Wanyue smiled knowingly. I am well aware this is a fortunate circumstance, but I, as an old woman, have my own selfish desires. Until he is fully developed, I do not wish for him to leave my side. A genius must have guardians nearby to flourish. Otherwise, throughout history, why have precocious children often met untimely ends? This life of nobility is far from simple. Heir smiled faintly, Madam. Your foresight is profound. It seems you truly care for young Master Nan Feng. For reasons unknown, upon first seeing the child, I felt an inexplicable familiarity, a sense of kinship I cannot articulate. I simply wished to protect him for a while, hoping for his future to be filled with peace and joy. At that moment, Nan Shao entered, sobbing. Nan Yue called out from afar, Grandmother, Nan Feng has gone too far. Despite all his training, Nan Shao possesses formidable computer skills. Yet, Nan Feng won the computer competition using a script. Such behavior is utterly outrageous. Lin Wanyue cast a glance at A faint smile gracing her lips, implying, I told you so. A returned the smile, acknowledging the old lady's unwavering demeanor. At that moment, Nan Ji and Zhao Feng appear to have conspired upstairs, descending while inquiring, why is Shower crying? Who has wronged you? Anger etched across Nan Ji's face. What is troubling Shower lately? Is someone bullying you outside? Speak to your parents. Zhao Feng stepped forward, cradling Nan Shao with concern. Why are you crying so much? Nan Yue promptly explained. Nan Shao placed second this time, and she feels disheartened, hence her tears. Alas, what student in this school could possibly rival my son's prowess in computing? Nan Ji remarked. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. We have invested 1 million in resources for your brother's computing skills. It is inconceivable that anyone here could surpass him. Nan Yue scoffed. Some country bumpkins. Who knows what underhanded tactics they employed to win the competition. I suspect it was scripted. Upon hearing this, Nan Ji was taken aback. Nan Feng won the championship? How could that be? In Wangjia village, his family doesn't even own a computer. He has had no exposure to them at our home. Zhao Feng concurred. While other accomplishments could be attributed to his extensive reading, computing requires training. What is he trained with? Mother. He must be cheating. Lin Wanyue sipped her tea, squinting her eyes, remaining silent. Just then, Nan Feng returned home. He entered the hall, greeting Lin Wanyue and then his grandmother with respect. Good boy, come sit. Lin Wanyue said nonchalantly, your parents are once again doubting your computer competition results. Your uncle just called, mentioning that the youth class at Qingbei wants you to join. What? The Qingbei youth class? Nan Ji exclaimed excitedly. Mother, the Qingbei youth class has always been Nan Zhao's aspiration. Please inform my cousin that my shower wishes to attend. Nan Feng chuckled derisively, replying coolly, I have already declined the Qingbei youth class. The professors present did extend an invitation to me, but not to Nan Xiao. You may pursue that if you wish. What? Nan Ji reacted as though he had swallowed a fly. He had invested so much money to cultivate Nan Xiao for the youth class, envisioning the family's glory and prestige. Yet this ungrateful child had rejected an invitation? Was he jesting? What did it mean that he disregarded what they desired? What nonsense are you spouting? Nan Yue's expression soured, feeling as though this boy's actions rendered them all foolish. It felt as if he alone possessed intelligence, while the rest of the family appeared dim-witted. Getting into Qingbei University is no simple feat. Boasting without basis is ridiculous. Nan Yue muttered. Naturally, Nan Feng could not be bothered to explain himself to her, for there were great scholars who would defend his choices. Indeed, Lin Wanyue remarked lightly, I am not well versed in computers either. This child seems to have caught the attention of a professor from Qingbei during a competition. Subsequently, Qin Yun approached me, insisting that this child must enter the Qingbei youth class. Is that all there is to it? Do you think you are the only clever ones? Are the professors at Qingbei fools? Can they not discern cheating? Such unreasonable behavior must have its limits. His excellence is derived from his own capabilities. If you feel envy in your hearts, then prove your worth. Nan Yue, your grandmother assigned you a project last year, entrusting you with the leadership of an undergarment business, which has already incurred losses exceeding 3 million. Do you still have the leisure to engage in idle chatter here? Lin Wanyue stood up and turned to leave, leaving Nan Yue with flushed cheeks. Chapter 57. The ritual guard of the Southern Dynasty and temple blessings. Nan Yue, filled with impotent fury, stamped her feet in frustration. Why is this happening to me? In business, success is never guaranteed. I believe Grandma is being partial, Li Yue remarked. Beside her, Nan Jai scoffed. That Nan Feng is constantly devising ways to curry favor with your grandmother. Such a scheming individual warrants your utmost caution. Zhao Feng added with disdain. That little rascal has no regard for us. All he cares about is his grandmother. At that moment, Nan Feng had accompanied Lin Wanyue to the back courtyard. Nan Feng, your grandmother is not inquiring about your computer competition. She merely wishes to know how your recent business endeavors are faring. Nan Feng replied. The batch of Frosty Peach Red from Nan Xiao will be ready for use shortly. I anticipate it will hit the market soon. As for the standard version, I have tasked Zhang Wanting with its production. You certainly place great trust in your subordinates, Lin Wanyue observed. Nan Feng nodded. One must not suspect those who are worthy. This girl is quite capable. Such an old soul you are, my child. You're only 6 years old, not a venerable elder. Why do you resonate so well with an old woman like me? Lin Wanyue sighed before pausing suddenly. Tomorrow at the Nan Zhao Temple in the city. I plan to take you all for blessings. Be prepared in the morning. Nan Feng nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhang Wanting hurried over, young Master Nan. Trouble has arisen. There has been a mishap at our factory. Someone mistakenly added bitter herbs, ruining an entire batch of a standard Frosty Peach Red. It has all failed to take color. Nan Feng was momentarily taken aback. How could such a thing happen? How could someone inadvertently include bitter herbs in the mix? Have the details been clarified? We have reported it to the police, but the individual involved is deaf and mute. He was hired to accommodate individuals with disabilities, and according to him, he was unaware that it was bitter herbs. He thought it was a spice. What about the person who instructed him to add the spice? Zhang Wanting shook her head. No supervisor has come forward to take responsibility. Furrowing his brow, Nan Feng replied, Understood. I will handle this. This was clearly a deliberate trap. Grandma, the cost of this batch of raw materials amounts to 1 million. This will directly result in a loss of that magnitude. Lin Wanyue smiled gently. Nan Feng, life will not always be smooth sailing. I look forward to seeing how you navigate this situation. Nan Feng bowed respectfully as Lin Wanyue turned to leave. Beside her, the housekeeper A remarked, Madam, it seems someone is targeting young Master Nan, intentionally setting obstacles in his path. Lin Wanyue nodded. I need not be told. Though I am old, I am not foolish. It is remarkable how such a significant individual and child can be so unlucky. Yet, I am curious to see how Nan Feng will manage this predicament. Meanwhile, Nan Feng retreated to his study, gathering critical accounts from the past 2 decades. Zhang Wanting, there are discrepancies in these records. Please gather additional evidence for me. Since someone has sabotaged my raw materials, I will ensure they pay the price. Zhang Wanting gasped, Young Master Nan, do you know who is behind this? Nan Feng replied, There's no need for guessing. Such crude methods are beyond his perception. If he were incapable of discerning this a millennium ago, he would never have become the heir. Alas, how I wish to witness the expression of that little rascal. I suspect my mother will intervene on his behalf. Nan Jie's expression radiated pride. Zhao Feng remarked, Jie, this lad is merely 6 years old, yet covets the position of heir. If he continues to grow in ambition, will we not be forced to step aside? The look he casts upon me suggests that if I do not take measures to curb his aspirations, it may not be long before I must relinquish my position. After all, my own offspring and my enterprises are at stake. Nan Jie responded. Zhao Feng nodded. This time, let us impart a small lesson, making him aware that business is not as simple as he imagines. Nan Jie chuckled, by the way. Mother intends to take the younger generation to the temple for blessings tomorrow morning. Please remind them to be mindful of their manners. Zhao Feng nodded. I understand. I shall instruct them accordingly. Meanwhile, in Nan Feng's courtyard, Zhang Wanting approached him. Young master, the matriarch is taking the younger ones to seek blessings tomorrow morning. Nan Feng nodded. Blessings, you say? My grandmother cherished these rituals. He then added, by the way, find a tailor immediately and have a garment made for me. Rising, he picked up the brush from the table and began to draw with great composure on the rice paper. He referenced the ceremonial robes of the Southern Dynasty, using a deep black hue with golden patterns on the sleeves, symbolizing steadiness, while incorporating modern Tang-style elements for practicality. It was just perfect. Zhang Wanting stood agape. How could a simple brushstroke result in such a vivid representation? Nan Feng replied nonchalantly, Instruct the tailor to commence at once. Money is of no concern. I require it for tomorrow morning. Yes, young Master Nan, Zhang Wanting exclaimed, clutching the drawing as she hurriedly exited. Nan Feng smiled faintly, treating his artwork with great reverence. My artistry is inherited from the renowned painter Shi Feng of the Southern Dynasty. My mentor once remarked that I possess a celestial gift for painting. Zhang Wanting dashed out, holding the artwork, and encountered Ah-Yi at the entrance of the ancestral hall. The rice paper slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Ah-Yi bent down to retrieve it. You follow young Master Nan, who is so well-mannered, yet you are so clumsy? I apologize, sister. I was in a hurry, Zhang Wanting replied. Ah-Yi glanced at the rice paper, her eyes flickering. The garment depicted was intricately layered. Could it be that young Master Nan created this? Zhang Wanting affirmed. The master said it is a ceremonial robe, and we must rush to complete it tonight. Very well. I hold no grudge against you. Go on and attend to your duties, Ah-Yi said. Zhang Wanting nodded, pondering the remarkable talents of young Master Nan in fashion design. More importantly, how could a brush painting of a garment appear so lifelike? It seems that young Master Nan possesses many hidden talents. Chapter 58. Do you not know etiquette? Will you not learn from us? The night passed in silence. The following morning, Nan Feng rose early and donned his ceremonial attire. Standing before the mirror, he appeared solemn in his dark ritual robes, which elegantly blended traditional Tang style. He resembled a dignified young gentleman. Although somewhat austere, there was a hint of modern flair that rendered it not entirely out of place. Jianyuan exclaimed in astonishment, "Young master, how impressive! You've managed to fuse the ancient with the modern." Nan Feng replied, "In this era, there are no dedicated ceremonial robes. One must still adhere to certain standards. Now, let us proceed." Jianyuan, puzzled, inquired, "This era? What do you mean, young master? Are you not living in this time?" Nan Feng chose to remain silent on the matter. The two then entered the main hall, where a cacophony of voices awaited them. "Why must we rise at 6? It's simply unbearable. Why not go at 9 instead?" Nan Yumeng sat on the sofa, eyes closed, dark circles under her eyes resembling chocolate donuts. Nan Shao was no better, sprawled across Nan Yumeng's lap, clearly still half asleep. Nan Yue commented sarcastically, "Grandma, look at Nan Feng, it's past 6, and he still hasn't tea arrived." Lin Wanyue, indifferent, paid her no mind. A glanced at Lin Wanyue and suggested, "Perhaps something delayed him. I shall go check." Lin Wanyue nodded in agreement. Just then, a voice, steeped in antiquity, echoed through the hall. "I beg your pardon, grandmother. I apologize for my tardiness. I had just changed into my ceremonial attire." Everyone turned in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. Nan Yue exclaimed, "What on earth is this child wearing?" Nan Yumeng added, "It's utterly hideous. What kind of clothing is this? Doesn't he anyone in our family? So, for him, will he not bring shame upon the Nan family by appearing in public like this?" Nan Shao remarked, "This looks like something from the television. Is this truly appropriate for such an important occasion?" Lin Wanyue was momentarily taken aback, then comprehended that this was indeed an ancient ceremonial robe, albeit with some peculiarities. A interjected, "Isn't this the attire depicted in the design sketch from last night?" Lin Wanyue responded, "Oh, you recognize this garment?" Returning to the old madam, "I happened to pass by young Master Feng's courtyard last night and collided with Zhang Wanting, causing a design sketch to fall to the ground. From the style, this robe is identical to that one," A explained. Lin Wanyue inquired, "Are you suggesting that Nan Feng designed this robe himself?" At that moment, Nan Yue interjected, "Grandma, today is the day we go to the temple to pray for blessings. We are all dressed in formal suits, while he appears in this outlandish costume. If he frightens the bodhisattva, it would be a minor offense, but if the entire Nan family were to bear the brunt of it, what then? Moreover, should others see him, they might think our family lacks proper upbringing. Thus, I propose that we do not take him along." Nan Yumeng feigned concern for the family's reputation. "Indeed, Grandma, we cannot afford to lose face. It would be better for him to stay home and reflect." "Enough." Lin Wanyue suddenly became serious, saying, "What do you all understand? This is a ceremonial robe passed down from the Southern Dynasty, deeply rooted in my ancestral lineage. As descendants of the Nan family, how could you not recognize the garments of our forebears? I believe you ought to kneel in the ancestral hall." The three were taken aback. How could they not know about the ancestral ceremonial robe? Moreover, how did this fellow manage to procure such attire to amuse Grandma? Lin Wanyue's expression softened. "Good child, I did not expect you to value blessings so highly. You have done well, not forgetting our ancestors and traditions. Here, from now on, the descendants of the Nan family must wear this Southern Dynasty ceremonial robe during sacrifices. Later, you shall replicate this garment, ensuring each member of the Nan family has their own set. Today, Nan Feng has made me realize that we have been too indulgent with the younger generation, allowing them to grow up so unworldly." Nan Yue and the other two exchanged glances, feeling a sense of injustice. Each time it seemed that Nan Feng was at fault. It ultimately turned into their problem. It was all Grandma's favoritism. It had nothing to do with them. Indeed, it was favoritism, not a lack of understanding on their part. Everyone hurried to their vehicles, and Nan Feng followed Lin Wanyue into the Maybach. In the back seat, Nan Feng sat upright, while Lin Wanyue nodded repeatedly, remarking, "Truly, you possess the noble bearing of the Nan family, a natural emperor's stature." "Nan Feng, my dear, I am curious. How did you come to draw the robe?" Nan Feng had long prepared his response, and replied nonchalantly, "Grandma, there was a remarkable book that depicted the history of the Southern Dynasty, including this ceremonial robe. I practiced replicating it several times, and thus memorized it." "Replicating? Merely replicating. And you could render a garment so vividly, even to the minutest detail? It appears my grandson possesses a remarkable talent for drawing. Lin Wanyue could not help but inquire, is assistance needed regarding the factory's losses? Nan Feng shook his head. No need for Grandma to worry. Someone will be accountable for their actions. Seeking Lin Wanyue's help at this juncture would undoubtedly lead her to perceive him as incompetent. In truth, Nan Feng overlooked one aspect. Regardless of how mature he seemed, he was merely 6 years of age. Lin Wanyue would not think less of him due to this matter. Yet, by stating it this way, Lin Wanyue naturally regarded him with even more esteem. Very well. Since my grandson has invited me to witness the spectacle, I shall await with anticipation. Nan Feng smiled and nodded. Nanzhao Temple, the most prosperous temple by the coast. Welcome the Nan family as they alighted. The temple's abbot, Master Guanxin, approached to guide them along a side path dedicated to special practices. Master Guanxin, with his white hair and kind demeanor, greeted, Lin benefactor has arrived, accompanied by so many young benefactors. Lin Wanyue smiled and nodded, pleased to have reclaimed the lineage of the Nan family that had been lost to time. Today, I have brought this child to pray for blessings, hoping for a long and prosperous life for him. Master Guanxin glanced at Nan Feng, his eyes subtly shifting. This young master of the Nan family possessed an air of nobility, a person of great fortune indeed. Behind him, the two sisters, Nan Yue and her sibling, murmured as they climbed the steps. The arduous staircase seems interminable, leaving me utterly exhausted. Indeed, my grandmother exhibits an evident bias. Her heart seemingly reserved solely for that rural fellow. Nan Yumeng remarked. Nan Xiao trailed behind, panting heavily. I am utterly fatigued. So weary, having not slept well, it feels as though I might perish. Ahead, Lin Wanyu turned around, scoffing. As descendants of the Nan family, how could your stamina be so lacking? Observe Nan Feng, and then observe yourselves. At this moment, Nan Feng walked steadily alongside Master Guanjin. Nan Feng and Master Guanjin were in close proximity, with Guanjin expressing astonishment. Young benefactor possesses remarkable stamina. Nan Feng replied nonchalantly, the master is not lacking either. Master? Guanjin paused slightly, taken aback. Such a term is reminiscent of ancient times. How does this child exude an aura that belies his age? Moreover, it does not appear to be a result of acquired practice. There is an innate grace about him. The group arrived before a grand hall. Nan Feng cast a glance at the edifice and remarked, the bracket system here is quite characteristic of the Southern Dynasties. Guanjin nodded in agreement. Indeed, our temple retains many architectural styles from the Southern Dynasties. Nan Feng acknowledged with a nod. Subsequently, under the guidance of the abbot, the group entered the temple. Before the ancient Buddha, they approached to pay their respects and express gratitude. However, upon reaching the statue, Nan Feng uniquely performed the gesture of crossing his hands. Observing this, Nan Yue immediately exclaimed, you don't know how to pay your respects? Learn from us. What kind of salute is that? It's utterly embarrassing. Nan Xiao interjected, somewhat sarcastically. It's perfectly normal for someone from the countryside not to know. Lin Wanyu turned, casting a puzzled glance at Nan Feng. He, who is well-versed in etiquette, should not falter on such a simple gesture. At that moment, Abbot Guanjin expressed astonishment. Is this the hand-crossing salute of the Southern Dynasties? Chapter 59, The Finishing Touch. Who tampered with the mural? Lin Wanyue was momentarily taken aback and queried, Master, what is the South Dynasty's crossed hand salutation? Despite her upbringing in an educated and refined environment, she had never encountered this particular salutation. Nan Yue immediately interjected, Grandmother, what do these rituals matter? Clearly, Nan Feng has no knowledge of how to pray. It is quite normal. Growing up in the countryside, there are no temples in their village. Indeed, Grandmother, this child is behaving absurdly before the Buddha. Why do you not reprimand him? Nan Feng replied coolly enough. When paying respects to the Buddha, sincerity is paramount. Even if you do not believe, you should exhibit a degree of solemnity within this temple. The abbot has said nothing, yet you are eager to embarrass yourselves? Nan Yue and her companion trembled with indignation. Grandmother, this man is utterly outrageous. Exactly. We merely offered a kind reminder, and yet he responds with such arrogance. Grandmother, will you not teach him a lesson? Lin Wanyue, dismissive of her granddaughters, turned to the abbot and inquired, May I ask, master, what significance does this crossed hands salutation hold? Abbot Guankin nodded. The crossed hands salutation is a common gesture of gratitude among the gentry of the Southern Dynasty. However, in modern times, few are aware of its meaning. I learned of it from my own master. Nan Feng nodded and elaborated further. The crossed hand salutation from the Southern Dynasty has deep historical roots, signifying reverence towards deities, and is considered more solemn than the typical prayer gesture. Abbot Guankin was increasingly astonished. Remarkable, young benefactor, you possess an extraordinary understanding of ancient knowledge. Today, you have brought me much joy. Lin Wanyuan nodded slightly. Indeed, my grandson often acts in ways that defy expectations. Then he turned, declaring, You three shall kneel in the ancestral hall for 2 days this weekend. What? Kneel in the ancestral hall for 2 days? What is the meaning of this? Nan Yue protested. Grandmother, what have we done wrong since this morning? Why must we kneel? Yes, grandmother, this is unjust. You are favoring Nan Feng in such a way. Nan Yuming added. Lin Wanyue scoffed. From the moment you left this morning, you targeted Nan Feng and displayed a lack of respect towards our ancestors and the Buddha. If I do not make you kneel in the ancestral hall, who shall I make kneel? Nan Yue grimaced. Ah, grandmother is so biased. She shot a fierce glare at Nan Feng. Nan Feng chuckled silently. These Na'vi adversaries truly left him bemused. In his quest for the throne, he had faced countless hidden dangers in the Southern Dynasty, and he found this generation of children rather spoiled. Meanwhile, Lin Wanyue conversed with the master, while the other children wandered about. Nan Feng, however, walked over to a partially completed mural. Is this the 18 Arhats? And this dragon must be the dragon subduing Arhut. This mural appears to have been painted not long ago. Yet, why has the dragon subduing Arhut not been given the finishing touch? Nan Feng noticed a set of paint brushes resting on the nearby desk, presumably left behind by the artist. Instinctively, he picked up a brush, stood on a stool, and added the finishing touches to the dragon. At the entrance of Nanjiao Temple, a man wearing a beret and smoking a pipe approached the temple, accompanied by an assistant. Mr. Liang, we've been here for 3 days. It's just the final stroke. Why aren't you painting? The assistant complained. Hearing this, Mr. Liang replied, Do you understand the significance of the finishing touch? This step is the most challenging. If it's not executed well, the entire painting will be ruined. But Mr. Liang, the people of this temple have no understanding of art, and you are one of the foremost artists of the Dragon Kingdom. Who would dare question your work? The assistant implied that Mr. Liang could simply daub something on the canvas and collect his payment without concern. Mr. Liang halted, pointing at his assistant. I, Liang Sheng, was born to paint. I advise you never to utter such words again. You think I can just doodle? What a joke. Do you consider me a hack artist, merely out to make money? The assistant immediately fell silent, his expression slightly troubled. Mr. Liang turned and proceeded toward the temple. As he approached the mural, a small boy's voice rang out. Grandma, Nan Feng's in trouble. He defaced the temple's mural. He scribbled all over it. At this, Mr. Liang nearly fainted, his eyelids fluttering in disbelief. He had poured his heart and soul into that mural, and now he was being told that a mischievous child had marred it. He could already envision the kind of mindless graffiti scrawled by that child. Master Liang, Master Liang. The assistant rushed forward to support Mr. Liang and retrieved a quick-acting heart medicine from his bag to administer to him. Just then, Guan Xian and Lin Wanyue arrived. What has happened? Lin Wanyue inquired. Nan Shao pointed to Nan Feng standing on the bench, saying, Grandma, Nan Feng just scribbled on the mural. What? Lin Wanyue gasped in shock. As far as she knew, a renowned artist had been commissioned for this mural. Now, it had been defaced. What a joke. Guan Xian echoed her astonishment. Oh dear, this mural was meticulously painted by Master Liang. Nan Yue and Nan Yumeng were not about to miss this opportunity. Country folk will always be country folk. Thinking this is the wall of your village hall, where you can play at will. Exactly. Where did you learn such habits? Meddling with someone else's mural? Indeed, to scribble on this mural shows a complete lack of upbringing. Nan Feng slightly turned to glance at the crowd. Who told you this is just a scribble? Child, A thunderous voice broke through, and Mr. Liang finally regained his composure. He pointed at Nan Feng, exclaiming, "This mural, the mural of the 18 arhats. It is a month of my labor. Do you realize your reckless scribbles nearly cost me my life?" The assistant added, "Yes. What on earth is wrong with you, child? Do you not understand the value of others' hard work?" Lin Wanyue naturally stepped forward to defend her grandson. She approached and said, "Ah, it is the esteemed painter Liang Sheng." Liang Sheng paused, inquiring, "And who might you be?" Guanqin promptly interjected, "This is Mrs. Lin Wanyue of the Nan family." Liang Sheng was taken aback. "Is she the Nan family I am thinking of?" The assistant nodded affirmatively. "Ah, yes, yes, indeed." Liang Sheng's demeanor shifted instantly, yet he added, "Even so, one cannot simply tamper with my artwork." Lin Wanyue responded without hesitation, "This painting has been acquired by the Nan family for 10 million. What do you think?" "It is not a matter of money, dear lady," Liang Sheng sighed. "It concerns the essence of art. It is art we are discussing, dear lady." Chapter 60. Can an average person actually expect to be my disciple? As Liang Sheng walked, he gestured towards the mural, explaining, "I spent 3 days on the legs of this Wuhuo Luoan, and this Huansher Luoan, along with this gatekeeper Luoan, took me an entire week to complete." He then pointed at the dragon's eye and remarked, "It is this Jialong Luohan's eye that I." Upon turning around, he beheld the Jialong Luohan's sacred and dignified gaze, perfectly harmonious and impeccably matched. Liang Sheng was taken aback, pointing at the dragon's eye with trembling fingers, exclaiming, "Who? Could it be that I inadvertently painted this myself? Impossible. Could it be this child?" He cast a serious glance at Nan Feng and inquired, "Child, what did you recklessly draw?" Naturally, Nan Shao seized this golden opportunity, retorting, "Uncle, he drew on the dragon's eye." Shock and disbelief washed over Lin Wanyu and Master Guanxin, who both looked up. The golden dragon, symbolizing the Jialong Luohan, now possessed eyes that sparkled with vitality, seemingly alive. Master Guanxin clasped his hands in prayer, murmuring, "Amit Ba." Upon hearing this, Nan Yue immediately mocked, "Nan Feng, you've carelessly defaced the artist's work, and now our Nan family will have to compensate." Nan Yumon nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Nan Feng, you have never earned a single penny for the Nan family. I heard your business is also in trouble, and now you do such a thing. Country children are truly mischievous. Grandma, how should we punish Nan Feng?" Yet Lin Wanyu suddenly smiled lightly, asking Master Liang, "What do you think should be done with this child?" Nan Yuma chuckled, "Grandma, why ask Master Liang? We will undoubtedly have to pay. It's a significant loss." "Yes." "Nan Feng, won't you kneel and admit your mistake?" Nan Yue added. Just then, Liang Sheng unexpectedly spoke up. "How about this? I find this child quite likable. Why not make him my disciple?" The two sisters of the Nan family tilted their heads in confusion. Am I hearing this incorrectly? No way, what is happening? At that moment, Master Guanxin stepped forward, exclaiming, well said, well said. A masterful touch indeed. Young benefactor Nan Feng's unintentional act has remarkably resolved a problem that Master Liang has struggled with for so long. Truly, everything is predestined. Lin Wanyu nodded, indeed. Bringing life to the dragon is the most challenging part. However, the Nan siblings were a loss. Nan Yuma inquired, "Grandma, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Isn't Nan Feng the one who did something wrong? Defacing someone else's painting?" Nan Yue added. Liang Sheng chuckled heartily, "Correct. Your brother did indeed make a few strokes on my painting, but they were not random. They were the finishing touches. Young friend, do you have any interest in becoming my disciple?" This was Liang Sheng's second inquiry. Nan Yue was astounded. I must not be hearing this correctly. Master Liang truly intends to accept this boy as his disciple? But why? On what grounds? Once again, with the brush in hand and engaged in painting, one might wonder if he is proficient in all arts. Lin Wanyu promptly added, "Nan Feng, you may not be familiar with Master Liang Sheng. He is a nationally recognized first-class painter and a master of artistic techniques, excelling in the Southern Dynasty's method of yinxia dyeing. Studying under him, it is merely a matter of time before you become a painter." Nan Feng nearly burst into laughter, yet his composure prevailed. The so-called Southern Dynasty's method of yinxia dyeing employs natural mineral pigments combined with a specific breathing technique, allowing the artwork to exhibit color variations in response to changing light. It is merely a skill. Ironically, the founder of this technique stands before them, and they expect him to pay homage to a descendant? Truly absurd. Noticing the amusement in Nan Feng's eyes, Liang Sheng felt a pang of embarrassment and could not help but retort, "Do you think Yinxia dying is easy? It is quite challenging. Even a prodigy like myself took a decade to comprehend it." Nan Feng replied nonchalantly, "Then your talent can only be deemed mediocre." What? What did you say? You insolent child, do not underestimate the gravity of your words. Liang Sheng's assistant interjected. Nan Yue and Nan Yumeng murmured among themselves. Here we go again, boasting once more. When Master Liang was honing his skills, you were still playing in the mud. How dare you speak of mediocrity? Such remarks were indeed disrespectful. One might think you are a master painter by your words. Lin Wanyue exchanged a glance with Master Guanqin, both opting for silence as they awaited the unfolding events. Nan Feng, unfazed, stated, "The ancient Southern Dynasty's technique of Yinxia dyeing can present varying colors under different hues. What you produce is merely passable. Observe this 18 Luo C. The refracted colors under light are uneven, indicating a lack of purity within. In simpler terms, your skills are lacking and require practice." Fuming, Liang Sheng pounded his chest and exclaimed, Come, give me another heart-saving pill. Child, I have navigated the art world for a lifetime. Even the most accomplished masters of other schools would not dare claim absolute victory over me. You speak with such audacity. Come, let us compete. If you can best me today, I shall overlook your previous transgressions. Otherwise, if you damage my painting, you shall owe me compensation. Nan Feng stood with hands clasped behind his back, finding it utterly ridiculous that a mediocre work would demand recompense. Has the standard of artists in this era plummeted 1,000-fold? Indeed, during the era of the Southern Dynasties, where literati flourished, everyone sought to surpass others in the four arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Thus, the streets were often filled with competitions, poetry gatherings, and painting contests occurring multiple times a day. Moreover, as the prince of the Southern Dynasties, he held a profound affinity for these arts. Bringing his skills from that era to the present was akin to a dimensional strike. What did you say, you impudent child? Do not be so arrogant. Liang Sheng scoffed coldly. Nan Feng said lightly, I am merely providing you with a touch of brilliance. It is you who should pay me, not the other way around. How about this? Let us compete. If you lose, you shall pay me 5 million for my insight. 5 million? Liang Sheng had yet to respond, but Nan Yue gasped in astonishment. Last year, the business she managed had resulted in a loss of over 3 million for her family. And here Nan Feng was asking for 5 million for merely a couple of strokes on someone else's artwork. Who does Nan Feng think he is? Nan Yue felt a mix of frustration and amusement. Nan Yumeng chimed in, Grandmother, our family has indeed produced a remarkable figure. To casually deface another's painting and then demand 5 million in return? This is hardly the way to extort. At that moment, Liang Sheng trembled with rage, gritting his teeth as he replied, Very well. You certainly have some audacity. Since you insist, I shall make you concede. There is enough space here. Let us each take a side to paint. Once completed, if I lose, I shall pay you 5 million. If I win, you will reimburse me for the artwork and kneel to pay your respects as my disciple. Chapter 61. The bet, a touch of smoke and mist. You cannot succeed. With these words, Nan Feng smirked. This wager is rather unfair, for you have bestowed upon me an additional challenge. Liang Sheng, brimming with confidence, replied, Very well. Should you prevail, not only will I grant you 500,000, but I shall also bow before you as my master. Nan Feng cast a sidelong glance at Master Guanqin, requesting his witness. Ha! Ba. The two benefactors are indeed amusing. I shall bear witness to this bet, Master Guanqin affirmed. Lin Wanyue glanced at her grandson, having come to understand his temperament. This child never embarked on ventures lacking in certainty. Could it be that her suspicions were correct? Perhaps her grandson possessed an innate talent for painting. He continually surprised her. Nan Yue scoffed. Master Liang Sheng is a national-level artist, Nan Feng. I advise you to recognize your limitations, lest you embarrass yourself later. Indeed, why not strive for some dignity? Nan Yumeng added with a sneer. They believed that even if Nan Feng harbored artistic talent, the craft of painting required relentless practice. Even if he had begun to practice in the womb, the duration of such practice would surely not rival that of Liang Sheng. At that moment, Liang Sheng produced brushes and paints. "Feel free to use any of these pigments," he offered. Nan Feng nodded subtly. Although the quality of the paints was mediocre, they would suffice. Liang Sheng, eager to showcase his skill, began mixing various mineral powders to create colors. With both hands gripping the brush, he commenced painting on the wall. Nan Feng cast a casual glance at the wall, then pointed to the bottle of mineral water in Nan Yue's hand. "May I borrow that water?" With a huff, Nan Yue retrieved her bottle, her curiosity piqued. Yet her demeanor remained aloof, all for show. Nan Feng chose to disregard the sister's habitual pessimism, raising his hand to splash water. With a splash, the wall became drenched. Liangsheng noticed this and remarked, "An amateur is indeed an amateur. How can one paint on a wall soaked through?" Nan Feng, arms crossed, waited patiently for a few minutes. "Aren't you going to mix your colors?" "He's almost finished," Nan Yue questioned, wondering if Nan Feng intended to forfeit. Was he attempting some abstract notion of less is more? "Grandmother, why don't you urge him?" Lin Wanyue suggested. "I have faith in Nan Feng. He surely has his reasons." At that moment, noticing the wall had dried slightly, Nan Feng leisurely began mixing colors, adding various mineral pigments to his palette. His expression seemed to reflect a deep enjoyment. Lin Wanyue nodded. "I now believe your brother possesses a genuine advantage. How else could he be so composed?" Master Guanqin concurred. "Indeed, Lin Benefactor, your grandson is remarkably gifted. This technique of wetting the wall seems to be a painting skill." Now that Nan Feng completed mixing the colors, the water had merely served to adjust the wall's moisture, allowing his colors to appear more vibrant. Alas, the quality of the raw pigments was simply inadequate. The so-called misty hues require the accompaniment of the true dragon breathing technique. He observed that Liang Sheng employed a breathing technique that was a mere imitation crafted by later generations. The descendants were indeed clever, having designed a method of breathing that allowed ordinary individuals to utilize the painting techniques of our Southern Dynasty royalty. However, imitation is ultimately just that, an imitation. In that moment, Nan Feng felt as though he had returned to a millennium ago, filled with an indomitable spirit that could conquer the world. The brush in his hand danced, leaving behind traces of its motion. In just a fleeting moment, the wall transformed dramatically. Before him appeared a grand landscape shimmering with golden light. Even the Southern family sisters, who were accustomed to mockery, stood astounded, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow an egg whole. Lin Wanyue hesitated, exclaiming, this style, I feel as though I have seen it before." Guanqin clasped her hands together in awe, exclaiming, "How can the walls of our temple be worthy of such an emperor's grandeur?" At that moment, Liang Sheng's assistant turned around, utterly petrified. Liang Sheng, still engrossed in his own artwork, thought to himself, "My breathtaking landscape painting is truly extraordinary. Alas, this kid is finished. I need not turn around and know he is lost. To compare his art to mine, he is still too inexperienced. I am indeed the world's foremost painter." After reveling in his triumph for a while, Liang Sheng's brow furrowed slightly. "What is wrong with you, assistant? Do you not know how to convey emotional value? After all, I am your employer." Observing the unusual silence in the room, Liang Sheng nodded. "Indeed, it is only natural for them to be speechless in the presence of my artwork. It is understandable. They have never witnessed such an exquisite piece. Child, do not be disheartened by your loss. At your age, being able to compete with me is commendable. After you become my disciple, I shall guide you well." As he instinctively turned to emphasize the word guide, his expression contorted in horror. What the hell?" Before him, the painting radiated a golden light, depicting a vivid landscape where the valleys were enveloped in ethereal mist. Varying angles and light refracted different hues. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you master the technique of misty hues so brilliantly? Liang Sheng was now drenched in sweat. Nan Yue was equally astonished. Indeed, how could this be? How could Nan Feng create such an exquisite masterpiece? Overwhelmed, Nan Yuming shook her head repeatedly. Nan Shao gasped, brother is incredible. None of us can compare to him. He furtively glanced at his two elder sisters, thinking, I may be his younger brother, but you two are his sisters. Shouldn't you feel a sense of urgency being overshadowed by a 6-year-old child? When the time comes, as the three of you vie against each other, I merely need to remain sensible. Once our parents pass everything on to me, let us see how I deal with the three of you. At this moment, Lin Wanyue stepped forward and exclaimed, this landscape painting by my dear grandson is truly exquisite. Among all the treasures in my collection, I find none that can rival it. Moreover, it embodies the artistic style of the Southern Dynasty's crown prince. It is simply remarkable. But wait, this cannot be. I am losing my sanity. It is astonishingly identical. As the leader of the Yanhua school, Liang Sheng is well aware of the intricate details of our founder's artistic style, yet this young child's work mirrors it perfectly. It is unbelievable that anyone in this world could replicate such a style with such precision. I cannot possibly accept that you are the reincarnation of our esteemed ancestor. Oh, heavens! How am I to believe this? Nan Feng turned to glance at the seemingly deranged Liang Sheng and coldly remarked, as a disciple of Yanhua Dai, you should understand that the essence of our craft lies in the harmony of temperament and rhythmic breathing. Given your current state, it is no wonder you have only reached the level of a novice. Liang Sheng shuddered, as if awakening from a dream. Chapter 62. Surrendering his business, how could he possibly engage in business? At this moment, he was drenched in cold sweat. Had Nan Feng not intervened in time, his heart might have shattered just moments ago. The art of painting retreats 1,000 miles. Liang Sheng at this moment cupped his hands and said, thank you for your reminder, young Master Nan. It is indeed my oversight. After painting for so many years, my temperament remains so unstable. I'm merely curious how, at merely 6 years of age, young Master Nan has mastered such remarkable painting skills. This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Nan Yue spoke in a hushed tone. Grandmother, there must be something amiss with Nan Feng. At such a tender age, how could he possess such exceptional artistic talent? Nan Yumeng added, Grandmother, do you recall the Shao family of your? Their adopted son was from another clan, endowed with various resources to fabricate a genius, only to seize the Shao family's fortune, leading to the dismal downfall of the Shao offspring. Indeed, Grandmother, the more I listen, the more I feel a chill run down my spine, Nan Yumeng remarked. Could he be an undercover agent? Lin Wanyu glanced at the group, dismissing their concerns. Nonsense. Nan Feng's DNA test results are in. He is indeed of the Nan family bloodline. Moreover, he is merely 6 years old. How could he harbor such deep scheming? It is nothing more than jealousy from you few towards Nan Feng's talent. Disregarding the sour expressions of the Nan sisters, she turned to Liang Sheng and asked, Master Liang, since you mentioned the consequences of losing, what shall it be? Bowing to become a disciple? Preposterous. I am a national first-class painter and a guest professor at an art academy. You expect me to bow to a child? He felt his heart racing once more. His assistant promptly interjected, this gentleman is a national first-class painter. You want Master Liang to bow as a disciple? Liang Sheng replied solemnly, Oh, madam, one must honor the wager. I am willing to offer 6 million, but bowing as a disciple is simply. Nan Feng scoffed. There is no need for you to bow, Master Liang. You are not worthy to be my disciple. If you were to do so, it would only complicate matters. Instead, let us consider 8 million as a gesture for your enlightenment. What say you? Liang Sheng nodded eagerly. Very well, it is settled then. Young man, if you ever wish to attend the art academy, I can recommend you. After exchanging contact information with Nan Feng, Liang Sheng hurriedly departed. Nan Feng observed Liang Sheng's retreating figure. Realizing that this person's skills were limited, the title of first-class painter seemed utterly unfounded. Lin Wanyu approached and affectionately ruffled her grandson's hair. My dear grandson, how is it that you managed to earn 8 million in such a short time? Nan Yue and Nan Yumeng were tormented internally. A mere 6-year-old had effortlessly earned 8 million. How astounding. Throughout the years, they had only witnessed the family incurring losses. When had they ever made a profit? The concept of earning money seemed so foreign, yet it had been effortlessly grasped by Nan Feng. In an instant, they fell silent, rendered speechless. Lin Wanyu took Nan Feng's hand and returned to the Nan residence. timing their arrival perfectly to coincide with the end of school. Upon returning home, Nanji had already risen and, upon spotting Nan Feng, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Mother, I have just heard that our lipstick factory has encountered a mishap. All of its raw materials have been destroyed. Not only will the launch of new products be delayed, but we have also incurred a loss of over 1 million in raw materials. How can such children possibly conduct business?" Zhao Feng nodded in agreement, remarking that country folk remain country folk. Rather than discussing potential profits, it would be a blessing if the Nan family merely avoids losses. I believe a gradual approach is wisest. Allowing Nan Xiao to inherit the family business seems the most prudent. Alternatively, the high-end lipstick venture could be entrusted to me and Ji. What do you think? Lin Wanyue's eyes flickered slightly. These son and daughter-in-law are foolish, showing affection for others' children while neglecting their own. Yet, they harbor their own intentions. Nan Feng, being exceptionally astute and distant from them, instills fear in their hearts. Their mediocrity is what drives their apprehension. The absence of familial bonds in noble families epitomizes this sentiment. They would sooner support a fool than a prodigy. For the realm is currently stable, requiring not an ambitious ruler, but rather a compliant and obedient one, which brings them peace of mind. Naturally, Nan Feng is aware of this. Such matters are not uncommon in royal circles. At that moment, Lin Wanyue exclaimed with astonishment. Just during this brief time spent praying, Nan Feng has already earned 8 million. What? Nanji and Zhao Feng exchanged glances. Zhao Feng immediately interjected. "Mother, how is that possible? What grounds does Nan Feng have to earn 8 million? He must be deceiving you. All his product line as raw materials have been lost." Lin Wanyue merely smiled lightly in response. Just now at the temple, Nan Feng's painting skills bested Master Liang Sheng. The latter lost 8 million. What? A painting defeated Liang Sheng? How can that be possible? Mother, what are you saying? Surely you must be mistaken. Nan Yue, tell us what truly transpired. Nan Ji urged. Upon hearing this, Nan Yue recounted the events at the temple in detail. How Nan Feng made the pivotal stroke and how he confronted Liang Sheng, illustrating the latter's embarrassment and disarray vividly. Both Nanji and Zhao Feng were left in shock. Had they not conducted thorough investigations into Nan Feng previously, they might have been inclined to believe he was a secret agent from another family. Mother, even if he possesses a talent for painting, it is merely that, a talent for painting. To become an heir, commercial acumen is indispensable. In this regard, Nan Xiao will undoubtedly surpass Nan Feng in the future. Nan Xiao is currently achieving perfect scores in finance. Nan Xiao as financial management is under private tutoring, costing several million each month. Nan Feng shook his head. Spending several million a month without achieving a perfect score is simply unacceptable. What did you say? You ungrateful child. Nanji was greatly incensed. Mother, this incident is sufficient evidence that this child lacks leadership skills and cannot conduct business effectively. Just then, his phone began to vibrate furiously. Upon seeing it was his confidant, Nanji answered immediately. Hello? What? Nanji's face changed dramatically. Lin Wanyue cast a calm glance at him, then looked at Nan Feng with profound meaning. At that moment, Nanji put down his phone, as if all his strength had been drained away. Zhao Feng relentlessly declared, "It is evident now that it is time for Nan Feng to relinquish the high-end lipstick business." Nan Yue exclaimed with delight, "Haha, Nan Feng. Your charm lasts but 3 seconds. Mom and Dad, why not let me take over this business? Please share Nan Feng's formula with me." Nan Yumeng clapped her hands in agreement. Excellent. From now on, I shall have an endless supply of Nan, Chow, Shuangjiang, Peach Blossom. Chapter 63. Are you the teacher? Or am I? Everyone awaited Nan Feng's rebuttal, or perhaps a show of favoritism from Grandma. To their surprise, Nanji suddenly interjected. Well, after all, Nan Feng is merely 6 years old. Moreover, this incident was a mistake on the part of an employee. I have just verified that the matter at hand stems from the supervisor's negligence, and it is unrelated to Nan Feng. The supervisor involved has admitted to his error in misidentifying the spices, leading to this situation. As for the losses of over 1 million in materials, the group will compensate Nan Feng. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward Nanji. What was her father thinking? Why was he defending Nan Feng? Indeed, had the sun risen in the west? Lin Wanyue smiled slightly. Zhao Feng was both astonished and furious. Gee, what do you mean by that? Do we not agree that this industry should be in our own hands? Nanji felt helpless, yet he had no choice but to defend Nan Feng. After all, this was his first venture, and the error was committed by his subordinates. Thus, it was entirely unrelated to Nan Feng. This matter will be handled as I have stated. Nan Yumeng exclaimed, I don't understand. Why, father? I was supposed to receive the lipstick for free. Why are you favoring Nan Feng? Zhao Feng recalled the earlier phone call, realizing that her husband must have been compromised by Nan Feng. Very well, since your father has said so, let it be handled this way. With that, she took Nanji back upstairs. Nan Yue, sensing something amiss, pulled her sister aside and ventured outside. Yumeng, there must be some underlying reason for this. It appears father has been manipulated. Nan Yumeng, bewildered, responded, How could that be? He is just a 6-year-old child. How could he possibly have any leverage over father? Meanwhile, on the second floor, Zhao Feng held her husband back and whispered, Why did you suddenly defend Nan Feng? Nanji scoffed. Why would I support that little brat? A call just came in informing me that Nan Feng has gathered recent years' financial records of the company. Our accounts have always been problematic. If mother finds out, it could jeopardize my position. What? If he has that information, won't he be able to blackmail us indefinitely? Zhao Feng inquired. Nanji shook his head. Give me a little more time. This matter can be resolved. My executives are already negotiating with Nan Feng. As long as I assist him in successfully launching the lipstick, he won't provide that information to mother. Zhao Feng shot her husband a disapproving glance. What's wrong with you? After all these years, you can't even settle these accounts? Ah, it's not as simple as you think. You insisted on using public funds for futures trading. Who would have known that the global landscape would shift so drastically, leading to our significant losses? However, I am confident that I can rectify everything this year, especially once our collaboration with the Fu family is finalized. Let us hope for a smooth resolution, Zhao Feng replied. Meanwhile, my son intends to balance the accounts using the Fu family project. He was unaware that I was fully aware of his affairs long before Nan Feng came into the picture. I simply chose not to expose my own son, granting him a semblance of dignity. Little did I know that as the years passed, he could not conceal his flaws, which Nan Feng ultimately seized upon to turn the tide. Lin Wanyue remarked with a faint smile. Interjected, the Fu family is one of the esteemed clans, planning to develop a commercial district in the western area of Binhai, aiming to create the largest hub for youthful entertainment. The profits from this venture will be substantial, and if we could collaborate with the Fu family, it would indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. Lin Wanyue replied with a smile. It is said that the current generation of the Fu family intends to appoint Miss Fu as the leader. I wonder if my son can secure this business deal. At that moment, a voice from outside announced, Old Madam, young Master Nan Feng has asked me to deliver the accounts. Lin Wanyue nodded. All right, bring them in. Zhang Wanting approached Lin Wanyue respectfully. Old Madam, here are the accounts reflecting the losses sustained by the Nan Group over the years. Lin Wanyue nodded. Place them here. And please inform Nan Feng that his efforts are appreciated. Zhang Wanting replied respectfully. Young Master Nan instructed me to convey that it is you who has worked hard. Old Madam. After delivering the message, she turned to leave. Puzzled, inquired, what does young Master Nan Feng mean by that? Lin Wanyue shook her head with a gentle smile. My grandson and I share an unspoken understanding. By presenting me with the accounts, he signifies that he has not concealed anything from me. His acknowledgement of my efforts indicates that he is aware of my behind-the-scenes management all these years. Expressed her astonishment. Is it possible that young Master Nan Feng knows so much about this matter? Is he truly just a child? Lin Wanyue chuckled. He and I are of the same ilk, though he is younger and more astute. His future is still vast ahead of him. Meanwhile, Nan Feng proceeded to school, as usual. Mr. Lin, you must deeply reflect on your shortcomings. As an educator, one must uphold decorum and propriety. What is this attire you are wearing? Nan Feng remarked coolly. The homeroom teacher, Lin Mei, glanced at her black stockings. These are merely ordinary black stockings. Nothing inappropriate here. Nan Feng waved his hand dismissively. I have repeatedly advised you on this matter. Alas, I'm deeply disappointed. You may leave. Very well, teacher. Lin Mei suddenly paused. Isn't it too much, Nan Feng? I am a teacher here. Nan Feng shook his head and turned back to the classroom. Her attire reminded him of those nefarious cults from the Southern Dynasty, which dressed in an alluring manner to ensnare young, promising individuals, only to ultimately reduce them to mere shells of their former selves. Upon arriving at the classroom, Zhao Xia approached him, class monitor. Regarding the establishment of the 6 management departments you mentioned, we are prepared. Nan Feng nodded. The discipline committee will serve as the punishment department. When a student errs, the discipline committee will handle the situation. The sports committee will manage external affairs, ensuring students engage in physical activity to maintain their health and address any external conflicts. Each committee will have its designated responsibilities. This way, we can truly utilize these roles effectively. At that moment, the discipline committee, leading a student in custody, passed by. Nan Feng gestured, "What is the matter?" Entering the girls' restroom, the discipline committee member replied. Nan Feng nodded and inquired, "How did you handle it?" 10 packets of spicy strips, paraded for all to see. Well done indeed. In a distant live stream room, the audience found great amusement. Haha, 10 packets of spicy strips, paraded? This little ancestor truly knows how to live. Who would have thought to play it this way before? That's because they have transformed the 6 committee members into 6 departments. And he is, after all, a natural leader. Everyone fears him. What a delightful spectacle, especially the moment when he reprimanded the homeroom teacher at the entrance. Long live our emperor. Chapter 64, Please Leave. Today's children are truly remarkable. In our day, we would react to a teacher like a mouse would to a cat. It is infuriating, utterly infuriating. I hope this is not scripted. I genuinely admire Nan Feng's demeanor at school. At this moment, a mathematics lesson was underway. The math teacher, with a nose reddened like a drunkard's, entered the classroom. Let us commence the mathematics class. Zhao Xia stood up and announced, "The teacher has arrived. Everyone please stand." "Hello, classmates." "Hello, teacher." At this juncture, Mr. He, the mathematics teacher, furrowed his brow as he glanced at Nan Feng, who remained seated. "Nan Feng, why do you not stand? As the class monitor, do you not understand this basic courtesy?" Nan Feng cast a dispassionate glance at the teacher. This math instructor had recently been transferred from another school. The previous math teacher had requested a transfer due to the immense pressure Nan Feng exerted during class. "Do I not understand?" "Of course I do. I simply hold you in disdain." Nan Feng replied coolly, "As a teacher, on your first day in class, I must inquire why you are donning such inappropriate slippers. Furthermore, as the ancient text clearly states, etiquette should not be frivolously imposed upon others. You chastise students with a mocking demeanor. I ask you, is there a flaw in your professional ethics?" In the live broadcast room, viewers chimed in. "I ask you, respond to me. Look into my eyes. Wait a minute, are you teaching the teacher?" Mr. H's expression contorted in confusion. "What did you just say? Are you scolding the teacher in classical Chinese? Get your class supervisor here. You are to bring your class supervisor today. I refuse to continue this lesson. After all my hard work to teach you, is this how you repay me? Bring your Lin Mei teacher here." A moment later, as Nan Feng passionately gestured towards Lin Mei, he remarked, "Though your attire today is rather alluring, I shall refrain from commenting further. As a senior, should you not clarify matters before reprimanding students?" Lin Mei felt unjustly treated. She had just been enjoying a snack in the office during her free period when summoned by this new teacher for reprimand. With a sigh, Nan Feng expressed, "I am deeply disappointed in you." Mr. He stood in shock. "You are not the class supervisor. You are indeed the class supervisor. How can you allow him to speak to you like that without a reaction?" Lin Mei displayed an awkward expression. Every word he spoke was reasonable. If I were to retaliate, would that not indicate I have lost my composure? Mr. He was furious. "Principal, I demand to see the principal." Shortly thereafter, the principal entered the classroom, surveying Mr. He and the class supervisor with a detached demeanor. "Apologize." "Yes, child. Apologize to me and your class supervisor." "Indeed, young one." "Mr. He insisted." Upon hearing this, the principal was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. He, I am instructing you to apologize. What are you competing with Nan Feng for? The more you speak, the more you err. Do you not grasp this principle?" "What? Principal, are you asking a teacher to apologize to a student? Where's my authority?" Mr. He persisted in his argument. The principal promptly interrupted the incantation, exclaiming, "Enough! You step outside." With that, he dragged Teacher He to the door, admonishing, "You cannot speak to Nan Feng in such a manner. Be cautious, for if he takes offense, you shall be left in tatters." I have had confrontations with him alongside our homeroom teacher, Lin. After that, he turned cold and indifferent. Should he focus on correcting us relentlessly? You have now antagonized Nan Feng, and that could spell your doom. Teacher He was taken aback, asking, "Is he truly that formidable?" The principal shook his head, asserting, "Nan Feng possesses an extraordinary understanding of ancient wisdom. Should he set his sights on you, he could dismantle you completely." "Surely not, principal." Teacher He remained somewhat skeptical. The principal pointed towards the classroom, instructing, "Go and soften your approach. In time, you will be grateful for my advice." Ultimately, Teacher He found himself unable to voice his thoughts. Nan Feng, however, did not linger on the matter. During mathematics class, he exhibited remarkable attentiveness, and by the end of the lesson, Teacher He realized his misjudgment. This child raised his hand 10 times for a single problem, severely hindering the pace of the class. He articulated his queries with impressive clarity. Consequently, when the bell rang, an utterly exhausted Teacher He approached Nan Feng, stating, "I concede, it was my error. Please show me mercy." The viewers in the live stream erupted with comments. "Haha, this is too amusing. The little emperor is impressive. I thought this brave soul could endure for days, yet faltered after just one class? How pathetic. Who can withstand this? Do you think everyone is superhuman?" Nan Feng nodded and turned to leave. At that moment, Nan Xiao stepped forward, saying, "Nan Feng, the homeroom teacher is looking for you. You should go." In school, Nan Xiao was refreshingly genuine, his eyes filled with disdain for Nan Feng. Frankly, Nan Feng relished this sentiment. At least it was authentic. Upon entering the homeroom teacher's office, the previously jovial atmosphere fell silent at the sight of Nan Feng, with some teachers hastily claiming they had urgent matters and exiting in a flurry. It felt as though a superior had entered the office. The viewers in the live stream began to speculate. Is this a new form of bullying? Bullying directed at the homeroom teacher and the staff? Who understands? I wait for this program daily, just to see the child assert dominance over the teachers. Standing with his hands behind his back, Nan Feng remarked coolly, "Teacher Lin, what do you require of me?" Lin Mei smiled and inquired, "How do you feel about participating in this year's National Elementary School Mathematics Olympiad? I sense you have a knack for mathematics." Nan Feng responded nonchalantly, "The Mathematics Olympiad? Is it perhaps a competition of sorts?" Lin Mei's mind processed this for a moment before she realized, yes, what you refer to as a competition indeed. "Do remember to bring glory to the school," she added. In the Southern Dynasty, he had already triumphed over the Grand Tutor, so participating in such a competition should be a trivial matter. The children of this era are generally pampered, and he felt no trepidation. Nan Feng glanced at Lin Mei and replied, "Very well, just ensure my registration. When the time comes, I shall attend." Lin Mei offered an awkward smile in response. "By the way, does Nan Feng wish to indulge in some candy? I happen to possess a lollipop flavored like spicy strips." She lifted the lollipop, anxious that Nan Feng might, at any moment, utter a phrase from the Book of Rites. How absurd would that be? Nan Feng regarded the lollipop with indifference before uttering a single request. "Help me open it." "Yes," Lin Mei instinctively exclaimed. The live stream was filled with laughter. "Kid, you are truly impressive. Lin is quite the character. The homeroom teacher seems to be quite the entertainer. Is this child truly that formidable?" The teacher's apprehension does not appear to be feigned. "Oh, no. Let me peel it for you," Lin Mei stammered. Nan Feng replied coolly, "Indeed. In the Southern Dynasty, one need not use such terms. It was customary to refer to oneself in a humble manner. Yes was a term used by servants in later times." Lin Mei interjected, "Shoo, I implore you, be silent and step outside." Chapter 65. Why can't he attend Qingbei? Nan Feng exited the office. Perplexed. Why summon me only to hasten my departure? This era indeed presented delightful snacks. Beyond instant noodles, another culinary marvel awaited. Nan Feng licked his lips. The flavor of spicy strips was undeniably enchanting. Following this interlude, the afternoon school dismissal bell rang. He returned to the luxury car and, under the driver's guidance, made his way back to the Nan family estate. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sound of hearty laughter from the main hall. "Haha, my cousin, behold my youngest son. I have devoted immense energy to his upbringing, spending an unthinkable sum on esteemed tutors." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun's lips twitched. A child nurtured with such expenditure displayed only this level of skill. Did they not recognize Nan Feng's brilliance? Yet his aunt had mentioned that in affluent families, excessive talent could sometimes be a double-edged sword. Lin Wanyue cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qingyun and remarked coolly, "Do not heed my son's words. I am most aware of whether Nan Xiao is qualified for the youth class, but you specifically made this trip solely for Nan Feng's education. I have already stated that this matter does not require such urgency. He is still young and should remain by my side." Lin Qingyun was rendered speechless. "Aunt, what concern do you have regarding Qingbei University? Are you worried your grandson might go astray there? The youth class of Qingbei University is the aspiration of countless individuals." He glanced at Nanji, bewildered as to why his aunt opposed Nan Feng attending the prestigious institution, as if she were intent on sabotaging him. Lin Wanyue regarded her nephew with a measured gaze, stating, "Enough. My decision is made." "Confounded. Aunt, you are mistaken." At that moment, Nan Feng stepped into the main hall, greeting Lin Wanyue as customary. The genteel university president, Lin Qingyun, immediately brightened. "You must be Nan Feng. Splendid. Come with your cousin." Nan Feng paused, bewildered. "Where to?" Lin Qingyun promptly elucidated. "I am the president of Qingbei University. You shall accompany me to the youth class." Nan Feng stood with hands clasped behind his back, shaking his head. "Qingbei University? Is it akin to the Guozijian or Taishui of my previous life? I am afraid I cannot leave the Nan family to pursue my studies at present. My primary objective upon traversing to this world remains unfulfilled. How can I abandon the Nan family now? I have yet to seize control over the entire Nan household. Departing at this juncture would only delight Nanji." Indeed, at that moment, Nanji interjected. "Nan Feng, how can you pass up such an opportunity? This is a chance to bring honor to our family." Silence. Lin Wanyue could no longer contain herself. "How can the mere youth class of Qingbei University be seen as a means to exalt our family in your eyes? Nanji, your narrow-minded perspective and lack of insight. When will you mature?" After receiving a thorough reprimand from his mother, Nanji's face flushed with embarrassment. "Mother, I merely spoke a few words to the child. Why must you berate me in front of my cousin? I am your own son." With that, he could no longer endure the situation and hastily ascended the stairs. Regarding Nan Feng, he cast a faint glance at Nanji, realizing that this so-called head of the family is woefully unqualified. His grandmother has shown him considerable favoritism to secure his position as the head of the Nan family. Yet he dares to complain about her. Truly, he is blissfully unaware of his good fortune. Lin Wanyue sighed, expressing her frustration. "This is infuriating. My son has been pampered since childhood. Qingyun, after dinner, do visit. It has been a while since you last came to see me. Do not always be preoccupied with my grandson. Let's share a meal together." Lin Qingyun nodded, understood, "Aunt." During dinner, Lin Qingyun passionately discussed future employment prospects and international developments. The world is undergoing a century of transformation. Amidst global turmoil, we must ensure our children focus on their studies. They should all aspire to join the youth program. Nan Yue placed a chicken leg into Lin Qingyun's bowl, saying, "Cousin, eat some food. Do not just occupy yourself with conversation." Nan Yumeng rolled her eyes, questioning why they were so enamored with Nan Feng, who had come to their home. At this moment, Nan Yumeng stood up, stretching her hand to serve herself. Nan Feng frowned repeatedly. Lin Qingyun grew increasingly animated. "How can I not be anxious? This child is such a promising talent." Everyone at the table was accustomed to the atmosphere. Nan Feng's small face could no longer contain its seriousness, and he finally spoke up. "Cousin, you are an elder. While it is customary not to speak while eating, a quiet exchange among elders is permissible. However, your volume is rather excessive. Does Ning Yue not know to use serving utensils for elders?" Nan Yumeng chuckled at his remark. "He is reverting to feudal customs. And you, Nan Yumeng, do not reach across the table to serve. Just where are you extending your hand?" Nan Feng chastised. The Nan family is a prestigious lineage. You ought to conduct yourself accordingly. The others at the table were unfazed by the reprimand. Nan Yumeng deliberately reached further, retorting, "What of it? I simply prefer this way. It is none of your business." Lin Wanyue spoke sternly, "Enough. Nan Feng is correct. Your cousin is an elder and is visiting. Is this how you choose to behave?" Nan Yue replied evenly, "Grandmother, what era are we in? Such rigid customs are outdated." She continued, "Moreover, there are so many matters to attend to. I still have to attend etiquette class tonight. I truly do not wish to go." Nan Yumeng nodded in agreement. "Yes, grandmother. Can we be excused from it?" Lin Wanyue shook her head. "The more I observe, the more I feel you all ought to learn." Lin Qingyun glanced at Nan Feng and then at his aunt, shaking his head. "Very well, let us eat. If you truly do not wish to pursue studies at Qingbei, there is little I can do." After dinner, Lin Qingyun departed from the Nan residence. Nan Feng returned to his study, where Zhang Wanning remarked, "Young Master Nan, the factory has allocated funds, and the raw materials are being prepared. Soon, the standard version of Frostfall Peach Pink will be available." Nan Feng nodded. The standard version of Frostfall Peach Pink, while not as refined in materials or craftsmanship as the exquisite version, will still achieve 70% of its effect. The exquisite version will be released shortly. Additionally, please investigate and gather all relevant information regarding the Fu family. In Benhai City, the Fu family is hosting a soiree for society ladies. Under the dazzling lights, several young heiresses congregate around a single lipstick. They express their admiration in unison. "Shangguan Qingguan, where did you acquire such a splendid item? It is truly exquisite." They marvel at how the shade complements her lips beautifully, seemingly suitable for all. Shangguan Qingguan replies, a hint of pride in her voice. "This is the frosty peach blossom from the prestigious Southern Dynasty's lipstick collection, and it has yet to be released to the public." Chapter 66. The Fu Family Ball. Zhang Wanting. "You are quite lovely," remarked one of the socialites, as envy swept through the gathering upon hearing the mention of unreleased products. How fortunate, given the close ties between the Shangguan and Nan families, that they can obtain these yet-to-be-released lipsticks. "Qingguan, surely these lipsticks are quite expensive. The cases made of gold and jade are indeed exquisite." "Indeed, only someone like us, Qingguan, could possess such advantageous connections," another socialite chimed in. At that moment, Fu Yinshu, the youngest daughter of the Fu family, smirked slightly and remarked, "How much could they possibly cost? It's merely a lipstick. Once the Nan family officially launches it, I will also be able to procure the first batch." Shangguan Qingguan smiled and responded, "Miss Fu, you must act swiftly, for there are only 300 units in the first batch." "What? Just 300? Is the Nan family truly conducting business like this?" questioned one of the wealthy young ladies. "Indeed, how much could 300 units sell for?" echoed the others in disbelief. "Well, it's not exorbitantly priced. It's merely over 3 million for a single lipstick," Shangguan Qingguan casually noted. A sudden hush fell over the crowd. Fu Yinshu thought she had misheard. 3 million? Shangguan Qingguan replied with a smile. "Not much, just over 3 million. "What? Why isn't the Nan family fighting to get them?" exclaimed one socialite. 3 million for a lipstick. I couldn't afford that with my entire year's living expenses, lamented another. That is indeed a bit steep. Even a major international brands only charge in the hundreds of thousands, others chimed in. Yes, how can the Nan family's lipsticks be so pricey? Shangguan Qingguan responded with a grin. Well, there are ordinary versions available as well, priced at just 100,000, which isn't too extravagant. Upon hearing this, the socialites felt a twinge of discomfort. What do you mean by buying the ordinary version? None of us would ever consider purchasing anything less than the premium option. How could we possibly present ourselves in social circles with anything inferior? It would be better to discard it altogether. Fu Yinshu huffed. Just over 3 million is not that bad, especially if the quality is exceptional. The other young ladies sighed in admiration, acknowledging Fu Yinshu's prowess. Indeed, Miss Fu is impressive. At such a young age, she is already the heir to the Fu family, so she is unfazed by such sums. Hearing these praises, Fu Yinshu felt quite pleased. Qingguan, in a couple of nights, our Fu family will be hosting a ball. Do remember to grace us with your presence. Shangguan Qingguan nodded in agreement. Certainly. 2 days later, in the evening, Nan Feng donned a charming little dress and stood outside the villa alongside Lin Wan. The other family members were also adorned in lavish attire. Nanji declared, "Everyone should dress a bit more formally today. We must secure the collaboration with the Fu family. The decision-making is now in the hands of Miss Fu. I have been practicing some dance steps, as I've heard she has a fondness for dancing, and I hope to engage her in conversation." Nan Yue paused in surprise. "Are you serious, Dad? With your dance skills resembling something akin to convulsions? Do you think you can manage?" "Nonsense. In his youth, your father was known as the king of dance, a boast made by Nan Jie." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyue let out a cold snort, advising him to refrain from such frivolities and focus on their business discussions. She declared it time to depart, as she had no interest in such gatherings, which were predominantly frequented by the youth. In the elite circles of Benhai, such balls were quite commonplace. The Nan family boarded their vehicle, heading towards the venue of the dance hosted by the Fu family. Inside the car, Nan Feng squinted, while beside him, Zhang Wanting remarked, "Miss Fu is 24 years old and currently unattached. She has a penchant for dance and luxury goods." Nan Feng retrieved a pristine edition of the Nanchao Frost Pink from his pocket, contemplating that he possessed both luxury and a modicum of dancing skill. Zhang Wanting expressed her surprise. "Young master, you dance as well?" With a faint smile, Nan Feng recalled his extensive experience with various dances during his time in Nanchao. Upon arriving at the Fu family villa, the Nan family disembarked to find a gathering of affluent individuals outside, exchanging greetings amongst themselves. Nan Jie engaged in conversation with familiar faces, while Nan Feng and the others proceeded directly into the main hall, where groups of men and women were engaged in lively discussions. Nan Yue cast a glance at Nan Feng, commenting, "Having grown up in the countryside, I suppose you haven't experienced such occasions." Nan Feng returned her gaze coolly. "I have encountered numerous such events." Nan Yuming interjected, "Enough of this chatter, sister. Let us simply enjoy ourselves." Nan Shao then turned to Nan Feng, inquiring, "Brother Nan Feng, can you dance?" "I doubt it. Just stand by and watch us." Meanwhile, Nan Jie and Zhao Feng approached Fu Yunchu, who was adorned in a striking red gown that complemented her bold makeup, exuding an assertive aura. "Congratulations, Miss Fu, on becoming the heir of the Fu family," Nan Jie remarked with a smile. Fu Yunchu responded with a subtle smile, "Head of the Nan family, I hear you have reunited with your long-lost son. My congratulations to you as well." A slight awkwardness flickered across Nan Jie's face. "Miss Fu, regarding your family's project, I wish to—" "Uncle Nan, today is a dance ball. I prefer not to discuss work matters, and I hope you understand," Fu Yunchu interjected. At that moment, a group approached them. It appears the Nan family is quite keen on the Fu family's project. "Coincidentally, the He family shares a similar interest," remarked He Jianyuan, a young master of the He family. Nan Jie forced a smile. "Jianyuan, even your father would not speak to me in such a manner. The younger generation truly is something else." He Jianyuan gestured grandly. "Miss Fu, shall we head to the dance floor?" Observing the unfolding drama, Nan Feng leaned towards Zhang Wanting. "Is the Fu family destined to be led by women?" Zhang Wanting affirmed. "Indeed, Miss Fu has always outshone her two brothers, making her ascension as heir unsurprising." "A woman as the emperor?" Nan Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling a surge of excitement. He glanced at his two elder sisters, dismissing them internally, relieved that they posed no threat to him. After speaking, Nan Feng glanced at Zhang Wanting, who was clad in a black evening gown today. Typically, her appearance in a business suit concealed her allure, yet it became evident that his chief maid possessed an admirable figure. As the crown prince of the Southern Dynasty, Nan Feng had encountered numerous women, and he could confidently assert that her physique ranked among the finest. Sensing Nan Feng's gaze upon her, Zhang Wanting awkwardly inquired, "Young Master Nan Feng, is my makeup inappropriate?" Little did she realize that Nan Feng merely compared her to the enchanting beauties of the Southern Dynasty, harboring no ulterior motives. "Zhang Wanting, you may indulge yourself. Who knows, perhaps you might encounter a wealthy gentleman who takes a liking to you." However, Zhang Wanting promptly shook her head, declaring, "I am an advocate of remaining unmarried. I would prefer to stay by your side, young master." Chapter 67. Dance Battle? A glimpse of the Southern Dynasty sword dance. In this moment, Nan Feng found himself inclined to observe the surroundings. The rhythm of this so-called dance appeared rather simple, as most in attendance engaged in social ballroom dancing. Yet, there were also individuals dancing solo, noble men and women showcasing their dance talents, often eliciting applause from the audience. Compared to the Southern Dynasty sword dance, these movements seemed overly gentle, lacking something essential. A millennium ago, Nan Feng was well acquainted with sword dancing. For him, it posed no challenge. Yet it remained considerably more complex than contemporary dance forms. Meanwhile, Fu Yunqiu and He Jiayang were engaged in a social dance. He Jiayang, unable to restrain his eagerness, remarked, "Miss Fu, among the esteemed families of the coastal elite, my He family is the most suitable partner for you. What do you think?" Fu Yunqiu smiled softly. "Young master He, my choice of a partner is not solely based on suitability. It also depends on personal affinity." The corners of her lips twitched slightly, leaving one to ponder whether she sought a romantic partner or merely a collaborator. "Both," Fu Yunqiu replied with a faint smile. As the two exchanged playful banter, He Jiaoyang enthusiastically declared, "I have long heard that Miss Fu has a penchant for dance. I just happen to have learned the art of battle dance and would be delighted to perform for you." At that moment, murmurs arose from the distance. "Look at that child. What is he doing? I don't know. It's dangerous to be wielding that thing. We're the adults. Indeed, shouldn't someone intervene? What if someone gets hurt?" It was then that Nan Feng descended from the decorative wall, brandishing a swift strike sword, and slowly made his way to the center of the dance floor. Noticing his actions, Nan Shao hurried to find his two sisters. "Sisters, it seems brother has gotten himself into trouble. He has taken something perilously dangerous." Upon hearing this, Nan Yuwei and Nan Yumeng immediately looked up, spotting the swift strike sword in Nan Feng's grasp, which appeared exceedingly perilous. Meanwhile, their parents were engrossed in conversation with others, oblivious to Nan Feng's antics. Nan Yue quickly approached her parents and whispered, "It seems Nan Feng is in trouble." Fu Yunqiu, intrigued, remarked, "He truly is audacious. That appears to be the young master the Nan family recently reclaimed, doesn't it?" He Jiaoyang scoffed. "The Nan family dares to call themselves an esteemed lineage? Their children are so ill-mannered." Fu Yunqiu merely smiled softly. Soon after, Nan Feng stood before her and stated calmly, "I am Nan Feng of the Nan family. Miss Fu, I wish to discuss a collaboration on behalf of my family." Fu Yunqiu burst into laughter. "Little one, what sort of collaboration do you envision with your older sister? Are you suggesting a duet of digging? He Jiaoyang joined the laughter. How amusing. At such a tender age, you dare to approach for a collaboration? Miss Fu, it seems the Nan family is genuinely intent on this partnership." With a light smile, Fu Yunqiu responded, "I recall your name is Nan Feng. I have heard you spearheaded the Nan family's lipstick venture. However, it is unfortunate that this is a multi-billion-dollar project. Perhaps when you possess greater capability, you may return to discuss collaboration." At this moment, Nan Jai and Zhao Feng hurried over. "Miss Fu, I apologize. Nan Feng is rather thoughtless and has offended you. I will discipline him right away," Nan Jai stated. Beside him, Zhao Feng urged Nan Feng, "Come here quickly. This situation is beyond what a child like you can handle." At that moment, He Jiaoyang interjected with a smile. "Miss Fu, I just mentioned that I would like to dance for you, hoping to delight you and demonstrate my sincerity." Upon finishing his words, He Jiaoyang commenced his performance. With a flourish of his attire, he executed a Thomas spin, launching into a vigorous street dance. The other young scions present began to murmur, "It seems that young master he has indeed received training. He possesses some skill." Indeed, who could deny it? Young master he has a fondness for Miss Fu, and with this opportunity, he is putting in extra effort. It all depends on how Miss Fu perceives it. Fu Yunqiu felt a slight stirring in her heart. This endeavor would be challenging for the Fu family to manage alone. The He family was indeed commendable in many aspects. Yet, she was not particularly fond of He Jiaoyang. As for the Nan family, while they had their strengths, she harbored a strong dislike for Nan Jai. Thus, the choice seemed to lean towards the He family, as it would avoid unnecessary complications. Nan Feng furrowed his brow slightly. He had long been attentive to the Fu family's business, which his grandmother hoped the Nan family could secure. However, His father was too inept to accomplish that. Miss Fu, if my dance wins, would you consider my Nan family? Nan Feng stated calmly. Fu Yinchu was momentarily taken aback. Oh, you wish to win against young Master He in dance? That seems quite challenging. You must understand, this is not the type of dance you learn at school. He Jianyuan felt insulted. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Let me tell you, my dance is guided by a renowned teacher. You should just go back and find your mother. Nan Feng cast a dispassionate glance at He Jianyuan and then flicked his wrist, brandishing his sword. Apologies, but I find your skills quite unimpressive. Regardless of whether Miss Fu considers me, you, He Jianyuan, ought to witness my dance. Nan Jai quickly intervened. This is unacceptable. This child has just returned and lacks proper manners. Nan Feng, what are you doing? You know nothing about dance? Come here. In Nan Jai's view, dance was something that required years of practice to master. It was absurd for Nan Feng to challenge young master He to a dance-off. He Jianyuan sneered. Don't hold him back. I want to see what kind of impressive dance you claim to possess. Let the music play. Let us compete. At that moment, melodious music began to play. He Jianyuan launched into a street dance, performing various provocative moves around Nan Feng. Fu Yinchu nodded in approval. He Jianyuan's street dance was indeed commendable. Nan Feng was too young, and winning would be difficult. The other guests also nodded in agreement, while the members of the Nan family either shook their heads or sighed. Just then, Nan Feng suddenly began to move. In his grasp, the swift sword transformed into a long sword, initiating with a flourish akin to the piercing clouds technique, followed by rapid thrusts reminiscent of twinkling stars. The blade traced the trajectory of a meteor, harmonizing seamlessly with his footwork and movements, imparting an overwhelming sense of grandeur. He Jianyuan, who was engrossed in breakdancing, was momentarily stunned, his actions halted in surprise. Nan Feng appeared to be completely entranced by the sword dance, as it gradually melded with the music, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Fu Yinchu exclaimed in astonishment, This is an ancient sword dance. The other guests at the event were equally dumbfounded. No way. This child's dance is actually a sword dance? What kind of joke is this? I don't know, but how is this child so proficient in sword dancing? Chapter 68. Breakthrough in Martial Arts, Accelerated Growth. The members of the Nan family were utterly dumbfounded. How could this be possible? When had he mastered such skills? It was beyond their comprehension. Nan Feng was becoming increasingly enigmatic. His sword dance grew faster and more agile, causing He Jianyuan's steps to falter. Suddenly, the music ceased, and with a thud, He Jianyuan fell to the ground, while Nan Feng's sword was poised before him. You have lost, Nan Feng stated calmly. A profound silence enveloped the scene, for the swiftness of Nan Feng's swordplay left everyone in awe. Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, the performance had concluded. Fu Yinchu raised her hand to applaud, her enthusiasm igniting a wave of applause from the audience, a resounding ovation that filled the air. What a splendid display of ancient sword dance. Indeed, a genius has emerged from the Nan family. Fu Yinchu exclaimed with delight. Nan Feng smiled lightly, retracting his swift sword, and then added, May I have a word with Miss Fu? Fu Yinchu gestured invitingly, leading Nan Feng to a secluded room. The members of the Nan family gathered outside, peering curiously through the door. How strange. Why would Miss Fu want to meet with this young man alone? Nan Yue remarked, puzzled. Indeed, it makes no sense. Why would she choose to meet a mere schoolboy over the head of our family? Nanji shook his head in disbelief. Zhao Feng glanced at her husband and children. With so many of you here, you're outshone by a schoolboy? Is he going to strike a significant deal with him? At that moment, the door swung open unexpectedly. The crowd quickly stepped aside, feigning nonchalance. Fu Yinchu looked at Nanji and said, Head of the Nan family, regarding the joint development project in our district, I have decided to grant it to the Nan family, considering Nan Feng's contribution. With that, Fu Yinchu turned and departed, leaving Nanji in stunned silence. Did she just imply that this multi-billion deal was secured by Nan Feng? Zhao Feng shook her head in disbelief. How could this be possible? Just then, Nan Feng emerged from the room, casting a casual glance at the crowd. What's so surprising about this? Meanwhile, in the backyard of the Nan residence, Lin Wanyue, upon hearing the news, confirmed it thrice. Are you saying my grandson, Nan Feng, has secured this deal? He nodded affirmatively. Indeed, madam, it is a matter of fact. Young Master Nan Feng has successfully negotiated this deal. Lin Wanyue could scarcely believe her ears. This was a multi-billion development project. Even if the Nan family had a small share, it would amount to hundreds of billions. How could it have been secured by Nan Feng instead of Nan Ji and Zhao Feng? A recounted the details of the dance event to Lin Wanyue. Clapping her hands with glee, Lin Wanyue exclaimed, "Well done, my dear grandson. You have brought me such joy." At that moment, the members of the Nan family returned from the dance, and Lin Wanyue instructed, please summon Nan Feng. I wish to inquire about the specifics." Nan Feng was summoned by air. Lin Wanyue pulled Nan Feng aside and asked, "Dear grandson, could you enlighten me on what exactly is happening? How is it that Fu Yunshu is willing to collaborate with you?" Nan Feng nodded and replied, "Because Lan Wenyushu could. So it turns out that my Frostfall Peach Blossom has played a significant role." Nan Feng elaborated, "In truth, Miss Fu is not particularly concerned about which family she partners with. However, she is quite pleased with my dance and the Frostfall Peach Blossom from Nanchao. She has requested that the first batch of limited edition Frostfall Peach Blossom each year be reserved for her, and thus she entrusted this collaboration to me." Lin Wanyue nodded repeatedly. "Excellent, excellent. Catering to her preferences, you have done well." Meanwhile, Nan Jai and Zhao Feng returned to their own room. Zhao Feng remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, this project was indeed negotiated by Nan Feng, which benefits the Nan family." Nan Jai acknowledged, "I understand, but the more this unfolds, the more I worry. Nan Feng has won my mother's affection, and I fear the day she may ask me to step down for him." Zhao Feng frowned. "That cannot happen. We are still so young. How long have we even held power? Should we simply relinquish it now?" Years ago, Nan Jai and Zhao Feng had endured much while waiting for their turn as successors, finally reaching this position. They had barely begun to savor the experience of leadership, and now Nan Feng was emerging, with Lin Wanyue showing intentions to support him. This was the root of Nan Jai and Zhao Feng's discontent with Nan Feng. They would have to devise a strategy moving forward. Meanwhile, Nan Feng returned to his room, sitting cross-legged on the bed. The jade pendant around his neck radiated a gentle warmth. The breakthrough at the Yangqiao acupoint was imminent tonight. Once achieved, he could begin nurturing the Yinxiao acupoint, allowing my breathing techniques to advance to the third level. At that moment, Nan Feng felt the Yangqiao acupoint beginning to loosen. Internal energy accumulated there, visibly forming a small bulge on the skin surface. "Break for me." Boom! The Yangqiao acupoint ruptured, and internal energy surged wildly within him. Ultimately, most of it converged at the Yinxiao acupoint. Level 3 attained. Nan Feng rose and approached the mirror, raising his hand to inspect it. After the acupoint's rupture, it seems my body has been accelerated in growth. He had already surpassed his peers in height. He wondered, when I reached the 12th level, will I transform into an adult? However, considering his current pace of cultivation, attaining the 12th level would not be a simple feat yet. There was no rush. This world felt secure, allowing him to gradually cultivate and eventually break through to the 12th level. The next morning, Lin Wanyue called out to Nan Feng, "Dear grandson, have you suddenly grown taller?" As Nan Feng approached her, she continued sternly, "Children develop quickly. Is no one overseeing your appearance? This school uniform seems rather small for you. If you go out like this, where will the dignity of the Nan family be?" "Zhao Feng, how are you managing as a mother?" Zhao Feng, caught off guard while sipping her porridge, exclaimed, "Mother, what are you doing?" "I was having breakfast early in the morning. I hardly paid attention to his clothes. I have already arranged for someone to keep watch." Lin Wanyue shook her head. "The truth is, his clothes are indeed too small for him. That is a fact, is it not? Are you suggesting that I have wronged you?" Zhao Feng, at a loss for words, sighed, "Let be my fault then." She glanced at Nan Feng. Has he truly outgrown them to such an extent? How is this possible? Has this child been growing so rapidly? Heir immediately offered, "Old madam, I shall arrange for someone to have Master Nan Feng's clothes remade." Lin Wanyue nodded. "Children grow quickly. Everyone must pay more attention. It is unacceptable for no one to notice even the most basic needs, requiring me to remind them repeatedly." Chapter 69. Thus, the first battle commences. On the other side, in the high-end lipstick division of the Nan Group, in the top-floor conference room, Director Lin Hongwu, adorned in black stockings, her lips a vivid red, leaned closer to her employee and inquired, "How do the colors appear?" Shang Yusin thought to herself, "Director, it undoubtedly looks exceptional. I could hardly resist the temptation to kiss your exquisite lips." "Enough. I called you to discuss the lipstick, not to indulge in flattery," Lin Hongwu retorted. "This lipstick possesses remarkable versatility. I suggest everyone take a sample for personal use, as President Nan will be arriving for a meeting this afternoon. I expect all of you to familiarize yourselves with the lipstick's characteristics before our leader arrives. Understood?" "Understood." Hongwu Jia. The employees, receiving their samples, eagerly began to pose and playfully admire themselves, as they were all women well-versed in such matters. At 4:30 p.m., a Mercedes-Benz C-Class pulled up outside the company. Nan Feng exited the vehicle, and Zhang Wanning stepped out from the front seat, approaching him. "Young Master Nan, the first batch of 300 exquisite packages you crafted is complete. Tonight is crucial. Oh, by the way, President Nan has recently revived the Nanyuan brand, rumored to be priced at 100,000, targeting the high-end market." Upon hearing this, Nan Feng paused momentarily. Is Nanji attempting to leverage his high-end brand to challenge my Nan Chao Shuangjiang? This trickery is merely a defensive maneuver against his own kin. The Nan family's product line ought to be clearer. Launching his brand while I am developing a high-end lipstick is nothing short of a game. I understand. We shall proceed as planned. A joint launch does not equate to possessing strength. Nan Feng and Zhang Wanning made their way to the top-floor conference room, where Lin Hongwu and the entire staff awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Nan Feng enter, Lin Hongwu promptly rose. "Welcome, young Master Nan." Nan Feng gracefully took his seat at the head of the table, declaring, "Thus, our battle now begins." After a brief moment, Nan Feng continued, "Therefore, the fundamental process is as follows. Our brand must not only compete with international giants, but also with our own Nan family's brands. Do you all possess confidence?" Lin Hongwu immediately stood and applauded, exclaiming, "With young Master Nan leading us, we naturally have confidence." Meanwhile, on the other side, in the conference room of the Nan Group headquarters, Nanji spoke in a grave tone. "Our new product, the Nanyuan Fantasy Series, will launch for flash sale tonight. Customers who secure purchases must also sign at our counters within the Nan Plaza, just like those of Nan Chao Shuangjiang. The success of this initial batch is paramount. I, Nanji, cannot afford to lose face. I refuse to believe that under the overwhelming advertising of the Nan Group, our initial orders could fall behind those of Nan Feng." Nanji had deliberately set the price of this new high-end lipstick at 100,000, aligning it with the ordinary version of Nan Feng's Nan Chao Shuangjiang. He believed that his high-end lipstick could swiftly capture the domestic luxury market through a competitive pricing strategy. "Executives, accompany me to the mall and prepare to welcome our first batch of customers." Thus, Nanji led his team in a grand procession away from the headquarters, heading towards the Nan family square. Meanwhile, Nan Feng stood up and addressed everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, our budget pales in comparison to that of the Nan Group. I implore you to cease all promotional channels. My product is not intended for the average consumer, at least not through conventional marketing methods at this stage. As the art of war advocates, we must concentrate our efforts and strike at the vital point. With our current advantageous resources, we need only target the social elite. This endeavor will require the assistance of Shangwan Qingwan." Nan Feng retrieved his phone, located Shangwan Qingwan's WeChat, and awkwardly typed 2 words. "Are you there?" He subsequently sent a voice message. "The lipstick could use your promotional support." Recently, Shangwan Qingwan had showcased the lipstick among the socialite circles, garnering considerable interest from many elite ladies. Coupled with the allure of its limited edition status and its symbolic representation of prestige, Miss Fu had explicitly stated that once it was released, she would share the link in the group. "All right, I understand, but we agreed that next year's limited edition will be provided to me free of charge," Shangwan Qingwan replied. Naturally, Nan Feng affirmed this arrangement. Soon after, Shangwan Qingwan began promoting Nan Feng's lipstick in the group. "Ladies, the limited edition of Nan Chao's Frosty Peach Pink is officially released today. I will share the link shortly." Fu Yinshu chimed in. "I want 2 of these lipsticks. Is anyone willing to help me secure them? If successful, I will reward everyone with 10,000 each for their efforts. The other socialites felt compelled to respond, realizing that even Shangguan Qingwan and Fu Yunshu were eager to purchase this lipstick. It would be remiss of them not to express their interest. With this thought, one of them spoke up. We are quite interested in this lipstick as well, although its price is indeed a tad steep. Another added, that's all right. I plan to grab one for myself as well, so I can't assist Miss Fu. Exactly, I need it for myself. How could I find time to help others? Many of these affluent ladies intentionally made such statements, as admitting they couldn't afford the lipstick would cast them in a poor light. Among these privileged women, many opted to share the news in their close-knit circles, eagerly awaiting the response. Shangguan Qingwan further edited her message, posting about the lipstick on her social media. She declared that if she amassed 100 likes before the launch event, she would receive a complimentary, standard version of the Frosty Peach Pink worth 100,000 yuan. As the saying goes, it is human nature to seek free benefits, and these wealthy socialites were no exception, promptly sharing images on their platforms, indicating their intention to secure the exquisite lipstick. Within their circles, there were virtually no impoverished individuals, which inadvertently served to elevate Nan Feng's product. After completing these tasks, Nan Feng arrived at the counter. Lin Hongwu remarked, currently, there's only this one counter for Frosty Peach Pink. Young Master Nan, is our presence too limited? Not all, Nan Feng replied calmly. We do not need to engage in extensive distribution at this juncture. Online orders and counter acquisitions will suffice. Overextending our reach could detract from the high-end allure of our product and give the impression that we are merely seeking to profit. Lin Hongwu was momentarily taken aback. It was impressive that someone as young as Nan Feng could contemplate such nuanced strategies. Indeed, even the standard edition of Nanchao Shuangjiang Peach Red is undeniably expensive. A large-scale release creates an impression of affordability, but what remains unattainable is often perceived as the most desirable. At this moment, at the dedicated display of Nanyuan lipstick, Nanji cast a glance at Nan Feng and the others who had appeared in the mall and scoffed. What do these young ones know about business? Why set such a high price for a lipstick? Who would purchase it? I am quite curious to see how this young lad intends to conclude this endeavor. 350,000 for a single unit? What nonsense! Keep a close watch. Our clients will arrive shortly. Precisely at 6 p.m. at the Fu family residence. Fu Yunshu was feverishly tapping on her phone, assisted by several butlers in the frantic pursuit of the product. Miss, I got it. I got it. Fu Yunshu promptly pulled out a stack of cash to reward the helper. At that moment, one of the butlers suddenly exclaimed, Miss, it shows that it is already sold out. What? So soon? Chapter 70 of Father-Son Encounter, The Jester. Similar circumstances transpired in numerous locations, such as at the residence of Shangguan Qingwan, where one would suddenly be met with an insurmountable freeze upon entering, only to find everything vanished upon re-entry. Meanwhile, within a bustling shopping mall, Nan Jie's executive addressed him, Mr. Nan. The quantity on the other side remains unchanged. The inventory is still 300. Nan Jie chuckled heartily. As I anticipated, no one will be inclined to purchase their products. What about ours? Another executive chimed in. We have sold 5 units. What? Only 5 units. I had mentioned that such high-end lipsticks would not sell. Nan Jie sighed, yet this is still preferable to the 0 sales at Nan Feng's. At that moment, a luxurious vehicle appeared outside the entrance, a stretched Bentley. Nan Jie laughed. Ah, Miss Fu's car. It seems she has purchased our latest Nanyuan. What are you waiting for? Prepare the packaging for Miss Fu. Just then, Fu Yunshu entered the mall and ascended in the elevator. Nan Jie pondered, wait a moment. Is Miss Fu in the wrong place? The display for Nan Feng is over there. She should be taking the elevator to our side. Are you certain that Nan Feng's online sales are indeed 0? An executive refreshed the page, confirming, yes, it is indeed 0. Impossible, that cannot be. Could it be due to the business dealings between Fu Yunshu and Nan Feng? Indeed, that must be it. They are undoubtedly negotiating a collaboration. At that moment, an increasing number of luxury cars parked outside the mall, with distinguished young women alighting and entering the establishment. Nan Jie nodded. Excellent. These must be our clients. But why are there so many of them? An executive clapped his hands. I understand now. The reason for the low online orders is that they intend to try the products in person. Exactly. Lipsticks are unlike other items. Their shades require in-person testing. Nan Jian nodded in agreement. It is inconceivable that my Nan Yun would only receive 5 orders. Surely, these women wish to come to the mall to test the products before placing their orders. Thus, 10 minutes elapsed. Nan Jia glanced back at the executives in confusion. What is happening? Where are my customers? An executive rushed over from a distance, exclaiming, "This is bad, Mr. Nan. Those individuals have all gone to Nan Feng's display." What? Nan Jia could hardly believe it. Wasn't it said that no one was interested in Nan Feng's products? At that moment, an executive speculated. Could it be that our young master, Nan Feng, hired a few shills? Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to the old lady. Upon hearing this, Nan Jia's eyes glimmered with realization. Yes. Let's wait a moment. There is no need to rush. Meanwhile, at Nan Feng's display, Fu Yinchu had been testing the products for 10 minutes. Aren't we partners? Why not sell me another one? Nan Feng pushed her away and replied coolly, no. It is stipulated that this is a flash sale. How could I possibly grant you special treatment? Fuyun kupauted, aka mipiaka. I don't care. The other noble ladies caught a glimpse from afar and began to discuss amongst themselves. What's happening over there? Is Miss Fu asking young Master Nan Feng for something? Oh dear, Miss Fu has only managed to secure one. Didn't she say in the group that she wanted to? Is it true? Isn't that lipstick a luxury item? Could she actually intend to use it? What? You're unaware? The Nan Chao Shuang Jiang Tao Hong by young Master Nan Feng is crafted using ancient methods. It's quite remarkable. I've heard it has 3 shades, although I'm not entirely sure. Paying for a trial would clarify that. As the crowd confirmed their identities with the sales clerks, they proceeded to make their purchases. Over there, Nan Feng glanced at Fu Yunchu and remarked, "Since this isn't the last batch, why the rush?" Upon hearing that there would be more to come, Fu Yunchu nodded in acknowledgement. All right, I shall let you off this time. Regardless, I intend to be the first to acquire next year's limited edition. Nan Feng nodded in understanding, which lightened Fu Yunchu's mood as she went to claim her own item. Meanwhile, as they waited, the crowd around Nan Feng grew increasingly larger. Nan Ji finally sensed something amiss. He pulled out his phone and accessed Nan Feng's official website. Opening the page for the Nan Chao, Shuang, Jiang Hong, Tao, Zhizhen version. To his dismay, the stock status read 0. What? Who just said that not a single one of Nan Feng's lipsticks had sold? In that moment, Nan Ji felt a searing embarrassment, akin to receiving a stinging slap from Nan Feng. Sometimes, the feeling of humiliation doesn't stem from direct confrontation, but rather from being defeated in an area one holds dear and is confident in. Previously, a trembling executive checked his phone, only to suddenly realize that the screen had refreshed. He exclaimed, "Mr. Nan, my phone just malfunctioned. Perhaps the server is lagging." Nan Ji stepped forward and kicked the man, exclaiming, "Where's your brain? Earning a 6-figure salary, and you can't even monitor the data. Someone, you, go check on Nan Feng. Wait, I'll go myself." Nan Ji pushed past the nearby executive and shakily made his way towards Nan Feng's location. He tugged at his tie and stammered, "I've already spent millions just on advertising, and there are still so many products unsold. Why on earth has he managed to clear out the inventory so effortlessly?" At that moment, he observed from a distance that not only the Zhizhen version was selling well, but even the regular version was flying off the shelves. Nan Ji's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. In Binhai, at the Nan residence, Lin Wenyu sat in the living room, enjoying tea and snacks. Beside her, A.E. said, "Madam, Nan Feng's lipstick is a massive hit. The first batch is completely sold out." Lin Wenyu nodded. It was to be expected. The Nan Chao Shuang Jiang Tao Hong possesses such prowess. And what of my incompetent son? Is he still being stubborn? The head of the family has been admitted to the hospital, A.E. replied. Such a failure. He crumbles at the slightest setback. With shoulders so narrow, how will he support the Nan family? Lin Wenyu sighed. I have heard that he has revived his former line of high-end lipsticks, ostensibly to undermine his own son. Er nodded and remarked, what a farce. A father and son competing against each other, and he has emerged the loser. His lipsticks have garnered almost no interest, with only 5 units sold, and those were purchased privately by a few executives. Does he not have capable executives under his command? Was there no one to caution him that this high-end lipstick venture would falter? Is there a conflict with Nan Feng as well? Heir replied, that would only matter if the family head were willing to listen. Chapter 71 Young Master. The matriarch is unwell. He continued. However, the silver lining is that all 300 limited edition lipsticks from our young master Nan Feng have been snatched up. The daughters of affluent families are terrified of missing out. One must admit, our young master is truly remarkable. Lin Wanyuan nodded in agreement. This little schemer had it all planned from the outset, leveraging the reputation of the Shangwan family to garner publicity. As far as I know, that Shangwan Qingshan spends his days either fawning over these wealthy young ladies or being fawned over himself. He often boasts about the lipsticks gifted to him by Nan Feng, spinning tales of their significance, claiming they were entrusted to my grandson by the prince of the Southern Dynasty through a dream. He may be clueless about antiques, yet his storytelling is unparalleled, weaving in the romantic history of the Southern Dynasty's prince. I dare say half of those sales can be attributed to this lad's antics. He chuckled. Indeed, young Master Shangwan possesses a unique sense of humor. Lin Wanyue replied, let us proceed. They will return shortly, and there will be a spectacle to behold. Not long after, members of the Nan family began to arrive in succession. Zhao Feng supported her husband as they sat on the sofa, completely avoiding Lin Wanyue's gaze. Lin Wanyue sat there like a mountain, unyielding. At that moment, Nan Yue, Nan Yumeng, and Nan Shao returned as well. Nan Yumeng, somewhat oblivious, remarked, why is it so quiet? Nan Yue tugged at her sister and whispered, keep your voice down. Let me explain. Nan Yumeng's expression shifted slightly. What? Nan Feng's lipsticks are a hit. My heavens, how much must he be earning? Nan Yue nodded. Indeed, he has some prowess. Lin Wanyue remarked coolly, your etiquette instructor is waiting upstairs. Aren't you three going to join them? Oh, right, Grandma. The three sensed the tension in the atmosphere and, without further inquiry, hurried upstairs. At that moment, Nan Jai spoke solemnly, Mother. Lin Wanyue interjected with a huff, be quiet. How many times must I remind you that in the face of significant matters, one must maintain composure? Losing is not the end. However, you managed to land yourself in the hospital after your defeat. With your current state, how often will you be able to visit this hospital? Nan Jai's expression darkened at her words. Just then, Nan Feng entered, walking slowly to stand before Lin Wanyue, clasping his hands together. Grandmother, I am pleased to report that the initial batch of lipsticks, both regular and limited edition, has achieved a total sales figure of 18 billion yuan. Upon hearing this, even Nan Jai gasped in disbelief. Although this amount was trivial compared to the entire group's revenue, it was still astonishing to earn over 10 billion in just one day with high-end lipsticks. How extravagant! In comparison, he felt like a fool, unable to endure any longer. Nan Jai rose and took his wife to the second floor, pulling out his phone. After all, Nan Feng is merely 6 years old, without the assistance of his subordinates. Such success would be unattainable. With this thought, he dialed Lin Hongyue's number. Director Lin, this is Nan Jai. I wish to discuss a matter with you. Meanwhile, on the other end, Lin Hongyue had just emerged from her bath, her cheeks flushed. Mr. Nan, what can I do for you? Nan Jia nodded and said, Lin Hongyue, I have reviewed your file. It seems unjust that you have been a minister for so many years. I currently have a vacancy among my executives. Would you be interested? Lin Hongyue's expression shifted slightly. As a veteran of the group, she could certainly surmise Nan Jia's intentions. President Nan, but I lack the qualifications for such a position. Wouldn't it be? Qualifications? What qualifications you possess is entirely at my discretion, Nan Jia replied confidently. Lin Hongyue was undeniably a career-driven woman. Such an enticing offer would surely pique her interest. Lin Hongyue, a position in the Nan Group's executive team, along with the Group S dividends. How does that sound? This indeed was a tempting proposition. However, thoughts of the young prodigy, Nan Feng, crossed her mind. Lin Hongyue, what are you hesitating for? Following a 6-year-old child is far less advantageous than aligning with me. You are an intelligent person. Do not disappoint me. Taking a deep breath, she replied, President Nan, I believe my current qualifications are better suited to my present position. I appreciate your recognition, but beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, Nan Jia's face was filled with fury. This Lin Hongyue is utterly ungrateful. Meanwhile, Lin Hongyue lay in her apartment, reflecting on her choice. It's over. I turned down President Nan's invitation for a child. Surely, I will face repercussions. Sigh. I can only hope that Nan Feng will be worth my sacrifice. What have I given up for you? How is it that I am so captivated by this little boy? The stakes are high. She pulled out her phone and opened the browser. On the other end, Nan Feng was practicing calligraphy in his study. Jianyuan remarked, "Young master, Lin Hongwu just called. She said President Nan is seeking her." Nan Feng set down his brush. Is she considering going there? The offer must be quite generous. Indeed, the resources in Nan Jie's hands far exceed what I, as a child, can offer. However, Jianyuan suddenly interjected. "No," Minister Lin declined. "What?" Nan Feng said, slightly taken aback. Has Lin Hongwu lost her mind? To forego such a splendid opportunity? Jianyuan nodded in response, yes. I too find it perplexing why she would pass on such a chance. Nan Feng furrowed his brow. Given Lin Hongwu's strong ambition, it was improbable for her to relinquish such an opportunity. Thus, there could only be one explanation. She must be aiming for something greater. Could it be that Lin Hongwu already knows she is placing her bets on me? A smile crept onto Nan Feng's lips. This truly is intriguing. At that moment, Jianyuan noticed that Nan Feng's clothes were no longer fitting him properly and asked curiously, "Young master, what happened to your clothing? Have you grown?" Nan Feng also realized that since reaching the third level of cultivation and breaking through a barrier, his body had developed rapidly. This explained why individuals in ancient times could effortlessly lift immense weights, unlike modern people, due to the stimulation of various cultivation techniques on physical development. Coupled with an additional enhancement of strength, is simply the way it is. I will surely grow rapidly. However, I am uncertain how to convey this to others. Yet, if even Zhao Shiwen, the most formidable elementary student on earth, can be accepted, perhaps I shall be too. At this moment, A hurriedly entered Nan Feng's room. "Young Master Nan Feng, quickly go to the old lady's room. She is unwell." "What?" Nan Feng was taken aback, and in the next instant, he dashed out of the room with haste. Chapter 72. What can you do for your grandmother? Jianyuan murmured behind Nan Feng. Indeed, Master Nan shares a profound bond with the elder lady. Upon hearing of her illness, he appears genuinely distressed. At this moment, in the courtyard of Lin Hongwu, she lay on the bed, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, evidently in great discomfort. Two doctors clad in white coats were attending to her. Nearby, Nan Jie spoke solemnly. "What has happened? My mother was perfectly well before dinner." Zhao Feng remained silent, standing to the side. Nan Yue, Nan Yumeng, and Nan Shao were all present. Just then, Nan Feng entered. "What has happened to grandmother?" She appeared vibrant. "How could she suddenly fall ill?" Nan Jie retorted sharply. "The two specialists are currently examining your grandmother. Refrain from making a commotion. It reflects poorly on the Nan family." Nan Yue softly interjected. "Who doesn't he know that your reckless behavior has upset grandmother?" "It's quite simple, really." Nan Feng, in no mood for quarrels, responded, "If anyone is to blame for upsetting grandmother, it would certainly be all of you. If you merely wish to indulge in verbal sparring, I suggest you all remain silent." The Nan family members fell silent. Indeed, among them all, the one who pleased Lin Hongwu most was Nan Feng, though they would never admit it. At that moment, 8 entered. The two specialists are, one an expert in infectious diseases named Zhao Wen, and the other, our family's distinguished internist, Lu Hao. Nan Feng nodded. "What is my grandmother's condition now, gentlemen?" Upon hearing Nan Feng's inquiry, Lu Hao turned and said, "After preliminary examination, it appears the elder lady is suffering from a rare form of neuralgia. A thorough examination at the hospital is necessary for a conclusive diagnosis." Zhao Wen proposed, "In addition to the standard tests, I believe we should also extract cerebrospinal fluid for detailed analysis." The Nan family members gasped in astonishment. Extract cerebrospinal fluid? How terrifying. This seems rather serious. Indeed, it is painful to even consider. Nan Jie nodded. "In that case, let us take her to the hospital." Cerebrospinal fluid? Upon hearing this, Nan Feng found it utterly absurd. These Western doctors are quick to invade the body. This clearly disrupts the innate balance. If grandmother is in pain throughout her body, why not consult a traditional Chinese physician instead? Lu Hao furrowed his brow slightly at this remark. "Young master, I am well versed in both Western and traditional medicine. My conclusion comes from a comprehensive assessment. Nan Jai agreed. Nan Feng, we cannot be careless with your grandmother's health. If she is unwell, she must be promptly taken to the hospital for examination. If you do not understand, it is best not to speak. Lu Hao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we must not waste any time. At this moment, however, Nan Feng stepped forward, approaching Lin Wanyue and gazing at her. Drenched in sweat, "Grandmother, allow me to treat you. I have considerable knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine." Lin Wanyue frowned slightly, nodding ever so slightly. Nan Jai was taken aback. "What do you mean you understand traditional medicine? Do you take us for fools?" The two sisters, Nan Yue and Nan Feng, immediately exclaimed. "Nan Feng, grandmother is unwell. When did you become knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine? You are still so young. Stop this nonsense." Zhao Feng also found it hard to believe. "Nan Feng, this is no jest. Traditional Chinese medicine requires extensive study over time. How could you possibly know? Leave it to the professionals." Luo Hao sneered. "Oh, now a mere child doubts my expertise? I have already examined the old lady's pulse. The urgent matter is to take her to the hospital for testing." Nan Feng seemed to ignore him completely, grasping his grandmother's hand and placing it on Lin Wanyue's pulse. It was as if the figure of the former crown prince's tutor appeared behind him. "Your Highness, all abnormalities traverse the gallbladder meridian of the patient." He nodded in agreement. He then raised his hand to apply pressure to his grandmother's Yanglingquan acupoint. Lin Wanyue's brow relaxed. The tutor's ethereal voice echoed, "Your Highness, applying pressure to the Yanglingquan acupoint alleviates the pain. Have you recalled the miraculous pain condition of the sixth prince from 6 years ago?" Nan Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. "I found it." His sudden declaration startled everyone present. Nan Ji spoke sharply. "Nan Feng, do not think that just because you made a fortune for the Nan Group, you can act recklessly. Hurry and take her to the hospital." Experts Luo Hao and Zhao Wen nodded in agreement. "Yes, the old lady's condition cannot be delayed. Young master, please do not be foolish." Nan Ji's expression turned cold. "Nan Feng, everyone is saying the same thing. Why are you still acting foolishly? Your grandmother has always cared for you. Now, in this critical moment when she is unwell, you are the one holding us back." Nan Yue seized the opportunity to attack Nan Feng, stating sternly, "Indeed, Nan Feng, our grandmother has always favored you, always supporting you. Now that she is unwell, how can you be so amusing as to obstruct us from getting her treatment? It seems you truly have a problem." At this moment, Nan Feng had already identified his grandmother's ailment. He lifted his gaze and declared, "I can treat grandmother's illness." Instantly, the room fell silent. Zhao Wen was the first to recover, stating gravely, "Young Master Nan Feng, this is no joke. What if the old lady's condition deteriorates?" Nan Ji responded solemnly, "Indeed, Nan Feng, although your grandmother dotes on you, this is a matter of life and death. How can you act recklessly?" Nan Yue placed her hands over her chest and said calmly, "Mom and Dad, ignore him. Let us take grandmother directly to the hospital." Suddenly, Nan Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back and surveyed the crowd, proclaiming, "All pain arises not solely from physical injury, but rather from a disharmony among the realms of form, energy, and spirit." Zhao Wen and Luo Hao turned to Nan Feng in unison. "Is this traditional Chinese medical theory? But why do I have no recollection of these words?" "Young Master Nan Feng, do you truly have a solution?" Luo Hao asked, astonished. At this moment, Nan Feng spoke with conviction. "Please fetch the silver needles. I have my own methods." "Foolishness. Nan Feng, you are not a physician. How could I allow you to act recklessly?" Nan Ji opposed vehemently. "What if you make a mistake and something happens to your grandmother? How will you bear that?" Nan Feng met Nan Ji's gaze. "I stake my life on it. I am confident." "Oomph, what nonsense." As soon as Nan Ji finished speaking, a frail voice echoed, "Bring the needle." Everyone turned towards the source of the voice. Lin Wanyue struggled to speak. "I believe in my grandson." Nan Feng felt a surge of emotion. "Grandmother, no matter how many years have passed, you steadfastly stand by my side every time." Suddenly, Nan Feng turned around, hands clasped in a gesture of respect, bowing deeply. "Grandmother, this time, I shall surely be able to heal you." Chapter 73. Grandmother cannot awaken soon. The silver needles were brought forth. Nan Feng took the needles, skillfully disinfecting them with her small hands, and prepared to administer acupuncture. Nanji could not help but express his astonishment. Could it be that Nan Feng truly possessed knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine? After all, this child had accomplished many extraordinary feats. Zhao Feng, however, held a differing opinion. I find it hard to believe. After all, she is far too young. How could someone of such tender age possibly learn the art of medicine? The others present nodded in agreement. What she says is true. How could she genuinely possess medical skills? Grandmother places far too much faith in her. When ill, one must go to the hospital. How could all hope rest solely on Nan Feng? At that moment, Nan Feng began to insert the needles. In her consciousness, an ethereal voice continued to resonate. Your Highness, 3 inches below the collarbone, a non-meridian point, can alleviate shape pain. Nan Feng nodded and lowered her hand to insert the needle. Lin Wanyue's brow relaxed slightly. The voice of the Grand Tutor echoed from the depths of her memory. Occipital spine protrusion, calms chi pain, lock the dragon's abyss. Nan Feng continued to insert the needles. The onlookers observed her steady and swift technique, clearly not that of a novice. It was a skill honed over many years. After completing the set of needles, Lin Wanyue's expression softened. Nan Feng exhaled slowly, putting away the silver needles, feeling accomplished. However, in the next moment, Lin Wanyue suddenly slumped and fainted. Medical experts Lu Hao and Zhao Wen immediately exclaimed, "This is bad. Quickly call for an ambulance. Something has happened. I knew it. This is not something that can be resolved with mere acupuncture." Nanji shouted angrily, "Nan Feng, I told you this is a matter for the hospital. This is not something a primary school student should meddle in. Now look, if anything happens to your grandmother, I will hold you responsible." Zhao Feng crossed her arms, her thoughts beginning to stir. If this elderly woman truly succumbed due to Nan Feng's intervention, it would be justifiable to revoke her inheritance rights, and all shares could be reclaimed. The prospect brought her a sense of joy. After all, as a daughter-in-law, her feelings towards her mother-in-law were not of affection, but of reverence. If Lin Wanyue were to pass, it would only benefit her. Then the Nan family would be hers to command. Nan Yue, the elder sister, sighed. How could this happen? Nan Feng, what have you done? Nan Yuma's face flushed with urgency. You've killed my grandmother. You deserve to pay for this. At that moment, Nan Zhao's tears flowed forth perfectly. Woo. I don't want grandmother to die. What have you done, brother Nan Feng? Woo. Nan Feng immediately stepped forward to check on her. However, the 2 medical experts blocked her path. What do you intend to do? Leave this to us professionals. Nan Feng, disinterested in explanations, advanced a step. A tremendous force surged within her, and the 2 medical experts were instantly thrown back, staggering several steps before regaining their balance. The medical experts were astonished. What immense strength! W8, don't move recklessly. At this moment, Nan Feng had already raised his hand to rest it upon Lin Wanyue's pulse. He slightly furrowed his brow, sensing that the issue was not severe. With his fingers like needles, he pressed upon Lin Wanyue's wrist, employing the 3rd layer of the true dragon breathing technique, which had begun to cultivate a flowing energy within her body. As the energy circulated, strands of internal strength entered Lin Wanyue. Meanwhile, Nanjai coldly declared, Nan Feng, what on earth do you intend to do? Someone, take him to the ancestral hall. Make him kneel and reflect. Yes. Several bodyguard from the Nan family promptly approached. Apologies, young Master Nan, but please accompany us to the ancestral hall. Nan Feng exhaled in relief, assured that his grandmother would be fine after a brief rest. He turned, stating, Grandmother is no longer in danger. The ancestral hall, I can walk there myself. With his hands clasped behind his back, he followed the bodyguards towards the hall. Nanjai waved his hand, commanding, take Mother to the hospital. On the other side, Nan Feng had arrived at the ancestral hall. Nanjai followed closely, insisting, Nan Feng, kneel now. If anything happens to your grandmother, you will kneel for eternity. Nan Feng replied nonchalantly, do you truly dare to make me kneel? Nanjai was taken aback, retorting, you a mere junior. What is wrong with kneeling before our ancestors? If you refuse, I shall have 2 bodyguards hold you down. Nan Feng smiled lightly. No need for that. He began to kneel before the ancestral tablets lining the walls. Just as his knees were about to touch the ground, a sudden vibration surged through the room. The ancestral tablets trembled violently, and in the next instant, they toppled from their positions, crashing to the floor in a cacophony. Nan was dumbfounded, exclaiming, What is happening? You ungrateful wretch! What have you done? Yes, you have angered the ancestors. It must be so. In the next moment, crack! A bolt of lightning struck from the clear sky. At this instant, as Nan Feng's knees were nearing the ground, a thunderous roar echoed. A bolt of lightning descended into the ancestral hall, striking directly at Nan and the two bodyguards' knees. The three of them trembled, thud, thud, thud. They fell to their knees on the ground. At that moment, Nan Feng stood up instead, turning his head in puzzlement. Oh, how is it that the three of you have knelt? Nan in disbelief, thought, how could this be? Why is it that, even in kneeling, it should have been that ungrateful child who knelt? Yet here I am? Nan Feng spoke calmly. Nan perhaps you should reflect on your actions over the years. Do you truly have a right to issue commands in this ancestral hall? At this juncture, Nan legs felt weak and numb. Angrily, he looked up and shouted, Nan Feng, this must be coincidence. Kneel before me. Kneel. Nan Feng replied coolly, You should stay here and reflect. While I shall not kneel, they cannot bear the burden. With that, Nan Feng strode out of the ancestral hall. Nan could not comprehend what had just transpired. It must be coincidence. Yes, it is coincidence. This rebellious child. The ancestors will punish you. We shall see. Nan Feng furrowed his brows slightly as the ancestral tablet toppled, and the clear sky echoed with thunder. It seems the ancestors of the Nan family deemed themselves unable to bear this. Indeed, their very souls belonged to their forebears. How could they kneel before their descendants? At that moment, hurriedly sought out Nan Feng. Young Master Nan Feng, why are you not at the ancestral hall? Nan Feng replied with a smile. How is it? Has grandmother awakened? Nodded. The old lady has awakened, and her first concern was to find you. Come quickly. Let us head to the hospital. Meanwhile, after Lin Wanyue was brought to the hospital, the doctors promptly arranged for a comprehensive series of examinations. They prepared to conduct a thorough assessment of Lin Wanyue, including basic MRI and CT scans, directly attending to the elderly lady's needs. At this moment, the old lady was already resting in a VIP ward. Zhao Feng, accompanied by the younger members of the Nan family, arrived at the office of the deputy director. Zhao Feng said, Director Mao, earlier at home, my youngest son carelessly administered acupuncture to his grandmother. Is there a chance that the old lady may not awaken? I have already braced myself for the worst. Please, just tell me. Chapter 74. I have just been struck by lightning. Had you informed me sooner, I could have arranged for the transfer of shares. As I'm the primary heir. The vice president glanced at Zhao Feng and replied nonchalantly, Madam, it appears that the old matriarch's health is quite stable now. She is in good condition. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications. What do you mean? She finally managed to ask. The vice president chuckled awkwardly. I mean to say that the old matriarch's health issues have resolved. She is doing remarkably well. But wasn't my mother just feeling unwell? Zhao Feng exclaimed in astonishment. The vice president shook his head. We have just conducted a thorough examination. It seems the old matriarch was suffering from a rare nerve pain. While she has experienced ailments in the past, this instance was not as severe. However, after our preliminary checks, it appears she has miraculously recovered. Could it be that young master administered some treatment to her? That seems rather extraordinary, does it not? Zhao Feng pondered this revelation when a nurse approached, stating, Old Madame Lin has awakened and is asking for you. Zhao Feng nodded in response, All right, I shall take the children there at once. Upon entering the hospital room, they found Lin Wanyue already awake. You are all here. Where is Nan Feng? Although still somewhat weak, her complexion had vastly improved. Have him come to me, she insisted. Zhao Feng sighed. Mother, why are you still thinking of your grandson? You should focus on your recovery first. Lin Wanyue shook her head. Send Age to fetch him. It was thanks to this child that I have gained clarity on several matters. Zhao Feng looked puzzled. Mother, please rest. If there is anything you wish to discuss, you can tell me. Lin Wanyue glanced at Zhao Feng before shaking her head. Let us wait until Nan Feng arrives. The siblings of the Nan family exchanged glances, unsure why their grandmother, after regaining consciousness, was so eager to summon Nan Feng. Was there something she needed to arrange? Meanwhile, Nan Feng was seated in the back of his grandmother's Mercedes. Age presented him with legal documents, explaining the old matriarch holds 50% of the Nan family's shares, and she intends to grant you an additional 6%. This would give you a total of 15% of the Nan Group's shares, thereby enhancing your influence within the company. Nan Feng was taken aback. Grandma, why such a sudden allocation? Age nodded. Indeed, the old matriarch is designating you as her heir. Nan Feng acknowledged this, but noted, however, granting me such a significant portion at this stage places considerable pressure on me. He was acutely aware that, at his young age, receiving such shares would only intensify Nan Ji's wariness of him. Are you feeling apprehensive, young Master Nan Feng? Age inquired. Nan Feng, shaking his head, replied, I will sign. Before long, Nan Feng and Age had arrived at the hospital. Hurrying to the hospital room, Nan Feng approached Lin Wanyue with concern. Grandma, how are you? Lin Wanyue nodded in acknowledgement. Eagerly, she grasped Nan Feng's hand and spoke in a low voice. Grandmother is fine. It is thanks to you that she has suffered less. Nan Yue murmured from the side, isn't it only natural for a grandson to be attentive when his grandmother is in need? Lin Wanyue chose to disregard Nan Yue's comment and calmly continued. You have seen the items, have you not? Do you fancy the gift your grandmother bestowed upon you? Zhao Feng immediately seized upon the key words, inquiring with confusion, Mom, what did you just say you gave? A gift? What sort of gift? Lin Wanyue smiled faintly and replied, I just allocated 6% of my shares to Nan Feng as a reward for his successful business venture and for his medical assistance. The expressions of those present changed dramatically. Nan Yue exclaimed in shock, What? Grandmother, what are you saying? I am about to graduate from university, and I possess only this minimal share. Nan Feng has only just returned. Altogether, he now has 15%, does he not? Zhao Feng vehemently opposed the decision. Mother, whether it's a reward or a gift, there are countless alternatives. There is no need to grant shares. Wasn't that 50% meant to be passed on to the heir of the Nan family? Lin Wanyue cast a glance at them all and retorted. When did I say it would be given to Nan Ji? To squander it on him? I have stated that these shares will eventually belong to the heir of the Nan family, but I never specified to whom. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiao perked up and immediately asked, Is grandmother indicating that my brother will be the heir? I thought my sister would assume that role. Nan Yue's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Nan Yumeng felt a sense of unease. After all, the pie is only so large. If grandmother were to bestow the shares upon one of them, their close bond would ensure that, regardless of who inherited, they could manage expenditures together. However, if Nan Feng, who is devoid of empathy, were to inherit the Nan family's fortune, it would spell trouble for their future. Who could say whether expenditures would require his approval? Thus, their opposition was evident. Lin Wanyue spoke sternly. Am I declaring that the heir is decided now? I merely wish to inform you that if one performs well, I shall reward them accordingly. You need not fret so. Should Nan Feng fail to meet expectations, I will reclaim the shares. Hearing Lin Wanyue's words, the tension among them eased slightly. At that moment, Lin Wanyue added, You all may step outside for a moment. I wish to speak with Nan Feng privately. Reluctantly, they exited. Once outside, Nan Yue tugged at her mother and said, Mom, this Nan Feng is receiving too much favoritism. For so long, grandmother's shares remained untouched. And now suddenly, she grants him so much. Isn't the implication obvious? Nan Yumeng nodded in agreement. I sense something amiss. If Nan Feng becomes the heir, with his current attitude, will I have to beg him for money in the future? Zhao Feng also found the situation absurd. With a sigh, she reassured, Do not worry. I will find a solution to this matter. First, I must call your father. How is it that Nan Feng, who was supposed to be in the ancestral hall, has ended up in the hospital? What on earth is your father up to? Zhao Feng promptly made a call back. On the other end, Nan Ji responded in bewilderment. I was just in the ancestral hall when I was struck by lightning. Now my entire body feels sore and numb. I can hardly move. Zhao Feng was left utterly speechless. No, darling, are you joking? The ancestral hall? Struck by lightning? Chapter 75. A reassessment of height. Nan Ji recounted the events that had just transpired in the ancestral hall. What were you about to say? Is there something happening in the hospital? How is my mother? Zhao Feng promptly relayed the incident concerning the elderly lady transferring her shares at the hospital. Has my mother lost her senses? A primary school child. She actually moved her own shares. It seems she genuinely harbors intentions to support her grandson's ascendance. Can she not see the efforts I have put forth over the years? 10 years ago, before I took over the business, I endured alcohol poisoning while entertaining clients for the sake of the company's interests. 5 years ago, having already ascended to the position of general manager, I burned the midnight oil for the company. Has she failed to notice my dedication? Now, for the sake of a grandson, she wishes to hasten my downfall? This cannot continue. Absolutely not. I must find an opportunity to gauge my mother's sentiments. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Lin Wanyu grasped Nan Feng's hand and sighed. Child, you must speak the truth to your grandmother. Who exactly are you? Nan Feng was taken aback. It appeared the old lady had sensed something amiss. Was his identity on the verge of discovery? Grandmother, why do you say that? Lin Wanyu shook her head. Having lived more than half my life, I have encountered all manner of people and situations. A child in primary school, skilled in music and arts. I could attribute that to your remarkable talent. However, your medical knowledge eludes my comprehension. Child, do you harbor some secret from your grandmother? Nan Feng exhaled slightly in relief, believing his grandmother had merely cast a suspicion. Grandmother, I merely possess a photographic memory. My medical knowledge is derived from reading medical texts. It was merely a fortunate coincidence that I could apply it. Lin Wanyu scrutinized Nan Feng for a prolonged moment before finally letting out a heavy sigh. Very well. If you prefer not to share with your grandmother, I shall understand. Nan Feng sought to shift the topic, urging, Grandmother, you must rest more and not overexert yourself. Lin Wanyu nodded. I understand, child. As Nan Feng rose to leave, Lin Wanyu gazed at his retreating figure, pondering. Your handwriting and artistic strokes are almost identical to those of the crown prince of the Southern Dynasty. Could this truly be a coincidence? But I do not comprehend. In her youth, Lin Wanyu was indeed a talented woman, well-versed in the arts and aesthetics. This prowess had once captivated the young Shangwan Feiyan, although they did not end up together. Lin Wanyu was no less adept in the appreciation of calligraphy and painting than he. Thus, she had observed Nan Feng's endeavors with keen interest. An hour later, Nan Ji hurriedly arrived at the hospital, and upon seeing his mother, he let out a wail. Mother, how could you be in such a state? This is all that rascal Nan Feng's doing. He must have upset you. Lin Wanyu retorted with irritation. What do you mean I'm upset over my dear grandson? It is you, as his father, who has vexed me. Nan Jai, I have taught you those principles since childhood, yet it seems none have taken root in your mind. Upon hearing this, Nan Jai was not inclined to address that topic. Instead, he immediately interjected, Mom, I heard you have transferred your shares to Nan Feng? Mother, this is ill-advised. Nan Feng is merely a primary school student. His focus should be on his studies, not on possessing such a substantial stake. This is detrimental to the ambitions of youth. Lin Wanyu snorted dismissively. Do not lecture me. Regardless of how you view it, Nan Feng is your son. Why are you so distrustful of your own child? Or is it that you simply envy those with talent, even if they're your own flesh and blood? Nan Jai, you should feel ashamed. I taught you that a ruler may be mediocre, but must never harbor jealousy for the gifted. How can you lead the entire Nan family conglomerate with such a mindset? Nan Jai replied solemnly, Mother, I understand your concerns, but I believe it is too soon. If Nan Feng excels, we can reward him with a house and a car instead. Lin Wanyu, recalling a detail, interjected, Is my grandson still driving Mercedes C-Class? One T that invite ridicule? Nan Jai's expression darkened. What is wrong with a young boy driving a Mercedes C-Class? Mother, do not elevate him too high. It would hinder his drive to strive. Lin Wanyu firmly declared, Change Nan Feng's vehicle to a Maybach. That is too extravagant. Nan Jai responded in a deep voice. Neither Nan Yue nor Nan Yumeng have such high specifications. Follow my instructions. Are you now disregarding your mother's wishes? Lin Wanyu said irritably. Meanwhile, outside the hospital room, Nan Yue approached her mother. Mom, I will soon begin my internship. Please arrange a good position for me. I would prefer to earn money without working. Zhao Feng pinched her daughter's ears sharply. In our own business, you wish to receive money without effort? You are about to start your internship. It is the perfect opportunity to seize business from Nan Feng. You are the eldest sister and significantly older than him. Surely you can outperform him. Therefore, you should join Nan Feng's department. Since you have an interest in cosmetics, you can assist him while also gathering information about his department. By pleasing your grandmother, you may secure the management rights of Nan Feng's division in due time. What? Nan Yue's face fell. Work under him? That makes me uncomfortable. You cannot endure such a minor indignity? How will you assist your brother in the future when vying for power? Begin as the deputy director. It will grant you some authority, and then you can. Back at the Nan household, Nan Feng was engrossed in a game of chess in his study when he received a call from his subordinate, Lin Hongwu. Young Master Nan, I have news. The headquarters has dispatched your sister to intern at the company. Nan Feng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this was akin to sending an envoy to monitor him. Understood, he replied, picking up a chess piece from the table. The headquarters of the Nan Group serves as the very heart of an empire, while my department and I resemble the regional governors. The emperor, wary of my burgeoning power, has dispatched an imperial envoy to keep a watchful eye on me. A subtle smile graced Nan Feng's lips as he remarked, This Nan Yue is nothing more than a mere drunkard, destined to accomplish nothing under my guidance. General, Zhang Wanting exclaimed in astonishment, Young Master Nan, could it be that you have bested me 9 times in just 10 minutes? Nan Feng replied coolly, Your skills do indeed leave much to be desired. In the presence of the masters of the Southern Dynasty, you would be utterly vanquished. Zhang Wanting rose and said, I must take my leave now. Until tomorrow, young Master Nan. Nan Feng nodded in response. At that moment, in the courtyard, A announced, Young Master, it is time to measure your height again. Nan Feng acknowledged with a nod. After a thorough measuring, the tailor exclaimed in surprise, Ah, it's 3 meters. Young Master Nan is truly growing quickly. He is sure to become quite tall. Chapter 76. The Olympiad of the 3-Body Problem. Nan Feng nodded. With the true dragon breathing technique at his disposal, it would be arduous for him not to grow tall. Moreover, akin to various other martial arts, the true dragon breathing technique accelerates the growth of its practitioner with each breakthrough into a higher realm. In the Nan Dynasty, it was not uncommon for a 16-year-old to lift a cauldron. Unlike today, as children, who feel chilly from a mere peach, and are promptly sent to the hospital at the slightest stumble. Many martial generals in the Nan Dynasty were conferred titles by the age of 20. Once the tailor had taken his leave, Nan Feng returned to his study. After perusing some books, he practiced the breathing technique for a while. The following morning, he set off for school. Arriving at the manor's entrance with his backpack, he discovered that his vehicle had been replaced. This new car exuded an undeniable air of luxury. This is an elevation in my treatment and status, Nan Feng mused. The driver was already waiting beside the vehicle, and Nan Feng climbed in with a sense of justified contentment. In the distance, Nan Yue and Nan Yumeng observed, feeling a twinge of resentment. How is it fair that he drives a Maybach while we are left with mere E-Class? Nan Yumeng shook her head. Let us not dwell on that. I heard you'll be interning in his department. Isn't that intolerable? You'll have to heed his commands? Nan Yue stamped her feet in frustration. Yumeng, that boy is truly detestable. I am thoroughly exasperated with him. What do we do to make him go away? With arms crossed and biting her lip, Nan Yumeng replied, There's no recourse. He is grandmother's favorite grandson, and we are sidelined. Seated in the car, it wasn't too long before they arrived at the school entrance. Indeed, a vehicle of superior caliber was markedly more comfortable. Upon disembarking, he was greeted by a large banner at the school gate. Elementary School Olympiad? Nan Feng nearly forgot about this event, which his teacher had registered him for. Proficient in arithmetic and having glimpsed the mathematics of this era's elementary students, he believed it would be manageable. As he entered the school, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of upperclassmen. Boss, our school is hosting the Olympiad this time, and students from other schools will be attending. We heard you signed up. You must not let them act arrogantly. Indeed, boss, you must secure victory. Nan Feng nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a group of students in varied school uniforms approached, presumably contestants from other institutions. One of his senior followers remarked. Over there is the mathematics prodigy from a small school, Hongwu, known as the Four-Eyed Frog, a genius in Olympiad competitions, having secured numerous championships. And there's the Olympiad girl from the third small school, Jianyuan, a third grader who can easily outshine sixth graders and has even participated in high-level competitions, he continued. Nan Feng nodded once more. Just then, Li Jingjing approached from a distance, stating in a serious tone, "The most formidable of them all is the one known as the mathematics three-body problem, an Olympiad juggernaut nicknamed Waterdrop, hailing from the fourth small school." In the distance, a bespectacled boy donned in a checkered shirt was surrounded by students in fourth small school uniforms. "Ladies and gentlemen, with all due respect, the so-called experts from your respective elementary schools are nothing but mediocre," he proclaimed. The students from various schools reacted with indignation. "Waterdrop, you are truly remarkable, aren't you? Indeed, do you fancy yourself a being from the Trisolaran civilization?" Waterdrop chuckled coldly upon hearing this. "What of it? I excel in mathematics, effortlessly surpassing you indigenous folk." Young Hongwu and Jianyuan from the third grade boldly declare that today they would bring you down from your pedestal. "Indeed, Waterdrop, I shall make you understand what it means to be a human from Earth." Nan Feng squinted, speaking casually. "Is this so-called Waterdrop really that impressive?" Li Jingjing nodded in affirmation. To put it plainly, Waterdrop participates in every competition available, including those at the collegiate level. Though he has never claimed first place among university students, he has secured several second-place finishes. As for the Olympiads for those below high school level, he consistently emerges victorious. "Unless," Nan Feng inquired, perplexed. "Unless what?" "Unless I don't participate." Waterdrop adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Addressing Nan Feng, "I often watch your school's live broadcasts. Thus, I must inform you that while you may possess some talent, it pales in comparison to my own." Nan Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, stating calmly, "Pride invites loss, humility brings benefit. Such is the way of the universe. You are too ostentatious. Be wary of severe fall." In the distance, the live broadcast crew seized the opportunity, aiming their camera directly at Nan Feng. The online audience found endless amusement. "What is this? How dare you show off before His Majesty? Big courage. Drag him away and eliminate him." Haha, more classical Chinese. Just look at the expressions of those elementary students. I absolutely love it. Regarding the Olympiad, allow me to say a few words, just a few, and I am done. At this moment, Waterdrop's expression darkened. He had not comprehended a word of what Nan Feng was saying. Turning his back, he remarked, "It is best for liberal arts students to refrain from participating in Olympiads. You don't even understand your own words. Let us go, classmates." Watching Waterdrop's departing figure, the other elementary students gnashed their teeth in frustration. Waterdrop was simply insufferable. Soon, the homeroom teacher approached Nan Feng, informing him, "Nan Xiao, your brother, as well as Zhao Shuwen and Zhao Xia, are also participating." Nan Feng was taken back. The other two were understandable, but Zhao Shuwen? "Oh, you didn't know?" Zhao Shuwen is quite adept at mathematics, though she is utterly lost in other subjects. Nan Feng nodded slightly, conceding, "Very well then. Teacher Lin may lead her class as participants to the competition venue." Upon arrival, Nan Feng learned that the competition was divided into 2 rounds. The first round served as a qualifier for the finals, followed by the final round that employed a rapid-fire question format. Hearing this news, Nan Feng was unfazed, regardless. He was confident in his performance. Beside him, Nan Xiao remarked casually, "Nan Feng, while I may not necessarily triumph over Waterdrop and his cohort, besting you should pose no challenge. I have been trained in Olympiad mathematics since the age of 3. What about you? At 3, you were likely still playing in the mud." Nan Feng smiled faintly. Should I reveal that this prince was studying the 9 chapters on the mathematical art at the age of 3? At this moment, Lin Mei imparted her final words of encouragement. "You all must perform admirably, striving to secure an esteemed position for our class, so that I may indulge in a bit of boasting." Nan Feng replied with a hint of indifference, "Teacher, you." "Enough," Lin Mei interjected. "I must take my leave now. If you have any lessons to impart, we shall discuss them another time. All right?" With that, she hurriedly made her exit. Nan Feng let out a sigh, contemplating, "What I meant to express was that you are quite elegantly attired today." Do I strike you as one who constantly seeks your faults? At that moment, a host clad in a suit adorned with geometric patterns appeared on stage. Welcome, dear students. Prepare to participate in this year's extraordinarily challenging mathematical Olympiad. Chapter 77. What? Extra questions in the evening. This is indeed splendid news. In this first round, everyone will complete the exam here. Upon finishing, the AI on your desks will automatically grade your papers, swiftly determining the rankings. Ultimately, the bottom 50% of the students will be eliminated, while those who advance will proceed to the next phase. Upon hearing this, Lin Mei, the homeroom teacher, nodded and turned to address her students, saying, "Listen, this round is merely an initial elimination. I have faith that you all can succeed. The real challenge lies in the next round, and I hope each of you will advance." Nan Xiao turned to Nan Feng and remarked, "Class leader, I'll be waiting for you up front this time." Nan Feng merely smiled faintly, not paying Nan Xiao any heed. Zhao Xia's gaze flitted back and forth over Nan Feng, noticing how he seemed to have grown significantly. Indeed, tall boys are quite appealing. Meanwhile, from a distance, the elite students from other primary schools were also on edge. The one known as the mathematical bug of the three-body problem, who boasted of his prowess, looked down upon others, brazenly taunting, "What are you all? First, second, third primary schools? Even that little emperor from Aliston Primary School is nothing but trash compared to my water droplet. Understand the concept of dimensionality reduction." The crowd simmered with indignation, yet remained silent. Nan Feng merely glanced at him and smiled, saying, "Just wait to be proven wrong." Water Droplet's expression faltered, responding, "All right, let us see what you can do to embarrass me." In the school's live broadcast room, viewers were thoroughly entertained. "Hey, do you know who this is? This is the super three-body level math prodigy, Water Droplet. What else with this Water Droplet? Why are you all making such a fuss over a primary school student? You wouldn't understand. He is a genius in math competitions, known for his dimensionality reduction technique. I've seen him compete. He is incredibly formidable." "How formidable can he be? Is he better than my little emperor?" At this moment, all the primary students took their seats. As everyone settled down, Nan Feng glanced at the exam paper, realizing it was indeed somewhat challenging. Had it not been for my prior studies in elementary, middle, high school, and even college arithmetic, I would truly struggle. However, there was no need for panic now. With swift strokes, Nan Feng began to write, his speed impressive and his movements exceptionally graceful. Other talented students also began to write. Nan Xiao stole a glance at Nan Feng, thinking, "Is this Nan Feng really that fast? He must be pretending. I need to catch up." Meanwhile, Water Droplet disdainfully surveyed the others before starting to answer the questions. These primary students were all quite mediocre. Only high school and college students could rival me. The rest were mere trifles. Just then, Nan Feng suddenly put down his pen and calmly announced, "I'm done." The supervising teacher stood up, exclaiming, "So soon? This child is rather impressive." The other teachers nodded in agreement. This must be Nan Feng from first grade, the school's athletic champion. Who would have thought he possesses such talent in mathematics? "Please place your exam paper on the scanner in front of you," the teacher instructed. At that moment, Water Droplet had only completed a little over half of his paper. The other students on site were abuzz with discussion and astonishment. "Incredible! How can Nan Feng be so fast? It's impossible. Our speed is certainly not slow, yet he outpaces us by such a margin. Could it be sheer luck? This defies logic." The audience in the live broadcast echoed similar sentiments. "My little emperor is truly remarkable. Long live our emperor. Go. Let's get started." At that moment, Nan Feng smiled slightly, exuding confidence. Based on his recent answers, he believed that even if he did not achieve a perfect score, he had done exceptionally well. Soon, other competitors began to finish, including his classmates Nan Xiao and Zhao Xia. As the computer screen displayed scores and rankings, those below the red line would be eliminated. Even the skilled participants, including Shui Di, felt a pang of anxiety. After all, Nan Feng had displayed formidable strength by completing the questions in such a brief time. Could he be on the verge of claiming the top spot? Just then, the rankings were revealed. 1. Shui Di. 2. Jianyuan. 3. Wang Ke. 4. Nan Xiao. 5. Zhao Xia. Laughter erupted in the room. "Huh, is this a joke? Nan Feng, you were so quick. Yet where are you? I can't find you." Could it be that Nan Feng was eliminated in the first round? What's going on, Nan Feng? Have you been indulging in electronic cigarettes? Is your head in the clouds? Most of the audience were Nan Feng's fans. What the heck? Let me ask AI why this happened. This makes no sense. Our little emperor is supposed to be a natural genius. Impossible. There is no reason for him to lose. It simply cannot be. Nan Feng himself was equally perplexed. Upon examining his scan test paper, he realized there were additional questions on the back that he had overlooked. A foolish mistake. However, the questions he had answered were all correct, without a single error. Was he really to be eliminated? Just then, Nan Xiao interjected, "Hey, you barely made it. What luck to not be eliminated." It was only then that everyone noticed Nan Feng's name just above the cutoff line. They erupted in mockery. Luck cannot accompany you into the finals. Shui scoffed, having completely dismissed Nan Feng from the ranks of the elite. After all, a person who relies on chance to reach the finals is not worthy of his attention. Other competitors shared this sentiment. Zhao Shi aside, it seems even my brother Nan Feng isn't infallible. This time, he may indeed face defeat. Meanwhile, in the Nan household, a butler hurriedly approached Nan Jai. "Master." Young Master Nan Xiao just participated in the mathematics competition and achieved a commendable 4th place in the first round. Nan Jai shook his head. "Only 4th? What a joke. What about Nan Feng? He can't possibly be in 1st place, can he?" He had grown accustomed to Nan Feng's tendency to surprise everyone with his remarkable achievements. The butler shook his head. Young Master Nan Feng placed 35th and did not secure the 1st position. It appears he too has his areas of weakness. Upon hearing this, Nanji's expression instantly blossomed like a flower. "Ha! It has been ages since I encountered something so amusing. How could that arrogant Nan Feng only rank 35th? Now, this is truly entertaining. My son will surely surpass him. In the evening, I shall order additional dishes and tell my mother, 'Look, my son is quite remarkable too.' It is high time for her to recognize my son, Nan Xiao, instead of constantly singing praises of Nan Feng." Chapter 78. What merit and capability does he possess? Why? At this moment, on the competition field, while the crowd was taken aback, their attention shifted away from Nan Feng. After all, it is inconceivable for one individual to excel in every domain. Thus, it was understandable that his mediocre performance in mathematics raised no eyebrows. However, the homeroom teacher and other subject instructors were perplexed. Nan Feng's usual swift rectifications in mathematics left them baffled as to how he nearly faced elimination at this juncture. Unbeknownst to them, Nan Feng had only completed half of the questions before advancing to the finals. At this moment, he felt there was little to articulate. Having made an error, he must acknowledge it. After all, this was merely the first round, and ample opportunities lay ahead. As the host's voice resonated, the rules for the second round were announced. This round would employ a competitive mechanism, wherein a multitude of mathematical problems would appear on the computers before the participants. Questions would be color-coded according to difficulty, offering varying points: green for 1 point, blue for 3 points, red for 5 points, and gold for 10 points. However, the difficulty would escalate exponentially. Furthermore, this round was a test of speed. Only those students with sufficiently swift reflexes would seize a substantial number of questions. Students could also forfeit if they found a problem insurmountable, but doing so would incur a penalty in points. Let the battle commence, young scholars. Nan Feng gazed at the countdown before him, indicating that, per the host's instructions, a plethora of questions would soon flood the screen. The quicker a question was completed, the more one could capture, thus accumulating higher scores. Nan Xiao chuckled. "Brother Nan Feng, cease your struggles with your dismal performance. Even if you manage to grab a gold question, you shall merely become a laughingstock." The other skilled competitors could hardly spare him a glance, fixated on their own screens. At that moment, the countdown on the computer began. 3, 2, 1, go, go, go. In the next instant, the screen displayed a cascade of colorful bubbles, each representing questions of varying difficulties. Soon, the golden bubbles began to vanish, snatched away by others. Naturally, the students aimed for the higher value questions, firmly believing themselves to be exceptional prodigies. They gave little thought to their own capabilities or the possibility of settling for lesser challenges. A few students, hindered by their sluggish reflexes, were left with no choice but to opt for the red questions. However, it quickly became evident that they had gravely misjudged the situation. Some ordinary students, previously unknown, discovered that the mathematical problems contained within the golden bubbles were far beyond their level. Not only did they waste precious time, but forfeiting would also lead to point deductions. This is absurd. These golden questions are exceedingly difficult. Are they not at the level of higher mathematics? Surely, this is university material. Forfeit, forfeit. This is beyond our reach. Many who chose the golden questions hastily abandoned them, quickly pivoting to questions of lesser difficulty. Yet, those who had selected the red questions soon found themselves lamenting. Is this truly an elementary mathematics competition? How peculiar are these questions? Must one employ the Lagrange mean value theorem and chaos theory? How could I possibly manage that? I yield. Many students have discovered that the so-called challenging problems are not for the average individual. Meanwhile, Nan Xiao and Zhao Xia, among others, were drenched in perspiration. Ultimately, they opted for the blue questions and began to solve them rapidly. The audience in the live stream commented, "Who would have thought that this mathematics competition is so formidable?" In any case, there are two math problems I cannot solve. This one eludes me, and so does that. During my studies, I tackle math problems 10 times, and each time the answer varied. I have 10 fingers, thus I advise against calculations exceeding 10. I can't very well resort to my toes. As the audience engaged in abstraction, Nan Feng commenced his endeavors. Presently, aside from water drop, other students and experts chose the red questions, while the less experienced opted for blue, as speed in answering, even with lower difficulty, could swiftly accumulate points. Waterdrop, true to his name, boldly selected the most challenging golden questions and had already completed one. At this juncture, Nan Feng raised his hand and selected a golden question. On the left side of each contestant's computer, one could see the color of their currently chosen question and their point tally. Although Nan Feng's score stood at 0, the question he had chosen was evidently golden. Many experts took note of this. Waterdrop remarked, "Trash is merely trash, unable to recognize its own limitations." Jianyuan commented, "Even I, a goddess of mathematics, wouldn't dare select a golden question. How dare you?" Nan Feng, who is virtually unknown. Wonka said, "This person is beyond saving." Nan Xiao added, "My brother has always enjoyed posturing. If he relishes the act, let him continue." Zhao Xia advised, "Nan Feng, if your skills are insufficient, you might consider choosing blue. If you cannot solve the golden question, you'll incur penalties for abandoning it." The homeroom teacher, Lin Mei, sighed, "What is the matter with Nan Feng? I cannot tackle the golden questions, and, well, I struggle with the red ones too, but does that truly matter? What is significant is your choice of such a challenging golden question. You are infuriating me. I have high hopes for you. You are my class monitor, and I would be embarrassed if you became a laughingstock." Yet, at that moment, Nan Feng remained remarkably composed. Compared to the 9 chapters on the mathematical art, modern arithmetic indeed has its shortcomings, but it is not devoid of merits. As for modern arithmetic techniques, I have perused advanced mathematics texts over the past few days. It is not insurmountable. Let P be an odd prime. I see now. I merely need to employ transformations and bijective solutions, followed by symmetry analysis and combinatorial counting to arrive at the answer. Nan Feng's eyes sparkled, and a faint smile graced his lips. If the grand tutor were to witness the development of arithmetic in this era, he would be exhilarated, awake for 3 nights straight. The solution to this problem is 9. Ding! Congratulations on your correct answer. You have earned 10 points. Nan Feng smiled faintly. All contestants present glanced to the left at Nan Feng's avatar, now marked with 10 points. As the rankings surged, astonished gasps erupted. How could this be possible? How could he solve a golden question? Indeed, a perfect score. I would struggle to surpass that even with 3 blue questions. Did this fellow intentionally underperform in the first round? No, it is more plausible that he stumbled upon the answer by chance. Perhaps he had fortuitously reviewed the very question that appeared. Indeed, in disbelief, Nan Xiao gazed at Nan Feng, his lips nearly biting into his own flesh, his body trembling incessantly. Nan Feng, could you not relent? Among so many categories, must you not allow me to triumph in mathematics? Since your return, Grandmother adores you. And everyone is continually astonished by your prowess. What merit do you possess? Brother, a mere villager? Huh. Chapter 79. Father has prepared a computer for you. The boy, known as Water Droplet, furrowed his brow slightly after solving just one problem. What luck you have, but fortune does not favor you every time. True strength is everything. He selected another golden question bubble, only to find himself confronted with a challenging problem that combined physics and mathematics. He immediately fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, however, another golden question was answered in the area where Nan Feng was situated, followed by a 10. His ranking surged instantly to the top position. How is this possible? Water Droplet's expression darkened, while several judges on stage nodded in agreement. This student is impressive. Indeed, to have solved 2 golden questions in such a short span of time was remarkable. Teacher Lin Mei, filled with joy, stood up exclaiming, "I knew it. This child can always turn the tide at critical moments." The audience in the live stream was ecstatic. "Let us turn the tide. Go, go, go. As expected of my sovereign, I applaud you. My sovereign never disappoints us, the subjects." At that moment, Water Droplet also began to exert himself, feeling the pressure. He successfully answered the second question, instantly leveling the score with Nan Feng. Some of his fans in the live chat commented, "My Water Droplet is amazing. That was merely a fleeting lead, just an illusion." Exactly. My Water Droplet is the best. Who is Nan Feng? I've never heard of him. Just as Water Droplet, filled with confidence, began to tackle the third question, Nan Feng scored another 10. Water Droplet's hand trembled slightly. He was indeed skilled. 3 questions could not be mere coincidence. He removed his jacket and began to answer questions rapidly. Upon noticing this action, the audience in the live stream remarked, "He's about to burst." Water Droplet always sheds his jacket before an explosion of talent. As expected of my brother Water Droplet, all those Emperor fans next door can just step aside. Indeed, after shedding his jacket, Water Droplet's score acquisition rate skyrocketed. 10. 10. A smile began to appear on his face. Surely, this time he would take the lead, right? However, when he glanced at the rankings on the left, he was shocked to find himself in second place, with Nan Feng holding a commanding lead of 20 points. Impossible. How can there be an elementary student better at mathematics than me? Suddenly, Water Droplet coughed up blood, and his nostrils began to bleed profusely. Yet he persisted in answering questions. A judge, noticing his condition, stood up and called out, "Hey, student over there, are you all right? If you're feeling unwell, don't force yourself." But Water Droplet seemed entranced, completely oblivious to his own body. His sole focus was on surpassing Nan Feng's score. He wiped his cheek, his hand stained with blood, yet his pace of answering questions quickened. "I've reached my limit. Why? Why am I still unable to succeed? Why?" Bang! In the next moment, the Water Droplet collapsed onto the ground. The competition among the classmates had concluded. The referee rushed over, shouting for an ambulance. Chaos ensued at the scene. Nan Feng leisurely glanced at the results. "Oh, I'm in first place." The viewers in the live stream expressed their astonishment. "The Water Droplet has been overburdened. My little emperor is impressive. I bow to you. You are truly remarkable. This is not a child. Let me tag one who is." The rankings of the others present had become inconsequential. Nan Feng soared to a commanding lead, surpassing the Water Droplet by 40 points. Such a score was indeed formidable. At the Nan residence, Nanji had not gone to the office today. He cast a sidelong glance at the steward beside him. "My son's competition should be over by now. Why have the results not been announced?" The steward, visibly embarrassed, responded, "Well, it actually concluded half an hour ago." "Oh, why did you not mention this?" A sense of foreboding crept into Nanji's mind. "Speak up," the steward replied. Young Master Nan Shao ranked 6th, while Young Master Nan Feng secured first place. Puffed. Nanji spat out his tea. "This child is exceptionally ruthless. Is there anything he cannot excel at? What then of the millions I invest annually in Nan Shao's upbringing? Am I simply wealthy?" The steward suddenly spoke. "Master, I have a plan." Nanji nodded in interest. "Go on." The steward continued. "Nowadays, it is quite simple to ruin a child. For instance, consider installing computers and gaming consoles. You see, for a boy from the countryside, how can he resist such temptations? Nan Ji smacked his thigh. Indeed. How could I not have realized that he, having come from humble beginnings, would cherish books and learning? If he had everything, would he not become engrossed in them? Before long, would he not lose his ambition? You are exceedingly astute. Therefore, Nan Feng, as the top scorer in mathematics, must be rewarded. You shall go and procure the latest computer, gaming console, and an array of games. Very well. A triumphant expression filled Nan Ji's face. Nan Feng, if only you were a tad more ordinary, we could all relax our vigilance against you. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Nan Feng returned home, where Lin Wanyue promptly called him over for dinner. At the dining table, Zhao Feng instructed the removal of all dishes containing onions. Did you not see shower in tears? What purpose does bringing onions serve? Since securing 6th place in the mathematics competition, Nan Xiao had remained with reddened eyes, on the verge of tears. Lin Wanyue remarked coolly, "Must we all cater to him, just because he did not perform well?" Nan Ji replied solemnly, "Mother, Nan Xiao is ambitious. This is commendable. His poor performance warrants only a slight concession, does it not? Furthermore, I have rewarded Nan Feng this time. I believe this balances things out. What is the issue?" Nan Yue chimed in, "Grandma, Dad specifically installed a computer for Nan Feng, which shows how much he values him. I want a new computer too, yet Dad refuses to replace mine." Nan Yuming nodded. Father is indeed biased. Nan Ji let out a cold snort. How can you two speak so brazenly? Have you taken a good look at your own achievements? He turned to Nan Feng. By the way, your elder sister will soon begin her internship. Once she arrives at the company, please take care of her a little. Nan Feng nodded. I treat everyone equally. Nan Yue huffed through her nose. Naturally, she was reluctant to go to Nan Feng's company, but she had no choice. This was the task assigned to her by Nan Ji. I will report tomorrow. Please inform your subordinates not to leave me without an office upon my arrival. Nan Feng replied nonchalantly, I've already made the necessary arrangements, but I must express a concern regarding your position. The entire family turned their gaze towards Nan Feng in unison. Nan Ji frowned. It's not settled yet. There's a vacancy for a deputy minister. Perhaps we could have Nan Yue gain some experience in management? Nan Feng shook his head. She is not suited for it. She should start as an intern. Chapter 80, I quit. What? Nan Yue exclaimed, utterly taken aback. An intern? I graduated from Bin University. Do you even comprehend financial management? I am a management major, and you expect me to work as a mere intern like an ordinary university student? Nan Feng, I am your elder sister. Nan Feng replied coolly, Grandmother has appointed me as the head of the department, and I must fulfill my duties. Firstly, you lack experience. Secondly, if I were to place you directly in a position, the others in the unit would not accept you. Consequently, you would be isolated and unable to engage in daily tasks, hindering your learning. Internship, I have researched, refers to university students nearing graduation who enter the workforce early to adapt to practical work, thereby gaining deeper insights into their studies. An entry? Nan Yue raised her hand to fan herself, incredulous. Are you an AI? I speak of familial ties, and you counter with definitions? You must be a robot. Human machine? Nan Yuming nodded in agreement. Indeed, Nan Feng, you are mistaken here. At that moment, Nan Xiao interjected, Brother Nan Feng is the person in charge. What he says must be heeded by his sister, since she is not the one in command. Those words struck Nan Yue deeply. As a senior, she had yet to oversee her own project. The only one she managed last year had failed. In contrast, Nan Feng, still in primary school, had successfully generated profits for the corporation with his projects and even secured a collaboration with the Fu family's daughter. He was nothing short of a prodigy. She could not compete, not in the slightest, yet she had always been proud throughout her life. Nan Feng, I refuse to go. A faint smile graced Nan Feng's lips. If you do not wish to go, all the better. I never compelled you. At that moment, Lin Wanyue spoke softly. At your age, making such a fuss over trivial matters is unbecoming. Do you think that raising your voice makes your argument valid? I heard everything Nan Feng said. I am pleased he did not simply appoint you to a managerial position due to familial ties. Have you forgotten about Zhao Shan? Without experiencing the grassroots level, how can one ascend to management? Nan Yue immediately countered, but Nan Feng has no grassroots experience either. Lin Wanyue's gaze sharpened. After my personal assessment, I deem him capable And you, not so much. Must I say, explicitly for your satisfaction? Tears welled in Nan Yue's eyes, cascading onto the table. Biased. So biased. I want to eat anymore. With a sharp clap, Lin Wanyue set down her chopsticks, startling Nan Yue. Lin Wanyue declared, as the eldest daughter, if your character is lacking and you shy away from challenges, you may leave and relinquish your shares. Only then may you depart. Mother. Isn't that too severe? Zhao Feng realized the implication of her mother's words. If Nan Yue left the table now, the future power struggle within the Nan family would no longer involve the eldest daughter. How could she, the eldest, simply withdraw? If she did, wouldn't Nan Xiao lose a vital ally for the future? Yue, what are you doing? The internship will only last a few months. So bear with it, and quickly inform your grandmother that you will attend. Nan Yue was also startled by Lin Wanyue. At this moment, she expressed her grievance, saying, I will go. Nan Feng responded with a faint smile. I thought you would stand your ground to the very end. How amusing. Nan Ji observed everything. His eyes filled with concern. After dinner, Nan Yue returned to her room to chat with her close friend. Indeed, grandmother favors Nan Feng, insisting that I become an intern. An intern? How will others tease me in the future? Her friend, Xiao Tan, replied, Yue, I must say, as the elder sister and university student, how can you allow a mere elementary school student to bully you like this? If it were me, I would have found someone to teach him a lesson, making him behave at home. You are right. How did I not think of that? Nan Yue said, wiping her eyes. Xiao Tian continued, though I come from a humble family, I am well acquainted with such matters. My half-sister was once quite arrogant, but after I had some thugs take compromising photos of her, she now obeys my every word. What a splendid idea. Nan Yue exclaimed, let us give Nan Feng a good beating and take those photos to teach him a lesson. Xiao Tian nodded, sure. Whenever you need someone, I can help you find them. Nowadays, such thugs are quite affordable. Just a few hundred will get the job done well. Nan Yue replied, Nan Feng. Oh, Nan Feng, why must you be so arrogant? A child should act like a child, not compete with us. Meanwhile, Nan Feng pondered over the computer and gaming console beside his study. What are these? Zhang Wanning remarked. These are rewards from the head of the family for you. The latest computer and gaming console. Why has he suddenly changed his tune and become so generous? Nan Feng shook his head. It's not that simple. You want me to lose focus? Zhang Wanning questioned. Is it really that extreme? You're the biological son of the head of the family. Why would he treat you this way? Nan Feng raised his hand. In wealthy families, this is quite normal. Zhang Wanning, I need you to discreetly investigate something, and it must remain confidential, especially from Nan Ji. He must never find out. What is it, young master? Zhang Wanning inquired. The identity of Nan Zhao's biological mother, and the reason why Nan Ji favors him so much. Nan Feng declared. What? Zhang Wanting exclaimed in disbelief. Moments later, Nan Feng settled into the gaming chair, powered on the computer, and casually selected a game. If I disregard Nan Ji's goodwill, that would be unreasonable. He often browsed various online games on Douyin, and although curious, he had never played them. These were undoubtedly novel experiences, unlike anything from a millennium ago. He randomly opened a game, registered using Zhang Wanning's account, and began to play. After trying several games, Nan Feng ultimately discovered that these games also incorporated military strategy. It somewhat resembles the sandbox interpretation of the Southern Dynasties, merely incorporating a first-person perspective or alternative gameplay. Nan Feng, however, does not perceive this game as having any impact on himself. Rather, he occasionally finds it quite thought-provoking. In the residence of the Nan family, Lin Wanyue cast a glance at A. Today, my son truly surprised me. He even knows to reward Nan Feng? A chuckled. After all, he is your son. Perhaps the head of the family is beginning to alter his perception of Master Nan Feng. Lin Wanyue shook her head. Unlikely. My son may be contemplating using this to lead Nan Feng astray. A was taken aback. Madam, should we warn Master Nan Feng? No need, Lin Wanyue replied. I have faith in Nan Feng. Chapter 81. The Southern Dynasty's Emperor Fist. Meanwhile, Nan Feng had mastered the art of demolition. With his headset on, he commanded, flank from the side and annihilate the enemy. Hey man, why do you sound like an old man? One of his friends retorted, though he acknowledged the impressive skill. Seriously, With your voice, are you a primary school student? At that moment, a female teammate joined the channel, exclaiming, "Wow, little brother, you're amazing. I'll follow you." Other male teammates chimed in, "Oh my, Mom, take me with you." A girl. We actually have a girl. Nan Feng furrowed his brow and declared, "Everyone, listen up. Maintain formation and assume a pointed phalanx. Follow my lead." His teammates were momentarily taken aback. A phalanx formation? Impressive, man. Leading the charge, Nan Feng confronted the enemy directly. His precise marksmanship and overwhelming firepower left the opposing forces in disarray, ultimately securing victory. Among his teammates, the earlier female participant was actually a streamer. Upon removing her headset, was greeted by a flurry of comments in her live stream. Was that a kid's voice? Or a voice changer? I think it's a kid. Your kid is that skilled? I suggest the streamer add him as a friend. They could team up for demolitions in the future. The female streamer sent a friend request. Meanwhile, Nan Feng spoke up in the channel, "I need to take a break. Today was fun. I'll be back another time." "What? I just started streaming. And you're already leaving? I was counting on you to help me gain followers." The streamer replied. Nan Feng understood the importance of priorities. "Sorry, but I have school tomorrow." He set down his mouse, shut down his computer, and headed to bed. There, he practiced the art of breathing exercises. The so-called Southern Dynasty's true dragon breathing technique is an ancient esoteric practice passed down through the Taoist tradition. It was a closely guarded secret of the Southern Dynasty royal family, remarkable for its ability to harness dragon energy. Legends say that mastering this technique can counteract the burdens and depletions faced by emperors. As a member of the royal lineage, imbued with the fortune of the realm, many emperors have not enjoyed longevity, yet numerous Southern Dynasty monarchs were able to live peacefully even after abdicating. This attests to the miraculous nature of this technique. As Nan Feng engaged in his breathing exercises, the jade within his chest continually emitted yang energy, creating a self-sustaining cycle within his body. His internal organs were refined during this process, and his bones and muscles accelerated their growth. It seemed that the sound of a dragon's roar emanated from his breath. Thus, Nan Feng replaced sleep with this practice. Upon awakening in the morning, he felt invigorated. After having breakfast, he departed from the estate in his Maybach, heading towards school. As he gazed out the window, he noticed several motorcycles trailing behind at a distance, causing a flicker of concern to cross his face. It appeared that someone had arranged an unexpected encounter for him. As he approached the roadside near the school, Nan Feng observed a group of young delinquents controlling several elementary students. Upon seeing Nan Feng's vehicle, they waved him over. Recognizing that most of the children were from his class, he identified the plump ringleader as Song Yong, the sports committee member. He was a fierce figure, his face marked by a bruise, yet he appeared subdued. Nan Feng spoke calmly, instructing the driver to halt. The driver replied, "Young Master Nan Feng, these young men clearly harbor ill intentions. If you recklessly disembark, it may lead to trouble. I suggest we call the police and let them handle it. If we call the police this time, they will continue to bully my people next time. I am their leader. I must protect my subjects." The driver was perplexed by the term subjects. At that moment, Nan Feng opened the door of the Maybach and stepped out slowly, his newly tailored suit exquisite, and his slightly styled hair accentuating a maturity that belied his age. "What are you doing?" Nan Feng stated coolly, "Release my people," with his hands in his pockets. He approached the group of youths fearlessly. To his surprise, they recoiled slightly. The most robust among them stepped forward and asked, "So, you are the so-called king of kids?" Song Yong, standing nearby, interjected, "Class monitor, they're deliberately provoking us. As a sports committee member, I cannot stand by while he bullies my classmates, and, as a result, I too have been bullied." Nan Feng waved his hand dismissively, "No matter." At that moment, several motorcycles came to a stop, and more individuals gathered behind the young man. Nan Feng advanced slowly. "Remember my name? Nan Feng of the Nan family." "I, Nan Feng, do not strike against nameless individuals." "Who are you?" The youth, somewhat intimidated by Nan Feng's demeanor, stammered, "Just call me a Biao. My little brothers all address me as Brother A Biao." Nan Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to them, they had already stepped into an alley. Nan Feng raised his hand to unbutton his coat. "Let us conclude this quickly. I have school to attend." A Biao expressed surprise. You truly are audacious. He then gestured for 3 boys to step forward. Brother A. Biao, do we really need to gang up on a primary school student? Isn't that a bit excessive? Another added, he is merely a primary school student. I alone could handle him. Song Yong, standing at the alley entrance, swallowed hard and chuckled. You have no idea of our leader's prowess. Brother Nan Feng defeated the strongest primary school student upon his arrival at school, and subsequently, he has triumphed over every opponent. Our Feng Ge is invincible. Is he really that impressive? Scoffed one boy. Another produced a steel pipe, stating, I usually repair vehicles. Carrying the steel pipe is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Nan Feng smiled faintly. In that moment, he sidestepped gracefully, his left hand poised as if holding a scroll, his right hand sweeping as if to brush away. Nan Zhao Emperor fist. Jiangzhuo Wangyu. Several thugs pointed at him, laughing mockingly, Haha, just showing off. Let us all attack. Instantly, 3 of them charged at Nan Feng from different directions. A Biao sneered, every one of my subordinates has trained in martial arts. To defeat a primary school student would hardly be a fair victory, but alas, we are being paid. Yet at that moment, Nan Feng suddenly turned and leaped, brushing past one of them and striking his neck. Tai Chung Lu run. The thug's eyelids fluttered, and he collapsed at once. With only 2 adversaries remaining, they began to encircle him. In a swift motion, Nan Feng glided through their midst like flowing water. In the next instant, both assailants thudded to the ground. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Nan Feng regarded brother A. Biao and beckoned, Come at me together. Meanwhile, the students from Nan Feng's class erupted in applause. Incredible. Truly worthy of our class leader. Long live the class leader. Moments later, aside from Nan Feng, all others in the alley had succumbed. Chapter 82. The elementary student prevails. Indeed, the company distributes gold ingots. Now, I may speak. Nan Feng remarked calmly. Who instigated this? Brother Abayo stammered this. According to the rules of the martial world, I. Nan Feng's gaze turned fierce. I shall confess. It was Miss Xiao from the Xiao family who paid us 1,000 yuan to properly teach you a lesson, so you would learn some respect. Nan Feng nodded. It seems it must be Nan Yuwei. The young lady from the Xiao family is a close friend of hers. I had already commissioned someone to investigate. Does she truly believe I cannot find her? How naive. Thus, I say the struggle for supremacy in this era reveals how adorably naive the opponents are. Nan Feng cast a glance at these individuals. Present the 1,000 yuan. You may leave. Abayo immediately acquiesced. Yes. He promptly fished out a stack of cash from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. Nan Feng glanced at the sports committee member. Take this back as class funds. Use it to buy snacks for everyone in the future. The elementary students erupted in cheers. Long live the boss. Nan Feng's expression turned dangerous. Nan Yuwei, I harbor no significant malice towards you. If someone inexplicably seeks to claim your share, I would similarly be displeased. However, it is unacceptable for you to employ such methods against me. At that moment, elsewhere, the newly arrived Nan Yuwei at the company gazed at the messages on her phone. Astonished. What do you mean the people I arranged were taught a lesson? What do you mean the 1,000 yuan I provided was taken? Aren't they just petty thugs? Xiao Tian interjected. Sister, I heard that Nan Feng, accompanied by his elementary students, turned the tables on those thugs, who fled leaving the money behind. What? This. He wouldn't trace this back to me, would he? Nan Yuwei felt a twinge of anxiety. For some reason, as time passed, her fear of Nan Feng grew. This child seemed far from ordinary. At that moment, an employee approached. Miss Nan, the department head is waiting for you. Nan Yuwei nodded. All right, I understand. She put away her phone and followed another intern to the department head's office. The other intern, dressed in a cheap shirt, appeared anxious as they faced Lin Hongwu together. In contrast to this intern, Nan Yuwei exuded an air of arrogance, regarding Lin Hongwu as if she were an insignificant insect. Lin Hongwu smiled warmly. Zhang Min, the records indicate that you have participated in numerous student council activities and demonstrated great enthusiasm during your university years. Zhang Min promptly replied, I am grateful to the company for this opportunity. Minister Lin, I will certainly strive to do my best and hope to officially join the Nan group after graduation. Lin Hongwu nodded with a smile. And you, Nan Yuwei? Nan Yuwei replied with a smile. I am the eldest daughter of the Nan Group. I have been part of the Nan Group since birth and require no effort. I am quite content as I am. Zhang Min cast a furtive glance at Nan Yue. My peer is actually the eldest daughter of the Nan Group? How fortunate! Lin Hongwu replied calmly. Nan Yue, the young master has already instructed that you will receive the same treatment as the other interns. If your performance does not meet expectations, he will give you a failing grade. Upon hearing this, Nan Yue became anxious. What? Are you joking? I am his sister. Does he really intend for me to fail? Lin Hongwu smiled. Is this your first day meeting the young master? As Nan Yue exited Lin Hongwu's office, her expression was dark. Zhang Min extended her hand, saying, Hello. Miss Nan, we are interns, and I hope we can support each other in the future. Get lost. Nan Yue was not in the mood to engage in idle chatter with commoners. Zhang Min, startled by the outburst, retreated timidly. At that moment, Shang Yusin approached and said, You two interns, your task today is to familiarize yourselves with the product. Here are 2 sets of materials. Memorize them before the end of your shift. The young master will personally check. Zhang Min immediately took the materials to her workstation. Nan Yue glanced at the thick study materials, her face darkening. Why should I have to memorize this? Isn't it enough for you commoners to know it? Shang Yusin nearly choked with indignation. Despite sharing the same surname, how could the gap between the siblings be so vast? Miss, this is an instruction from the young master. He means what he says. Remembering her devilish brother, Nan Yue reluctantly accepted the materials. How annoying. Fine, I know it's just memorizing materials. It's not like I can't do it. Around 5 p.m., Nan Feng's car arrived at the company building. Employees scurried about like mice sensing a cat's presence. The young master is coming. Everyone tidy up your desks. Stop lounging around. Be careful, or the young master will correct you. And you over there, stop eating spicy strips. Zhang Min, puzzled, asked, What's going on? Is everyone really that afraid of the young master? A female employee quickly replied, You have no idea. Our young master is known as the Little Emperor, a social media sensation. If he started live streaming, he could live comfortably without ever attending school again. He loves to correct others' mistakes. Look at me watching his school live stream clips. Zhang Min glanced down at her phone. Teacher, do you think your outfit is appropriate today? Homeroom teacher. The Book of Rites states. The young master is so amusing. He truly has a knack for comedy. Zhang Min laughed. Just then, the elevator dinged, causing everyone to straighten up, even those with years of slouching. Nan Feng strode in with an air of confidence and stated, Everyone, the success of our lipstick is due to everyone's hard work, and as a reward. He cast a glance at Zhang Wanting, who immediately approached with a metal box in hand. She opened it before Nan Feng, revealing glimmering gold bars. Nan Feng calmly declared, Everyone, please come forward to collect your gold. He believed that only under generous rewards would people strive. Otherwise, what reason would they have to follow? Surely not for mere ideals? Pray, we are all adults here. Rather than engaging in a plethora of meaningless chatter, why not dispense with some gold directly? Does the boss's utterance truly hold the value of 1,000 pieces of gold? Over there, Lin Hongwu appeared utterly astonished, questioning, Are you serious, my friend? Gold is exceedingly precious nowadays. Nan Feng responded indifferently. What I offer you is merely what you rightfully deserve. I aspire for your families to flourish. For it is only in this manner that I can deem myself a triumphant emperor. A boss. Zhang Wanting, filled with excitement, erupted into enthusiastic applause, exclaiming, Excellent. With such a boss, I would gladly dedicate my life. The other employees, one by one, rose in exhilaration, their gazes fixated on the gold bars. Young Master Nan, we are willing to follow you for a lifetime, they declared. Indeed, young Master Nan, we wish for your supremacy over the Nan family. Meanwhile, Nan Yue, seated at her workstation, sent a message in a group chat with her family. Nan Feng has distributed gold bars to the employees. In the chat, Nan Ji remarked, What? He's giving out gold bars? This lad truly has an inventive mind. Is this how a company should be managed? This must be detrimental to the employees' drive. Chapter 83. She is merely a housekeeper at this moment. Nan Yue quietly stowed away her phone. Nan Feng naturally noticed her subtle movement and glanced at Zhang Min and Nan Yue before speaking. You two, recite the business details of our department. Zhang Min nodded affirmatively. Sure, young Master Nan, our company's business is. Thus, the peach blossom of frost represents the next strategic goal of our department. Upon hearing this, Nan Feng nodded in approval. Well, Nan Yue has already memorized it. Now it's your turn. Nan Yue, having only glanced at the materials for 5 minutes before dozing off in the afternoon, had just awakened when Nan Feng arrived. Nan Feng, enough is enough. Am I not your sister? Must you humiliate me publicly? She retorted while reclining in her chair, arms crossed. Nan Feng's expression darkened as he replied coolly, Nan Yue. First and foremost, I'm not targeting you. Secondly, I will not show you any favoritism merely because you are my sister. This is your internship. If you do not put in the effort, I will report the truth in your evaluation. Nan Yue swallowed hard. Oh, you. This is too much. Suddenly, Nan Feng slowly approached her, leaning close to her ear. Nan Yue, you wouldn't want Grandma to find out about you hiring someone to attack me, would you? Do you think it would be difficult for me to have Miss Xiao reveal the truth? At that moment, a chill ran down Nan Yue's spine. For some reason, Nan Feng's words bore an oppressive weight, despite him being merely a child. She felt genuine fear. If Grandma discovered that I had enlisted an outsider to harm Nan Feng, it would certainly reduce my shares and perhaps even diminish my monthly allowance. In Nan Feng, what are you talking about? I know nothing. Nan Yue's voice trembled slightly. Nan Feng cast a glance at his sister. Nan Yue, in my department, it is best you heed my words. You wouldn't want me to disclose all your affairs to Grandma, would you? When undertaking tasks, it is wise not to leave behind any loose ends. Wouldn't you agree? With that, Nan Feng departed from the chair where his sister sat, coolly stating, Lin Hongyue, test her again tomorrow morning. If she still cannot recite it, call me. Nan Yue swallowed again, instinctively reaching for her materials, her expression a mix of dread and confusion. How could he know who my confidant is? This child? Has he investigated me? Is this truly a mere child? Back in the car downstairs, Zhang Wanting, seated in the passenger seat, remarked, Young Master, why not directly inform the matriarch about the young lady hiring an outsider to harm you? Nan Feng replied with a smile, because Nan Yue is not a formidable opponent. I have many ways to compel her withdrawal. Sometimes, possessing leverage over others without having to use it is far more valuable. Zhang Wanting felt a shiver run through her. Was this child truly just a child? At that moment, Nan Feng suddenly shouted, Watch out. A loud crash echoed as a red heavy truck collided with the Maybach. In this moment, suspended in time, Nan Feng distinctly witnessed shattered glass slicing through Zhang Wanting's artery. Boom! Despite the vehicle's sturdy construction, it was upended and flipped twice by the tremendous force. Nan Feng kicked open the metal door beside him and, with a countenance heavy as lead, approached the passenger seat, flinging the door open to examine the wound on Zhang Wanting's neck. Meanwhile, at the Nan family estate, Lin Wanyue, who had returned home to recuperate, glanced at the butlers whose eyes darted nervously. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, what has happened? He forced a smile, replying, It's nothing, old madam. Everything is normal. Oh, if everything were truly normal, you wouldn't need to emphasize it. Do you think I'm senile? Speak. What has transpired? Wanyu insisted. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, he promptly divulged. It is young Master Nan Feng. His car was in an accident. Oh. Lin Wanyue's hand trembled slightly as she grasped her teacup, yet her tone remained composed. Is my grandson unharmed? Young Master is fine, Ai quickly assured. Lin Wanyue closed her eyes, caressing the Buddhist prayer beads on her wrist. That is good, that is good. Ai continued. However, the butler, young Master Nan Feng S., has suffered a severed artery and is currently undergoing emergency treatment. Young Master is outside the operating room and seemed to have just struck young Master Nan Xiao. Lin Wanyue rose, stating, Take me to the hospital to see. Zhang Wanting is the butler I chose for him. Out of both sentiment and reason, I ought to visit. At the hospital, Zhao Feng spoke sternly. Nan Feng, why have you bruised your brother's face? Did he say something amiss? Nan Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears. Perhaps my brother is in a foul mood. It is my misfortune for speaking out of turn. Nan Feng regarded Nan Xiao coldly. Just a butler? Nan Xiao, you ought to know better. Should this occur again, I shall tear your mouth apart. At that moment, Nan Jiyu arrived. What is happening? Have you quarreled with your brother again? Nan Jiyu asked. Zhao Feng explained just now. Nan Shao attempted to console Nan Feng but misspoke, saying that girl was merely a butler, which incited Nan Feng's wrath, resulting in Nan Shao's swollen face. At this juncture, Lin Wanyue, supported by Yi, arrived on the scene. Her eyes filled with concern. She said, Nan Feng, your grandmother is here. Do not be afraid. She approached and embraced Nan Feng, reassuring him. Fear not. Your grandmother is by your side. Casting a glance at Zhao Feng, she added, Nan Feng is only 6 years old. Have you all forgotten? Following a car accident, you two are comforting Nan Shao. Yet this child is overlooked, as if he possesses no heart. Zhao Feng, slightly embarrassed, replied, Mother. Nan Feng appears unscathed, and besides, it was Nan Shao who received a slap. Hence I was comforting him. Lin Wanyue retorted coldly. Nan Feng's maturity does not mean he should bear everything alone. Nan Feng, should you feel afraid, tell your grandmother. As long as she is here, you can lean on her. No, grandmother, I am fine. Nan Feng shook his head. Just moments ago, I employed acupressure to control the arterial blood loss of Jianyuan. She should be safe now. Grandmother, heavy trucks rarely enter the city. This matter warrants thorough investigation. Lin Wanyue glanced up, surveying the two individuals, Nan Ji and his companion. Although they are ruffians, they lack the audacity to commit such a heinous act as turning against their own kin. By the way, where are your two sisters? Since your brother's accident, they have not even made an appearance. At that moment, the Nan family sisters emerged from the elevator. Oh dear, I had already arranged to dine with friends. What is going on with Nan Feng? Always embroiled in so many matters. Nan Yumeng lamented, only to be met with her grandmother's disapproving gaze. Grandmother. Chapter 84. What broke 3 ribs? Lin Wanyue gazed at Nan Yumeng and inquired, What? Is dining more significant than your brother's accident? Nan Yue quickly interjected, No, Grandma, my sister genuinely cares. She had already spoken with Mom and Dad and confirmed that Nan Feng is unharmed, which is why she said that. As Lin Wanyue was about to respond, Nan Shao suddenly began to bleed from his nose. Upon feeling the blood, Nan Shao was so frightened that he fainted, his eyelids fluttering. Nan Ji, Zhao Feng, Nan Yue, and Nan Yumeng rushed to his side. Brother, what happened to you? Mom, Dad, why did he suddenly faint? Zhao Feng glanced at Lin Wanyue and remarked, Your younger brother spoke ill of Nan Feng just now, and as a result, he was struck. What? Nan Feng is your brother after all. Why did you hit him so hard? He asked, bleeding. Nan Yumeng said coldly. Nan Yue spoke with a heavy tone. What can one expect from someone devoid of humanity? To strike one's own family for the sake of an outsider. He is capable of such acts. Doctor, my brother is bleeding. Quick, someone help. Zhao Feng exclaimed. Swiftly lifting Nan Shao, let us find a doctor. The family hurriedly carried Nan Shao away. Meanwhile, Nan Feng remained indifferent, quietly waiting outside the operating room. Lin Wanyue looked at him and asked, Child, do you not blame your parents and sister? Nan Feng replied nonchalantly, It is customary for affluent families to exhibit such emotional detachment, especially since I have not been raised alongside them. If they genuinely cared for Nan Shao, it would indicate they possess some semblance of humanity. In the Southern Dynasty, there were officials who, to secure their positions, sent their 3 sons to the border to meet their demise, seeking sympathy to elevate their status further. In this noble family, the indifference of siblings towards one another is hardly surprising. If this were within a royal context, poisoning and assassination would be commonplace. Lin Wanyue placed a hand on Nan Feng's shoulder, her heart aching. My dear child, how have you come to possess such an adversarial view of the world? Grandma, do not feel sorrow for me. In the Southern Dynasty, I too am not a good person, my hands stained with the blood of my siblings. The struggle for succession is always thus. It is either you or I who must perish. This era is somewhat better, as it does not necessitate such lethal outcomes. At that moment, a wail emanated from the elevator entrance. My dear grandson, my beloved grandson. Shangguan Feiyang rushed towards them, accompanied by Shangguan Qingguan, who cautioned, Grandfather, slow down. What is the matter? I already inquired over the phone. Nan Feng is fine. He is unharmed. Lin Wanyue, exasperated, rose to her feet. Jianyuan Feiyang, what brings you here? Jianyuan Feiyang replied, my dear grandson was in an accident. I had to come and check on him. This child might very well carry the bloodline of the Jianyuan family, although he was mistakenly born into yours, the Nan family. Nan Feng, my dear grandson, are you all right? Nan Feng stood, offering a slight bow. Grandfather Jianyuan, I am fine. Lin Wanyue, perplexed, inquired, how did you come to know? Jianyuan replied, someone witnessed a car accident outside the Nan family's Shuangjiang Taohong lipstick company. Upon inquiring, I learned it was a Maybach. I immediately called Aunt Zhao to inquire about the situation, and then my grandfather was informed. He panicked on the spot and insisted on coming to see Nan Feng. Lin Wanyue nodded. Oh, you old man, are you really that anxious? Jianyuan Feiyang placed a hand on Nan Feng's shoulder. Of course I care for him. After all, I have given him our family heirloom. Nan Feng glanced at Jianyuan Feiyang and nodded. Thank you, Grandpa Jianyuan, for your concern. Meanwhile, Nan Xiao lay in a hospital bed, and the doctor nodded, saying, it's nothing serious. I will have someone bring some medication. A little ointment on your face will suffice. As for the nosebleed, it was caused by the rupture of blood vessels due to external impact. Nan Yue and Nan Yumeng held Nan Zhao's hands on either side. Are you feeling any better? Does it still hurt? They asked. Indeed, little brother, Nan Feng has truly gone too far, even if he is in a bad mood. He shouldn't resort to violence against a servant, said Nan Yumeng. Nan Xiao shook his head. Please don't speak ill of brother Nan Feng. He must have been provoked. Besides, I indeed spoke incorrectly at that moment. I shouldn't have tried to comfort brother Nan Feng at such time. Nan Yue sighed. Parents, look how sensible Nan Xiao is. His words are so sweet. It's all that Nan Feng's doing. He must have been looking for an opportunity to vent his anger on Nan Xiao. Zhao Feng nodded. All right, enough of that. Let your brother Nan Xiao rest well here. You two take care of him. Your father and I have matters to attend to. Nan Xiao, lying on the bed, said, Sisters, am I going to die? I feel so dizzy. Nan Yue exclaimed, Parents, how can you leave when Nan Xiao has been hurt so severely? Nan Yumeng echoed, Yes, parents, why don't we stay here together? This VIP room is quite spacious. Nan Ji glanced at Nan Xiao with concern and said, Very well. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. At that moment, outside the hospital room, a nurse asked, Is the child from the car accident here? A passing doctor replied, No, the child from the accident is in the operating room. You should hurry and arrange for a CT scan. Oh, I thought the child from the accident was staying here. What are all these people doing here then? The doctor nodded. The child is fine. He only has swelling on one side of his face and a nosebleed. The nurse shook her head and promptly headed toward the operating room. Upon reaching the vicinity, she called out, Nan Feng, you just had an accident. Come with me for a CT scan. Lin Wanyue looked at Nan Feng and said, Jianyuan old man, Jianyuan, please wait here. I will take my grandson for the CT scan. Jianyuan Feiyang nodded. All right, you go ahead. I will wait here. The nurse led Nan Feng away for the CT scan. A moment later, the radiologist, astonished, remarked, This child has 3 fractured ribs and some internal bleeding. What could have happened? Why is he so silent? Does he feel no pain? Lin Wanyue stood outside in utter shock. What? What do you mean my grandson has fractured 3 ribs? He appears to be fine. The doctor replied, Madam, it seems the child sustained pressure on his ribs during the impact, resulting in the fractures. Although the internal bleeding is minimal, failing to treat it poses significant risks. Lin Wanyue turned to gaze at Nan Feng, tears welling in her eyes. How could this child endure such pain without uttering a word? What was he truly enduring? At that moment, Nan Feng rose and approached the CT room. Grandma, why are you crying? Lin Wanyue responded, My dear child, your ribs are fractured. Why did you not speak up? At this juncture, the doctor had summoned a stretcher. Little one, please get on quickly. Do not bear any longer. Do you not feel any pain? Chapter 85. Have I fallen out of favor? In a state of helplessness, Nan Feng reclined upon the stretcher, while his grandmother, filled with concern, lamented, My dear child, doctor, you must ensure my grandson's recovery, regardless of the cost. With a gentle smile, Nan Feng replied, Grandmother, it is but a minor injury. During the pacification of Yinzhou, I sustained 3 arrows and was struck in the chest by an enemy general's mace, fracturing my sternum. Yet, I still managed to slay over 200 foes and single-handedly vanquish 3 enemy commanders. In truth, I merely required a couple of months of rest upon my return to the palace. Now, this is merely a light wound, and I am protected by the true dragon breathing technique. My bones may be cracked, but not shattered. A few days of recuperation will suffice. Nan Feng was subsequently taken to a room adjacent to Nan Xiao's. An orthopedic specialist personally examined him, followed by an internist who arranged for intravenous therapy to dissipate the internal bruising. For Nan Feng, such measures were unnecessary, as his internal energy would naturally mend his injuries. However, he found it impractical to explain this to Lin Wanyue, so he acquiesced to lying down. At this moment, Lin Wanyue noticed the absence of her family members and inquired of Ayer, "Where have those useless ones gone?" Ayer responded, reporting to the old lady, "Young Master Nan Xiao has a nosebleed. They are all in the adjacent ward attending to him." What? Lin Wanyue was at a loss for laughter or reprimand. A nosebleed? Is it a veritable deluge? Or is he near death? 4 of them are tending to a trivial nosebleed? Go summon them all at once. A moment later, Lin Wanyue sat beside Nan Feng's hospital bed, with Nan Ji and Zhao Feng standing before her, while Nan Yue and Nan Yumeng remained slightly behind. Lin Wanyue coolly addressed them. "Have any of you expressed concern for this child's injuries?" Zhao Feng immediately defended. He appeared lively, so I assumed he was unscathed. With a sardonic smile, Lin Wanyue retorted, "A fine assumption of being unscathed. Let me inform you. He has fractured ribs and is relying solely on his own willpower to endure." What? The 4 of them turned their gaze towards Nan Feng in unison. Zhao Feng, incredulous, exclaimed, "He fractured 3 ribs? How can that be? Isn't he in pain? A normal person would be crying out if they had 3 fractured ribs." Nan Ji shook his head. "If he had indeed fractured 3 ribs and said nothing, how would we know? Mother, there is no need to reprimand us in front of him." Lin Wanyue replied coolly, "Nan Xiao has a nosebleed simply because Nan Feng slapped him. With so many of you surrounding him, how could you think he was entirely fine after his vehicle was damaged?" The 4 fell silent. Nan Yue remarked, "Who told him to tough it out? I thought he was truly unharmed. He did not speak of it, so can we be blamed? Indeed, we have done nothing wrong," added Nan Yumeng. Lin Wanyue's voice turned icy. "Enough. Each of you will remain seated here. You are not to go anywhere." With a sigh, Nan Feng interjected, "Grandmother, I truly do not require so many to accompany me. Please keep an eye out for when Zhang Wanning exits the operating room." Lin Wanyue nodded. "Child, even in your own distress, you concern yourself with others." In the adjacent ward, Nan Xiao lay upon his bed, anxiously awaiting the arrival of someone, yet no one appeared. What was the matter? Where were they? Had no one come to attend to him? He rose from the bed, grasping a stool, leaning against the door to peer outside. Where was his sister? Where were his parents? Why had they all gone next door? At that moment, he noticed several members of the Zhao family hurrying down the hospital corridor towards the ward, with Zhao Xiong and his 2 daughters heading straight into Nan Feng's room. A wave of sorrow washed over him. Why? Had he truly fallen from favor? Was he to be neglected while he too suffered? In frustration, he returned to his bed. It seemed that Nan Feng was increasingly favored. At this rate, would the heir of the Nan family not include him? Cursed be this predicament. Why did you have to return? For what purpose? Soon, he heard commotion from next door and hastily returned to the door. There he saw his homeroom teacher, Lin Mei, along with the principal, Mr. Liu, and others, all visiting Nan Feng. Why was no one here for him? It was inconceivable. He was far superior to Nan Feng. Why did everyone show such favoritism towards him? Was it merely because he was an adopted son? In the adjacent room, Lin Mei was dressed in a youthful ensemble, akin to that of a university student. Nan Feng nodded. "Lin, your attire today is quite fitting." Lin Wanyue was briefly taken aback. "Does my grandson speak to you in such a manner regularly?" Lin Mei chuckled awkwardly. "Well, I usually refer to him as teacher." "Indeed, it matters not. Your command of the language is indeed less than mine. The accomplished ought to guide the less so," Nan Feng replied naturally. Lin Mei's resolve wavered. However, considering Nan Feng's exceptional talents in intellect, aesthetics, and physical prowess, it seemed he truly surpassed her, a graduate of a 211 university in Chinese literature. Was there an impulse within her to kneel and pay homage? Was her knee too soft? Did she yearn for such humiliation? As Lin Mei stood lost in thought, Lin Wanyu cheerfully interjected, "Everyone, please take a seat. Shortly, I shall arrange for us to dine at a restaurant downstairs." Lin Mei and the principal rose, stating, "Now that we see Nan Feng is well, there is no need for dinner. Indeed, we shall take our leave." They concluded as they departed, with the old matriarch instructing heir to see them off. At that moment, Shangguan Feiyang and Shangguan Qingwan arrived. Shangguan Qingwan announced, "Nan Feng, your steward's surgery has been completed, and he is out of danger." The attending physician approached, saying, "Old madam, during the emergency procedure, we discovered that although the girl's carotid artery appeared perilous, she did not lose a significant amount of blood. It is quite miraculous." A slight smile graced Nan Feng's lips. "That is reassuring. I had sealed several vital points with my internal energy. Thus, she naturally would not bleed excessively." He glanced at Lin Wanyu. "Grandmother, all is well now. You should return to rest. I can manage here alone." Nan Yuwei and Nan Yumeng leaned against each other, nearly dozing off while engrossed in their phones. Upon hearing this, Nan Zhai immediately rose and said, "I still have many matters to attend to. Zhao Feng, please take Nan Xiao back with you." The two daughters promptly stood up and exclaimed, "All right, we are heading home." Lin Wanyue, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Come, you stay here tonight to keep my grandson company." Naturally had no objections. Subsequently, Nan Zhai and the others escorted Nan Xiao out of the hospital, for after all, Nan Xiao merely had a nosebleed and was in no serious condition. Chapter 86. Oh, have I become your variable? During the nighttime, Nan Feng utilized the true dragon breathing technique in the hospital to recuperate his body. After a night had passed, his internal injuries had improved significantly. As dawn broke, he was still lost in slumber. Quietly, Nan Feng rose from his bed. First, he checked on Zhang Wanting, who was recuperating in her ward, ensuring she was out of danger before he ventured alone into the courtyard. The Southern Dynasty royal family possessed a unique set of health-preserving martial arts, which, given his recent severe injuries, he found fortuitous to practice. Approaching the artificial hill, he began his movements, initiating with the stance of embracing the moon, the longevity fist. Gradually, as he continued to practice, he entered a state of self-forgetfulness. The gentle flow of his movements stirred the leaves around him. In the distance, an elderly man clad in a white coat observed, slightly astonished. "It bears resemblance to Tai Chi, yet is more vigorous. It resembles Bagua, yet embodies deeper mysteries. Is it possible that there exists a martial art I cannot comprehend?" It is worth noting that I have reached the fourth realm of traditional martial arts, the realms of form, chi, spirit, and formlessness. And yet I find myself unable to decipher the dance of this young one's technique. Such an admission would be hard for anyone to believe. Upon completing a set of movements, the old man stepped forward and inquired, "Child, what is the name of this martial art you just performed?" Nan Feng turned to face the elder, momentarily startled. It appeared that the martial arts world was not entirely devoid of continuity. This man seemed to be a master of the fourth rank. In the past, the Southern Dynasty martial arts hierarchy consisted of 9 ranks, with the strongest being the 9th rank, and beyond that lay 3 levels of grandmasters. This elder, in the context of the Southern Dynasty, would be considered a 4th-rank martial artist. "This is the longevity fist passed down in my family. It is meant to strengthen the body," Nan Feng replied. "Ah, a family tradition indeed. Your lineage is quite impressive," the doctor remarked. "Young one, I am Mo Wenyi, the director of this hospital." Nan Feng nodded. "I am from the Nan family." Nan Feng. "Ah, so you hail from a distinguished Nan family?" Upon hearing this, Nan Feng turned to leave. Mo Wenyi couldn't help but sigh. This child from the Nan family is truly remarkable. Unlike my 2 grandsons, in comparison, they are worlds apart. Returning to Zhang Wanting's hospital room, he found her awake. "Young Master Nan, are you all right?" Zhang Wanting asked weakly. Nan Feng nodded. "I am fine. It is you who almost encountered a grave situation." Zhang Wanting acknowledged. "I vaguely recall hearing you call my name. I thought I was on the verge of death. Yet here I am." Suddenly, Nan Feng looked intently at Zhang Wanting, his expression stern. "Let us clarify your recent activities." Zhang Wanting immediately replied, "Recently, I have merely been overseeing the factory's production and coordinating the company's operations. My daily work has not differed much, except for one matter. I have been investigating the mother of Nan Xiao. Nan Feng's expression shifted slightly. Oh, what have you uncovered? I have only managed to trace back to the beginning. When Nan Jai was in school, there was a school beauty, a white moonlight, but later, the matriarch disapproved because the beauty's mother was a courtesan, and her father died young. Subsequently, a tragic event unfolded. After graduation, the campus belle did not encounter her Prince Charming, as the matriarch had confined Nan Jie to his quarters. In her sorrow, the campus belle resorted to a life of debauchery. However, Nan Xiao, after fleeing the Nan family, sought her out without any disdain. The two ventured to a small county to work and eventually welcomed a son. Nan Feng was taken aback. Who would have thought that Nan Jie had such a past? Later, it was rumored that after giving birth to Nan Xiao, the campus belle met her demise in a car accident. Consequently, Nan Jie refrained from speaking to Lin Wanyue for many years, only mending their relationship when Nan Xiao began to understand the world. Upon returning to Zhaofeng, it appeared she was unaware of these events, likely due to the matriarch's machinations, as Zhang Wanting suggested. Nan Feng seemed to grasp certain implications, though uncertainty lingered. For now, set aside your tasks. We shall discuss this matter later. Prioritize your recovery. With that, he exited the hospital room. Doubts arose. What merit did Nan Jie possess to genuinely love the campus belle during his academic years? One must consider his character. Another question loomed. After the rift with Lin Wanyue, leaving the Nan family, fathering a child, and then suffering a tragic accident, this narrative was almost too sorrowful, akin to a tale from a storybook or perhaps a script. A further point of contention. Although the matriarch was formidable, it seemed implausible that the Nan family could not accommodate a single woman, suggesting her suspicions regarding certain matters. Yet, Nan Jie appeared oblivious to gratitude, allowing a mother to witness her wayward son while attempting to stabilize his marital alliance. Ultimately, the matriarch bore the brunt of it all. The extent of Nan Jie's resentment towards her remains unknown. If this entire affair is indeed a scheme, it is profoundly lamentable. Nan Feng's thought process diverged from that of his contemporaries. During the Nan Dynasty, he existed amidst layers of intrigue, devoid of familial affection, love, or friendship. Only slaughter, conspiracy, and conflict prevailed. Thus, upon encountering any situation, he instinctively reorganized it according to the patterns of deceit. While some perceived a love story, he discerned a protracted saga, reminiscent of the butterfly effect, a labyrinth of schemes. If this was a meticulously orchestrated plot predating my birth, who is my adversary? Perhaps I have yet to be regarded as a player in this game. A chessboard swiftly materialized in Nan Feng's mind. He was merely a pawn in this grand strategy. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the two engaged in chess, a faint smile gracing his lips. You were destined for this, and my presence has merely introduced an element of uncertainty, has it not? Ha. The tedium of this world has finally been alleviated. Are you anxious? Anxious about my acuity? Anxious about my intellect? Yet this is merely the beginning. We have only just begun, dear chess master. At that moment, an elderly figure approached. It was the silver-haired Jianyuan Hongwu, carrying a food box. Little Nan Feng, grandfather has arrived. Nan Feng immediately composed her expression. Grandfather Jianyuan, what brings you here so early? Ah, my dear, I've come to bring you some delicious food. The meals at the hospital leave much to be desired. Given your condition with a fractured bone, I cannot help but feel concerned for you. Nan Feng shook her head gently. I'm feeling much better now. The pain has subsided significantly. Jianyuan Hongwu responded with a shake of his head. You, my child, are truly remarkable. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you must be my grandson, misplaced in the wrong cradle. Nan Feng smiled and nodded. Come, grandfather, let's step inside and talk. Taking her seat on the bed, Nan Feng observed as Jianyuan Hongwu unveiled the food box. Her gaze was drawn to the 5-tiered container, each layer filled with exquisite delicacies. Thank you, grandfather. I had intended to send Jianyuan, but she at school, so I came myself. Chapter 87. The 12 Qinglan Imperial Guards. Nan Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Shangguan Feiyong multiple times before the latter departed from the hospital room. Subsequently, Nan Feng took a food box and made his way to Zhang Wanting's room. Upon entering, he immediately noticed that the young lady's complexion had significantly improved, to the point where she could even rise from her bed and walk. Was this a result of her extraordinary constitution? Under normal circumstances, one would not recover so swiftly after such a depletion of vital energy. With a smile, Nan Feng said, "I have brought some breakfast. Shall we dine together?" Curiously, he inquired, "What was your family's profession, Wanting?" Zhang Wanting was momentarily taken aback by the question regarding her ancestry. She pondered and replied, "It seems they were involved in roles such as bodyguards or martial arts instructors, and more recently, they were hunters or farmers, I suppose." Nan Feng contemplated the Zhang family. This warranted a conversation with Lin Wanting, as she might have orchestrated this situation deliberately. After sharing breakfast, Nan Feng returned to his own hospital room. At that moment, Lin Wanyue also arrived. "Grandson, are you feeling any better?" she asked. Nan Feng replied, "Grandmother, I would like to inquire about something." "What did you find, Zhang Wanting?" Lin Wanyue's curiosity piqued. "Oh, why the sudden interest?" Nan Feng chuckled. "I'm merely curious." Lin Wanyue regarded him with a knowing look and remarked, "She is a member of the Qinglan Imperial Guards, a lineage that has been passed down through our Nan family for a millennium." Nan Feng's expression shifted. The Qinglan Imperial Guards were historically the most esteemed bodyguards of the Southern Dynasty royal family. To think that after 1,000 years, this legacy still persisted. Lin Wanyue continued, "The Qinglan Imperial Guards are the personal protectors of the Southern Dynasty royalty, each endowed with a remarkably unique constitution. Zhang Wanting is indeed a descendant of the Zhang family." Nan Feng was taken aback. Realizing the truth, she was indeed part of the Qinglan Imperial Guards. No wonder her constitution was so exceptional. It was a logical explanation. "You seem unfazed," Lin Wanyue observed, her curiosity piqued. "Is there something you wish to share?" Nan Feng nodded. Each member of the Qinglan Imperial Guards is a prodigy selected and nurtured over many years. The Zhang family possesses a flowing wind constitution, which allows its members to excel in agility and lightness of movement. Even without formal training, those from the Zhang family naturally surpass the average person in physical prowess. This is information that very few within the Nan family are privy to. "How'd you come to know this?" Lin Wanyue asked in astonishment. Nan Feng shook his head. "It is documented in an ancient text from the Southern Dynasty, which recounts that there are 12 Qinglan Imperial Guards, each a master of their craft. The weakest among them is at the level of a grandmaster. I once endeavored to learn the ancestral techniques from these 12 individuals. However, lacking their bloodline, I could only grasp the fundamentals, never reaching their prowess. It was revealed that Zhang Wanting was indeed a descendant of the Zhang family. This was fortuitous, as it would allow her to study her ancestral martial arts, thereby enhancing her self-defense capabilities." At that moment, a figure entered the room. It was none other than the Dean, Mo Wenjin. "Lin Wanyue," he greeted. Lin Wanyue rose to her feet. "Ah, old Mo, what brings you here?" Mo Wenjin gestured towards Nan Feng. "Is this young friend your grandson?" Lin Wanyue nodded. "Indeed, it is my grandson, Nan Feng, who addresses you as Grandpa Mo." Nan Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Mo Wendy smiled and remarked, "Your grandson is quite skilled in martial arts, with remarkable proficiency." Lin Wanyue was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Nan Feng possessed such talents. "My grandson dabbles in various disciplines, some of which even I, as his grandmother, am unaware," she replied. "Montak Vendi Chakolt Vamdi." The Mo family has not gathered with the Nan family for quite some time. Once Nan Feng recovers, do come visit us at the Mo residence. After bidding farewell to Mo Wendy, Lin Wanyue cast a curious glance at Nan Feng. "What martial arts have you practiced to catch old Mo's attention?" The Mo family is renowned for their martial prowess and medical expertise. They typically do not extend invitations to the Nan family. Nan Feng nodded this morning. "I performed a set of health-preserving exercises, which caught the old gentleman's eye." Lin Wanyue acknowledged, "Very well." Nan Feng continued, "As for the Qinglan guards of our Nan family, aside from the Zhang family, what other families remain?" Lin Wanyue sighed. After the Southern Dynasty, the Qinglan guards nearly perished, their lineage severed, with fewer than 10 survivors. Over the millennia, many families have vanished. Now, only Zhang Wanting of the Zhang family and Liu Ai of the Liu family remain connected to us. Is she a descendant of the Liu family? The Liu clan is known for their robust physique and immense endurance. Yet, it seems Ai does not practice martial arts. Nan Feng pondered. Have the martial traditions of these families been lost? Lin Wanyue nodded. Those skills have long faded. I only extend some care to these individuals out of respect for our ancestors. Upon hearing this, Nan Feng contemplated deeply. Grandmother, I have come across these families' martial arts in ancient texts. I am considering teaching them if the opportunity arises. Lin Wanyue agreed. Very well, I do not oppose this. Learning martial arts can indeed bolster one's health and vitality. Grandmother, regarding the recent car accident, Nan Feng inquired. Lin Wanyue shook her head. I have already arranged for an investigation. The driver was under the influence, and it appears there are no further issues. Meanwhile, at home, Nan Jai learned from his steward. The investigation has concluded. This incident seems to be merely an unfortunate accident. Nan Jai nodded, understanding that it was simply bad luck for Nan Feng, and no one could be blamed. He glanced at his own children, who he had previously suspected of targeting Nan Feng. However, upon reflection, he deemed it unlikely. They lacked the audacity to commit such heinous acts. At that moment, Zhao Feng approached, saying, Jai, mother has spent the entire day at the hospital with Nan Feng. Out of sympathy, she has even granted him additional shares. Nan Jai scoffed. That is unacceptable. As for the shares, I have already instructed the finance department to scrutinize Nan Feng's current business division. Should any discrepancies arise, I will ensure that mother revokes his position as head. In a conversation, Nan Yumeng spoke with her sister. Sister, after a while, it will be the 16th birthday of the youngest son of the Shao family. We shall surely attend the banquet, right? At that time, we should arrange some entertainment for Nan Feng. What do you think? Noticing her sister's silence, Nan Yumeng continued. Since all of our people will be present, it will be quite easy to tease a young boy. Let us humiliate him and teach him a lesson. Let us see if he continues to act like an adult, pretending to be the esteemed young Master Nan. How ridiculous. Nan Yue replied with a smile. You are absolutely right. We are quite familiar with the Shao family. It will be convenient for us to execute our plans. Thus, the sisters devised their scheme. They were determined not to allow this young boy to continue winning their grandmother's favor. Otherwise, their hopes of inheritance would be utterly dashed. The crux of the matter was that if someone like Nan Feng were to gain power, their luxurious lifestyle would be left without any assurance. Chapter 88. If he doesn't attend classes again, he will fall behind. Thus, a week later, Nan Feng was discharged from the hospital, while Zhang Wanting, having sustained an injury to her neck, required a few more days to recuperate before returning to work. Nan Feng accompanied Lin Wanyue back to the Nan residence. Upon entering, the family members were already awaiting his return. Nan Yumeng chuckled. Some individuals are quite fortunate. A mere week of rest, and they are back. Lin Wanyue replied coolly. Nan Feng has a robust constitution. Most children would be bettered in for nearly a month after such an ordeal. It was indeed Nan Feng's martial arts training that facilitated his swift recovery. Lin Wanyue took Nan Feng aside. Perhaps you should rest a bit longer. After all, there is no rush. Nan Yue chimed in, Grandma, you do not grasp the current state of elementary education. Missing even a single day of class can lead to falling behind. Zhao Feng added, given the curriculum changes, Nan Feng might struggle to keep up. Perhaps it would be best for him to stay home and hire a tutor. Nan Feng understood that his mother wished for him to remain at the Nan residence for their convenience. However, he was confident that even if he took a break from school, he would not lag behind. Lin Wanyue retorted coldly, are you not aware of Nan Feng's academic prowess? Even if he were to miss 6 years of schooling, his performance would far surpass that of Nan Shao. Upon hearing this, Nan Shao quickly asserted, my brother's grades are indeed excellent, and he is favored by the teachers. I cannot compare to him at all. My parents need not hire so many tutors for me, as I truly do not deserve it. At this declaration, both Nan Jai and Zhao Feng felt a wave of discomfort, akin to ants crawling under their skin. They had already invested millions in Nan Zhao's education, and Nan Feng's statement felt like a slap in the face. Nan Feng, while your achievements are commendable, it does not warrant such arrogance. We are looking out for your best interests. Though your brother may not possess your talents, he works diligently. I will not allow you to flaunt your successes at home. It will only make him feel inferior. Nan Jie spoke sternly. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. Children are quite sensitive. Your constant boasting only serves to diminish his self-esteem. Nan Xiao stepped back, hiding behind his parents. Mom and Dad, please do not speak ill of my brother. He has just returned from the hospital and is still unwell. He should rest as long as he needs. Nan Jie scoffed. When it comes to brotherly love, you fall short of your brother's kindness. Look at how he is always considering your feelings. Nan Feng replied calmly. If you truly cared for me, you would not have made my education a point of contention from the outset. If you were considerate of a child's feelings, you would not constantly target me. If this is the discussion, I have no interest in participating. Zhao Feng's expression darkened immediately. Mother, look at his attitude. He is blaming us now. You see. Silence. Lin Wanyue interjected. Since Nan Feng claims to be fine, then he shall manage his own studies. Tomorrow evening, the Mo family has invited us to a gathering. Those who wish to attend may do so, while those who prefer not to may abstain. Nan Jie was taken aback. The Mo family? The renowned medical and martial arts clan? Why would they invite us to their gathering? I am completely unfamiliar with this. I shall not go, he declared. Zhao Feng's expression was equally awkward. I shall also abstain. Mother, such a dull gathering does not interest me. You may attend. Lin Wanyue nodded. Very well, tomorrow, the younger generation will accompany me. Nan Yumeng attempted to object. What purpose would I serve there? Oh, we shall go. Nan Yue interjected. You would rather stay home and study etiquette than join a gathering for drinks and conversation? Nan Yumeng conceded. That is indeed true. Then we shall attend. I have yet to visit the Mo family. Nan Jie shook his head. Mother, when did we ever establish a connection with the Mo family? Lin Wanyue laughed. This is all thanks to Nan Feng. It is through his connections. What? Nan Jie glanced at Nan Feng, realizing that the young man was already scheming to cultivate his own circle of influence. Such cunning. He exchanged a wary glance with Zhao Feng, both recognizing the unease reflected in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Nan Feng returned to his room, casually picking up a book. The actions of his adversary were executed with precision. It could not have been an accident. Utilizing a car accident to obscure the truth of a murder. Had luck not favored him, or if he lacked martial prowess, he might have truly faced peril. Who could be lurking in the shadows? No matter. As I grow and my reputation flourishes, they will inevitably feel compelled to act against me once more. Nan Feng had no intention of concealing himself. In this world, if one must tread carefully, then perhaps they should not engage at all. Back on his bed, he continued to strive for the breakthrough of his third acupoint. Should he succeed, he would reach the realm of a fourth-tier master. The following morning, Nan Feng awoke, prepared himself, and ventured into the courtyard. His new vehicle remained a Maybach, albeit one that had been modified, reinforced, and equipped with bulletproof enhancements. Upon entering, he immediately sensed the difference in weight. The car roared to life, departing the Nan residence and heading towards the school. The day's academic routine consisted of correcting Lin Mei's errors in Chinese class, adjusting her attire during recess, and addressing the mathematics teacher's instructional mistakes. In the afternoon, during physical education class, Nan Feng donned the school's issued sports attire, joining a group of elementary students for a football lesson. The physical education teacher, Chun Meng, was a muscular figure who boisterously surveyed the first graders. Children, it is vital to strengthen your bodies. You must not become lax at this age. Today, I will teach you how to kick a ball. With that, he led them in warm-up exercises. 3 laps to the left, 3 laps to the right. Follow my lead. Why are you standing there motionless, young man? Nan Feng placed his hands on his hips. Sir, the skills you're teaching are of no benefit to physical fitness. Young man, do not presume that your academic success grants you the right to disregard your teacher. The teacher, a retired provincial athlete, once achieved notable rankings in national competitions. On what grounds can you claim that the teacher is inadequate? At this moment, a student interjected. Nan Feng has shattered numerous world records at the sports meet. He undoubtedly possesses the authority to speak. Indeed, teacher, is it true that you are not capable? The physical education teacher felt a pang of wounded pride. Young man, shall we have a contest? If you lose, You will heed my instructions. If you succeed, I shall listen to you. Nan Feng smiled slightly. Dear teacher, perhaps we should refrain from that. I would not want to bruise your ego. Chapter 89. Am I hitting you? Allow me to demonstrate. Nan Feng's words were intended for the benefit of the physical education teacher, for Nan Feng was truly formidable. The prowess of the third level's true dragon breathing technique would easily overwhelm a gym goer with nothing but dead muscle. The other elementary students on site chimed in. Our big brother is incredible. He thinks he can outmatch our PE teacher in an arm wrestling contest? Amaterasu, our big brother is truly impressive. The crew responsible for filming at the school also drew nearer. The viewers in the live stream found it to be quite amusing. Wow, our little emperor is attending PE class. Hahaha. Should we not kneel before His Majesty? It seems a conflict has already arisen. Our little emperor is simply remarkable. Perhaps he is teaching our PE teacher how to be a courteous instructor? At that moment, the physical education teacher was both amused and infuriated. I have endured mockery from fitness enthusiasts and derision from prominent figures in the sports community, but to be ridiculed by an elementary student is a first. Youngster, let me tell you, I could lift a 10-pound dumbbell at the age of 3, and by 8, I was undefeated in my village, earning the title of the Muscle Devil. You dare to provoke me? Nan Feng stood with his hands behind his back, retorting, your physical form cannot sustain prolonged athletic endeavors. You possess endurance, but lack explosive power, which is precisely why I assert your inadequacy. The techniques you teach are only suitable for 3-year-olds. I have a set of fitness routines that are far more appropriate for children of this age. The infuriated PE teacher's face turned crimson. Oh dear, you are driving me to madness. After all these years of teaching, this is the first time I have encountered such a student. How outrageous! The insolent little brat dared to call me a mere brute. Allow me to show you what true strength in weightlifting entails. The PE teacher stepped forward, reaching out to grasp Nan Feng. With a faint smile, Nan Feng extended his hand in response. The moment their hands clasped, the PE teacher's expression shifted dramatically. What is happening? This child's grip felt like an iron vice. I cannot budge him in the slightest. The viewers from a distance erupted in laughter. Wow, is this a performance? A child so small confronting a muscular giant? This is hilarious. Are you all like me, watching the school's live stream while in the toilet? This is a delightful live stream. I just woke up and am currently squatting. A child like this is merely humiliating me. I also go to the gym, so what? At that moment, Nan Feng was exerting no effort at all. Among the elementary students, Nan Zhao's face darkened. Always seeking the spotlight. This Nan Feng is truly. His mind raced. So, you possess such strength? Then, on the other side, Nan Feng calmly stated, Teacher, I shall exert my strength now. What? You haven't used your strength yet? With a mere flick of his wrist, Nan Feng's small hand tightened momentarily. The PE teacher writhed in agony, ultimately collapsing to the ground with a thud. It hurts. The PE teacher was drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration pouring from his brow. At this moment, the physical education teacher stubbornly insisted, I was careless, it was an accident. Nan Feng shook his head, dismissing it as mere pretentiousness. In the next instant, Nan Feng leaped up and delivered a powerful kick. The teacher tumbled several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Dazed, the teacher sat on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Is this how one bullies others? Are these children in elementary school? At this juncture, Nan Xiao beckoned to his 2 lackeys, who then slinked away furtively. The remainder of the physical education class was devoted to Nan Feng instructing everyone on boxing, with the teacher joining in the practice. As he struck slowly, he remarked, Imagine holding a large watermelon. The other children immediately echoed, holding a large watermelon. Nan Feng continued, Slice to the left, slice to the right, slice to the left, slice to the right. He urged, lift it up, throw it away. Lift it up, throw it away. After the fitness boxing session concluded, the children began to engage in free play. Before long, a girl named Xiao Li emerged in tears, seeking out the physical education teacher, exclaiming, Teacher, I was hit. Shisabwa. Upon seeing the 2 distinct handprints on her face, the teacher's expression shifted dramatically. Who struck you? Through her tears, she replied, it was Nan Feng. The girl cast a fearful glance at Nan Feng. Furrowing his brow, he protested, I was in the restroom. When did I strike anyone? Nan Xiao, is this your game? Instantly, Nan Xiao interjected, Teacher, Nan Feng has bullied a fellow student. This must be reported to the homeroom teacher for a school-wide reprimand. The teacher glared at Nan Feng, saying, Nan Feng, do not presume that your fighting prowess permits you to bully your classmates. Hearing this, Nan Xiao quickly added, Brother, how could you bully a female classmate? That is utterly disgraceful. You should apologize to her. The teacher, still apprehensive about Nan Feng, began to suspect his involvement. Pointing at him, she commanded, Nan Feng, you must apologize this instant. Yet, Nan Feng coldly replied, Apologize? It wasn't me. Why should I apologize? Nan Xiao remarked, Who else enjoys fighting? Everyone knows you're the class leader. The teacher snorted in response. This matter must be taken seriously and addressed by your homeroom teacher. Just then, the homeroom teacher, Lin Mei, arrived on the scene, perplexed. What on earth has happened? The physical education teacher pointed at Shaoli. Homeroom teacher, you arrived just in time. This Nan Feng has assaulted a female student. This could escalate. The homeroom teacher glanced at Nan Feng. Class leader Nan Feng, what do you have to say? Nan Feng looked at Nan Xiao and asked, Vice class leader, what is your take? Nan Xiao hesitated, his eyes darting around. Class leader, perhaps you should apologize to avoid making this a bigger issue. At that moment, Nan Feng approached Nan Xiao and stated nonchalantly, I possess great strength and generally do not strike other students. Since you are so certain that I assaulted someone, very well, I shall demonstrate. Nan Xiao was bewildered. What? In the next instant, Nan Feng swung his hand with a resounding slap. Smack! Nan Feng raised his head high, and in an instant his entire being was propelled outward. After tumbling several times, he lifted his head, his mouth stained with blood, having lost 2 teeth. Ooh, teacher, save me. I am going to be beaten to death. Nan Feng slowly approached him. What are you saying? My dear brother, are you not perfectly fine? Why do you claim that I'm going to kill you? The class supervisor, Lin Mei, immediately stepped forward to intercept Nan Feng, exclaiming, Nan Feng, what are you doing? Look at all this blood. School nurse. Get the school nurse here. At that moment, Nan Feng turned to glance at Nan Feng Zhao's 2 little henchmen, softly inquiring, which of you requires dental repairs? The 2 children were utterly terrified. It's not us. It's Nan Feng Xiao. He falsely accused you. Please don't hit us. Big brother, we were wrong. We shall never dare again. Chapter 90. He must kneel before the ancestral hall. The truth is revealed. Is there a more effective means of interrogation than violence? Nan Feng remarked nonchalantly. In essence, he remained the ancient man from the Southern Dynasties. In that era, to wrongfully accuse another, the most direct form of interrogation was through brutality. In ancient times, there was nothing that a tiger bench could not resolve. If that failed, a deep crimson branding iron would suffice. Interrogation? You struck Nan Xiao merely for the sake of interrogation? Lin Mei interjected. He is, after all, your brother. Even if he has wronged you, resorting to violence is unacceptable. Being a modern educator, Lin Mei naturally rejected the notion of resolving issues through force. Nan Feng replied indifferently. Sometimes, violence is the most straightforward means of resolution. If I do not address this with force, he will undoubtedly dare to provoke again. He had restrained his strength. Although the act appeared severe, it was far from causing grave injury. However, I can only inform your parents, Lin Mei insisted. Nan Xiao, having risen from the ground, pleaded, Teacher, I was just teasing my brother. It was a joke. I never expected him to hit me. Soon, Zhao Feng arrived at the school. As Nan Ji was occupied with matters at the company. In the office, Nan Feng boldly stated, My younger brother has slandered his elder brother. It is not excessive to impose familial discipline. A mere slap is indeed a lenient punishment. The teachers in the office were utterly astonished. Where did this little feudal notion come from? Slandering an elder brother merits familial discipline? Such a remarkable child. Indeed, Lin Mei, this is difficult to manage, Zhao Feng fumed. Look at what you've done. Your brother has lost teeth because of you. The last time you slapped him, his face took days to recover, and he bled from his nose. And now he's lost a mouthful of teeth. What will happen next? Are you truly intent on injuring him severely? Nan Feng replied calmly. Next time? Next time, he will understand the consequences of provoking those he should not, and he will conduct himself accordingly. Otherwise, the punishment will be even more severe. Nan Xiao, tears streaming down his face, cried, "Mom, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. I deserve it." Zhao Feng's heart ached for him. This child had been adopted after Nan Feng was taken away, and over the years, he had occupied her affections. On one hand, this child was exceptionally obedient. On the other, if Nan Xiao were to inherit the Nan group, what difference would it make to her? A puppet heir is preferable to Nan Feng, who holds no emotional ties. Nan Feng, regardless of the circumstances, you have struck my son. Even if Nan Xiao wronged you, he has still suffered at your hands. If a situation arises, it should be handled by the homeroom teacher, not by you. Go kneel before the ancestral hall to avoid any accusations of bias against you. Unfazed, Nan Feng coldly retorted. Nan Xiao bullied a girl first and then slandered his elder brother. As a mother, you unconditionally favor this child. You are distorting right and wrong, blurring the lines of truth. Your conduct is such that I need not heed your words any longer. Zhao Feng was thoroughly exasperated, her body trembling uncontrollably. I will inform your grandmother. You refuse to heed my counsel. I shall tell your grandmother. Nan Xiao, let us depart. I will take you to see a doctor. We shall take a leave of absence. Nan Feng cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Feng and shook her head, saying, with your foolishness, how long will you allow others to manipulate you? Nan Feng had no intention of revealing the truth to this woman. Whether she believed it or not was irrelevant. She might later accuse Nan Feng of slander. It was only Zhao Feng who so eagerly provided for someone else's son. When she discovers the truth, let her wallow in her own regret. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng took the child to the hospital for an emergency consultation, which confirmed there was nothing serious. In a hurry to return home, Nan Xiao presented her with the AD calcium milk he held. Drink this, mother. Zhao Feng declined, saying, no, my son. You drink it yourself. You are 100 times more considerate than Nan Feng. When you grow up, I shall have you inherit the Nan family. And I will not give a single thing to that ungrateful child. Nan Xiao shook his head, responding, no, the Nan family belongs to everyone. I want to share with you all. Brother Nan Feng should have a share too. He has not had anyone treat him kindly since childhood, which is why he behaves this way. I was beaten. It was my own fault. Brother Nan Feng believes I have taken everyone's love from him, hence his actions. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng's heart ached even more. Child, you are truly kind. If Nan Feng possessed even half of your gentleness, others would not treat him so harshly. Our ill treatment of him is not due to you. It is entirely his own doing. You need not feel guilty. Do you understand? Hearing this, Nan Xiao leaned against Zhao Feng, a faint smile gracing his lips. As the car arrived at the Nan estate, Zhao Feng alighted with the child. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Lin Wanyue sipped tea, her brow slightly furrowed. Very well, I understand. So Zhao Feng wants my grandson to kneel in the ancestral hall? She overlooks the principles of bullying classmates and wronging Nan Feng? Does she truly believe that such a jealous child as Nan Xiao is merely jesting? It is as if she is regressing, devoid of common sense. Eyre chuckled. In the past, madam, the old lady accepted her only because she found her innocent. Did she not? Moreover, if it were not for this, wouldn't most women have discovered Mr. Nan's affairs long ago? Lin Wanyue snorted softly. That foolish son of mine. How could someone as tragic as a campus belle possibly take an interest in him? He foolishly attributed it to his own charm. I forbade them from being together to protect him, yet he has harbored resentment towards me ever since. This is why I am determined to support Nan Feng. The matter regarding Nan Zhao's mother remains an enigma to me. How could her child ascend to the position of head of the Nan family? Initially, I intended to choose one of the two young ladies, but they proved inadequate. Only Nan Feng's emergence has rekindled my hope. I simply wish to see him grow up safely. Eyre nodded. I shall do the same, ensuring the young master ascends to the position of head of the Nan family. Eyre, your ancestors were our family's vassals. Do you realize that? Lin Wanyue remarked with a smile. Eyre nodded. I have heard my grandfather speak of it. Our Lu family has possessed extraordinary strength for generations. It is said that during the Southern Dynasties, our ancestors valiantly fought and perished to protect the lineage of the Nan family. Who would have thought that fate would entwine us in such a manner? Lin Wanyue remarked with a smile. Just then, Zhao Feng entered, holding Nan Zhao's hand, and called out from afar, "Mother!" Nan Feng knocked out Nan Zhao's teeth at school. Such a child. He must be made to kneel in the ancestral hall. Chapter 91. A Terrifying Gathering. As Zhao Feng spoke, she pushed Nan Xiao in front of her mother, saying, "Look at his face. It's swollen beyond recognition, and he has lost 2 teeth." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyue glanced at Nan Xiao with irritation, responding, "Boys will be boys. As his mother, you ought not to interfere. I have no desire to inquire about the specifics. If you wish to speak, you may, but should your account differ from what I know, Zhao Feng, you shall be the one to kneel in the ancestral hall." Zhao Feng's mind raced. Could it be that her mother already knew everything? At this moment, she felt uncertain about her mother's true thoughts. "Mother, I care deeply about Nan Zhao's injuries. Is that not permissible?" Lin Wanyue nodded. "Find a doctor to examine him. If there is nothing wrong, then it is as such. However, regarding the Mo family's invitation for tonight, he shall not be attending." "Then let him not go," Zhao Feng insisted. "The Mo family is not well acquainted with us, and this is a precious opportunity for our younger generation to become acquainted with theirs. As Nan Xiao is to be an heir, establishing connections is essential. If he cannot attend, it would be tantamount to ostracizing him." Nan Xiao stepped forward, saying, "Grandmother, I am fine. It is merely a bit swollen. I can go." Lin Wanyuan narrowed her eyes at the boy. "Very well, then prepare yourself." In the evening, the Nan family sisters returned home from school and work. Before even entering, Nan Yue lamented, "Endless PPTs and documents. I've never been this exhausted. Nan Feng is deliberately targeting me." Nan Yumeng nodded in agreement. "Sister, bear with it a little longer. Nan Feng has our grandmother's favor. We must wait for the right opportunity. The Nan family's reputation cannot be tarnished publicly. What do you think of this plan?" Nan Yue nodded. "Are you referring to the 16th birthday banquet of the young master of the Xiao family? I shall speak with Xiao Tian tonight and see if we can set a trap in advance." Nan Yumeng agreed. Yes, his triumph is only temporary. At this moment, Lin Wanyue emerged from the main hall, holding Nan Feng's hand, followed closely by Nan Xiao. Upon seeing Nan Zhao's face, the 2 sisters expressed their concern. "Xiaoya, what has happened to your face? Wasn't the swelling already reduced?" Nan Feng replied coolly, "No need for doubt. I fought again today." "You." Nan Yue bit her lip. "This boy truly disregards us. Sister is right. We must endure." Nan Yumeng patted Nan Zhao's head. Glancing at Nan Feng, country kids are indeed fierce. Disinterested in further conversation with them, Nan Feng directly entered their grandmother's car, and they soon departed the estate. Inside the vehicle, Lin Wanyue recounted the history of the Mo family. Nan Feng nodded. Since the Southern Dynasty, the Mo family has been a lineage of doctors and warriors. An ancestor of the Mo family attained the highest position as the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, which is quite impressive. Lin Wanyue acknowledged, "You are indeed well-read, possessing knowledge of many things." At this moment, Nan Feng turned to Aunt Yi sitting in the front seat. "Aunt Yi, after the banquet, I shall teach you a martial art that can strengthen your body and enable you to take on 10 adversaries." Aunt Yi responded in astonishment, "Very well, young master." 10 opponents, merely a jest from Nan Feng. With profound practice, he could easily best 100. Otherwise, Qinglan's Imperial Guard would not have become the personal protectors of the Southern Dynasty's royal family. Lin Wanyue cast a deep glance at Nan Feng. "My dear child, how many secrets yet remain for you to share with your grandmother? The sole purpose of my endeavors in the forthcoming time is to ensure your safety as you grow." The vehicle halted in the parking area of the Mo family estate, and it was evident that the Nan family was not the only one present today. Numerous cars adorned the grounds. Immediately, a steward approached to extend a warm welcome. "Madam Lin, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, please make your way inside." Lin Wanyue nodded in acknowledgement. The steward elaborated during their walk. "Our esteemed patriarch has invited only the closest families today for a gathering of dining, drinking, and scholarly exchange." Lin Wanyue, taken aback, inquired, "Scholarly exchange? Is it in medicine or martial arts? Neither of which are the strong suits of our Nan family." The younger generation behind her could hardly be expected to engage in conversation. Yet there was Nan Feng. No wonder that old fellow Mo Wui would invite our Nan family. Nan Feng truly brings honor to our name. The family, guided accordingly, entered the Mo family's gathering. Nan Yumeng and Nan Yue took a step back. What is this, grandmother? What kind of gathering is this? It's quite intimidating. Lin Wanyue squinted, although the hall was splendid. Various human anatomical models adorned the space, including skeletons and cross-sectional models. While these might be commonplace for those skilled in medicine, they were utterly daunting for the younger members of the Nan family. Nan Shao leaned against his sister, trembling in fear, while Nan Feng observed the models with keen interest. In this era, the conditions for studying medicine have greatly improved. Such models were unseen in the Southern Dynasty, although they had their own era-specific counterparts. At that moment, Mo Wui approached proactively. Lin Wanyue. Old Mo. Lin Wanyue greeted him warmly, as if they were long-lost friends. After all, individuals from prominent families often had some acquaintance from their youth. Your grandson is quite remarkable. Most children would be frightened by these exhibits. Yet look at him, utterly fascinated by the models. With a smile, Lin Wanyue replied, Indeed, my grandson is unlike ordinary children. Perhaps his difficult childhood has fostered such extraordinary qualities. Haha, if that is the case, my grandchildren should be raised in hardship as well. At that moment, several elegantly attired men and women gathered in the distance, engaged in conversation. Mo Gaoyang, your grandfather hasn't laughed like that in ages. Who are those people over there? They seem to be from the Nan family. The older generation had a decent relationship with them, so I have met that old lady a few times. Mo Gaoyang, a third-generation member of the Mo family, held a wine glass in one hand, seated beside a young woman in a sequin gown, named Mo Gaoyin, also a third-generation member of the Mo family. My grandfather mentioned yesterday that the boy named Nan Feng from the countryside seems to possess remarkable talent in martial arts. He spoke highly of him. Mo Gaoyang let out a cold smile, remarking, the Nan family, not particularly renowned in the realms of medicine and martial arts, dares to join our gathering. It seems they are quite unclear about their own standing. Mo Gaoyin shook his head and replied, Do not be so dismissive. The fact that grandfather has invited the Nan family signifies his high regard for this young individual. Montauk Gaoyang chuckled lightly. Go on, Gaoyin. Test the mettle of these young scions from the Nan family. If they prove incompatible with us, it will indeed be quite embarrassing, wouldn't it? Mo Gaoyin smiled in agreement. Very well, I shall give it a try. Meanwhile, Lin Wanyue and Mo Wenyu were engaged in a leisurely conversation nearby, as Mo Gaoyin made his way towards the Nan sisters with a drink in hand. Chapter 92, An Invitation. At this moment, the sisters Nan Yue were gazing at the bizarre objects with a growing sense of embarrassment. We are the daughters of the Nan family, one of them declared. I am Mo Gaoyin, replied Mo Gaoyin with a faint smile. Your bone structure is quite captivating. Nan Yue was taken aback. Bone structure? Mo Gaoyin glanced toward the skeleton specimen resting against the wall. Both Nan Yue and Nan Yumeng shivered in fright. Montauk Gaoyin chuckled. This specimen represents the skeletal framework of a 25-year-old woman, quite similar to yours. As an orthopedic doctor, I instantly recognized the resemblance. Miss Mo, we need to visit the restroom, Nan Yue stammered, pulling Nan Yumeng away, only to collide with a nearby waiter, spilling drinks all over them. The affluent youths present turned their heads, stifling laughter. The faces of Nan Yue and Nan Yumeng flushed with embarrassment. Lin Wanyue furrowed her brow slightly, but chose not to intervene in matters among the younger generation. At this moment, seeing her sisters retreating to the restroom, Nan Shao stood alone, feeling flustered. Mo Gaoyin glanced at the child and remarked, Child, your bones. I also need to use the restroom. Nan Feng observed the embarrassing spectacle of the trio. Although he was not on good terms with them, they were still members of the Nan family. At this juncture, Lin Wanyue cast a glance at Nan Feng. He smiled faintly, thinking, I must reclaim the family's lost dignity. Mo Gaoyin's gaze also fell upon Nan Feng. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he said, Since you're an orthopedic doctor, I would like to seek your advice. The moment the child spoke, all eyes in the room shifted towards him. Was this child not the young master of the Nan family? What was he intending to ask Mo Gaoyin? Does he not realize that Mo Gaoyin is the granddaughter of the esteemed Mr. Mo, with remarkable expertise in orthopedics? They wondered. Indeed, it was unclear what the child intended to challenge Mo Gaoyin with. Nan Feng then calmly inquired, Miss Mo, do you have any effective methods for addressing non-union fractures? Mo Gaoyin responded with a measured tone. Non-union? If bony callus cannot form, there truly is little that can be done. Nan Feng smiled. Miss Mo, an esteemed guest here. You all approach this with a Western medical perspective. Non-union is not solely due to insufficient vitality. Rather, it stems from stagnation of the meridians and insufficient nourishment of the marrow. Modern medicine focuses on skeletal structure, yet overlooks. He stood poised, articulating his thoughts using principles of traditional Chinese medicine. Initially, many listened while reclining, but soon they began to sit up, finally leaning in to listen intently. Even Mo, when he grew increasingly animated, pointing at Nan Feng and exclaiming, Lin Wanyue, this grandson of yours? Only 6 years old? Has he not taken any formal courses in traditional Chinese medicine? Lin Wanyue proudly shook her head. This child enjoys reading on his own. We haven't enrolled him in any courses. And Mo Winnie exclaimed, Remarkable, truly remarkable. I once believed this child possessed a natural talent for martial arts, but to my astonishment, he exhibits remarkable aptitude in medicine as well. Over there, Mo Gaoyin seems perplexed. He thinks that the theories of traditional Chinese medicine may not be entirely applicable to bone repair. At that moment, an elderly practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine stood up and said, Young lady of the Mo family, allow him to speak. I find some merit in his words. Nan Feng smiled gently, continuing to articulate his thoughts, and then approached the skeleton, offering a detailed explanation of the bones. Meanwhile, Nan Yue, Nan Yumeng, and Nan Xiao were in the restroom. Nan Yue's expression was grim as she remarked, This gathering is utterly nonsensical. Had I known, I would not have come. Nan Yumeng nodded in agreement. However, given the academic nature of this assembly, it seems certain that Nan Feng would struggle to gain any favor. It would be interesting to observe the disdain he would encounter outside. Nan Xiao replied, Sister, we simply lack this knowledge. It is not that we are afraid. Nan Yue nodded in agreement. Let's go, she urged. As the three entered the main hall, they were taken aback to find everyone attentively listening to Nan Feng's discourse, with even an elderly gentleman taking notes of his words. Mo Gaoyin's expression shifted dramatically, and even Mo Winnie was listening intently. At that moment, Nan Feng sighed and remarked, In the long passage of time, how has our traditional Chinese medicine not experienced its own periods of discontinuity? Several elderly practitioners nodded in agreement. This young lad speaks truthfully. At such a tender age, he possesses remarkable knowledge and insight. We have discovered a future divine physician. Indeed, being so exceptional at such a young age, his potential is boundless. How fortunate the Nan family is to have such a grandson. Mo Winnie chuckled. I previously witnessed young Nan Feng performing a set of health-preserving exercises and found them to be extraordinary. I had hoped to invite him to this gathering, yet I did not expect him to be so accomplished in traditional Chinese medicine as well. Hearing this, Lin Wanyu could not help but smile broadly, exclaiming, Oh dear, please do not praise my grandson excessively. He may become overly proud. Meanwhile, Nan Yue and her companions were in disbelief. What transpired during our brief absence in the restroom that led everyone to be so enamored with Nan Feng? It seems this young man truly knows how to impress the elders. At that moment, everyone in the hall stood up, approaching Lin Wanyu to pay her compliments. Madam, you have a remarkable grandson. With such a grandson, how could the Nan family not prosper? Indeed, madam, your grandson will surely grow into a dashing young gentleman. Lin Wanyu continued to engage with the attendees, while Nan Feng and the younger generation naturally gravitated towards the food table. Mo Gaoyang approached Li Xiuxin and introduced himself. I am Mo Gaoyang. You must be Nan Feng? Nan Feng glanced at Mo Gaoyang, asking, What is it, young master Mo? Do you have some guidance to offer? Mo Gaoyang shook his head. No, I would not dare. If my sister has already faced challenges, what need is there for me to undertake a thankless task? I have come to extend an invitation to you. Nan Feng looked at him, bemused. The youthful generation of Binhai has established an exclusive club, a gathering of all the affluent young gentlemen and ladies, and I extend to you an invitation. The concept of a club is not lost on Nan Feng. As in the circles of the Southern Dynasty, the playfulness among the affluent second-generation elites is far more elaborate. After all, Many offspring of officials, upon reaching a certain age, embark on their own political journeys, which ultimately revolve around mingling within influential circles. Some signs of officials have already formed their own small factions, a precursor to forming cliques for personal gain. Why invite me? Nan Feng inquired. My two elder sisters, and even my younger brother, surely possess more qualifications than I do. Mo Gaoyang smiled and replied, Do you truly believe I sought out my sister to test you for no reason? Moreover, the reputation of young Master Nan Feng's lipstick has already spread within our circle. What do you say? The most prestigious second-generation club in Binhai is now open to you. Chapter 93. Is it the doctor or the instruments that heal? I refuse, Nan Feng stated calmly. Mo Gaoyang stood frozen, initially believing that as the eldest grandson of the Mo family, an invitation to this young man would be met with agreement. However, he was taken aback by the outright rejection. Wait, this is the perfect opportunity for you to expand your social circle. Young master? Nan Feng glanced at Mo Gaoyang and replied indifferently, I have no interest in your circle. He then turned to leave. Mo Gaoyang called out, Do you not wish to inherit the Nan family? Do you not desire a collaboration with us to support one another when we make our appearances? Nan Feng, you fail to grasp the stakes here. Once you join us, we inheritors will aid you within certain bounds. A smile crept across Nan Feng's lips as he slowly turned back. What if I choose not to assist you? You possess absolute autonomy. Whether to help or not is entirely your decision, and no one can interfere with your choice, Mo Gaoyang assured him. The Inheritors Club, is it? Nan Feng mused. He was indeed intrigued, but needed to ascertain what he would need to contribute and what he might gain in return. I can join. Excellent. I'll add you on WeChat. At the 16th birthday banquet of the young master from the Shao family, many members of our Inheritor Circle will be present, and we can all get acquainted. Nan Feng nodded, finding it somewhat interesting. After reaching an understanding with Mo Gaoyang, Mo Winnie approached. Young friend Nan Feng. Nan Feng turned slightly, Mr. Mo. Your theories on traditional Chinese medicine were truly thought-provoking. I never imagined that at such a young age, you have delved into both martial arts and medicine. Mo Winnie was astonished. A child of this age, focused on learning rather than playing? How could this be? How had he acquired such knowledge? Indeed, there is a distinct divide between genius and the ordinary. He cast a glance at his grandson, who had been nurtured in medicine but remained unremarkable. Yet here was someone who could independently study traditional Chinese medicine. What a jest. Nan Feng, in the future, our families should frequently interact. I feel an exceptional rapport with you, Mo Winnie remarked. Nan Feng smiled and nodded. At that moment, the members of various prominent families, who had been astonished earlier, began to approach Nan Feng for conversation. He conducted himself with grace, speaking with poise, and everyone silently nodded in approval. Meanwhile, the marginalized Nan siblings were truly incensed, left to observe from the periphery as Nan Feng flaunted his prowess. Nan Shao remarked, Brother Nan Feng is remarkable. In comparison, everyone else seems rather dull. He glanced at his two sisters. Indeed, Nan Yue was immediately irked. What nonsense. He merely has a filter. Reciting a few ordinary anecdotes on traditional medicine can deceive the elderly and garner their favor. It's utterly infuriating. Exactly. Does this Nan Feng truly possess any genuine skill? He simply enjoys reciting and charming the elders. Just then, an unexpected gasp rippled through the gathering. A middle-aged man in his 40s suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud, spilling his drink everywhere. He emitted a series of muffled groans, prompting gasps of shock from the onlookers. This was the head of the health bureau. What could have happened? It appeared he was suffering a cardiac arrest. Who has heart medication? Dr. Mo, with a furrowed brow, urged, Is there a cardiologist or a cardiac surgeon here? We must attend to Director He immediately. Though Dr. Mo hailed from an internal medicine background, he was not particularly adept at dealing with cardiothoracic cases. At that moment, an elegantly dressed young woman stepped forward, declaring, I am a cardiothoracic specialist. Let me examine him. She leaned down to listen to the patient's chest. It seems he is experiencing a blockage. He must be rushed to the hospital immediately. Dr. Mo exclaimed, I have already called for an ambulance. Suddenly, a voice interjected. With distended jugular veins and distant heart sounds, You merely suggest it is a heart attack? Surely your credentials are not purchased. Everyone turned to see Nan Feng standing calmly with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor composed. Lin Wanyue, perplexed, asked, Nan Feng, are you confident? Implicit in her words was the caution that, given the individual's status as an official, silence might be preferable if he lacked certainty. Yet Nan Feng glanced at his grandmother and reassured her, do not worry, grandmother. I will manage this. Dr. M.O., taken aback, inquired, young friend Nan Feng. What do you mean? Nan Yue whispered from the side. Be cautious. There are so many eyes upon you. Do not act recklessly. I believe brother Nan Feng possesses the ability. Nan Xiao suddenly declared. Everyone must trust brother Nan Feng. Nan Feng shot a glance at Nan Xiao, muttering, foolish child. He dismissed the ineptitude of the Nan family and crouched down, placing his hand on the patient's neck. The distended neck veins indicate a low blood pressure. This is Beck's triad. He turned to the young doctor. According to your Western medical theories, how would you classify this condition? Answer me. The young doctor appeared to be transported back to her days as an intern, under interrogation by her professor. It should be acute cardiac tamponade? Nan Feng's expression soured with disappointment. Is this the extent of your Western medical standards? No, without instruments nearby, how am I supposed to diagnose? She retorted, her tone firm. Many from medical families nodded in agreement. Indeed, without instruments, any diagnosis is speculative. Misdiagnosis could be fatal. Exactly. What you assert lacks instrument validation. Who would be accountable if anything goes awry? Nan Feng slowly raised his gaze to the assembled doctors of the Dragon Kingdom. As traditional Chinese medicine has stated for millennia, the human body is a universe unto itself. The 5 organs harbor spirits. A physician must observe the world as if a divine being surveying the earth. You study the heart, the kidneys, the brain, yet how can you grasp the holistic changes of this realm? When faced with difficulties, you turn to instruments. Are you physicians, or are the instruments the physicians? Nan Feng was exasperated by their lack of initiative. The doctors present all wore expressions of distress, evading the situation and remaining silent. Nan Feng shook his head and raised his hand to rest upon the man's vein, sensing an unusual pulse. In a moment of clarity, the voice of the Grand Tutor echoed in his mind. During respiration, the pulse weakens. Your Highness, this individual cannot be delayed. Immediate action is imperative. It felt as though Nan Feng was exchanging glances with the Grand Tutor across the expanse of millennia. They both pointed simultaneously to the angle beneath the man's left rib, at the junction of the sword protrusion. Your Highness, here, he affirmed, nodding in agreement with the Grand Tutor's assessment. Suddenly, Nan Feng raised his hand and exclaimed, Who has a fountain pen and a knife? At these words, the entire assembly stood in stunned silence. A fountain pen and a knife? What could he possibly intend to do with those? Chapter 94. Grandmother, are you aware of the predicament of the Nan family? Does he truly wish to perform an emergency procedure now? Shouldn't we wait for the ambulance? If something goes awry during the procedure, the responsibility would fall squarely on him. Young Master Nan, do take care and be cautious of potential legal repercussions. Nan Feng, suddenly incensed, retorted, If the mentors from a millennium ago were to witness the conduct of you younglings, they would surely rise from their graves in indignation. Bring me the scalpel and pen. M.O. Gaoyin promptly stepped forward, producing a pen and a surgical knife. Will these suffice? Nan Feng glanced at them and nodded affirmatively. They will do. He took them with ease. The female doctor, who had spoken earlier, inquired, I have surgical experience. Do you wish for my assistance? With irritation, Nan Feng replied, You may observe from the sidelines. You are simply not qualified to intervene. The girl's face flushed with embarrassment, having been chastised by someone so much younger. As Nan Feng began to slice open the man's clothing, Nan Yue interjected, Grandmother, this is utterly reckless. What is he doing here without medical qualifications? Nan Yumeng added, If anything goes wrong, it would tarnish the reputation of the Nan family. Lin Wanyue slightly furrowed her brow. I have faith in Nan Feng. Go ahead, Nan Feng. Should anything occur, I shall bear the consequences for you. Nan Feng smiled reassuringly. Fear not, grandmother. I, Nan Feng, will will only act when I am certain of success. With that, he expertly wielded the knife on the patient. He then took the pen, leaving only the barrel, and unhesitatingly inserted it into the incision. Those present with knowledge immediately exclaimed, "He is using a pen instead of a puncture needle? How did this child acquire such surgical techniques?" Indeed, determining the precise location is an impressive feat in itself. It is nothing short of miraculous. But what if something goes wrong? As the puncture was completed, Director He.'s breathing steadied. M.O. Wendy marveled. "This is truly astounding, simply incredible." At that moment, the paramedics arrived. They surveyed the scene with curiosity and politely inquired, "Director M.O., did you perform this emergency procedure?" M.O. Wendy shook his head. "It was not I. It was this child." "What?" The paramedics were utterly astonished. "We must transport him to the emergency room at once." M.O. Wendy nodded in agreement. Nan Feng cautioned, "Be mindful of the puncture site. Please secure it with gauze." The paramedics nodded. "Understood. Thank you for the reminder, young friend." Nan Feng's adept maneuvering left the medical and martial families in awe once more. M.O. Wendy reflected, "Truly, heroes emerge from youth." Nan Feng, "Did you learn these skills from your books?" Nan Feng replied, "Do you believe me if I say I already knew how? Some of it is from books, some from television, and various documentaries." Nan Feng casually fabricated an explanation. It was only then that some began to realize that a mere child had just schooled a group of adults, particularly the female doctor from earlier. At this moment, standing before Nan Feng felt akin to being a student. After a round of flattering remarks, Lin Wanyue stepped forward, saying, "Old M.O., please inform me about Director He.'s situation when you have the chance. I shall take the children home now." M.O. Wenyu nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, Wanyue, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity." Lin Wanyue nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave with her family. M.O. Wenyu's expression gradually shifted. This generation of the Nan family is destined for greatness. M.O. Gaoyong, this young man, must be courted fervently. Do you understand? "Yes, grandfather." Meanwhile, Nan Feng returned to the car alongside Lin Wanyue. She sighed. "That was quite perilous earlier. Why did you intervene, Nan Feng? What if something had gone awry? And they retaliated?" With a smile, Nan Feng replied, "Grandma, please remain calm. My actions were solely for the benefit of the Nan family." "Oh, for the Nan family?" Lin Wanyue inquired, puzzled. "Grandma, considering the current predicament of the Nan family." Nan Feng spoke eloquently about the state of the Nan Group. Despite its vastness over the past 2 decades, the financial reports indicate a decline. Many of the family's businesses are entering their twilight years. For instance, numerous traditional ventures may soon be abandoned, while industries related to medicine are perpetually lucrative. A sudden realization struck Lin Wanyue. "Are you suggesting these officials present today, including the M.O. family, belong to esteemed medical and martial households in Binhai? If the Nan family aims to diversify into new industries, their connections will be indispensable. Grandma, if our family establishes a hospital, wouldn't it be advantageous to have a benefactor like Director He and to ascend among the medical and martial families? Wouldn't that make things significantly easier?" Lin Wanyue gazed at Nan Feng in astonishment, grasping his hand in disbelief, her heart tumultuous. "Nan Feng, perhaps it is time to rein in your ambitions. Excessive wisdom can lead to a short life. Do you not understand this? With your current intellect, I only wish for you to grow up steadily. I fear for you if this continues." Nan Feng smiled gently. "Grandma, one who does not attract envy is mediocre. Moreover, I must shine brightly. Only then will the dark arrows aimed at the Nan family be directed at me. At that point, I can address each one, can I not?" Lin Wanyue felt a storm of emotions within her. With a resigned pat on Nan Feng's shoulder, she remarked, "It is better for your youthful shoulders to bear more of the moonlight and gentle breezes. As for the hidden dangers, your grandmother is still very much alive." On another front, after receiving emergency treatment, Heezing had escaped the clutches of death. The first thing he did upon regaining consciousness was to inform his subordinates of his gratitude and concern for Nan Feng. After conveying this message, he finally allowed himself to rest. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Nan estate, Lin Wanyue received a phone call. "What? Director, he has escaped danger? That is splendid news," she exclaimed, completing her pleasantries. As Nan Feng alighted from the vehicle, a sense of resolution washed over him. Yet, the inherent risks of such matters were undeniably significant. Lin Wanyu's concern for Nan Feng was not unfounded, as his motivations were rooted in self-interest. Unbeknownst to her, she remained oblivious to my true identity, which justified her apprehensions. However, were Nan Feng afforded a similar opportunity again, it is likely he would make a comparable decision, for the pursuit of power often necessitates strategic alliances. In any era, officials hold considerable value. At that moment, a business vehicle arrived outside the gate, coming to a halt in the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, a man resembling an assistant emerged from the car, greeting us with, "Hello, we are from the Municipal Health Bureau." Just then, Nanji approached the entrance, and upon hearing this, he swiftly advanced with urgency. Chapter 95, Sister, you must assist me this time. As Nanjia walked, he enthusiastically remarked, "Is this the Health Bureau? Please come in this way." He invited them while expressing his sentiments. For years, he had been seeking a connection within the Health Bureau, aspiring to engage in the lucrative medical and health sector. Had his sincerity finally been acknowledged? At that moment, he remained unaware of the events Nan Feng was involved in at the Mo family that evening. Lin Wanyu glanced at Nan Feng, but chose not to speak, leading him towards the main hall. Meanwhile, the three siblings, Nan Yuwei, occupied themselves returning to their rooms. Nan Jie, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "I wonder what brings you all to the Nan family? I have been a long-time friend of your deputy director. How has Deputy Director Chen been lately?" A staff member, appearing somewhat awkward, replied, Deputy Director Chen was reassigned 6 months ago." Nan Jie forced a smile. "Oh, I've been so busy that I nearly forgot about that. Our purpose for today is primarily to express our gratitude on behalf of Director He to someone." As the staff member spoke, he signaled for a colleague to present a gift, which consisted of snacks and toys, primarily aimed at young boys. "I apologize. We were uncertain of what first graders might enjoy, so we prepared a few random items." Nanjia questioned, "This? What is this for? You shouldn't have gone to such trouble. Did Nan Xiao do something?" The staff member replied with a smile, "Not at all. We are here to thank young Master Nan Feng. His self-taught medical skills proved invaluable today, saving our director's life." "What? Nan Feng saved the director's life?" Shock was evident on Nanjia's face. He had invested considerable effort over the years trying to establish such connections, only to find that the Nan Group's business was entirely at odds with theirs. It was astonishing that Nan Feng had effortlessly formed a bond with the director. This boy's fortune was unparalleled. Regrettably, if he had such connections, he could have easily navigated the path to success. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Nanjia rose to escort them out. He then turned to his steward and instructed, "Take these to the 3 children. Let them enjoy." Just then, A entered from the courtyard. "Master," the old matriarch said to bring young Master Nan Feng's belongings to his small courtyard. Nanjia awkwardly waved his hand, "Right? I almost forgot they were meant for Nan Feng." A smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed. After collecting the items and departing, Nanjia sighed. His mother was domineering, and before his father passed, he had bequeathed most of the shares to her, leaving him constrained. Otherwise, with his talents, the Nan Group would surely prosper. If it were not for his mother, his love life and career could have thrived. Even now, she looked down upon him, preferring to support a primary school student rather than relinquish power entirely to him. "Yet, mother, you will ultimately realize that I, Nan Jie, am the true pillar of the Nan family. I am the only one who can facilitate a resurgence for the Nan Group." Upon contemplating this, he turned and made his way to his room. Meanwhile, in another part of the house, Nan Feng's chamber, he entered the courtyard, carrying some items, and placed them on Nan Feng's desk. "Young Master Nan Feng, these are delivered by someone sent from the Health Bureau. Had I not been keeping an eye on them, these items would have already fallen into the hands of your younger brother and 2 sisters," she remarked. Nan Feng, unfazed, nodded with a smile. "Thank you, eh?" Suddenly, he looked up again. "By the way, wait a moment. I have a set of boxing techniques to impart to you, along with a breathing method. Practice them, and you will become quite formidable in time." A chuckled awkwardly, "But I am no longer young. Is it too late for me to learn these things?" Nan Feng smiled back. "While it's true that you may not become a martial arts master, It will suffice for protecting grandmother. After all, most people in this world are busy learning taekwondo or mixed martial arts, and these skills will serve you well against them. All right then, I shall learn from you. A replied. Nan Feng stepped into the small courtyard, raising his hands in stance. A, pay close attention. This set of boxing techniques is called the Golden Ox Fist. The breathing technique is known as Golden Ox Strength. This is indeed a family heritage of the Liu clan. Today, I'm passing it down to you on behalf of your ancestors. A moment later, having memorized the techniques and breathing methods, A, drenched in sweat, returned to Lin Wanyue's courtyard. Old madam, she called out. Lin Wanyue, engrossed in a book, replied without looking up, Nan Feng has been teaching you boxing, hasn't he? How did you know, old madam? A said, wiping the sweat from her brow. I had a hunch. Practice diligently. What Nan Feng has given you is surely extraordinary, Lin Wanyue said with a smile. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Nan family, a steward entered, saying, Madam, your brother has arrived. Zhao Feng looked up. Oh, is Xiao Xiang here? Let him in. Yes. Shortly after, a man, approximately 10 years younger than Zhao Feng, walked in, glancing around to confirm the absence of the old lady before sighing in relief. Sister, you must help me this time, Zhao Xiang exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. Zhao Feng hurriedly rose. What is the matter, brother? Zhao Xiang spoke in a low tone. Sister, I have been gambling and ouching recently, and I've lost all my money. The house allocated to me has also been lost in a single bet. If our elder brother finds out, he will kill me, and my wife will leave me too. She is expecting a child. I do not know what to do. You must help me. What? Zhao Xiang, our parents passed away early. What did they instruct us back then? We must never engage in gambling or drugs. Even if the Zhao family has fallen and we rely on the Nan family for sustenance, we shall not starve. How can you expect me to assist you after such actions? Although Zhao Feng felt a pang of compassion, she understood that once one succumbs to gambling, without a firm reprimand, her wayward brother would undoubtedly continue down this path. Sister, please, for the sake of our blood relation, help me, Zhao Xiang pleaded, his face streaked with tears. How much do you need? Zhao Feng, still unable to bear it, softened her stance. Upon hearing her sister relent, Zhao Xiang immediately exclaimed, 35 million. What? Zhao Feng's expression darkened considerably. Zhao Xiang, you truly have audacity. Do you think of your sister as merely an afterthought? Is the Nan family solely my responsibility? 35 million? Are you jesting? Sister, surely you do not wish for my demise. My house has been seized by usurers, and I lack the means to repay them. I swear that if you assist me this once, I shall be utterly compliant thereafter. By the way, I've heard that the clay you retrieved is exceptionally lucrative. A single lipstick can fetch over 3 million. Sister, I have inquired and discovered that this limited edition item is now in high demand. Just consider. Chapter 96, The Banquet, the Xiao Family. Sister, please help me get 10. Just 10 will suffice. I can sell them in your circle and turn my fortunes around. Sister, I beg you. At this moment, Zhao Xiang was in tears. Zhao Feng glanced at her brother. Although she had over 30 million, this private stash was nearly all she possessed. If she gave it to Zhao Xiang, what would remain for herself? She spoke sternly, you worthless fool. I will assist you this once, but if you dare gamble again, I will take your life. Thank you, sister. Thank you, Zhao Xiang exclaimed. That item, Zhao Feng furrowed her brows. The second batch of lipsticks should be hitting the market soon. I heard there are only 100 this time. She added, I will find a way to procure 10 for you. Just wait. I will substitute his limited edition with a regular Nanshao Frost. Who would notice? After all, it's merely about buying a reputation. Meanwhile, Nan Feng had just hung up the phone. On the other end was Lin Hongwu. They had just discussed the second batch of Frost Peach Pink, and with the groundwork laid during the first launch, they could now allocate some advertising for the second batch. This year, Nan Feng planned to release only 3 batches, totaling no more than 500 units. However, one must not underestimate the profitability of these 500 limited editions, which could equate to the annual profits of several departments within the Nan Group. As business began to stabilize, Zhang Wanting remained hospitalized, leaving no one to oversee this batch. Nan Feng could only advise Lin Hongwu to handle these 100 limited editions with utmost caution, ensuring they did not pass through untrustworthy hands. Later, Nan Feng reflected on recent events before retiring to bed to practice the true dragon breathing technique. The following morning, he awoke with renewed vigor and headed to school. Fortune smiled upon him as he had 2 consecutive language classes with the homeroom teacher that morning. While the teacher was lecturing, Nan Feng suddenly stood up, declaring, "Teacher, you are mistaken. According to your explanation, isn't the social structure of Nanshao already in ruins?" He then boldly approached the podium, took the teaching baton, and began articulating historical facts with clarity and reason. The school's live stream instantly transformed into a source of amusement for viewers. "Teacher, get down. You should step aside. Our emperor is the true teacher. Haha, this is hilarious." The homeroom teacher sat down to listen. LOL. The homeroom teacher has pulled out her notebook and is taking notes. "Teacher, you must study diligently and improve every day." The day, filled with excitement and engagement, soon drew to a close. In the evening, Nan Feng settled into the back seat of a Maybach, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and mused, "After a whole day of classes, I am more exhausted than the teachers. The quality of education in this era is appallingly low." The car roared to life, heading towards the Nan residence. Upon entering the house, he noticed that the others had already donned their attire. The girls were clad in various elegant dresses, while Nan Shao sported a meticulously tailored suit, his shoes gleaming. Lin Wanyue turned to Nan Feng and said, "Today is the Shao family's son's 16th birthday banquet. Nan Feng, go change into something suitable. We shall all go together." Nan Feng nodded, "Yes, Grandma." Nan Feng ventured alone to his courtyard, changing into a tailored suit. He then proceeded to the main hall, where the family boarded their vehicles, a convoy slowly making its way to the Shao family estate. Nan Feng had already researched the Shao family's background. The Shao family, a prominent name in the coastal elite, primarily engaged in the clothing business. Their current heiress, Shao Tian, was of the same age as Nan Yue, followed by the birthday celebrant, Shao Rufeng. In Nan Feng's estimation, the Shao family was somewhat inferior to the Nan family, despite being a reputable lineage. Upon arriving at the parking area of the Shao Manor, the Nan family disembarked, with Lin Wanyue holding Nan Feng's hand, while the other 3 younger members trailed behind Zhao Feng and Nan Ji. Nan Yue whispered, "I've already greeted Shao Tian. Today, we must ensure that Nan Feng experiences some embarrassment." Nan Yumeng chuckled. "Let him bask in his pride. I still haven't acquired that lipstick leaving me. A Nan family young lady, stuck using the ordinary version. I can only lament the scarcity, so for the sake of business, I must settle for the basic one. By the way, sister, aren't you in their department? Can't you access it?" "Sure." Nan Yue shot her sister a warning glance. At that moment, the head of the Shao family, accompanied by his wife, approached to welcome the guests. Lin Wanyue introduced, "This is Shao Qing, the head of the Shao family, and his wife is Gongsun Yuqing, a lady from the Gongsun family." Nan Feng nodded. After a round of formalities, Shao Qing promptly raised his hand to invite everyone into the main hall, where clusters of affluent aristocrats engaged in conversation. Today, Shao Tian, as the elder sister, donned a splendid outfit. Upon spotting Nan Yue, she hurried over, exclaiming, "Yue, there are so many handsome guys today. Look, even young Master Gongsun is here." Since the last incident involving counterfeit antiques, Nan Yue had lost her enchantment with Gongsun Changfeng and now regarded him as rather unimpressive. "Tian, I've lost interest in him. Let us go look at other handsome gentlemen," she replied, taking her sister and Shao Tian away. Meanwhile, Nan Shao mingled with peers of his age. Nan Feng wandered about, lost in his thoughts when Mo Gaoyang suddenly approached. "Young Master Nan, you finally made it. Just in time. Several members from our club are here. Let us meet them." Nan Feng naturally did not decline. They entered a secluded room, where 2 young women and a man awaited. To his surprise, one of them was Fu Yinchu. Nan Feng greeted her with a subtle nod. Fu Yinchu raised her glass, saying, "Young Master Nan." The other affluent young man remarked coolly, "Mo Gaoyang, you haven't introduced us yet." Mo Gaoyang promptly replied, "Allow me to formally introduce. This is young Master Nan Feng from the Nan family, the family heir. Despite his youth, he has made quite an impression, as evidenced by your lipstick." Fu Yinchu nodded. "We are aware of that." Mo Gaoyang continued the introductions. This is Fu Yunchu, the future empress of the Fu family. And this lovely lady is Jianyuan from the He family, just back from studying in America. Don't let her sweetness fool you. Unlike her brother, who only knows how to spend, she has already earned her first pot of gold through her investment acumen in America, a true financial queen. And this gentleman is the young master of the Shangwan family. Shangwan Junlin, the eldest son, the designated successor to the throne of the Shangwan lineage. Nan Feng smiled faintly, greeting a few individuals with composure. He just remarked in astonishment. Oh my, this child truly does not exaggerate. In the presence of our collective aura, he remains so unperturbed, quite amusing indeed. Nan Feng felt disdain in his heart, recalling how, during the rebellion of the feudal lords, he had faced a multitude of them without diminishing his own presence, let alone in comparison to the likes of you few. Chapter 97. We never anticipated it would escalate this much. Otherwise, why would I have invited him into the club if he weren't so formidable and mature? Mo Gaoyang boasted. Nan Feng, intrigued, inquired, is it just us in this little group? Look, it's different. They even feel we're lacking in numbers. Mo Gaoyang gestured towards Nan Feng, reassuring him, do not fret. Our group is quite substantial. There are several members overseas. Not everyone can remain in Benhai. Shangwan Junlin smiled and remarked, Nan Feng, everyone is interested in your lipstick business. Could you allow us to invest? Invest. This is merely a small venture of mine. How could I let you partake in it? Sharing the spoils, inexplicably? Nan Feng shook his head. The business has only just begun. The scale is too modest to accommodate such esteemed individuals. He just chuckled. See, they have declined our offer. Shangwan Junlin shook his head in disbelief. It seems we cannot regard him as a mere child. Nan Feng, I currently have a real estate business, and you are aware of Fu Yinchu's development endeavors. As for He Jianyuan, she only possesses a minor overseas venture, especially with her brother still looking out for her. Mo Gaoyang had little to contribute, stating, I own a hospital, although I work there as a doctor. The actual ownership lies